Chapter 301 Prelude to the Battle. Yunlin Pass, the main camp of the Tiangong army. The commander's camp is guarded in the center by the four directions of southeast, northwest and northwest. At this moment the candlelight in the handsome camp was still on and Lu Neng was walking around in the tent looking a little uneasy. Yunlin Pass. As long as this pass is breached, then the east gate of the Douluo Empire will be open to the Heavenly Palace. When the time comes, as long as he leads the Blood Evil Legion under his command, he will be able to approach Xingluo City all the way. This huge temptation is right in front of you, but he must think more about all the soldiers in the three armies. He still has to think more about ways to reduce sacrifices. In Lu Neng's view, sacrificing the lives of his own soldiers just to break through Yunlin Pass is the most unworthy behavior for an excellent commander. If he can use strategy to make the opponent surrender, then he will not hesitate to use strategy to disintegrate the enemy's power. Lu Neng walked to a desk where a complete map of the Douluo Empire was placed. Lu Neng stared at the terrain around Yunlin Pass on the map without blinking. Suddenly Lu Neng's eyes suddenly lit up because he discovered that there was a river around Suhu City not far from Yunlin Pass. After staring at the river for a long time, Lu Neng felt very excited. The terrain of this river is obviously much higher than that of Yunlangwan area. If we dig open the river, destroy the strong embankment built by Suhu City and let the vast river flow out around Suhu City, then by then within 100 miles of Yehu City it will completely become a land of Hez, and Yunlin Pass will become history. Thinking of this, Lu Neng felt extremely happy, but he knew that if he wanted to make his idea come true, he would need to conduct on-site investigation. For ample is the river deep enough? Also, if the water really flows out, where should people like me stop at that high ground? Thinking about it this way, there are many preparations to be made, but Lu Neng was very calm and he calmly issued one order after another. As for what the river would look like after being dug, that was not something Lu Neng had to consider. In Lu Neng's view, as long as he can break through the Yunlin Pass, it is none of his business even if the floods are monstrous. Perhaps many people will die because of themselves, but so what? After all, war kills people, and as a general commander he has to think more about himself rather than being kind to the enemy. Kindness to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to one's own side. This is a necessary accomplishment for a qualified commander. Thinking of this, Lu Neng continued to stare at the map, hoping to come up with more unique ideas. And at this moment, in a tent to the east of the military camp, it was already very deep, but at this moment a dark shadow emerged from the tent. He moved very gently and carefully, trying his best to avoid the teams patrolling at night one after another. This man's name is Zhang Meng and he is a member of the Tiangong Blood Evil Legion. However, his true identity is a member of the Star Network, a spy agency cultivated by the Douluo Empire. His life experience is that of an orphan. When he was very young he almost starved to death, but he was rescued by people from the Douluo Empire royal family. He was then taken to a secret training place, and what he learned every day was how to become a person, an excellent spy. And in order to repay the kindness of the Douluo Empire royal family, he worked hard to learn what he had to learn every day, until one day he graduated from that secret training place with honors. On the night of graduation he was called over by his instructor, who then brought him in front of Emperor Xingluo. That time he met Emperor Xingluo, and Emperor Xingluo told him a lot of things, but the important point is that Emperor Xingluo has his own ideas about Chaotic Soul City and wants to capture Chaotic Soul City. After that he sneaked into the Soul City and joined the Blood Evil Legion in the Soul City. Now 4 years have passed. From a small soldier with his outstanding performance, within 4 years he became a young general who could command 1,000 people. All this time he had no chance to convey the news he knew. Despite this, he never forgot his true identity. During the day-to-day he was surprised to find that in his camp there was a sign of the special organization of the Douluo Empire. In this regard he kept it in mind. Based on the meaning conveyed by that mark, he understood at a glance that the other party wanted to make an appointment to meet in the evening. We walked all the way to a deserted place and climbed to the top of a bare mountain. The night is quiet. There are only some shadows with different shapes and no shapes fluttering its wings silently. Watch them dancing lightly, fanning the air everywhere. After taking a few more steps forward he suddenly stopped. A dark figure suddenly poked his head out from a larger bunker on the top of the mountain and looked at him. The man who appeared was a young man holding a sharp sword in his hand. His whole body was covered by a black robe with only one face posed. Zhang Meng is an outstanding student of the 64th class of Star Network. He has gained the attention of Emperor Xingluo. He accepted the mission arrangement of Emperor Xingluo. He has been lurking in Chaoshan City and joined the Blood Evil Legion. Now he has become the Blood Evil Legion. An important general. Is what I said wrong? Who are you? During the day you deliberately made those marks. You must have something important to do, right? Haha, I was sent by the Star Network to connect with you. From today on I will be your liaison officer. If you have any news you can report to me. Now it is the time when the Douluo Empire needs you. Zhang Meng, tell me, do you still have the glory of the Douluo Empire in your heart? Are you still loyal to our Douluo Empire and our Douluo Emperor? Zhang Meng's eyes flashed and he said solemnly, if I were not loyal to the Douluo Empire and His Majesty, I would not appear here. And my appearance here has shown everything. After all, everything about me they are all given by His Majesty, the great Emperor of the Douluo Empire. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I will not hesitate to give my life for the Douluo Empire. Very good, Zhang Meng. We did not misjudge you. Do you know what happened to the outstanding students of your generation in your class? They dared to betray the Star Network organization and instead sent us. The secret of Star Network was leaked. Before I came here I dealt with them secretly. When I came here to contact you I was worried that you would be like this too, but unexpectedly you gave me a surprise. Zhang Meng frowned. I don't know, what does the organization need from me this time? There are several things that the organization needs you to do. First, do everything you can to secretly poison Lu Neng, the commander of the Blood Evil Legion. Second, inform every recent military operation. I will contact you every day. Poison? I can't get close to General Lu at all. I'm afraid this is impossible. Of course I won't let you do this. Someone else will do it. However, when that person contacts you he will use a secret code born on the 4th and established the kingdom on the 4th. I hope you will keep it in mind. When the time comes he will ask you for help and I hope you will cooperate with him and provide him with convenience. Hearing this, Zhang Meng looked at the man in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that someone in the organization would actually infiltrate the Blood Evil Legion. This was something he didn't expect. Zhang Meng nodded. I understand. I will cooperate with him to complete this task. Well, of course the first thing you have to do is to gain more trust from Lu Neng. Only in this way will you know more information. I see. Okay, that's all for today. You go back quickly to avoid being noticed by others. If there are no accidents in the future I will contact you regularly and meet you here. Yes. After that the young man's figure disappeared into the night. Zhang Meng looked at the other party's disappearing figure, feeling a little disappointed in his heart. He didn't expect that the organization would contact him to give him a task. He thought the organization would let him go back. The result is like this. However, no matter what he must complete the task assigned by him. Thinking of this, Zhang Meng walked along the original road and prepared to return. However, just when he was halfway there the pupils of Zhang Meng's eyes suddenly shrank. He saw right in front thousands of deep and bright eyes staring at him with murderous intent. At this moment Zhang Meng was heartbroken. How did that happen? What went wrong in causing the death? At this moment he suddenly saw the man leading the thousands of people, Lu Neng. Zhang Meng felt like he was falling into the ice abyss. Lu Neng looked at Zhang Meng coldly. I didn't expect that someone reported that you were a secret agent of the Douluo Empire. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it. Tell me, it's so late. You sneaked out of the camp alone and ignored my order and wanted to see the other party. Who are you trying to see? Zhang Meng's body was trembling and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. General Lu, I just went to have a brief explanation. How could he be a secret agent of the Douluo Empire? This is impossible. The only thing in my heart is our Tiangong. This heart can be learned from heaven and earth. What a lesson. If no one reported you, maybe I would have believed you. I didn't expect you to be a secret agent of the Douluo Empire. Until now you are still denying it. It seems that you are. Don't cry anymore if you don't see the coffin. Song Wen, come out. Soon a man walked out from the crowd. Zhang Meng was very unfamiliar with this person and had no impression of him at all. Zhang Meng, I know you. The liaison officer from the Star Network organization told me that you are an outstanding student of the 64th class trained by Star Network. Let me introduce myself. I am an outstanding student of the 67th class of Star Network. Unexpectedly the liaison officer suddenly contacted me and actually asked me to poison General Lu. It was simply disgusting. I'm afraid they didn't know that General Lu was my uncle. Some people, they will never know. A few years ago my uncle and I separated, but I have a particularly deep memory of him. When I met my uncle I planned to leave the Star Network organization. Moreover, I didn't expect that the organization would ask me to poison my uncle this time. This was something I would never do, so I reported the matter to the police immediately. I told my uncle and I also told him about you. Zhang Meng's face turned pale when he heard this and his body collapsed to the ground. He looked at people like Lu Neng and knew in his heart what kind of miserable ending he would face. Lu Neng looked at Zhang Meng feeling extremely disappointed. He used to be very optimistic about this person, but he didn't expect that he was a secret agent of the Douluo Empire. Then Lu Neng said coldly, put this man down, guard him tightly and execute him on the spot at Yunlin Pass at noon tomorrow in front of the Xingluo Empire defenders. Yes. A chorus of voices sounded and soon Zhang Meng was roughly pressed down. In response to this, Zhang Meng became a little lost and looked like a zombie. Lu Neng looked at Yunlin Pass from a distance and after snorting coldly he thought to himself, I must break through this pass at the latest the day after tomorrow. tomorrow. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 302 The War Begins. The city on the western frontier of the Tiandu Empire, Man'ai City. From Tiandu City to Man'ai City a mighty army only took 1 day. The commander of this army is none other than the emperor of the Tiandu Empire himself, Emperor Sui. Shui King he on the other hand was responsible for sitting in the imperial court and shouldering the important task of supervising the country. This time Emperor Sui with a total of 500 troops marched in a hurry, and it took only 1 day to reach Man'ai City. Accompanying them were Tang San, the leader of the Tang sect, and the people from the Tang sect led by him Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Kaibao Glai sect, and people from the Kaibao Glai sect Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, and people from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. It can be said that this time everyone came out in full force. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. In addition to the 500 strong army, there were 100 auxiliary troops in the rear transporting grain and grass. After Chen Bingman'ai City, Emperor Sui ordered on the spot to build fortifications in a place close to the Wuhan Empire and strengthened the Man'ai Pass city, which was the only road that the Wuhan Empire could pass through. The Seoul Empire is blocking this road. In a true sense, it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. On a mountain bordering Man'ai City and the heavenly palace of Chaoshan City, many armies were displayed confronting each other from a distance. At this moment everyone gathered in Emperor Sui's tent. Emperor Sui sat high and looked at the people on both sides, his eyes full of confidence. Everyone, how should we fight this battle? Net. As soon as Emperor Shuiye finished speaking, Prince Shuixing, who was sitting in the first position to the right of Emperor Shuiye, immediately said, Your Majesty, I think it is better to disrupt the Seoul City Heavenly Palace first. There are 2 reasons. First, the Man'ai Pass can be said to be a barrier that cannot be opened by one man. It is extremely difficult for the Wuhan Empire to break in. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If we fight the Wuhan Empire, it is estimated that the outcome of the war will be for a long time not clear. The second one is Chaoshan City Tiangong. Compared with Wuhan Empire, it is weaker. This persimmon has to be picked on the soft side. I think if we disrupt Seoul City Tiangong first, we may be able to defeat it as soon as possible. End this war. Emperor Shuiye did not comment on this. Does anyone else have different opinions? Sitting net to Prince Shuixing was Ning Fengzi. At this time he frowned, just thought for a while, and then said, Your Majesty, I think that the heavenly palace of Chaoshan City is not as good as Prince Shuixing said. That would be a soft persimmon. On the contrary, the other party may be a hard nut to crack. When Shuixing heard Ning Fengzi say this, her face immediately darkened and she felt extremely unhappy. Emperor Sui looked at Ning Fengzi and said, Sect Master Ning, can you tell me your reasons? Ning Fengzi said calmly, First, everyone should not forget that the heavenly palace of chaotic Seoul City wiped out more than 100 troops commanded by the long-famous iron-blooded king of the Douluo Empire. The glory of this achievement cannot be tolerated by us underestimating the opponent. Secondly, according to reliable information a while ago, the commander of the Xingluo Empire's army of more than 100 people in Fenglingkao Dai Yuhang was directly killed, but the army of more than 100 people under his command they all surrendered to Tiangong. That battle was extremely strange. I sent people to inquire about it, and the news came back that in that battle, just because of the appearance of one man, he treated the army of more than 100 as if it were nothing. Dai Yuhang captured it on the spot. The identity of the person who made the move is not yet known, but it is certain that the opponent belongs to the Tiangong side. According to my guess, that person is extremely powerful, and I am afraid that even Uncle Jian may not be able to fight against him. As soon as Ning Fengzi finished speaking, the eyes of everyone present became more solemn. Emperor Sui looked again at Tang San, the head of the Tang sect, who was sitting in the first seat on his left. Master Tang sect, I don't know, do you have any clever plan in your mind to defeat the heavenly palace of chaotic Seoul City or defeat the martial Seoul Empire? Tang San, dressed in blue, had a calm presence. He spoke softly, Your Majesty, in my opinion the first priority now is to send someone to find out how many troops and horses the other party has displayed on the opposite side. Then, the elite troops in Your Majesty's hands can use the killing weapons provided by our Tang sect, and they will surely be able to kill the enemy to a greater extent. Of course, since the opponent is an enemy, whether it is the Wuhan Empire or the chaotic Seoul City Tiangong, in order to win we can also choose to poison, for example poisoning their usual water sources. After Tang San finished speaking, it caused a ripple in everyone's heart. They were a little more afraid of Tang San. If this person were an enemy, he might not even be able to sleep peacefully. It's really terrible. In order to achieve a certain goal, doing whatever it takes is the true nature of this person. At this point, everyone present has dealt with the Tang sect sect. Moreover, they are also buyers of hidden weapons created by the Tang sect. Regarding those hidden weapons, everyone present knew that these hidden weapons were more or less sinister, because those hidden weapons are basically coated with poison. However, in order to win the war and defeat the enemy, no one objected to this suggestion made by Tang San. Emperor Sui kept Tang San's words in mind and a smile appeared on his face. Tang clan master, you are really young and promising. I believe that with your Tang clan's help this time our Tiandu Empire will definitely defeat everyone enemy. Of course there are other people here who are all nobles of our Heaven Do Empire. Here I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you for lending a helping hand in the critical moment of the Heaven Do Empire. This time I the Heaven Do Empire will not, if you forget you will be rewarded after the war is over. When Emperor Sui said this, whether it was Tang San, Ning Fengzi or Yu Yuanzhen, they all felt happy. They kept the promise from Emperor Sui in their heart. Naturally they will not be helping the Tiandu Empire for free this time. It can be said that each has its own purpose and intention. For example, the Tang sect hope that after helping the Tiandu Empire it can get help from the Tiandu Empire to further develop and strengthen the Tang sect. Whether it is the Kaibao Glay sect or the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, they all have a common idea in their hearts, which is to rebuild the sect after the war. As for rebuilding the sects, if they have the support of Emperor Sui, then their respective sects will be rebuilt quickly. The prosperity of the world is all for profit. The hustle and bustle in the world is all for the benefit of others. There is no help without reason. There is no free lunch in the world. Everyone, I leave the future of the Tiandu Empire and the victory of this war to you. Emperor Shuya looked at everyone present and said. Everyone nodded. Shui, seeing this time you will take the lead. I will give you 100,000 troops for the time being. Tomorrow you will go to the heavenly palace of Chaotic Soul City for a while. Remember, this is just a test, don't attack rashly. Yes, Shui Ying replied. Seeing this, Emperor Sui nodded. After that everyone chatted for a while and then dispersed. When leaving, Ning Fengzi approached Tang San and said, Tang sect master, I don't know, is there any news about Rong recently? Tang San stopped, looked at Ning Fengzi and said, Sect master Ning, I have sent many people to search everywhere. I believe that news will come out in the near future. Please wait a few more days, Master Ning. When Ning Fengzi heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, I'll leave this to Sect Master Tang. Zone Master Ning, you're welcome. After all, your Kaibao Glay sect is still in a cooperative relationship with our Tang sect. Regarding this matter, our Tang sect will definitely do our best to find it and keep it in mind at all times. Ning Fengzi nodded, knowing that he was an ES after all. By the way, Sect Master Ning, do you think that last time the Tiandu Empire's royal treasury and the treasury of the 4 single attribute families who had taken refuge in my Tang sect were stolen? Who do you think was responsible for this? Ning Fengzi lowered his eyebrows and thought for a while before replying. There are too few clues about this matter. It is difficult to draw a conclusion at the moment. Is that so? Which one does Sect Master Ning think is the most suspicious? Ning Fengzi replied without any hesitation, it should be the Spirit Empire. Regarding this, Tang San did not comment. On the contrary, he always felt in his heart that this matter was probably related to the heavenly palace of Chaotic Soul City. But I felt that maybe it was the Spirit Empire. As for which one it was, Tang San couldn't tell. The NET day, the war horn sounded in the Tiandu Empire's military camp. The war has begun. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 303. The situation is serious. When Douluo and Hu Wending heard the horns ringing all around, they knew in their hearts that the war had begun. Opposite Manai City is the Tiandu Empire allied forces, but this time Douluo and Hu Wending led a total of 100,000 troops and deployed troops 30 miles outside Manai City. Elder Douluo, you will be sitting in the center later, and I, Old Hu, will take the lead in leading the troops to rush forward and fight with the opponent's army. This time I, Old Hu, will definitely repel all those enemies. Although Douluo was satisfied that Hu Wending maintained his confidence at this time when his troops were far weaker than the opponent, he had to carefully consider every step. However, the other party has already blown the horn of attack and has no choice. In this case, Douluo's face was filled with solemnity. He looked at Hu Wending and said, General Hu, this battle is no different than before. You should pay more attention to protecting yourself. Even if you lose, you must remember to fight. When you are overwhelmed, retreat in time. Hu Wending was silent for a while before replying, Elder Douluo, I, Old Hu, will definitely come back alive. Time is of the essence. Hu Wending turned around and left, taking the Shuro Legion with him. Among them 20,000 people marched forward in a vast manner. Cheng Feng chased after him slowly and finally arrived at Ranhun City. But when Cheng Feng learned many things, he did not hesitate at all. Cheng Feng asked his teacher Li Yunfen to go to the front line of Manai City to help Hu Wending, thereby blocking the Tiandu Empire in Manai City and not allowing them to advance at all. And after Cheng Feng raised the strength of Sheng Shu, the commander of the Tiangong Tiangong 3 legions to the Soul Saint realm and allowed him to obtain a god-given soul ring. He ordered him to stay in Chaoshan city. As for Fang Xian, the commander of Tiangong First Army, he was sent by Cheng Feng to garrison in Faroma city. Yinan from the Tiangong 2nd Legion assisted Sheng Shu in guarding the Soul city. After arranging these things, Cheng Feng rushed to Yunlin Pass without stopping. When Cheng Feng arrived at the Yunlangwan Tiangong camp, it was completely dark. Since Cheng Feng came to the Yunlin Guantian Palace camp in a low-key manner, he did not alert anyone. Lu Neng had just returned from patrolling outside and was ready to rest for a while, but before he could disarm, Cheng Feng's figure immediately appeared in his tent. As soon as Feng saw that it was Cheng Feng, Lu Neng did not hesitate and knelt down on one knee directly towards Cheng Feng. Lu Neng, the last general, pays homage to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Cheng Feng waved his hand and said softly, "General Lu, there are only two of you and me here. This kind of etiquette should be avoided if possible. There is no need to do this." Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, "This gift cannot be revoked." Hearing what Lu Neng said, Cheng Feng had no choice but to let him go. Anyway, he came here not to argue with Lu Neng. "Then please, General Lu, please stand up. General Lu, please analyze for me what the situation is now." Cheng Feng's words made Lu Neng's eyes flash with a flash of light, but Lu Neng didn't waste any words at all. He directly unfolded the complete map of the Douluo Empire and revealed it in front of Cheng Feng. Lu Neng said directly, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, "There is a river around Suhu City not far from Yunlin Pass." Following what Lu Neng pointed out, Cheng Feng stared at the river for a long time and his heart was a little shaken. The terrain of this river is obviously much higher than that of Yunlangwan area. If we dig up the river, destroy the strong embankment built by Suhu City and let the vast river flow out around Suhu City, then by then within 100 miles of Yehu City it will completely become a land of Hez, and Yunlin Pass will become history. Suddenly these things flashed through his mind. Cheng Feng looked at Lu Neng and couldn't help but ask, "General Lu, do you plan to dig up the embankment, divert the river water down and flood Yunlin Pass in one fell swoop?" Lu Neng was shocked. What he didn't expect was that Cheng Feng guessed his intention after just briefly looking at the map, but Lu Neng suppressed the uneasiness in his heart almost instantly. He gave Cheng Feng a complicated look and said, "That's right, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. At the end of the day I was thinking hard just because I wanted to dig the embankment, draw the river water down and destroy Yunlin Pass." Cheng Feng fell silent on the spot. What he didn't expect was that he would face such a choice. On the one hand, the Yunlin Pass in the Douluo Empire must be eliminated and flooded, and the probability of success in this matter should be said to be quite high. But on the other hand, if he agrees to break the dikes and divert water, then the lives of people living in more than a dozen nearby cities will be affected and they may even be killed in this war. One general's success will destroy 10,000 bones. Could it be that there is no better choice? Lu Neng saw Cheng Feng lost in thought and then continued, "Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, right now what we need to look at is the overall situation, not the gains and losses of a city. To the north there is a 500,000 strong army of the Heaven Do Empire Alliance in Mani City." This news came from the brothers of Skynet. It can be said that the pressure from the north is very strong, and this move of the Tiandu Empire is tantamount to stabbing a knife in the waist of our territory in Ranhun City. We cannot do this without counterattack. It can even be said that the northern battlefield is the battlefield that will ultimately decide who will win. What the general wants is to capture Yunlin Pass as soon as possible and then free up his hands to join Lao Hu in Mani City. Camp outside the city. It can be said that time is victory. Cheng Feng didn't press anything after hearing Lu Neng's statement. Seeing this, Lu Neng continued, "Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, and the Blood Demon Legion that I lead is on the battlefield in the east, and the enemy is the Douluo Empire Allied Forces. From a geographical point of view, the actions of the Douluo Empire Allied Forces are cutting a knife in our heart. If we want to make the opponent's action fail, then flooding Yunlin Pass just proposed is a good method, and for our army it is the best strategy." Seeing that Cheng Feng was still unmoved, Lu Neng had no choice but to use his last trump card. "Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, in its eternal declaration the Wuhan Empire declared war on our heavenly palace in Chaoshan City, and from a geographical point of view the Wuhan Empire has tended its claws to the territory of our Chaoshan City, and this is a place where we in Chaoshan City must not allow the Wuhan Empire to reach out at will. If he dares to reach out, then we dare to chop off his hand. Therefore the southern battlefield is also very important, but it is not urgent. Also the Ghost Army led by Luo Mayer on the western battlefield is confronting the Xingluo Empire army. It can be seen that the winner will not be determined in a short time. If we want to win the western battlefield, then we will to create opportunities, trade space for time and plan before taking action in the other three battlefield. To sum up, I always feel that flooding is the best way if His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is worried about being infamy in the future. what I want to say is that these generals can bear it alone. Chang Feng glanced at Lu Ning. After listening to what he said, Chang Feng realized that the situation in the heavenly palace of chaotic Soul City at this moment was so serious. It was really thought-provoking. General Lu, I Chang Feng have never been afraid of the infamy. Since I am the Emperor of Heaven, it is not General Liu's turn to bear the infamy. General Lu only needs to take care of the war. However, the only thing I am worried about is, yes, I'm afraid that the dike will be dug and things will get out of hand. However, after weighing the pros and cons, I always feel that flooding is the best option for us. In short, General Lu can do it with confidence. I just hope that in the future there will never be war in this Douluo continent. Lu Ning looked at Chang Feng and respected Chang Feng more and more in his heart. It became a mountain that he could not cross. In Lu Ning's mind, Chang Feng's back was exceptionally tall. A scholar dies for a confidant. At this moment, Lu Ning was truly convinced by Chang Feng. When I think of the ugly faces of those nobles and then think of the appearance of His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, there is a strong contrast between the two. No matter who you are, they will definitely be able to make the best choice. Yes, I will definitely do this well. I will resign. Looking at Lu Ning's hurried away figure, Chang Feng looked at the complete map of the Star Luo Empire and murmured to himself, hoping that in the future the entire territory of the Star Luo Empire would be the territory of heaven. I believe that this day will not be too far away after all. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 304 Flooded Yunlin Pass. The blood on the ground stained the entire earth red. The 20,000 Shura army led by Hu Wending charged for the first time and clashed with the 100,000 army commanded by Prince Xueying. This battle was extremely fierce. The screams everywhere never stopped from the moment the war started. Even though the Shura army led by Hu Wending was extremely elite, the 100,000 army commanded by Prince Xueying was not much different. As time went by, Hu Wending gradually discovered that the number of Shura legions was constantly decreasing. As for the reduced number of people, they will all lie in this pool of blood forever, and I am afraid they will never have a chance to wake up. Even if the members of the Shura legion were 1 to 5, they would not be able to withstand the opponent's large number of people and fists. After a great battle, Hu Wending discovered sadly that the 20,000 Shura troops he commanded had sacrificed at least 6,000 people in this first battle with the opponent, while the opponent had lost nearly 20,000 people. However, Hu Wending was not satisfied with this result at all and was even very distressed. If the fight continues and the opponent has the advantage of having a large number of people, it is very likely that even if all of the remaining people are wiped out, many of the opponent's people will survive. Thinking of this, Hu Wending just weighed it in his mind and ordered his troops to retreat 30 miles away. Of course, in order to avoid being charged by the Star Luo Empire army, Hu Wending personally led 1,000 people to cut off the rear and block Prince Snow Star's army alive, thus buying others time to retreat. And the ferocity with which Hu Wending fought made all the soldiers of the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces feel terrified. No one dared to look directly at Hu Wending's chilling gaze. After calculating in his mind that the other retreating people should reach a safe place, Hu Wending led the remaining 500 people after the break and quickly retreated behind him. However, Xueying, the Tiandu Empire's allied force, did not order the soldiers to hunt down Hu Wending and his party. From Xueying's point of view, it would be extremely satisfying to beat up a drowned dog. However, if the opponent jumps over the wall in a hurry, then I am afraid that my side will suffer heavy losses. Relegation is the right path. Hu Wen glanced behind him with lingering fear, then moved forward quickly rejoining the previous army, and then returned to the military camp where Douluo was. In this battle, nearly 7,000 people died and 5,000 were injured. It can be said that this battle was extremely tragic, but what makes Hu Wending feel a little relieved is that the losses suffered by the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces are definitely greater than his. Just when Hu Wending's first battle came to an end, the setting sun was like blood under Yunlin Pass. Lu Ning acted very quickly. The people sent out to inspect the water conditions of the river came back. According to this person's report, the river was 50 meters deep. This depth made Lu Ning extremely happy. Because the river is so deep, the probability of breaking through the Yunlin Pass after breaking the embankment and diverting water is almost 90% or more. After confirming that the river could indeed fulfill his strategic intention, Lu Ning dispatched a team of 2,000 men on the spot heading towards Uhu City. The group of people sent out specially took a small road to prepare for this arduous task. Everyone carries a variety of tools on their back. At the same time, Lu Ning personally led the entire army to make a gesture of knocking on the pass at any time, leaving the defenders above Yunlin Pass in dire strait. There are few people and weak soldiers, which is a realistic portrayal of the Yunlin Pass defenders. But Yunlin Pass can be called a majestic pass. The long pass of Xiongguan is really like iron. At this time Chang Feng was waiting for news in the military tent. 2 hours later, Lu Neng is back. When Lu Neng saw Chang Feng, he saluted respectfully and said, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, the enemy is now huddled within the city wall and does not dare to fight. The general guesses that the enemy's morale has been very low. In a few days the enemy's morale will definitely be gone. Chang Feng nodded casually. He looked at Lu Neng and said, do you have any better opinions on the retreat positions on the surrounding highlands? When Lu Neng heard this, he thought for a moment and said, when I sent people to break the embankment, the general had already considered this matter clearly. Your Majesty Emperor of Heaven, look here. As he spoke, Lu Neng walked to the table where the map was placed and pointed to a location on the map. Following the direction Lu Neng pointed, Chang Feng was slightly surprised. Although this place is indeed very high, it is still far away from here. I'm afraid we will be flooded along with the enemy before we get there. Lu Neng smiled slightly. Your Majesty, in fact this is not difficult to do. Our people can evacuate quickly because the general knows a trail that can shorten the distance a lot and we can get there in a short time. After hearing this, Chang Feng was surprised. General Lu, is what you said true? Every word of my general is true and I will never dare to deceive His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Chang Feng felt relieved. I think it's time for our army to retreat at this time. I wonder what you mean, General Lu? Lu Neng nodded. According to the time estimated at the beginning, we are indeed leaving now and we have to leave lightly. I will do this now. General Lu, go ahead. If the army is leaving, remember to send someone to notify me and I will leave with you. After Lu Neng responded, he turned around and left the tent to arrange the matter. Not long time, Lu Neng sent a soldier to tell Chang Feng that he could set off now. Chang Feng moved very quickly. He simply put away the map on the table and followed the soldier to where Lu Neng was. After that, Lu Neng had people put the flags of the Tiangong Palace and some scarecrows that had been prepared in advance in the military tents at the places where the soldiers were originally stationed for the purpose of suspecting the soldiers. After doing all this, Lu Neng led everyone and marched towards a hidden trail nearby. Chang Feng also followed. Along the way the entire team was very quiet and dull without making a single sound. Seeing this, Chang Feng still admired the team's strict discipline, and this is precisely what Lu Neng's ability to command the army can reflect. 2 hours later, Chang Feng was shocked to find that his group had actually arrived at a highland hundreds of miles away. At this moment suddenly everyone became quiet. Their eyes were looking in the direction they came from. There was a sound that shocked the world, as if the sky was shattering and the earth was cracking. It resounded throughout the world. This kind of sound, it can be said, makes everyone's heart extremely shocked. Immediately afterwards, in everyone's eyes they saw that the distance seemed to have become a vast ocean connecting the sky and the earth. Seeing this, Chang Feng became silent. Lu Neng sighed deeply. He looked at Chang Feng and said, Your Majesty, the 2,000 soldiers who performed the mission have probably died. Chang Feng's body froze slightly. 2,000 people are just gone. If there is any mistake in all this, please put it on my head. General Lu, these soldiers who died in the army must arrange their lives well. After their death, not only will they be remembered as heroes, but their relatives should also be taken care of and provide them with some convenience. Lu Neng nodded solemnly, reporting to Your Majesty, the general will definitely handle this matter. What should we do? Net? Chang Feng withdrew his gaze and looked at Lu Neng and asked. Lu Neng thought for a moment and then said, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, the general thought that because of the speed of soldiers before the Douluo Empire could react, we would take the opportunity to capture more cities in order to expand our territory in heaven. Territory. This is a rare opportunity, don't miss it. Chang Feng directly agreed on the spot. He looked at Lu Neng and said, General Lu, I'll leave this matter to you. How to fight? I'll leave it to you. After all, General Lu is the leader in this regard. I'm very good at it and I'll just handle the affairs of various places. In short, General Lu will be responsible for fighting. Lu Neng nodded excitedly. For him, fighting was the place where he could display his skills. Although he could handle affairs, his state of mind was completely different from that of fighting. When dealing with affairs, he would feel uncomfortable all over and couldn't calm down at all. He was always looking forward to having a battle to fight. Now the opportunity to fight has come. He must seize this opportunity and strive to fight a good fight. Thinking of this, Lu Neng's excitement was beyond words. Seeing Lu Neng's appearance, Chang Feng suddenly smiled. Has General Lu revealed his true nature? Looking at the horizon again, Chang Feng thought to himself, hoping to conquer the Douluo Empire as soon as possible and end the eastern battlefield here. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 305 Unstoppable. Lu Neng arranged for his soldiers to set up camp here. Moreover, as before, the general's main tent was placed in the center with watchtowers patrolling in the southeast-northwest and many soldiers guarding each direction. Generally speaking, this layout airtight. Even if it is a fly, don't fly in. Since Chang Feng was the Emperor of Heaven, he naturally lived in the main tent, and this main account will will become the place where he handles affairs in the NET period of time. Not long after, Lu Neng came to ask Cheng Feng to resign and prepared to march eastward to the Douluo Empire. Cheng Feng naturally agreed and told him that if he encountered danger, his first priority was to save his life. Lu Neng knew that Cheng Feng was worried about him, so he agreed without any hesitation. In this way, Cheng Feng personally watched Lu Neng leave with a force of 100,000 troops. There are still 50,000 soldiers left to stay behind. Most of these soldiers were surrendered troops from the Douluo Empire, but they had all been trained and reorganized by Lu Neng himself, so Cheng Feng was not worried about anyone betraying them, because those who betrayed him have probably been eliminated by Lu Neng. Of course, Cheng Feng knew very well about Lu Neng's temperament. Lu Neng couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. Especially in this regard, he was extremely cautious. I heard Douluo mention it several times. Lu Neng repeatedly screened and interrogated the surrendered soldiers until there were really no problems before he revealed it, and anyone who had serious problems would basically have their heads chopped off by Lu Neng. As for the lighter ones, they were escorted to the prison of Renhun City. Walking back into the main tent again, Cheng Feng closed his eyes and pondered. Now for him, his strength has reached a bottleneck. If you cannot overcome this bottleneck, you will not be able to transform throughout your life. Although his strength has reached the same level as his teacher Li Yunfei in terms of soul power level, however, it seems that there is still a long way to go before breaking through and becoming a god. However, in the past nearly 2 months, he absorbed all the energy of the ice and fire eyes into his body and finally turned it into 4 crystal grain. It seemed that he was only one step away from the higher realm. Now whenever he has free time, he will think about that step and how to achieve it. As long as he completes that step, he will no longer be burdened by human longevity. For this reason, Cheng Feng was immersed in deep thinking and became fascinated by it. It's at Yunlin Pass, hundreds of miles away from Cheng Feng. Here everything is a vast ocean. On the water, bodies were floating. There are people from the Blood Fiend Legion in heaven, as well as the guards at Yunlin Pass in the Douluo Empire, and many other people from the surrounding cities. It's just that they are all corpses now. Although the light emitted by the sun is warm when the sun's rays shine here, it seems to be deliberately avoided, and a cold air begins to permeate the surrounding area. However, this cold energy is still weak and not worth mentioning at all. It may take a long time for others to know about the tragedy near Yunlin Pass. When facing friends as a host, I naturally welcome them. However, if it is an enemy, then it is impossible to treat him well. What awaits them will be a nightmare. These are the common thoughts of every defender of the Douluo Empire city that Lu Neng attacked before the war began. However, the results are cruel. On June 8, Lu Neng sent someone to inform Cheng Feng that he had captured 2 major cities in the Douluo Empire, Fiao City and Luoao City. On June 9, Lu Neng sent someone back to report the battle again. He had captured 15 cities in the Douluo Empire. On June 10, Lu Neng captured 10 cities. On June 12, Lu Neng had sent troops to Xingluo City. Cheng Feng looked at the battle report sent back by Lu Neng. Looking at the map of the Douluo Empire again, I found that I had captured more than 2/3 of the territory of the Douluo Empire, and the remaining area was less than 1/3. Cheng Feng was naturally very happy about this, but thinking about Lu Neng's troops in Xingluo City, and Lu Neng also sent back the news that there are 1 million Xingluo troops in Xingluo City. This time I am afraid that the Xingluo Emperor will oppose all his family wealth. When he thought that the army under Lu Neng's command was less than 100,000, he felt a little worried. Moreover, he knew that the Douluo Empire had formed an alliance with the Haoshan sect and the Holy Spirit sect this time. This kind of secret information was discovered by the people of Skynet. Making a decisive decision, Cheng Feng directly ordered the army to break camp and set off towards Xingluo City. This time he will have a showdown with the Douluo Empire. If it succeeds, all the territory of the Douluo Empire will be returned to the territory of heaven. If it fails, it will come back at worst. However, in Cheng Feng's opinion, with his help there would be no chance of failure this time. Riding on a tall white horse, Cheng Feng suddenly felt proud and ambitious. Every time they passed a city, they found that people from heaven were basically stationed there, and the actions of Cheng Feng leading the army were naturally caught in their eyes. The moment the soldiers stationed in every city they passed saw Cheng Feng appear, they responded with great enthusiasm and shouted, "Long live His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven! Long live!" Cheng Feng just waved his hand and continued on his way. After a day and night of high-intensity running, they finally arrived at the battlefield before the 2 armies decided to fight to the death. In this regard, Cheng Feng secretly felt that it was really timely, otherwise so many people would probably be killed in this war. Lu Neng's army was all stationed 30 miles away from Xingluo City. When Cheng Feng arrived, Lu Neng had already been waiting outside the military camp. As soon as he saw Cheng Feng's figure, Lu Neng took the lead and knelt down on one knee immediately towards Chang Feng and said, "General, pay homage to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven." The surrounding soldiers knelt on one knee one after another and shouted greetings to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Seeing this, Chang Feng just waved his hand and said, "Everyone get up." After everyone stood up, Chang Feng came to Lu Neng, slapped him on the shoulder hard and said with a smile, "General Lu, you fought very well in this battle. After all the wars in Douluo continent are over, I will definitely reward you greatly." When Lu Neng heard this, he respectfully said to Chang Feng, "General, thank you so much, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven." Chang Feng rolled his eyes, looked at Lu Neng and said, "Right now our situation in heaven is not very good. Fortunately you are here on the east battlefield and Luo Meyer and Elder Gao are on the west battlefield, so I am not too worried. There is no need to worry about the northern battlefield with Elder Hu Wending Dugu and the teacher. The only thing that is more worrying is the southern battlefield. Shang Shu, Fang Xian and Yinan are facing Qian Ren Yue presumably. Did you receive the message too?" The general has indeed received it. However, what has always puzzled the general is that when the army led by Qian Ren Yue only arrived around Ranhun city, there was no movement behind it. This is really hard to figure out. Chang Feng couldn't figure this out, but thinking of Qian Ren Yue's resourcefulness, he was quite worried about whether Shang Shu and the others could hold on. Moreover, he didn't believe that there would be no master beside Qian Ren Yue. If Qian Ren Yue sends out Perts to protect her to assassinate Shen Shu and the others, then the Soul City will definitely not be able to defend it. Thinking of this, Chang Feng looked at Lu Neng and said, "General Lu, now send someone to General Hu on the northern battlefield and tell me to send Elder Duga back to Luanhun city to take charge." Although Lu Neng didn't know why Chang Feng valued Qian Ren Yue so much, he still did as he was told. Then Chang Feng looked at Lu Neng and said, "Today I always feel that it is inappropriate to call General Lu a general. Merits will be rewarded and mistakes will be punished. Only when reward and punishments are clear can the whole army fight. Be braver." General Lu obeys. Upon hearing this, Lu Neng immediately knelt down on one knee and waited quietly for what Chang Feng said. "From now on I will make Lu Neng the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Expedition. Due to his great achievements I will be given the title of Elder of the Heavenly Court, Elder Hall. You can make decisions on all matters in the army." Hearing Chang Feng's words, Lu Neng was very excited and immediately replied, "Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven." Chang Feng came to help Lu Neng up and then said, "I will calculate all the rewards you deserve after the war is over. In addition, you can help me send a message to Luo Meyer on the western battlefield and to Luo Meyer on the southern battlefield. Shang Shu as well as Hu Wending from the northern battlefield, named them Marshal of the Western Expedition, Grand Marshal of the Southern Expedition and Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition. In addition, the soldiers should not lose some of their rewards from the captured cities. Reward those soldiers generously. Remember, reward and punishments must be clear." Lu Neng replied respectfully, "Yes, the general will definitely do it one by one." "Marshal Lu, please change your title from now on. After all, you are no longer in your previous position." Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, in the heart of the general, no matter what his position is, the general will always be a junior general under His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Hearing Lu Neng's words, Chang Feng walked up to him, patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, "General Lu, you are very good. Keep fighting well and I will never treat you badly in the future." Lu Neng was ecstatic in his heart and thanked him profusely. Then Chang Feng waved his hand and asked Lu Neng to go down and deal with what he had just told him. When he finished his work and sent someone to call him over, it was already late at night. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 306, Breaking the Situation and Countermeasures. At this time both of them were ready to hold candlelight talks at night. Of course, what we are going to talk about is about the current situation we are facing. The two of them gathered around a table with a map on it. Chang Feng said, "General Lu, tomorrow's battle with the Star Luo Empire is very important, so we must not be careless." "Yes, the Star Luo Empire is in danger now. To the east we have to face the blood evil army of our heaven, and to the west we have to face the ghost evil army led by Luo Meyer. At the same time, to the south we have to face the martial souls." On the Empire's side, Hu Lina's army was commanded. Before the war started, people under Skynet reported that the entire Star Luo Empire's army totaled more than 2 million, leaving aside the more than 400,000 troops we had lost in the previous two battles. The Star Luo Empire should have won 6 million troops. Now the Star Luo Empire regards our heavenly court as its #1 enemy and has deployed 1 million troops in Xing Luo City. I am afraid that the remaining 600,000 troops can be used to fight the Wuhan Empire army in the south. The Xing Luo Empire placed them to the west of Luo Meyer. On the battlefield, the commander-in-chief was a member of the royal family of the Xing Luo Empire. The opponent was not only powerful but also well versed in military affairs. As a result, Luo Meyer was blocked at Xinglong Pass. General Lu could not make any further progress. any ideas? Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, I feel that as long as we conquer Douluo city, then the entire Douluo Empire will inevitably fall into our hands. Moreover, if we really conquer Douluo city, we can control other battlefield. Quickly send troops to reinforce so that the situation in our heaven will be relatively better than that of Douluo. In terms of the Empire's heritage, I'm afraid it won't be much worse. Judging from the previous battles between the Tiandu Empire and the Wuhan Empire, the Tiandu Empire lost more territory, but in terms of soldiers they still lost less. According to the general's guess, the total number of troops in the Tiandu Empire should be around 2 million, and including the more than 200,000 troops lost by the Wuhan Empire in several battles with the Tiandu Empire, and the fact that our heavenly court caused the opponent to lose nearly 100,000 troops in the two principalities we occupied, then the Tiandu Empire still has 100 troops left, 700,000 troops. However, judging from the situation on the northern battlefield, this time the Tiandu Empire only had 700,000 troops, including the logistics troops transporting food. In other words, the Tiandu Empire still has 1 million useless troops in. General Lu, if you have anything to say, just say it. Yes. Moreover, the situation faced by the Tiandu Empire is much better than that of the Douluo Empire, because whether it is the Wuhan Empire that declared war on the Tiandu Empire or our heavenly court, they are both near Mani City. In other words, the Tiandu Empire only has one battlefield and there is no need to attend the front, unlike the Douluo Empire which has 3 sides. Therefore, if the Tiandu Empire wants to defeat them, it will probably be a protracted war. It will be difficult to determine the winner. Hearing this, Cheng Feng understood what Lu Neng meant. However, our heavenly court compared to the Douluo Empire has also opened up multiple battlefields. However, what is different between us and the Douluo Empire is that our heavenly court purpose is more supported by the indigenous people of the territories we have conquered. Although there will be opposition from the aristocracy in general, in terms of general trends, the people's support is in our heaven. In this case, our heaven will not worry about the lack of military resources. In addition, even if it is a multi-party battlefield, for example the Western battlefield, the confrontation between Luomeyer and the Douluo Empire was just a stalemate and the situation was not that bad. As for the southern battlefield, with Elder Douluo now helping Shang Shu and the others should be able to defeat the army led by Qian Ren Yui. The losses will also be limited because Elder Douluo is most famous for his ability to use poison and the opponent must be wary of it. As for the northern battlefield, although the Tiandu Empire has a huge numerical advantage with His Majesty the Emperor and your teacher here, that old Hu only needs to, if his brain is not broken, he will definitely not use dangerous tactics in the use of troops. The General Lao Hu still understands this. Although he looks like a big boss on the surface, when fighting he has 7 or 8 evil intentions. It is extremely difficult to suffer losses, so in general the way to break the situation is still on our side. After listening to Lu Neng's method, Cheng Feng felt that it was quite reasonable. However, Cheng Feng saw more things. For example, Wuhandian and Holy Spirit cult are not as simple as they appear on the surface. I am afraid that the situation is relatively worse than what Lu Neng said, but there is always one thing that is right, that is the way to break the situation lies on the battlefield to the east where he is. General Lu, do you have any clever plans for tomorrow's battle? Upon hearing this, Lu Neng thought for a while and said, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, I have a few ideas about tomorrow's battle with the Douluo Empire. Cheng Feng's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. Lu Neng then said, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, the first thought of the general is to tire his troops. What does it mean specifically? The so-called fatigue of soldiers is to find ways to make the opponent fall into fatigue so that the soldiers of the opponent's army cannot rest and the morale of the opponent is low. Regarding the fatigue of soldiers, what the general wants is to divide our army into 4 groups. Every SI hours they beat drums and chant gold every day. At the same time, they sent soldiers to engage in scolding battles under the city to lure the opponent out. Of course, we must be prepared before we go to Douluo city. There are some traps arranged on this road. These traps are set up for the second idea, to pretend to be defeated. After luring them out of the city, we go forward to fight and pretend to be defeated and retreat, luring the other party to pursue us. In the end, we will have enough confidence the opponent will leave as much as they come. The key lies in the arrangement of these traps. Is there any more? Lu Neng smiled slightly and said, of course, Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. In addition to this, we also want some highly poisonous things from Elder Douluo. Before coming to Douluo city, the general had already sent people to inquire about Douluo. Where is the source of the city's water? At this time, the general sent out to poison the source of their water. I'm afraid it should have been implemented by now. Of course, the general only poisoned the water source that the soldiers commonly used and the civilians in the city. The people used water from the source, but the general did not do that. When Cheng Feng Feng heard this, he raised his eyebrows and asked, what kind of poison is that? Lu Neng's eyes hesitated, but he still said, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, this poison is a poison that can be transmitted from person to person. Chang Feng was shocked and asked, since you borrowed a highly poisonous substance from Elder Douluo, he must have also given you the antidote. Yes, I meet that antidote into the water used by our army almost every day. The water is specially stored in large tank, therefore I always send people to put the antidote in it. According to what Elder Douluo said, you can take this antidote in advance, and after 3 consecutive days you won't be afraid of the poison. Today is the 3rd day and you won't be afraid even if you meet someone suffering from this poison. Hearing this, Chang Feng was truly relieved. In addition, the general has also thought of other ways. For example, coating the crossbow arrows with poison and secretly digging a path to Douluo city. These tunnels have finally been implemented. Chang Feng looked at Lu Neng and said, I am lucky to have General Lu here. General Lu lets go, and leaves. As for the powerful people in the opposite army, leave them all to me. I can stop them all by myself. Lu Neng was extremely shocked when he heard Chang Feng's word. Could it be said that His Majesty the Emperor's strength has improved again? He knew that among the people in Douluo city there were people from the Haoshan sect and the Holy Spirit sect. Although he didn't know much about the Holy Spirit sect, he had heard about the Haoshan sect a long time ago. There are many powerful titled Douluo experts in this sect, so the Holy Spirit sect, which is valued by His Majesty the Emperor, is probably not that far behind. In addition to these, the royal family of the Star Luo Empire probably also has powerful titled Douluo people. With so many people, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven was confident enough to stop them all. It must be said that Lu Neng was very excited. If they are all stopped by His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, then this battle will be the battle to destroy his country that will make Lu Neng famous in Douluo continent. This time he must seize the opportunity. Looking at Lu Neng's colorful presence, Chang Feng withdrew his gaze and said, General Lu, it's getting late. Go down and have a good rest. I hope General Lu will perform well in the battle tomorrow. Lu Neng was preparing to leave. Chang Feng suddenly stopped Lu Neng. Wait. Lu Neng looked at Chang Feng with puzzled eyes. General Lu, you should have a good rest in this big tent tonight, because I'm worried that the Star Luo Empire will definitely take action. If they send experts to assassinate you, then I'm afraid they won't be able to catch. You can rest here. I will keep vigil for you tonight. I want to see who dares to come. I will kill as many as they come. Hearing this, Lu Neng was moved in his heart and he quickly saluted Chang Feng respectfully. Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, this the general will not dare to do anything. General Lu, are you going to disobey my order? Lu Neng was speechless and had no choice but to agree. Seeing this, Chang Feng looked at him and said, you should have a good rest. I'll be watching outside tonight. After finishing speaking, Chang Feng walked out directly. Lu Neng looked at Chang Feng's back. His vision seemed a little blurry and he felt a warm current passing through his heart. At this moment, Lu Neng thought to himself, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, Lu Neng will never back up His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, never. No one expected that this time Lu Neng's loyalty to Chang Feng would reach its highest point. After Chang Feng came outside the tent, his mental power directly covered the entire army, monitoring the movements of the entire army at all times. Didn't wait long. Sure enough, someone is coming. Seeing this, a sneer appeared at the corner of Chang Feng's mouth and a shocking chill shone in his eyes. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 307, The Assassin Attack. Under Chang Feng's mental perception, there were 4 people coming. Among them, 2 of them are powerful titled Douluo and the other 2 are in the Soul Douluo realm and the other is in the Soul Saint realm. They are all dressed in black and their entire bodies are wrapped in black clothes, making it difficult for people to see their faces clearly. When he saw people dressed like this, Chang Feng's first reaction was that these people were probably members of the Holy Spirit sect. Of course, what further confirms this is the disgusting soul power aura emanating from their bodies. Chang Feng watched the 4 people sneaking towards the center of the military camp. Their movements were fast and each of them was very good at hiding their aura. Even though there were many teams patrolling around, they just passed by as if nothing was happening. Seeing this, Chang Feng was naturally not very satisfied. If other enemies sneak in like this net time, then he will have to rest. It seems that the vigilance of this army needs to be improved. Of course, Chang Feng also knew that all this was due to the fact that his own army's cultivation level was still low. I didn't find it. From another perspective, it's a normal thing. Chang Feng looked at the group of 4 people. The direction they were heading was exactly the same road he was standing on. Chang Feng quietly rose into the air and then controlled the breath all over his body without leaking a single breath. Then while Chang Feng was doing this, a group of 4 men in black arrived. However, at this time they stopped and did not continue any further because they suddenly discovered that there seemed to be 2 main tents in this military camp and they were in different directions and were still some distance apart. So the leader said, looking from here, it seems that there are 2 big tents and Lu Neng is probably in one of them, but in order to avoid being defeated I think it is best for us to split into two groups. I and he just go that way. You and him just go that way. Another man with the strength of a titled Douluo replied, okay. No matter who encounters Lu Neng, kill him quickly as soon as possible and then we retreat quickly. Everyone else nodded slightly. Although their voices were very low, Chang Feng could hear them clearly with his mental perception. Seeing that they were about to separate, Chang Feng said calmly, since you are here, don't even think about leaving. In the dark night a sudden sound surprised the four people in the group. They all followed the sound and looked for more. Novels 85,603. Join. They found a black shadow above their heads, a kind of fear of the unknown, and for a moment they felt scared. But soon the two titled Douluo calmed down and the leader among them said, everyone follow me and kill him immediately, quick. As soon as this person finished speaking, the other three people immediately summoned their martial spirits and showed their spirit rings. In the first moment the seventh soul rings behind these three people suddenly lit up and they rushed towards Chang Feng. As for the man in black at the head, his actions made everyone present stunned, because at the moment when the three of his accomplices rushed forward, the leading man in black quickly retreated behind him. The speed was so fast that it was staggering. Seeing this scene, Chang Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect this person to have such a strong sense of danger, but he wants to escape. How is it possible? Withdrawing his gaze, Chang Feng looked at the three people rushing towards him and said calmly, domination of the world. In an instant, under the control of Chang Feng, a soaring domineering force directly acted on the three people who were about to rush over, making their bodies freeze. At the same time, when they looked at Chang Feng, their eyes showed horror and fear. Naturally, Chang Feng was not too polite to them. He quickly took out the cold light sword from the ring soul guide, then quickly flashed his body and swiped directly on the necks of the three of them one by one. Net moment, three heads rose into the sky, blood splattered across the sky. Before the three people died, they didn't even have time to utter a scream. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of the patrolling defenders nearby and they rushed over. When they saw it was Chang Feng, they immediately knelt down on one knee respectfully and saluted, greetings to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Chang Feng glanced at them and said, get rid of all the corpses of these people. The net moment, Chang Feng disappeared from the scene. Chang Feng chased in the direction where the man in black led by him had fled. Although the man in black escaped from the military camp long ago, Chang Feng was so fast at this time. Not long time, Chang Feng saw the man in black. The man in black naturally noticed the movement behind him. He turned his head and glanced over and found that Chang Feng was almost approaching him. He was so frightened that he quickly averted his eyes and ran away. The direction in which the man in black was seen escaping was towards Douluo city. Of course, Chang Feng would not let him go and immediately increased his speed. But what Chang Feng didn't expect was that the man in black suddenly flashed a black light and his speed suddenly increased a lot, which prevented him from catching up. In just a few breaths, Chang Feng chased the man in black and arrived at Douluo city. Seeing Douluo city approaching, the man in black immediately shouted in the direction of Douluo city, save me. But as soon as he landed, Chang Feng's speed increased again. The net moment, Chang Feng came directly to the man in black. Immediately afterwards, Chang Feng held the sword in his right hand and slashed the man in black's neck. But to Chang Feng's surprise, the man in black dodged and the sword finally landed on his right shoulder. A severed arm fell from the sky with some blood spilled. Looking at each other, he was about to rush into the city, but someone else rushed over not far away. Chang Feng whispered softly, 9 moon steps. A blue electric light suddenly rushed to the side of the man in black, and Chang Feng's sword was very sharp. He seized this gap and quickly slashed across the neck of the man in black. A scream resounded in the night sky, waking up the entire Douluo city. Chang Feng saw the other party's body and head separated and then fell to the ground, his face expressionless. Sensing the movement on the other side of Douluo city, there were people rushing here quickly. Chang Feng did not hesitate at all. The net moment, his figure immediately disappeared into the night sky. However, in the night sky a line of light flashed across it as fast as a blue shadow. Not long after Chang Feng left, the alarmed strong men from Douluo city also arrived here. The number of people coming is constantly increasing. Soon most of the stronger experts in the city arrived. Among the crowd standing at the front was a woman in black. At this moment, this woman looked at the corpse on the ground with a sullen face, a trace of anger flashing in her eyes. Just now, did any of you see the murderer? The person who said this was none other than Mo Weiner, the leader of the Holy Spirit sect. After hearing Mo Weiner's words, everyone present remained silent, but at this moment a person from the crowd came out. He looked at Mo Weiner respectfully and said, reporting to Your Majesty, just now when I came I saw a blue shadow flying past in the distance, and the speed was so fast when I tried to look again the blue shadow had already disappeared into the night sky. Mo Weiner looked at this person and said calmly, do you know in which direction that person left? that direction. Looking in the direction the person was pointing, Mo Wainer suddenly fell silent. Everyone else present was shocked and confused, because that direction was obviously where the people from the heavenly palace of Chaotic Soul City were stationed, and the dead man happened to be tasked with assassinating the enemy leader, but unexpectedly the operation failed. Looking at the tragic state of the body with its head and body separated on the ground, everyone else present knew that the other 3 people who followed him would probably end up not much better. However, huge doubts arose in their hearts who was responsible for the other party. The strength is so high, why have I never heard of it? Mo Wainer raised her head and looked towards the direction where the Heavenly Palace army was stationed in Chaotic Soul City, her eyes filled with cold light. In the past few months the Holy Spirit cult has lost batch after batch of people, and they are all related to the Tiangong of the Soul City, which made her have great hatred for the Tiangong of the Soul City. Within the church there were already many voices dissatisfied with her, although she relied on her strong strength to suppress these voices. But if this kind of voice cannot be fundamentally solved, the net time it appears it may cause the Holy Spirit sect to fall apart. She doesn't want to see the Holy Spirit religion in such a fragmented situation. In her hands the Holy Spirit religion was finally established, and she never wanted to see the Holy Spirit religion decline in her own hands. Thinking of this, Mo Wainer glanced at the scene. Everyone should return to the city immediately and have a good rest. Tomorrow follow me to kill all the enemies. Yes. Everyone present responded quickly and left quickly. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 308 The War to Destroy the Country. When Chang Feng returned to the army, Lu Neng hurried over. Seeing Chang Feng appear, Lu Neng stepped forward and saluted. Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Long live, long live, long live. Subsequently this voice sounded throughout the entire military camp for a long time. Chang Feng said calmly, everyone get up. Everyone go back and have a good rest and face the battle tomorrow. Net moment. Chang Feng's figure appeared on the crown of a tree. Sitting cross-legged on the tree crown looking at the sky filled with stars, Chang Feng thought of Zhu Xiao and the others in the heavenly world. I don't know how are they doing now. Also my daughter Feng Wu should be almost 4 years old now, right? I didn't accompany my daughter when she was growing up, and I don't know if she will recognize him as her father when we meet. As long as you become a god, you will open the heavenly world pearl as soon as possible. But how to become a god? Moreover, according to his understanding, although the gods in the divine world are gods, Chang Feng feels that they are not god. What's the reason? He has also met God Shura and God of Destruction. They are all divine souls. As for the body, over the long years I am afraid it has already decayed and disappeared with the wind. This kind of god is not what Chang Feng thought. He hopes that both body and soul can withstand the ravages of the long years. But how to start all this? My thoughts were flying and far away. Suddenly Chang Feng's mind once again resurfaced the warning from the great God of the universe. He has always kept it in mind. The key to defeating the world of gods lies in a few passages about Tai Chi. Tai Chi produces 2 forms. 2 forms produce 4 images, and 4 images produce Bagua. In other words, to defeat the god realm, the prerequisite is to have the strength of a god. In other words, this includes the method for him to have the strength of a god. Thinking of this, Chang Feng's mind became clear. However, what does the entire passage mean? Chang Feng was a little confused again. At this time Chang Feng suddenly felt a little regretful. In his previous life he did not study Chinese studies properly. Instead he devoted himself to studying human reproduction. He learned all kinds of strange and weird moves from various hardcore teachers. At that time I was rushing to feel happy, but I never thought that this kind of happiness was a short-lived pleasure. If I had been a little more ambitious and studied more Chinese studies at the beginning, I wouldn't be thinking so hard about it now. In this situation the symbol of Tai Chi emerged in Chang Feng's mind, flashed through my mind over and over again. Time is like a long river that flows forward. In the blink of an eye the net day has come. The genius was slightly bright and the entire military camp had already gathered at the school grounds. In front of the school grounds a 3-foot-high platform has already been set up. Chang Feng was invited by Lu Neng to the high platform to give a pre-war speech. Standing on the high platform looking at the resolute faces on the ground and the gleaming stars in their eyes, at this time Chang Feng felt a little more emotional. Last night the enemy sent 4 assassins to assassinate Marshal Lu, but I saw through it immediately and killed them all. Among these 4 people there were 2 titled Douluo, 1 soul Douluo and 1 soul Douluo. Holy, I am not saying this to show off my achievements, but to let everyone understand that the enemy is afraid of us. In order to win us they have begun to use any means. To put it bluntly, fear appears in their hearts. So who are they afraid of? Let me tell you, they are afraid of you. Because of your bravery in fighting, the enemy is scared. Tell me, are you sure of defeating such an enemy? Yes, yes, everyone roared excitedly in unison, the sound shaking the sky. Are you confident that you can defeat such an enemy? Yes, there is. You have shown me confidence. This time I will fight the enemy with you. Victory. It will eventually belong to us. Victory, victory, victory. Afterwards Lu Neng began to give a speech. We are able to stand here today because of His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, and His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven has the world in mind and wants to make the entire Douluo continent no longer have wars. However, he wants to completely end the war. Then we can only rely on force to unify Douluo continent. Only in this way can we end the disputes in Douluo continent. In the future everyone present will be the heroes who maintain peace in the entire Douluo continent. So please work hard with me and kill more enemies. Long live His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Lu Neng knelt on one knee and faced Cheng Feng respectfully. Long live His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Long live His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Long live His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Both Cheng Feng and Lu Neng were riding tall horses. The horse Cheng Feng was riding was white and Cheng Feng named it Baiun. The horse Lu Neng was riding was tall and strong. A huge dark horse. Behind them are endless army soldiers. The flags are fluttering, forming a piece of silk and satin thousands of miles away. This time Douluo city must be captured. Everyone with this idea in mind is full of fighting spirit. It won't be long. Cheng Feng and Lu Neng arrived at the gates of Douluo city. At this time Cheng Feng was wearing a mask. Of course this was just to prevent Mo Weiner from seeing him. Cheng Feng was still very afraid of Mo Weiner. He didn't want Mo Weiner to know his true face. Moreover, in this battle he did not want to summon martial arts or anything to avoid being discovered by the other party. In Cheng Feng's opinion, his other methods are enough to deal with those on the other side. At the same time, on the wall of Douluo city people gathered together. Emperor Douluo looked at the endless army under the city with solemn eyes, especially the army of the heavenly palace of chaotic Soul City. The team was uniform without any sound, quietly. This also shows that this army is a well-disciplined army and he has to pay attention to it. Mo Weiner was standing on the left-hand side of Emperor Douluo, and the royal family members and ministers of the Star Luo Empire were all standing on the right side of Emperor Douluo. Your Highness, the enemy is coming fiercely. Do you have any good suggestions? Mo Weiner said calmly. Your Majesty, I don't understand anything about the war. I'm afraid it's better to ask your ministers about this. Emperor Douluo felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He turned to look at the person on his left and asked, do you have any good ideas? As soon as the word fell, one of them said, Your Majesty, I don't think it should be ignored. Douluo city has such a strong wall. Even if the enemy's army is several times larger, they will definitely not be able to attack it. Your Majesty, I object. I think it is better to take the initiative than to defend passively. There are two reasons. First, our army is numerically superior far more than the opponent. Second, our army is in urgent need of a victory to build up morale. Your Majesty, I think we should stick to the city wall first and wait for the opportunity to go out to attack the opponent. It didn't take long. There was a lot of noise at the scene. When Emperor Douluo saw this, his anger surged and he shouted coldly, that's enough. Please be quiet. Seeing that Emperor Douluo suddenly became angry, all the ministers lowered their heads and remained silent. Rubbing his eyebrows, Emperor Douluo thought for a moment and then said, I think the most important thing now is to defend the city wall. As for repelling the enemy, we need to wait for a fighter opportunity. If no fighter plane appears, then we must create a fighter plane. Orders go down and let the people below guard everything. Don't let the enemy take advantage of this. But at this moment the sound of war drums suddenly sounded, sweeping the world. Emperor Douluo stiffened, looked at the enemy troops below the city who were fiercely fighting and said with a cold face, the enemy troops are about to attack, so everyone should cheer up and there must be no slacking off. Yes, was the response. Your Majesty, swords have no eyes and a gentleman cannot stand behind a dangerous wall. As you are of high status, can you move into the city? When Emperor Douluo saw that it was a military official who spoke, he nodded and said, then I will hand over Douluo city to you. Remember to guard it. After waiting for Emperor Douluo, Mo Weiner and others to return to the city, everyone on the city wall looked murderous. Many bows and crossbows were pointed at the enemy. It seems that as long as the enemy takes a step forward, he will be shot into a hedgehog. However, what surprised them was that after waiting for a long time, they did not see the enemy move. The only thing still sounding was the sound of war drums. An hour passed. 2 hours have passed. 3 hours passed. What tricks is the enemy doing? When it was time for lunch, the enemy had no intention of attacking at all. Everyone knew that they were being played by the enemy. Although I was unhappy being teased, I felt somewhat relieved at the thought of not having to fight. The most important thing is that dinner will be served soon. Thinking of this, many people began to think about what meals they would have for lunch and their minds were already racing. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 309 News brought by the messenger. Wait until noon. All the people stationed on the city wall began to become a little slack. When lunch was brought, everyone rushed towards the big lunch bucket. However, at this moment a huge noise suddenly came from under Douluo Douluo city. This made everyone feel a little strange and they all looked down. This look made them tremble. I don't know when the enemy's artillery has been aimed at the city wall. Net moment. Boom boom boom. Continuous gunfire sounded and then smashed down on the city wall. After being hit, many soldiers who could not avoid it were directly turned into thousands of pieces with blood splattered everywhere. When they were ready to fight back, however, this time they were dumbfounded, looking down at the enemy troops retreating into the queue again. Even if the crossbows were launched, they might not be able to hit them. At this moment everyone was simmering with anger in their hearts and had nowhere to vent it. Then they had no choice but to continue listening to the roaring drums. However, apart from beating drums, the enemy made no other unnecessary move. This made everyone grit their teeth. Just now, because of my carelessness, many brothers died in one fell swoop. Moreover, he still watched them suddenly die in front of him. This kind of visual impact caused eternal pain in their heart. Then such a strange scene occurred. On the city wall everyone looked at the army below and glared angrily, but under the city wall no one looked at the troops on the wall at all and didn't seem to take it to heart. Time is constantly passing. After being exposed to the sound of war drums for a long time, the tense nerves of many people on the city wall became even more tense. But you must know that people's nerves really can't be stretched too tight because they will really break just like a string breaking. Gradually it was already late at night. Due to the sudden attack during the day, the defenders on the city wall were unable to rely at ease. They were very worried that if they relied, the enemy would really attack. At the same time they still had a question in their minds: why were the enemy troops so energetic? Aren't they tired? This is naturally due to Lu Neng's ingenious arrangement of dividing the army into 4 groups and replacing each group with another group every SI hours. This not only allows others to rest but also disintegrates the enemy's will to fight. Why not? Of course the Douluo Empire did not understand this at first, but through many observations they also figured out the reason. In this regard they are naturally very envious. On their side there is no talk of job rotation. Whoever is supposed to do it is who it is, and the higher ups don't seem to think about it. Even if someone wants to report this discovery to the higher level, if they think of reporting it to the higher level, if they find that the upper level has discovered it a long time ago and they will be charged with leaving their post without permission, then a catastrophe will befall them. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. If you don't get any reward you will get into trouble. No matter how you measure it, it is not worthwhile. The garrison soldiers who discovered this all thought of this one after another, so they all tacitly regarded it as if it had never happened, and this will also cause a disastrous defeat for the Douluo Empire. By the way, Lu Neng saw it getting dark, so he asked people to set up tents and build a stockade on the spot. In the large tent of the Chinese army, Lu Neng looked at Cheng Feng and said, "Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, through observation today I found that the morale of the Douluo Empire's defenders was low and they seemed to be at odds with each other. The general thought maybe tonight we will take down Douluo city." The opportunity. In addition, the people who had poisoned their drinking water early have returned. According to them, the poison has been poisoned and we will see the results tonight. You can decide these things yourself. If you decide to attack the city tonight, then I will stop all the enemy's masters. General Lu must seize the opportunity while I stop them. Yes, I will never let down His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's high expectation. Cheng Feng looked at Jingjing's confident look with approval in his eyes. General Lu, right now you have to continue to fight against the enemy's hosted troops until late at night, preferably early in the morning. If you suddenly launch an attack on the city, then the soldiers on the opposite side must be in a drowsy state. At that time I will go straight to Douluo city to stop those powerful people. Your Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, the general also believes that the enemy's morale is bound to be at its weakest in the early morning. Time is passing slowly. Suddenly at this moment someone came to report that a messenger came from Chaoshan city. Moreover, the messenger kept saying that he had urgent report. Cheng Feng immediately asked the messenger to come and see him. After a while, a messenger wearing black armor but looking slightly embarrassed appeared in the military tent. After greeting Cheng Feng and Lu Neng, the messenger said, replying to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven and Marshal Lu, Elder Douluo of Luanhun city sent a young man to say that they were suddenly attacked by Qian Ren Yui in Luanhun city. Fang Xian from the Tiangong 1st Legion in Renhun city died tragically. Yinan from the Tiangong 2nd Legion had an arm broken and was seriously injured and has been in a coma. Sheng Shu from the Tiangong 3rd Legion was seriously injured, and Elder Douluo, he was also seriously injured, but Elder Douluo said that he gave the army led by Qian Ren Yui a fatal blow, causing heavy casualties to the army led by Qian Ren Yui. Cheng Feng's face immediately turned cold. What on earth is going on? Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven yesterday, Elder Douluo, General Fang, General Yin and General Sheng were studying how to attack the army led by Qian Ren Yui in the city Lord Palace, but they were suddenly attacked by 3 people led by Qian Ren Yui. Fortunately, Elder Douluo, with his strong cultivation, he repulsed the enemy, fought hard to inflict serious injuries, and used a powerful skill on the enemy's army, causing heavy losses to the enemy's army. Hearing this, Chang Feng clenched his fist tighter. Soon Chang Feng's presence recovered. Coming over, he looked at the messenger and said, "You have worked hard all the way. Go down and have a good rest. As for Elder Douluo, I will rush there tomorrow." "Yes, I am resigning." After seeing the messenger go down to rest, Chang Feng looked at Lu Neng and said, "Tonight we must capture Douluo City. After capturing Douluo City, I will rush back to Ranhun City as soon as possible. When the time comes, General Liu needs to pay more attention here. While there is still time, let me get rid of General Liu's 9th soul ring first." When Lu Neng heard this, he was very moved and said, "Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven." After spending 2 hours, Chang Feng used the God-given soul ring to help Lu Neng become a true titled Douluo Pert in one fell swoop. Moreover, it is still level 92. For this, Lu Neng felt extremely grateful to Chang Feng. In his opinion, the only way to repay His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is to knock down Douluo City. Douluo City is determined to win. Time flies like the wind. Everything is silent. The early morning hours have arrived. However, the sound of the war drums still did not stop. The entire Douluo City was not used to this and fell asleep. The people stationed on the walls of Douluo City were drowsy and eager to rest. Soon their eyelids became so heavy that they had to close their eyes tightly and fell asleep leaning against the city wall. At this time, Lu Neng took action. He ordered a group of people to stay and continue beating the drum. The others followed him to attack the city. Lu Neng asked the soldiers to take out the ladders they had made long ago and sent a team of troops to climb the city wall quietly and quickly. Afterward, the soldiers followed suit and climbed onto the walls of Douluo City one after another. They waved their sharp weapons to their heart content and harvested heads one after another in the dark night. There were no screams, they were muffled and they died in their sleep. Maybe they were in another world and didn't have to be so tired. Then the gate of Douluo City opened. As the gate of Douluo City opened, everyone followed Lu Neng and rushed in, and Chang Feng riding a horse also rushed over. Douluo City is about to be acquired. How can you not be happy? Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 310 Douluo City changes ownership. The cry of killing woke up everyone in Douluo City. Many people stood up one after another and looked outside the house. Those who lived on the streets were horrified when they saw the large army appearing on the street. Only then did they realize that Douluo City was broken. For a time they were a little uneasy about the fate they were about to face, because in their opinion, since the enemy troops came in, they would definitely burn, kill and loot for a while. However, they waited for a long time, but they did not see the enemy troops attacking them. What they expected did not happen, which surprised them for the first time. At this moment, Lu Neng suddenly shouted around everyone, "Please stay in the house and don't come out. Anyone who violates the rules will be treated as an enemy and shot with random arrows. Don't say it was unforeseen." After hearing Lu Neng's words, no one dared to go out. They all looked at the different troops from the crack in the door. Chang Feng directly activated his mental power, and through perception he discovered the residence of Emperor Douluo. Moreover, in Douluo Imperial City there are actually many powerful people who are resting in the Imperial City. In this regard, Chang Feng knew that he had to stop them all. He glanced at Lu Neng and said, "Be careful." After that, Chang Feng flew directly into the air and flew towards the Imperial City. Net moment, Chang Feng's figure appeared in the sky above the Imperial City. Afterwards, Chang Feng shouted, "Killing God Realm open." In an instant, the entire Imperial City was surrounded by an extremely powerful killing aura, which made everyone feel palpitated as if more of their lives were about to be taken away. In the net moment, in an instant, many figures flew out from various rooms. They were all flying in the air, looking at Chang Feng's figure with shocked presence in their eyes, because they found that they and others were in the field and their strength had been reduced, directly weakened by 20%. Also because they were weakened by 20%, but Chang Feng was able to exert 120% of his strength. Since mastering the God of Killing domain, Chang Feng has gained an ability from it, which is the Killing Assault. He has never used this ability before, but this time he decided to use it. The so-called Killing Assault is the release of the Killing God field in a straight direction. After locking a target, the speed can be increased by 100% and the attack power can be increased by 30%. More importantly, this improvement is suitable for any target. All attacks are effective, including soul skills. Mo Weiner looked at Chang Feng, who was wearing a mask, and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Chang Feng said calmly, "I'm here just to kill you." As soon as Chang Feng said this, everyone present thought that their ears had heard it wrong. They all felt that they could not believe it and regarded Chang Feng as a madman. But Mo Weiner was not careless. Instead, her eyes were filled with solemnity. "Your excellency, you don't know us, but you come to kill us. Isn't it really unethical? Haha, the moral teachings of people taught by the Holy Spirit is the biggest joke I have ever heard." Mo Mo Weiner's eyes narrowed, looking at Chang Feng thoughtfully. You know our Holy Spirit sect, so you should know how powerful our Holy Spirit sect is. Isn't it a delusion for you alone to claim that you want to kill us? Everything will be known once you fight it, so why bother talking about it? The net moment, Chang Feng shouted softly. Blade cutting. With the addition of the killing assault in the killing god realm, the self-created soul skill of tyrannical blade cutting suddenly increased its offensive power to 30%. In an instant, dozens of attacks that were as sharp as knives and condensed with domineering energy quickly attacked Mo Weiner and others at extremely fast speed. Mo Weiner's eyes flashed with shock when she saw Chang Feng's sudden attack. Mo Weiner quickly turned her body sideways and dodged. However, not everyone is as strong as Mo Weiner. Many people following Mo Weiner, they were all attacked one after another. The moment they were hit, the tyrant blade was rapidly destroying the meridians around their bodies, directly attacking their heart. Without any surprise, their hearts were damaged and they died on the spot. Just one move took away the lives of dozens of people. Moreover, it also includes the powerful title Douluo. This scene in the eyes of those who survived the disaster aroused great fear in their heart. When Mo Weiner saw that her troops had lost so many people in one encounter, her presence became extremely ugly. I saw that the tyrant blade cutting technique had such an amazing effect. Chang Feng was filled with ecstasy. Without any hesitation at all, Chang Feng shouted again, blade cutting. Dozens more tyrannical blades scraped the air and flew towards the people staying in mid-air. Seeing this, Mo Weiner's eyes seemed to be filled with anger, but she couldn't stop it at all. The speed was too fast, so fast that she couldn't see clearly. So once again Mo Weiner witnessed people from the Holy Spirit sect, Haoshan sect and Douluo Empire fall down one after another and then fell heavily to the ground. When Emperor Xingluo in the distance saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, he quickly led his people and fled the city at starry night away from this extremely dangerous place. That person is really terrible. Killing people is like killing chicken. Terrible. I must not sit still and wait for death. Emperor Xingluo escaped. Chang Feng didn't pay too much attention. He still focused on his eyes. He naturally saw that at this time there were three camps flying in mid-air. One was the Holy Spirit sect, obviously dressed in black, and the other was the Haoshan sect with a pattern of the clear sky hammer embroidered on the cloth and the Haoshan sect's logo embroidered on it. The word and also the words. The clothes are Lu Urias. The martial soul is the white tiger with evil eyes. One look at it and you can tell that the other person is from the royal family of the Douluo Empire. Behind them there were many people. However, at this moment there are less than 10 people left in the three camps. These people all looked at Chang Feng with eyes filled with hatred. Just now their comrades and relatives died in the hands of this man. Facing the anger of everyone present, Chang Feng could not feel the slightest disturbance in his heart. Just when Chang Feng was about to use his soul skill again, Mo Weiner gritted her teeth and said, wait a minute, we are leaving Douluo City. Can you let us leave? Chang Feng couldn't help but glance at Mo Weiner in surprise. Although she was very beautiful, she thought she was too beautiful. How could such a good thing be monopolized by one person? In response, Chang Feng naturally refused and said, I refuse. I just said that I will kill you. Mo Weiner looked at Chang Feng coldly. I, the Holy Spirit cult, have recorded this grudge. Chang Feng looked at her in confusion. Why did the other party sound confident? At this moment he heard Mo Weiner say Holy Spirit teleportation. Suddenly a jet of black light shot out from Mo Weiner's body and the net moment Mo Weiner's figure disappeared directly from the scene. Seeing this, the presence of everyone present changed drastically. Chang Feng looked at this scene in surprise and said in disbelief, here, this is teleportation? Isn't this a skill that was only available in a certain game that I played before? There is actually this soul skill among the soul skills. It's really unpected. Seeing Mo Weiner disappear, Chang Feng fired his gaze on everyone present. Seeing Chang Feng looking over everyone's bodies almost rose. Even the leader of the Holy Spirit Church was so scared that he ran away. Do they still have a chance to escape? Everyone fell into despair. At this moment people from the Haoshan sect charged towards Chang Feng in a tragic manner. In this regard, Chang Feng naturally would not show mercy. After using the tyrant blade to cut again on the spot, all the people from the Haoshan sect were taken away. When they died they made no sound. Seeing this scene, the remaining members of the Holy Spirit sect and the royal family of the Douluo Empire felt a sense of fear in their heart. How can we fight this? They can finally see that the other party's strength is not at the same level as theirs. Basically crush them. At Sheng's call, the two remaining members of the Douluo Empire's royal family looked at each other and said, Your Excellency, we are willing to be slaves and serve you at your disposal. We hope that you will accept your mercy and spare us one life. The remaining two members of the Holy Spirit cult also followed suit. Seeing this, Chang Feng said directly, You two from the Douluo Empire, I agree. As for the two from the Holy Spirit sect, I'd better ask you to die. Net moment the domineering blade was quickly activated and fell towards the two members of the Holy Spirit cult. The two powerful men from the royal family of the Douluo Empire, seeing the Holy Spirit cult fall directly, looked a little pale, and they all felt lucky in their heart. Tell me, what are your names? Dai Yuntian, Dai Hongyi. You have seen my method. What I can tell you is that I only showed a small part of my strength just now. If you dare to betray me, even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will definitely kill you. From today on you are our master. If you ask us to go east, we will never go west. Meet the master. Seeing the two of them saying this in unison and kneeling towards him, Cheng Feng felt something strange in his eyes. Dai Yuntian and Dai Hongyi, as members of the Douluo Empire royal family, you must still have status in the Douluo Empire royal family. Now I give you a task to persuade everyone in Douluo City to put down their resistance and surrender. We are in the heavenly palace of Chaotic Soul City. Yes, I'll do it right away. Seeing the two people rushing to leave, Cheng Feng took a deep look at them and said meaningfully, don't think about escaping. I have left a mark on you. No matter where you escape, I will find it. If you want to try it, I'm absolutely welcome. When Dai Yuntian and Dai Hongyi heard this, they were immediately filled with despair. After seeing how powerful Cheng Feng was, they didn't dare to have other thought. In the end, they reluctantly accepted their fate. Then, with Dai Yuntian and Dai Hongyi taking the lead, the entire Douluo City put down their resistance. From then on, Douluo City changed its owners, and Tianting would be its new owner. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 311. The Douluo Empire becomes history. Under Lu Neng's operation, Douluo City quickly returned to peace. After the notice was posted in Douluo City, everyone living in Douluo City knew that from this moment on they were no longer members of the Douluo Empire but subjects of a subjugated country. Originally they had deep feelings for the Douluo Empire, but when they learned that the emperor of the Douluo Empire actually left them and fled from Douluo City alone, at this moment their thoughts have changed to go to the TND Douluo Empire. The Douluo Emperor is too cowardly. They despise him. After Cheng Feng came forward, he made a three-part agreement with the people of Douluo City and further won the hearts of the people. After stabilizing Douluo City, Cheng Feng found Lu Neng. At this time, Cheng Feng was sitting on the dragon chair in the Douluo Empire palace. Below him were Lu Neng, Dai Yuntian, Dai Hongyi, and a group of former ministers of the Douluo Empire. Regarding the former ministers of the Douluo Empire, Cheng Feng secretly sent people to investigate and sent those who were poor people to see the King of Hell. The ones standing in the main hall now are those with better conduct. Seeing these people glaring angrily, Cheng Feng glanced lightly and said, which of you is willing to stay and work in our heavenly palace? Stand on the left side, and those who are not willing stand on the right side. The ugly word come first. I am always very friendly to people who are not of my use. I will only send them away early and maybe even send their family members away together. I have finished my words. You are now let start making decisions. Listening to Cheng Feng's words, many people cursed Cheng Feng in their heart, but when they thought of their families they hesitated. The fearless spirit that he had before suddenly disappeared. They are not afraid of death, but they are afraid that their families will die with them. It won't be long. Cheng Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that everyone agreed to stay and work for Tiangong. In this regard, Cheng Feng is naturally happy to see the success. Very good, you all can go back and rest and wait for my orders at any time. Remember, don't think about escaping. Now the entire Douluo Empire is almost in my hands, and my eyes are all over the entire Douluo Empire. If you want to die, I suggest you give it a try. All the ministers were silent. When Cheng Feng saw this, he asked them to leave. Then Cheng Feng set his sights on Dai Yuntian and Dai Hongyi. Right now I have a heart problem and I need the help of you two to solve it. Dai Yuntian and Dai Hongyi couldn't help but tremble. Dai Yuntian looked at Cheng Feng cautiously and said, Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, I wonder what your troubles mean. What's wrong with me is that you see the Douluo Empire and a piece of land in the west have not been embraced by my Tiangong. Moreover, I don't want to see anyone die again, and they died because of the war. As soon as Cheng Feng said this, Dai Yuntian immediately said, Your Majesty, Emperor of Heaven, we can help with this and we will definitely make sure that you don't have this worry. Cheng Feng smiled softly. Then I leave this matter to you. You persuade Dai Wei, the marshal in the west, to hand over his army and then hand it over to Luo Meyer in the west battlefield. Is there no problem with this? No, absolutely not. In addition, after completing this matter, you represent the royal family of the Douluo Empire and declare to the outside world that the Emperor of the Douluo Empire, Emperor Seeing Luo, is cruel and cruel. He indulges in se all day long, neglects government affairs and puts the people in dire strait. Today the palace will replace Tian, defeat Xingluo, obey the will of heaven and govern the world on behalf of the Xingluo royal family. Finally, a death order is issued for the Emperor of Xingluo Empire. Yeah, seeing that the two of them agreed, after coming down, Cheng Feng waved his hand and asked them to leave. Lu Neng, the rest of the land will be left to you. Remember to be careful of the people in Wuhan Palace and pay attention to their movements at any time. Yes, I will remember it. In addition, I will be responsible for recruiting troops to expand the number of troops in the Blood Fiend Legion tentatively set at 300,000. Once the recruitment is full, remember to train hard. The final general will never disappoint His Majesty the Emperor. Okay, so be it. By the way, the royal family treasure trove of the Douluo Empire must be guarded and not allowed to be stolen. I'm going back to Chaoshan City. The net moment Chang Feng's figure disappeared directly from the scene. Lu Neng shouted loudly congratulations to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. After Chang Feng left Xingluo City, he rushed to Renhun City without stopping. After an hour, Chang Feng appeared in Chaoshan City. When he saw the scene in Renhun City, Chang Feng was stunned. At a glance, everyone's morale looked extremely low. Although Chang Feng expected this, he did not expect that the actual situation was worse than he expected. It seems that these people need to be refreshed. Otherwise, wouldn't these people be useless? Under the mental perception, Chang Feng quickly noticed Douluo's figure. Net moment, Chang Feng appeared directly at the city lord's mansion. At this time, Douluo was dealing with things in the study and was very busy. The moment Chang Feng appeared in the study, Douluo discovered Chang Feng. Seeing that it was Chang Feng, Douluo excitedly saluted Chang Feng. Douluo has met His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Long live the Emperor of Heaven, long live the Emperor. Hearing Douluo's words, Chang Feng laughed and said, Elder Douluo, why are you doing this? There are only two of us here, don't be so nervous, just be casual. Douluo smiled and nodded. There are differences between top and bottom. The rules cannot be broken, otherwise the team will easily break up. Hearing what Douluo said, Chang Feng naturally couldn't object, so he just let him go. Elder Douluo, are you okay with your injuries? When Douluo heard Chang Feng's question, he replied, this injury is nothing. It will heal after a while. Chang Feng looked at Douluo and took a deep look at him. Elder Douluo, your injury is probably a bit serious. Douluo stiffened and smiled bitterly. It seems that my subordinates can't hide it from His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Chang Feng did not hesitate at all. He took out a jade wooden bow from the ring soul guide, handed it to Douluo and said, Elder Douluo, this is a healing medicine that I give you. It can cure any serious injury. Inside are 3 petals of a flower. Elder Douluo, Yinan and Shang Shu, each of you 3 will be cured. Douluo reached out to take it, looked at Chang Feng and said, I would like to thank His Majesty the Emperor. The fairy grass that Chang Feng gave to Douluo came from one of the precious harvests borrowed from the beautiful National Treasure House. This fairy grass is called Tianyuko and it has amazing effects in healing wounds. It has 3 petals, each of which is a healing treasure. You go down to heal your injuries first. After you are healed, you can give Yinan and Shang Shu some relief. After they are healed, you can come back to me here. I have something to talk to you about. That night, Douluo, Yinan and Shang Shu all came to the city lord's mansion. At this time, when the 3 of them looked at Chang Feng, their eyes were extremely respectful and filled with loyalty. Soon, someone came to report that the rest of the Douluo Empire had surrendered to heaven. This news made Chang Feng realize that Dai Yuntian and Dai Hongyi had not betrayed him. From now on, it means that the Douluo Empire has become history. The Douluo Empire has all been included in the territory of our heavenly court. Net, there are only 2 enemies we have to face: the Heaven Do Empire Coalition and the Spirit Empire. These 2 enemies are difficult to deal with. In your opinion, who should take action first would be beneficial to our heaven? You can all speak freely about this and I will take the better suggestions. As soon as Chang Feng finished speaking, Douluo and the other 2 fell into deep thought. They frowned and thought seriously about the questions raised by Chang Feng. They know that the NET action will be an important step in whether Heavenly Court can unify Douluo continent in the future. For this reason, they are thinking about whether to attack the Wuhan Empire first or the Tiandu Empire alliance first. After all, which one is more beneficial to heaven? For a moment the scene fell into silence. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 312. 8 parties were alarmed. Not long time, there was a flash of light in Shang Shubi and this scene just caught Chang Feng's eyes. Shang Shu, do you have any good ideas? Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, the general does have an idea. However, the general's idea may be a bit crude. Even if you say so, there are no outsiders here. Yes, the general thought, now that our heaven has just taken over the entire territory of the Douluo Empire, the urgent thing to do is to improve the sense of belonging of everyone in the territory to our heaven and prevent people with ulterior motives from taking the opportunity to cause trouble. In this way we can guarantee that there will be no internal chaos. As for whether to send troops to the Wuhan Empire or the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces first, the general thought, no matter who our heavenly court sends troops to, I'm afraid it won't be decided in a short time. What's more, I will think that this paragraph will determine the outcome. The battle with the Douluo Empire requires time to recuperate. Chang Feng naturally understood what what Shang Shu said. If the entire Douluo continent is unified and then recuperates, it is indeed the best strategy. However, the Emperor of the Wuhan Empire Bibi Dong would not give up. On the contrary, Bibi Dong will definitely launch war after war with great madness and then unify Douluo continent. Shang Shu didn't understand Bibi Dong, nor did he understand many of the processes in the mainland like himself. However, even so, it can be seen that Shang Shu is a rare talent. Chang Feng glanced at Shang Shu with a faint smile on his face. Shang Shu, your suggestion is very good. I am very satisfied with it. However, you do not understand the Emperor Bibi Dong of the Wuhan Empire. It does not mean that we can recuperate if we rest. Yes, I know that woman Bibi Dong very well, and I was once her nominal disciple. I know she won't make it easy for us, so I'll put your suggestion aside for now. After Shang Shu heard Chang Feng's words, he was silent for a while and then nodded. Seeing that there was nothing strange about Shang Shu, Chang Feng felt slightly relieved and turned to look at Yinan. When Yinan noticed Chang Feng's gaze, he panicked. So Yinan immediately said, "Report to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. The general will think that we in heaven can make the Wuhan Empire, which directly threatens the security of the border of our heavenly court, the first target of the war. To the west, led by the Saint Hu Lina of the Wuhan Palace, the army is waiting in full formation, and there is an army led by Qian Ren Yui in the south, threatening the security of our heavenly court's border. In the south, the Wuhan Empire also has a large army. It can be said that the main force of the Wuhan Empire is coming against our heavenly court. As long as our heavenly court repels Hu Lina and Qian Ren Yui's troops so that they don't dare to send troops at will, then our heavenly court can usher in a short rest." Of course, the final general still feels that during the war with the Spirit Empire, to prevent the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces from taking advantage of the situation. These are some of the general's ideas. Chang Feng's eyes moved several times and he agreed with Yin An's words in his heart. However, there is another concern in his mind, that is confronting Wuhan Palace too early will only give an advantage to the Tiandu Empire coalition forces. Chang Feng was afraid of the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces just because the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces have the Tang sect founded by Tang San. Regarding Tang San, Chang Feng would not underestimate him. Chang Feng fell into thinking, weighing things up as if no one else was watching. The three of them Douluo looked at each other in confusion. Seeing Chang Feng like this, they had no choice but to stand aside, silently waiting for Chang Feng's final decision. At the same time, Martial Spirit Empire Papal Palace, Bibi Dongjao was sitting on a golden dragon chair. The armrests were each carved with a golden dragon which looked lifelike and contained a kind of majesty. There was a wooden table placed in front of the dragon chair which was piled with bright yellow memorials. Bibi Dong casually pulled out a book from above and read through it. When Bibi Dong saw the content above, she was shocked. The memorial was written by Hu Lina. The above content is nothing more than saying hello to Bibi Dong. Then he explained the current situation of the Douluo Empire. Just looking at these contents, Bibi Dong's mood couldn't get better, because the Douluo Empire she wanted to take over was actually occupied by the Heavenly Palace in Chaotic Soul City first. Originally she had paid attention to this Heavenly Palace, but not much. She thought it was still within her own control. However, the main content of this memorial, now the Xingluo Empire was destroyed by Tiangong, which made her a little more afraid of Tiangong in Chaoshan City. What is the origin of this Heavenly Palace? Why was it unknown before, and why has it grown so suddenly in the past 2 years? Moreover, the momentum of Tiangong's development is so fast that it's frightening. At this time, Bibi Dong has regarded this Heavenly Palace as a huge stumbling block on her way to unify Douluo continent. The best way to deal with stumbling blocks on the road is to kick them away. This is what Bibi Dong thinks now. She wants to make this Heavenly Palace crawl at the feet of her Spirit Empire. This time Bibi Dong decided to take action personally and go to the front line. The battlefield she wanted to go to was the battlefield where Hu Lina was. In Bibi Dong's opinion, it will be much easier to deal with the Tiandu Empire coalition forces once this Heavenly Palace is solved. So Bibi Dong began to issue a series of personnel arrangement orders. After making arrangements, she took her cronies and headed towards the western battlefield where Hu Lina was. Heaven Do Empire Alliance Force, the Chinese military tent. At this time everyone present felt a little depressed. Emperor Sui, who was sitting high on the throne, was the first to speak. Everyone must have known about the fact that Tiangong destroyed the Douluo Empire, right? I am afraid that no one here had thought that the Douluo Empire would be destroyed like this. Destroyed, and Tiangong swallowed up the Xingluo Empire and their strength was greatly improved. According to the news from my people, after the battle in Xingluo City, at least 1 million Xingluo troops surrendered to Tiangong. The advantage our army had before no longer is in front of Tiangong. What do you think about this matter? Xueying was the first to speak. Your Majesty, I feel that it is necessary to investigate the origin of this Heavenly Palace. Before we knew very little about this this heavenly palace and did not pay more attention to it. We thought it was chaotic Soul City Iona force rising from the earth, but now thinking about it carefully I find that this heavenly palace is by no means that simple. Also we know nothing about the controller of this heavenly palace. These are all things that need to be understood. Emperor Shuya nodded. Shuexing, you are right, I have also thought about this, and when I received the news as soon as possible I had already sent many people to investigate. I believe it will not take long. You will know this. When Shuang heard this he nodded gently and said nothing more. Emperor Sui looked at Ning Fengzi, the leader of Kaibao Glai sect, and asked with a smile, sect leader Ning, do you have any better ideas about this matter? Ning Fengzi's eyes flashed. He did not answer directly immediately. Instead he looked at everyone present with a sense of confidence in his eyes. Everyone, what did you think of when you heard Tiangong's performance? Everyone present was puzzled by Ning Fengzi's words and they all looked at him. Seeing this, Ning Fengzi smiled slightly. To be honest, I was very surprised when I heard Tiangong's performance. You know, according to the information I had before the Xingluo city was captured, I am very surprised that the three-party coalition composed of the Empire, the Holy Spirit sect and the Haoshan sect was defeated. Let me make an assumption first. The three forces of Starluo Empire, Holy Spirit sect and Haoshan sect each have at least one powerful titled Douluo. Then the coalition also has at least three powerful titled Douluo. But Xingluo city was finally breached. At this point the titled Douluo team-up is no match for the masters from Tiangong. Let me ask you again, do you believe that this emerging force has suddenly risen? Also, even if it is an emerging force, there is only one force in the entire Douluo continent that is more suitable, and I believe everyone knows about this force, that is Heavenly Court. At the beginning Cheng Feng, the Lord of Heavenly Court, followed a group of powerful titled Douluo leaving calmly in the surrounding circle. I believe you all know something about it, and I am afraid you will not doubt the strength of Heavenly Palace. Therefore my idea is that this Heavenly Palace is actually the Heavenly Palace that disappeared a few years ago. After listening to Ning Fengzi's words, the most shocked person in the room was Tang San himself. Tang San combined Ning Fengzi's words and then thought of Tiangong's many performances, which indeed made Tang San suspicious in his heart, and he felt that Ning Fengzi's guess was probably true. Cheng Feng, he has been looking for it for a long time, and when he was on the road to hell in the killing city he accepted the inheritance of God Shura. When accepting the inheritance, God Shura also showed him portraits of the great enemies of the divine world. According to what Shura God said, this Cheng Feng is most likely the child of the enemy, and the father and son have the same appearance. As for Cheng Feng from Holy Soul Village, Tang San was not connected to him. In Tang San's view, whether it was temperament or talent, the former could not be compared with the current Cheng Feng. They were basically two people with the same name. In addition, God Shura promised that as long as he provided information about Cheng Feng or the enemy of the God realm, he could directly take the last test of God Shura. Now what he has to do is to confirm whether this Heavenly Palace is the Heavenly Palace. Thinking of this, a chill flashed across Tang San's eyes. The news that the Starluo Empire was gone was like a gust of wind blowing to every corner of the Douluo continent. It can be said that everyone in the world was stunned by this news. It is simply too unbelievable that such a powerful Xingluo Empire could just disappear and be destroyed by a Tiangong force from Chaotic Soul City. Chaotic Soul City is only the size of a city, but it can actually destroy an entire country. This Starluo Empire is too bad. This is the common sentiment of many people. From this moment on they all remember the name Tiangong and the Starluo Empire. They also know that from now on it will exist in the past Douluo history. Even if there are historical records in the future, I am afraid there will not be too much ink. The destruction of Xingluo in the Heavenly Palace spreads the shock in all directions. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 313 Choice. The great river goes eastward and the waves are swept away, and there are romantic figures throughout the ages. Right now Cheng Feng's situation is not that good, relatively speaking. NET Douluo continent will enter a trend of tripartite confrontation. How to mediate and guide the competition in heaven until the final victory is achieved, starting from now on choosing which side is the opponent. If he succeeds, he will become a famous figure in Douluo continent through the ages. If they lose, they will be reduced to the victors, smearing them and writing them in the history books according to their wishes. Everything will be written according to the wishes of the victors or to serve some political need, and the Tiangong they command will be written about in the history book. The Lord of Tiangong, overestimating his own abilities, tried to overthrow Douluo, committed a heinous crime, committed countless murders, was cruel and unjust, belonged to Tiangong and was bewitched by the Lord of Tiangong. In the end he was just a shameless traitor to Douluo. Cheng Feng shuddered at the thought of leaving such a famous name in the history book. In order to avoid becoming the loser, Cheng Feng decided that if anyone came to attack him, whether it was the Wuhan Empire or the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, they would definitely fight tooth for for tooth and blood for blood. As for who to operate on, first start with the force that poses the greatest threat to the current situation. So Chang Feng looked at Douluo and the other three and said firmly, we will mainly deal with the Wuhan Empire. As for the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, there is no need to worry since the teacher is here. In addition, Elder Douluo, I want you to go to the western battlefield and get Dai Wei and the 600,000 troops he originally commanded after surrender from Luo Meyer. Take my order and explain it clearly to Luo Meyer. From these 600,000 surrendered troops, 500,000 troops were mobilized. Dai Wei had to take him with him, so he named Dai Wei the general of the Northern Expedition and worked under Hu Wen's account. Then Elder Douluo and Dai Wei led the entire army of 500,000 to the teacher's area of the battlefield in the north. At the same time, tell Luo Meyer that she should mobilize 20,000 troops from the Ghost Evil Army and send trustworthy generals all the way to the aid of Chaotic Soul City, and tell her that she can recruit them on the spot and from among the Xingluo soldiers who surrendered, increasing the number of troops of the Ghost Evil Army to 300,000. Douluo nodded solemnly and said, yes, I will remember it. Well, Elder Douluo, without further ado, you can leave now. Be careful on the road. Hearing this, Douluo immediately replied, I will leave now. I hope His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven will take care of you. After seeing Chang Feng nodding, Douluo nodded to Shang Shu and Yinan and left in a hurry. Looking at Shang Shu and Yinan, do you know why I transferred 20,000 soldiers from the Ghost Army from Luo Meyer? Shang Shu glanced at Chang Feng and said cautiously, the general thinks that maybe it is because the soldiers of the Tiangong First Army, the Second Tiangong Army and the Third Tiangong Army are still weak in terms of combat effectiveness compared to the soldiers of the Gui Army. After a while, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven sent the soldiers of the Ghost Army to come over. Chang Feng did not respond immediately but looked at Yinan. Yinan turned his eyes around a few times and then said, the general feels that His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is preparing to attack the army led by Qian Ren Yui in the south. Chang Feng took a deep look at Yinan and said, without pressing any attitude, this time I will lead the army myself. Shang Shu, you have to stay with me. Yinan, you stay in Renhun City. After all, Luanhun City is an important base for our heavenly palace. This place is very important, therefore I will take over all the Tiangong First Army and Tiangong Second Army in Luanhun City by you alone. From today on, Yinan, you are Luanghun, Lord of the city. I still believe in your ability and I hope you will protect this family well. When Yinan heard Chang Feng's words, he felt a little unreal. Unexpectedly, after I thought I had lost one hand, I guessed that it would be difficult to lead the army again, but in reality he was given a big sweet fruit to eat. Yinan was very grateful to Chang Feng. At this moment his loyalty to Chang Feng had reached the extreme. In Yinan's view, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven treated a young general like him with a broken arm so kindly. What else could he be dissatisfied with? In countless battles he witnessed people around him fall down and some never even got up again, and he not only survived those battles but was promoted step by step. Now he was promoted to the city lord of Renhun City, and he also led the Tiangong First Army and the Tiangong Second Army, a total of 60,000 troops. He never imagined that this day would come to pass, but he also understood in his heart that all this was the supreme trust placed in him by His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, and he did not want to let His Majesty the Emperor down. So Yinan's eyes were extremely bright, and with his remaining right hand he patted his chest and said respectfully towards Chang Feng, the last general will definitely defend the city of chaos. If the city is there, Yinan will be there. If the city dies, Yinan will die. Never betray His Majesty the Emperor's trust. Chang Feng took a few steps forward, patted Yinan on the shoulder and said, I hope you won't let me down, Yinan. Now go down and integrate the Tiangong First Army and the Tiangong Second Army and post a notice in the city about what I just said. Your appointment? Yes, I will do it now, General. After seeing Yinan leave, Chang Feng looked at Shang Shu and said calmly, Shang Shu, can I completely trust you? Shang Shu panicked. What did His Majesty the Emperor mean? Are you doubting my loyalty to heaven? Thinking of this, Shang Shu quickly knelt down on one knee and kowtowed. I hope His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven knows that I, Shang Shu, am loyal to the heavenly court, and I am even more loyal to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. I will never betray His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Seeing Shang Shu's reaction being so great, Chang Feng could tell from his actions and words that it was indeed from his sincerity, so he relaxed a little. Shang Shu, get up. I have something important to tell you. After hearing this, Shang Shu stood up. However, even after standing up, Shang Shu lowered his head a little, his eyes full of respect. Seeing Shang Shu's appearance, Chang Feng suddenly felt a little uninterested. Is this a lonely person? After sighing softly in his heart, he gave up this idea. Shang Shu, after Luo Meyer's 20,000 Ghost Evil Army arrives, you take the 3rd Tiangong Tiangong army under your command and come with me to meet Qian Ren Yui for a while. Her army is in chaos on the other side of a mountain south of Seoul City. Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, the army commanded by Qian Ren Yui is on the other side of Shihu Mountain south of Renhun City. According to the information collected by previous spies, the army commanded by Qian Ren Yui is sufficient. There are 100,000 people including thousands of soul masters. Chang Feng nodded. Really? This time I will definitely lead you to repel them personally. Show my power in heaven. Shang Shu hurriedly said. If His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven takes action, the general will guess, then Qian Ren Yui will never be your opponent. Chang Feng turned his head and looked at Shang Shu until he was sweating profusely before he said, Shang Shu, when did you learn how to flatter someone? After hearing this, Shang Shu smiled coquettishly and said, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, these words are the true thoughts in the general's heart. They are not flattering, and I hope His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven will learn from them. Chang Feng chuckled softly. Forget it. It's up to you. It will probably take a few days for Luo Meier's ghost army to arrive in Renhun City. You go down first and train the soldiers of the Tiangong Third Army. The more they prepare for the upcoming war before starting, don't be too rela-ed. Yes, I will retire at the end. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Shu immediately turned around and left. Watching Shang Shu leaving him alone in the room, Chang Feng felt a little lonely for some reason. The higher you stand, the colder it is. In the past, the understanding of being alone was only literal. Nowadays it really is. He could see that both Douluo and Shang Shu treated him with the courtesy and respect of a monarch and his ministers. He is their king and they are his ministers. This was the biggest feeling that their performance gave Chang Feng. There is a huge sense of alienation between myself and them which may last for a long time. Hey, I miss Xiao Wu a little. Perhaps only Xiao Wu doesn't think about it so much. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 314 Beating. Douluo calendar year 2650. June 15. On this day Chang Feng sat alone in a quiet hall in Renhun City. Looking back, I was already 19 years old before I knew it. Moreover, in about half a year I will be 20 years old. Time flies. At this moment there was a sound of hurried walking outside. Soon, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, the 20,000 troops of the Ghost Army have now arrived at the city gate. Chang Feng withdrew from his thoughts and walked out of the hall. Looking at the soldier who was kneeling on one knee and bowing his head in front of him, Chang Feng said calmly, I am very happy when I hear the news. You can go to Yan'an to receive the reward. Just say it was my wish. Yeah, thank you His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven for the reward. After Chang Feng nodded, he went straight to the outside of Renhun City. Following closely behind Chang Feng were Shang Shu and Yan'an. They each carried a few personal soldiers, followed closely behind Chang Feng, and went out of the city to meet the 20,000 strong Gisha Legion. The leader of the Ghost Army, a young black armored general riding on a tall horse, immediately got off the horse. The moment he saw the black armored general, Chang Feng suddenly felt that he had seen it somewhere before. I saw the young general in black armor kneeling on one knee towards Chang Feng, saluting Chang Feng respectfully. Chen Dingyuan pays homage to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven and wishes His Majesty the Emperor long live, long live, long live. The 20,000 soldiers who followed Chen Dingyuan knelt on one knee and kowtowed, long live, long live, long live His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. The sound shook the sky and almost reached beyond the sky. Looking at this scene, Chang Feng said calmly, everyone get up. Thank you for your hard work, soldiers. Chen Dingyuan immediately replied, for the sake of heaven I won't find it hard to wait. For the sake of heaven we won't feel it hard. After Chen Dingyuan, the 20,000 troops behind him all agreed. Then everyone stood up and looked at Chang Feng. Seeing this, Chang Feng glanced at Chen Dingyuan in surprise. Looking at Chen Dingyuan, Chang Feng suddenly realized, General Chen, aren't you under Marshal Liu's tent? How did you end up at Luo Meier's place? Chen Dingyuan smiled bitterly. Lu Shui felt that he had nothing to teach me, so he asked me to follow Luo Shui for a while and learn something from Luo Shui. And Luo Shui also valued me. In a short period of time, finally I will be entrusted with an important task by Luo Shui. This time Luo Shui will give me the position of commander of the 20,000 Ghost Army. Hearing this, Chang Feng laughed and said, it seems that Marshal Liu's vision is really vicious. You are very good. Even if Marshal Liu no longer leads the army in the future, you can just take over his burden and help him more. Share some, but you have to keep going. This time just act with me and stay with me. Chen Dingyuan shouted loudly. Yes. Seeing Chen Dingyuan's energetic appearance and his straightforward personality, Chang Feng felt a little better in his heart. Chang Feng glanced at the army behind Chen Dingyuan, then waved his hand and said, go back to the city. The group of people returned to the city in a grand manner. After arrangements have been made for the 20,000 troops brought by Chen Dingyuan, Chang Feng summoned Chen Dingyuan, Shang Shu and Yinan at the city lord's mansion. Chang Feng, who was sitting high, looked at the three people in front of him and couldn't help but said, General Chen and Shang Shu, you two will each lead your army tomorrow and come with me to the Lion Tiger Mountain for a meeting Qian Ren Yui. As for Yinan, you should stay in Renhun City. In these troubled times, Yinan must remember to prevent enemy spies from sneaking into Renhun City. Of course, if they are found, he will not let them go lightly. Get the information out of them and let them realize their value before they die, even if they die. Upon hearing this, Chen Dingyuan and the others quickly replied yes. Seeing this, Chang Feng continued, I have known all three of you and you have all grown up from civilians step by step, having reached your current position. I hope you will maintain your original aspirations in the years to come. Cherish what you have gained now, be kind to your soldiers and the people of heaven, and work together for heaven to unify Douluo continent in the future. Nowadays we in heaven still have a long way to go before unifying the Douluo continent. I hope that you will not slack off before then. I will obey the teachings of His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. We will never slack off and we will continue to lead by example. I hope you will not only say it but also do it. I hope you all understand that now is not the time to enjoy it. When heaven unifies Douluo continent in the future, good days are waiting for you, and you will also do so in the future. It is inevitable to leave your name in the history, so it is necessary to do the current things well. In addition, someone below told me that you are all people who know how to live and you have at least 3 women in your family. Of course, I have also understood that these women are willing to follow you, and I have nothing to say. I have no other meaning in saying this. I just hope that you will keep this in mind and not force yourself in the future. Any woman, if anyone dares to use power to bully others, once I find out, I will never show mercy. I believe that Marshal Lu will circulate my records in Xingluo City to you, right? Hearing Chang Feng's words, Chen Dingyuan, Yinan and Shang Shu broke out in cold sweat on their forehead. They immediately knelt down on their knees and kowtowed to Chang Feng. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, for your kindness. I will definitely keep this in mind. I will never do this. Use your power to bully others. If you disobey, you will die. At the same time, Chen Dingyuan and the others were horrified. I have done all these things very secretly. How did His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven know about it? Suddenly 2 words flashed through their minds at the same time: Skynet. Thinking of Skynet, they couldn't calm down. In the past they had heard of Skynet and didn't pay much attention to it. Now think about it carefully. Skynet is so pervasive, it's really scary. Who knows which person around him is a member of Skynet? In an instant, Chen Dingyuan and the 3 of them all thought of it together. A chill could not help but rise in their heart. They are even more afraid of Skynet, and they feel that they must be careful in their words and deeds in the future to avoid being implicated. I saw that the 3 people really remembered their words in their hearts, and it seemed that it was difficult for them to forget them. Chang Feng was naturally very satisfied with this. What he did was just to beat these 3 people, and the information about the 3 of them was indeed passed on to him by people from Skynet below. It seems that the effect after beating is quite good. You all get up. I'm not blaming you, I'm just giving you a reminder. However, Chen Dingyuan and the other 2 remained unmoved, still kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered and unable to get up. In response, Chang Feng said, you guys go down first and do your own thing. Seeing that the 3 of them were still motionless, Chang Feng said calmly, don't you even listen to what I say? Chen Dingyuan lowered his head and muttered, Your Majesty, our legs are just temporarily weak. Hearing this, Chang Feng felt a little funny for a moment and said, do you need me to help you up? When Chen Dingyuan and the others heard this, they quickly waved their hands and said, Your Majesty Emperor of Heaven, there is no need for this, we will get up on our own. Net moment, the 3 of them really got up quickly. However, the 3 of them looked a little embarrassed. The 3 of them retreated respectfully until they were outside the door, then turned around and left quickly. After the 3 of them went out, Chen Dingyuan and the other 2 glanced at each other and wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads with their hands. They looked at each other and then left. Seeing the departure of Chen Dingyuan and the others, Chang Feng murmured, with these 3 people here, when they grow up in the future, Tianting should usher in better development and growth. Moreover, they are completely loyal. They are loyal to themselves and have no foundation in the army. As for Lu Neng and others, Lu Neng has expressed loyalty to him so far, while the attitudes of Hu Wending, Luo Meyer and Dai Wei, who have surrendered, are not yet clear. After a while we must test them, but for now they are still honest and do not obey their orders. As for their final thoughts, we still need to find an opportunity to test them. Only one. Hey, this is where people are. They have to think a lot. My daughter Feng Wu is now over 3 years old, almost 4 years old. When Feng Wu grows up in the future, he will hand over the Lord of Heaven to Feng Wu. However, it will still take more than 10 years for Feng Wu to grow up. Time passes so slowly. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 315 Identity Suspected e-post. However, not long after, Yinan came in a hurry. The look on Yinan's face didn't seem very good. Yinan went straight to the point. point and said, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, just when we were talking our people captured 4 spies outside the city. There was no surprise on Cheng Feng's face. This kind of unusual. Little Marquis, please get up quickly, it's our turn to patrol. Where am I? Qin Hu sat up in a daze, feeling a chill on his body. There was still a strong wind blowing outside and he suddenly felt strange in his heart. Oh little Marquis, why are you confused? We are in the military camp. It is our turn to stand guard at this moment. If we fail we will be dealt with by military law. Now the old Marquis can't protect you anymore. What? Qin Hu opened his eyes and saw that he was staying in a tent. In front of him was a soldier wearing leather armor. Just when he was about to open his mouth to ask something, he suddenly had a splitting headache and a huge flow of information rushed into his mind. After a few seconds he knew that he had traveled through time. He traveled from a modern special warrior to a young prince also named Qin Hu, who was the leader of the 7 most evil young men in the capital. And this era called the Yu dynasty did not exist at all in history. Qin Hu's ancestor was one of the 4 princes and 28 princes who founded the Yu kingdom. 3 months ago his father died of illness. Qin Hu took over the title and became the new champion prince. Qin Hu has been spoiled by his parents since he was a child. He doesn't like studying or practicing martial art. He just lays, eats, drinks and has fun and runs rampant in the capital. When he grew up his family wanted him to feel at ease, so they made a marriage arrangement. The woman was the eldest daughter of Chen Qiagong's family named Chen Rulai. This Qin Hu is extremely cruel to others, but he is obedient to this beautiful fiancée, treating him like a treasure. But the thing happened to this childhood sweetheart Miss Chen. According to Qin Hu's memory, that day he and his fiancée entered the palace to pay homage to the current Princess Chang'an. The princess and Chen Rulai had known each other since childhood, so they arranged a banquet. But later Qin Hu drank the wine and fell asleep. When he woke up he was already in the imperial prison of the inner guard. He was told that he was drunk and molesting the princess with evil intentions. What's even weirder is that Chen Rulai actually wrote a letter to impeach his fiancé Qin Hu for 72 illegal things, and every single one of them was well founded. Qin Hu felt as if 5 thunders had struck his head and he couldn't believe his ears. The imperial edict came down quickly. If you have meritorious service to Qin Hu's ancestors you will be exempted from the death penalty, but you will not be able to escape the living penalty. He will be sent to Yuzhu to serve in front of the army and retain his title to see the consequences. But after arriving in Yuzhu he was quickly assigned to the front line, serving in front of the pioneer tent. After going through these things in Qin Hu's mind, he basically figured out that this should be a trap, because Chen Qiagong had long wanted to break off the engagement with him. The Qin family and the Chen family were originally a political marriage and both families wanted to become stronger and bigger. However, Qin Hu later turned out to be almost useless except for being a playboy. It can be said that the champion Haufa was completely embarrassed. You must know that the champions of the past generations were all heroes and had unparalleled influence in the military. But in this generation a loser has emerged who has never been on the battlefield. When the old Marquis was alive Chen Qiagong gave him face, but when the old Marquis died Chen Qiagong turned against him and became ruthless and even staged a scene in the morning hall to break off the engagement. But Qin Hu loved Chen Rulai so much that he would not let him live or die, and Chen Rulai was already very disgusted with this evil young man. So a disaster happened. As for Princess Chang'an, that's even simpler. She is the cousin of Qin Hu's cousin. As soon as Qin Hu dies the huge family property of the champion house will naturally fall on this cousin. These forces each seeking what they needed and working together quickly united. Sure enough, once you enter the Human you are as deep as the sea. There are so many people who want him dead. Qin, do you think we can find a place to carry the wind behind our back? Under the bright moonlight the rude north wind carried a harsh whistle passing through the open wilderness, blowing out a few torches, and it was like countless flying knives cutting people's skin. No, little Marquis, you will be punished by military law. Qin Hu and Qinan shrank against the wind and ran out of the camp, stepping on the heavy snow and running forward. The thin Qinan was accidentally overturned by the strong wind. When the 2 sentries who were changing guard saw them coming out, they looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. They took 2 handfuls of snow to put out the bonfire for heating and then got into the tent. Damn it, you even bribed the soldiers. You want me to freeze to death? This is a very small camp with about 20 tents surrounded by horse-drawn carriages. There are no horse and deer antlers lined up on the outside. The terrain nearby is flat and there is no danger to defend. At first glance it seems that there is no intention to camp for a long time. According to Qin Hu's memory, in his previous life there were about 200 people stationed here. They were the vanguard camp of Li Qin, the general of the Yu dynasty who conquered the north. The target of Li Qin's 20,000 troops this time was the Yu dynasty's old enemy on the border, the Liaodong kingdom. Ahem, little Marquis, do you think we can go back alive alive? Qin An's whole body was curled up on the snow, his lip and face were blue and his words were weak as if he would die at any time. Qin Hu sighed inwardly. Qin An was purely implicated by himself, and if things continued like this they would definitely die. Those who wanted him to die did not torture him to death in the court but beat him to death with black hands in the military camp. But Qin Hu is definitely not someone who just sits back and wait for death. This is obviously being framed and he can't let it go. Life is an endless struggle for survival. Just wait, I not only want to survive but I will also fight back to the capital to settle accounts with you. Qin An, how many banknotes did we bring when we went out? There are no more banknotes. I only have 20 taels of silver with me. The imperial edict said that we were sent to the army and our property was banned. Qin An is only 16 years old this year. He is Qin Hu's personal book boy. He is very thin and has already been tortured. He looks like he has only one breath left. In fact, Qin Hu was not much better. In the past few days the pioneer battalion marched 30 miles every day. Their job was to build bridges across mountains and rivers, chop wood for fires, dig trenches and carry water and build camps. And these two tender-skinned, what would it be like for a meaty guy to stay with hundreds of big and thick kyuba every day? It must be the most tiring work, the worst food, the most severe beatings and the most anger. Qin Hu estimated that his predecessor might have been tortured to death. It can be considered that he deserves it. It's just that he has to bear this pain now. If he can't bear it he will die. Give me. Qin Hu thought about it. He must try to save Qin An's life first and then think of other ways. In fact, it is not difficult to save one's life. The simplest way is to pay bribe. As the saying goes, wealth can bring magic. Although this method is primitive, it will always work. But in this situation it is impossible for him to bribe senior officials because no one dares to get involved with him. Besides, there is no money. So he thought of a person, Centurion Li Ziakan. That is the current leader of the pioneer battalion. 20 taels of silver was a little too small, but in modern times it would still be around 8,000 to 10,000 yuan. At present an ordinary soldier in the Yu dynasty can only earn 1 tael of silver per month at most, and a centurion can earn 3 taels of silver per month. Maybe he will accept it. In addition, Qin Hu is also planning to draw a big pie for Li Ziakan. After all, Qin Hu used to have money. Now it depends on whether he and Qin An can survive the night. Little Marquis, I may not be able to survive. I'm so hungry, my hands and feet are frozen with cold. Qin An said in a daze. Xiao Anzi, hold on, you can't stay still, get up and run, that's the only way you can survive. In fact, Qin Hu himself is in trouble. Although he was a special soldier in his previous life, this body is not what he used to be. All he has now is a perseverant way. Qin Hu's eyes were like cold stars and he suddenly shouted in a low voice. A reflection and a rustling sound that appeared just 10 meters away from the camp aroused his alertness. With the professional sense of smell of a special scout, he felt that it was the enemy. But should we notify Li Ziakan? Qin Hu hesitated a little. What if he saw it wrong? You know, his current physical condition is completely different from before. If a false alarm causes night terrors or camp roars and someone gets a handle on it, they will be killed without mercy. Xiao Anzi, hand me the bow and arrow. Qin Hu crawled under the shaft of the car and whispered. But what Qin An said net scared him so much that he almost jumped up. Bow and arrow? What are bow and arrow? What, there are no bows and arrows in this era. Qin Hu looked around and found a wooden stick with a sharpened top placed under the wheel. It was 2 meters long. It was thick at the handle and became thinner as it went up. The more I look at it, the more it looks like a weapon. Wooden gun. This is the iconic building of the cannon fodder. Come closer, come closer. After a few breaths, Qin Hu was sure that he was right. The other party may be the enemy's scout, called scouts in this era. They are trying to enter the camp and conduct reconnaissance. Of course, if conditions permit, you can also poison, set fire to, or perform a beheading operation. 1, 2, 3. He and Qin An were lying on the ground motionless until then he suddenly jumped up and threw the wooden spear as a javelin. It was impossible for the scout to wear armor because he had difficulty moving, so this shot directly pierced his chest. Following Qin Hu, he picked up the wooden gun belonging to Qin and jumped out of the carriage and chased in the opposite direction desperately. For the reliability of intelligence, the scouts are required to monitor each other and are not allowed to act alone, so there are at least 2. After a few moments, Qin Hu threw another black shadow to the ground. Then he took a wooden gun and strangled him around his neck. There was a crisp sound and the man's head hung down. Whoosh whoosh. Qin Hu was sweating profusely and almost collapsed. He lay on the ground gasping for air. His body was really too weak. Just like breaking the enemy's neck just now, he could only use his hands before, but just now he had to rely on the power of a wooden gun. Qin An, come here and search me for me. Qin Hu is familiar with the rules of the battlefield. He must collect all the trophies from these 2 guys as quickly as possible. 2 daggers, 2 horizontal knives, a level 7 or 8 taels of broken silver, 2 grain bags, 5 scout flags, a kettle, 2 sets of cotton padded clothes, 2 pot helmets, bacon. Qin An brushed brother, hurry up, eat something quickly, you are saved." Qin Hu tremblingly grabbed a handful of fried beans from the grain bag and stuffed it into Qin An's mouth, then gave him water and put on the captured cotton clothes. Please eat the transcoding page and download the AIU novel app to read the latest chapter. Before daybreak, Qin Hu cut off the scout's head before the sentry on duty arrived, carried it into Shi Chang's camp and reported what happened yesterday. The purpose of this is to prevent others from taking credit. He knows what kind of environment he is in now. 30 taels of silver for one head, you are rich. The chief's name was Gundam. He was a tall muscular man with a beard. At first he didn't believe it at all until he saw the trophies captured by Qin Hu and the 2 corpses. At this moment his eyes were full of envy, jealousy and hatred. It's not me who gets rich, it's everyone who gets rich. This is the result of the 10 of us. The website will be closed soon. Watch the latest content for free. Provide you with great gods, the Douluo of the handsome and drunken scholar, starting from a commoner to dominate the world. Fastest update. Chapter 315 Suspected Identity. E-post free reading. Chapter 316 Injuring Zero Ren Shui. Chang Feng couldn't help but think deeply as he looked at the fish in the river leaping toward the sky. 2 fish appeared in this manner one after another, and Chang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Tai Chi generates 2 yangs. 2 yangs generate 4 images, and 4 images generate bagua. Chang Feng kept thinking about these in his heart, and at the same time he reflected the 2 swimming fish jumping into the sky in front of him, forming a Tai Chi swimming fish picture, one black and one white blending together. Immersed in this state, Chang Feng had an enlightenment. Time keeps flying by, but Chang Feng's body doesn't move at all. Especially the Tai Chi pattern appeared in the left and right eyes, which looked a bit strange. If outsiders saw it, they would probably be extremely surprised. In the blink of an eye 3 hours passed. Suddenly Chang Feng eat from the previous state. Immediately afterwards Chang Feng's body was completely shaken. I clearly remembered something and seemed to have some understanding just now. How did I get out of that state only to end up not being able to remember it? This really made Chang Feng feel very sorry, but that state made Chang Feng intoxicated. If he could, he really wanted to continue in that state until he really understood something and captured the specific thing he understood. How great would that be? However, all this is just his personal fantasy, not reality. After sighing softly, looking at the river in front of him, Chang Feng turned and left, heading towards the city lord's mansion. Chang Feng spent this day and night practicing and enlightening. Early the NET morning, Chang Feng withdrew from practice. Although he didn't sleep all night, he still looked energetic. Afterwards Chang Feng summoned Chen Dingyuan and Shang Shu and ordered them to immediately summon the army to assemble at the school ground. After gathering, Chang Feng said some inspiring words as usual and outlined a bright blueprint for the future to all the soldiers. With his order, the 50,000 strong army marched towards the Liger Mountain. Go for a walk. Liger Mountain is not far from chaotic Soul City. In less than an hour Chang Feng and his party arrived at Liger Mountain. Looking at the Liger Mountain in front of him, Chang Feng sent out scouts to investigate the situation of the Liger Mountain. When the scouts came back and said that there was no danger in the mission ahead, Chang Feng and his party continued towards the Liger Mountain in front of them. Although Liger Mountain is a majestic mountain, the road is narrow, but with the efforts of Chang Feng's 50,000 people, a new avenue was soon found. After leading 50,000 troops to the top of Shihu Mountain, Chang Feng looked ahead and found that at the end of his sight there was a curl of smoke which seemed to be the trace of someone. Looking at this scene, Chang Feng was certain that the army led by Qian Ren Yui was stationed there at the moment. After roughly estimating the distance, Chang Feng found that the current distance from Qian Ren Yui's army was probably less than 20 miles. After just thinking for a while, Chang Feng ordered his soldiers to put away all the flags when going down the mountain and to walk with their heads down and try not to make any noise. Raising his head and looking at the bright light in the sky, Chang Feng looked at Qian Ren Yui's army with a sneer in his mouth. In this way Chang Feng and his party kept approaching Qian Ren Yui's army. So what is Qian Ren Yui's army doing now? At this time Qian Ren Yui was frowning and thinking about troubles, and she had already left the affairs of the army to her subordinate. Just now news came from Wuhan City that the woman was no longer in Wuhan City and would probably arrive at the battlefield in person to take command. Qian Ren Yui was naturally not happy about that woman actually wanting to intervene in the command of the battlefield. Moreover, there is still a chance that that woman will come to the battlefield she is commanding. Thinking of this, Qian Ren Yui thought carefully. Based on her relationship with that woman, she must have chosen a battlefield to take command. It must have been her beloved apprentice. This is what she chose. The more she thought about it, the more likely it was that Qian Ren Yui put it out of her mind and turned to consider another news from Wuhan City. According to the news from Wuhan City, there is a strange atmosphere in the secret room of the Pope's palace in Wuhan City, and according to the news, the woman goes there almost every few days, and before going they all dress up. What is in that secret room, or is there someone there? The woman entered the secret room and dressed up specially. This was the first time she heard about it. This strange behavior made Qian Ranyue worried. She felt it was necessary to clarify the matter, just in case if that woman had any wild man in that secret room she would kill him no matter what. As a descendant of the angel family, we will never allow such a scandal to happen. Even though the relationship between that woman and herself is almost at a freezing point, that woman is still her biological mother after all. Even if she doesn't admit this blood relationship, she can't just erase it. It seems that if she has time, she still needs to make a secret trip to Wuhan City, especially the secret room of the Pope's palace. She must check it out clear. Now that the woman has arrived at the battlefield, let's secretly go back to Wuhan City tomorrow to learn the secrets of the secret room. Suddenly at this moment there was an earth-shattering sound of fighting outside. Immediately afterwards this kind of sound came from all directions in an instant, as if thousands of troops were attacking here. In an instant Qian Renyue's presence changed. Oops. Enemy attack. I thought that by attacking the leaders of Renhun City before my group could intimidate them so that they would not dare to act rashly in a short period of time. Moreover, she clearly remembered that time, but she seriously injured all the people in Renhun City. Logically speaking, these people should be hiding in the Seoul City to recuperate. Why did they suddenly take the initiative? Could it be that something happened that I didn't expect? Qian Renyue thought of this and walked out of the Chinese army tent. As soon as she left the tent, Qian Renyue saw armies from all directions ravaging her Spirit Empire's army. On the one hand the enemy army fought bravely, on the other hand the Spirit Empire soldiers who were already caught off guard made many fatal mistakes and flaws in their panic, and the enemy kept a close eye on these flaws. With just one glance Qian Renyue saw hundreds of people die at the hands of the enemy. Seeing this, Qian Renyue's eyes shone coldly. In an instant Qian Renyue directly summoned the martial spirit Seraph. Qian Renyue's soul rings are yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black and red. In an instant they are particularly conspicuous on the battlefield here. Suddenly Qian Renyue's fifth soul ring suddenly lit up. Cheng Feng spotted Qian Renyue the moment she summoned the spirit hall. The martial soul behind Qian Renyue and the configuration of the soul ring posed Qian Renyue to everyone. In order to prevent Qian Renyue from taking action against his soldiers, Cheng Feng put on a mask and appeared 20 meters in front of Qian Renyue in the blink of an eye. The armies of both sides intentionally or unintentionally gave up a large area of the surrounding area, leaving Cheng Feng and the others as a place to fight. Soldiers from both sides of the army have a tacit understanding on this matter and cooperate very well. However, in the net moment they started fighting each other fiercely. Qian Renyue looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of her, especially seeing that this person was wearing a mask, which made Qian Renyue feel quite unhappy, because she suddenly thought of someone she didn't want to think about anymore. Without any surprise, Qian Renyue's eyes glowed with cold light. When she looked at Cheng Feng, she shouted in a low voice, "Holy sword!" The net moment Qian Renyue held a long sword condensed with sacred fire tightly in her hand and flew quickly in the direction of Cheng Feng. Then she waved the long sword in her hand and landed less than 5 meters away from Cheng Feng. The distance was suddenly swung away. When Cheng Feng saw the opponent's attack coming, his eyes were as calm as water. But he won't just lock it like this. Suddenly Cheng Feng flashed and immediately moved to Qian Renyue's right 15 meters away from her and looked at her quietly. At the same time Cheng Feng also quietly looked at the surrounding situation. When he saw that the two armies were fighting and it was his side in heaven that had the upper hand, Cheng Feng was filled with joy. But despite his joy, his mental power was constantly searching everywhere. In his opinion, Qian Renyue's status was special, and with Qian Douluo's temperament he might send someone to guard her secretly. Sure enough, after some searching, Cheng Feng discovered that there were two different auras hidden behind a big tree less than a few hundred meters away. Moreover, this kind of aura has already targeted him at this time. Cheng Feng understood this clearly. Secretly sensing the two auras, Cheng Feng found that these two auras were still much worse than his own. Therefore Cheng Feng will not worry that he will lose to the opponent. Just the net moment, Cheng Feng flickered lightly and flew into the air, looking in the direction of Qian Renyue with a cold light in his eyes. He wanted to take action against Qian Renyue, causing her to be injured and forcing the two people secretly out, then kill those two people instantly. This is the plan that Cheng Feng came up with at this moment. However, when injuring Qian Renyue, one must also control the intensity. If she were accidentally killed, either Bibi Dong or Qian Douluo would probably go crazy. Cheng Feng knew very well about Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong had always been neglecting Qian Renyue, in Bibi Dong's heart he still loved Qian Renyue. Before, she might have hated her out of love. When she saw Qian Renyue, she would think of the Douluo secret chamber chamber incident. But if Qianren Snowman is really gone, Cheng Feng doesn't dare to bet on what kind of person Bibi Dong will become by then. It's very possible that she might do whatever she can or even have no bottom line. Now there are many people from heaven behind him. If they are all targeted by Bibi Dong, I am afraid they will all end up miserable. When he thought of this, Cheng Feng decided to win with speed. With his current strength, how many mortals in the world are his opponent? Looking in the direction of Qianren Yui, Cheng Feng shouted in his heart, 9 moon steps. In an instant, Cheng Feng's figure disappeared in front of his eyes as if he suddenly disappeared. Qianren Yui's presence changed and she scanned the surroundings warily. But it's still too late after all. At once in the net moment, Cheng Feng's figure appeared behind Qianren Yui. The two people hiding hundreds of meters away could no longer sit still at this time. They appeared one after another and ran towards Cheng Feng with anger in their eyes. Cheng Feng ignored the two men and kicked Qianren Yui hard in the back. Unprepared, Qianren Yui suddenly felt pain and fell directly from the air. Falling heavily to the ground, Qianren Yui spurted a mouthful of blood. Raising her head, Qianren Yui looked at Cheng Feng with a fierce look in her eyes and her face seemed a little pale. Kill him for me. Qianren Yui gritted her teeth and looked at Cheng Feng and said to the two people who suddenly appeared. The two people who appeared were none other than two people that Cheng Feng was familiar with: Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 317, The Death of the Holy Dragon, the Ghost Leopard. Cheng Feng looked at Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. His eyes slightly focused and his gaze was like a long sword unsheathed, the sword light raging. Cheng Feng's body flashed and his speed reached its extreme, making it difficult for anyone present to catch it with the naked eye. When Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo saw this, their hearts trembled. Without any hesitation they immediately retreated, trying to distance themselves from Cheng Feng. How could Cheng Feng do what they wanted? This time he wants Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo to know how powerful he is. Net moment, Cheng Feng's body was less than 5 meters away from Holy Dragon Douluo. Seeing that he was about to approach Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, Cheng Feng's right hand instantly condensed a spiral pill. Almost in the net moment, Cheng Feng threw it out. It hit directly between Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. Boom! There was a loud noise and in Cheng Feng's eyes he saw Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, a burst of bright yellow light erupting from their bodies. Seeing this, Cheng Feng took a closer look and found that this method was a bit like the soul bone skill. Soul bones? But so what? Kill! Cheng Feng roared angrily, his whole body's soul power stirred up. In an instant the momentum around him surged and the air within 100 meters was full of killing intent. A click! A stone that was closer to Cheng Feng was instantly crushed by this strong intention to kill. Kill! 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 After 9 consecutive roars and the intent to kill, Cheng Feng's eyes were blood red, but if he looked carefully he found that his eyes were brightly red. And this is another self-created soul skill that Cheng Feng is good at: 9 elements of killing. And the bright yellow light surging from the bodies of Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo instantly began to appear cracks under the pressure of the killing intention. Immediately afterwards, in a sudden scene, the bright yellow light completely shattered into countless light particles and splashed around. Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and their faces began to turn a little white. At this moment, Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo looked at Cheng Feng with a hint of fear in their eyes. From the aura displayed by Cheng Feng, they suddenly realized that the strength of the man in front of them might not be inferior to that of the great worshipper. Holy Dragon Douluo's eyes were wandering around and his face was even more uncertain. When Holy Dragon Douluo saw the calm presence in Cheng Feng's eyes, for some reason a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. But in the net moment, Holy Dragon Douluo's face regained his composure and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Possessed by Earth Dragon, Holy Dragon Douluo's whole body suddenly erupted with an extremely strong golden light which was dazzling. Not long time, when Holy Dragon Douluo reappeared in front of everyone, Cheng Feng was a little surprised. Earthworm? It seems that this Earth Dragon spirit is full of domineering power and the lines on its body are even more exquisite. It should be said that this is the most beautiful spirit among all the spirits that Cheng Feng has ever seen. In addition, this Holy Dragon Douluo seems to be the Earth Dragon and the Earth Dragon is him. But under a pair of fiery golden eyes, Cheng Feng looked at the Holy Dragon Douluo. He was still the Holy Dragon Douluo, but the skin was an Earth Dragon and the inside was himself. Suddenly 9 conspicuous soul rings behind Holy Dragon Douluo also rose at this moment. The configuration of the soul ring is astonishingly yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. Suddenly Holy Dragon Douluo's 9th soul ring suddenly lit up and the Earth Dragon also turned into a terrifying and ferocious Earth Dragon. For a moment this appearance of honor was enough to shock everyone in the world. There must be no one uglier than this. The contrast between the changes in the Earth Dragon's appearance before and after surprised Chang Feng. A true chameleon dragon, especially when a huge long horn suddenly grew out of the Earth Dragon's forehead. At first glance this corner looked extremely sharp and it seems to contain a huge power. Especially around that horn there seems to be mist constantly emerging. Seeing this scene, Chang Feng stared closely, his eyes full of solemnity. Dragon Blade Sky! A loud roar suddenly rang in Chang Feng's ears. At the same time there was another loud roar. The Earth Dragon's eyes seemed to have turned golden at this moment and a blazing golden flame seemed to be burning in his eyes. At this moment Chang Feng saw that with the roar a huge and sharp horn shape instantly formed from the horn, flying towards Chang Feng like a sharp sword. The air seems to be cut by the friction of that foot. The cutting made a harsh sound and sparks flew all the way. This situation just made Chang Feng frown. What he didn't expect was that the 9th soul skill of Holy Dragon Douluo was probably stronger than the 9th soul skill of most titled Douluo. Whether it is power or momentum, it is far superior to others. Do you want to rely on this to have SE with me? You must be overthinking it. Chang Feng's eyes were indifferent. The speed gap between the other party and his was too big. It would be easy for him to avoid it. Just when the attack was about to come, Chang Feng took a step to the side and reappeared already more than 10 meters away from the attack. However, Chang Feng suddenly realized that he had thought wrong just now. This soul skill actually has a positioning function. Nest grass. I have to say that Chang Feng now wants to eat some citric acid. Don't ask, he just wants to eat some. But Chang Feng didn't panic at all. After thinking about it, Chang Feng decided to use a stronger method to end it all. Only thunder and lightning can quickly break the opponent's courage. Chang Feng raised his hands until they were level with his chest. Then his eyes suddenly widened and he shouted loudly, thunder. The NET moment. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this. At this moment in their eyes, with Chang Feng as the center, a lot of crackling thunder suddenly appeared in a radius of 5 meters around him. Blue arcs of lightning were intertwined all around. The thunder light in the sky was condensed and the void almost cracked. In just an instant it transformed into a ferocious thunder dragon that was 100 meters long, and Chang Feng was shrouded in this thunder like the master of thunder, and the whole thunder world roared with power that could shock the ages. It seems that Chang Feng is so dazzling in the world at this time. His grace is peerless and his gestures seem to contain the fury of thunder. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. Just when Holy Dragon Douluo's attack was approaching, the thunder dragon finally moved. The thunder dragon soared high into the sky, its gaze as bright as a torch, terrifying people. Immediately afterwards he swooped down quickly and rushed towards the giant horned shadow emitted by the Holy Dragon Douluo. Boom! The loud noise like a landslide and a cracking ground seemed to burst the eardrums of everyone present, making everyone panic. However, this was not over yet. After the thunder dragon collided with the giant horned shadow, it tore the giant horned shadow to pieces with its sharp claws. Then hundreds of thunderbolts overflowed and quietly fell on the Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. With a few splashes, the chests of Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo collapsed immediately and a large amount of blood splashed 10 feet high, dyeing the world red. When Qian Ren Yui saw this scene, her eyes flashed with fear. With almost no hesitation, Qian Ren Yui instantly activated the soul bone in her body and then turned into a stream of light and escaped from the fierce battle in an instant. It looks a bit more embarrassing. Chang Feng didn't take Qian Ren Yui's escape seriously. Moreover, he was very happy to see this scene because he didn't want to kill Qian Ren Yui. Chang Feng walked towards Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. Right now both Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo looked a little dying. Holy Dragon Douluo saw the killing intent in Chang Feng's eyes and felt a chill in his heart. Sir, I didn't expect that this Douluo continent would have a master like you. I really didn't expect it. Holy Dragon Douluo felt frightened and helpless at the moment. The opponent didn't look very old, but why was he so powerful? Both he and Gui Bao were seriously injured and now their lives and deaths were controlled by the other party. When he thought of this, Holy Dragon Douluo felt infinite sadness in his heart. But what Holy Dragon Douluo never expected was that Ghost Leopard Douluo would actually say such words. He was so shameless. I only heard Ghost Leopard Douluo say this. Your Excellency, can you please forgive me? I Gai Bao am willing to work for you. Even if I become a slave by your side from now on, I will be very happy. I wonder if you are willing to give me this opportunity. However, Chang Feng had a sneer in his mouth and said coldly, I don't want a grain of mouse droppings to get into my power. Hearing what Chang Feng said, Gui Bao was filled with anger and his face was even more livid. He looked at Chang Feng with eyes full of resentment, but Chang Feng showed no mercy. He took out the cold light sword from his ring soul guide and then neatly cut off the heads of the Holy Dragon and the Ghost Leopard. Blood spilled in the sky. The Holy Dragon, Ghost and Leopard died. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 318 Emergency on the Western Battlefield. battlefield. After finishing dealing with the Holy Dragon and the Ghost Leopard, Chang Feng groped around on them, found a soul guidance ring each and then put them away. Afterwards Chang Feng looked at the armies still fighting around him, soared directly into the air and then said to the enemy army, your commander has fled and those who surrender will not be killed. At the same time Chang Feng directly opened the domination of the world realm, causing the enemy troops to show their surrender when they saw Chang Feng. Immediately afterwards, without any surprise, the remaining Spirit Empire troops lost morale. Their eyes were full of despair and deep helplessness, but in the end they chose to surrender. After these people put down their weapons, Chang Feng ordered people to collect the weapons and then tied up all the surrendered people. After cleaning the battlefield, Chang Feng ordered to lead the army is preparing to return to Renhun City. However, before returning to Renhun City, Chang Feng left behind Chen Dingyuan 5000 troops and 10,000 prisoners and asked them to build a 5-foot-tall and very strong Liger Pass on Liger Mountain to resist the enemy and prevent attack. Once the Wuhan Empire followed the Liger Mountain and invaded the Seoul City again. After returning to the Seoul City in triumph, Chang Feng immediately sent the general's affairs to Shang Shu to handle and then walked around the Seoul City alone for a few times. When Chang Feng returned to the resting place in Renhun City late at night, Yinan and Shang Shu came together. After hearing the two of them say that they had something important to report, Chang Feng let them into the room directly. The faces of Yinan and Shang Shu were full of worry. Seeing this, Chang Feng had a bad feeling in his heart, but Chang Feng kept his composure and did not reveal anything. Yinan, Shang Shu, are you two here together for something important? Yinan and Shang Shu knelt down on one knee, and Yinan even said, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, news came from Marshal Luo on the western battlefield that the Wuhan Empire raided our army late last night and our army suffered losses heavy. What? Chang Feng was startled and asked calmly, do you know the specific situation of the battlefield in the west last night? Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, according to Marshal Luo, the commander of the Spirit Empire is not Hu Lina but suddenly became the Emperor Bibidong of the Spirit Empire. Last night it was the Emperor Bibidong of the Spirit Empire who personally led the people a sneak attack on our army. In addition, it is reported that Elder Gao Dai Yuntian and Dai Hong Yi were seriously injured while protecting Marshal Luo. Now Marshal Luo's army has retreated to Shanhaguan for defense. Chang Feng listened to the news carefully with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Bibidong, you were the first to be ruthless, so from now on I will never be merciful to your Spirit Empire. As a man with a degree in science and engineering in his previous life, Chang Feng had a strong memory of gunpowder preparation. Originally he did not want gunpowder to be released, but now he knew that it was time for him to give gunpowder an interview. So under Chang Feng's order, people began to search for some raw materials for explosive. In his mind he decided to use modern basic explosives to increase the power of the explosives. Moreover, this has been studied by many experts. Those researchers found that the explosive power of this explosive is 100 times more powerful than black powder. The reaction formula of this explosive is 2C6H3N3O7 rightward arrow 3H2O upward arrow plus 3N2 upward arrow plus C. In his previous life, Chang Feng had won various awards for his hands-on skills in science. Making such explosives was a piece of cake. If he hadn't been forced to buy a house in his previous life, he would definitely have gone further in his scientific research career. Unfortunately, he later compromised on reality and switched to a more profitable industry. But that knowledge is always in his brain and no one can take it away. After a day, the people Chang Feng sent out to collect materials returned one after another and gained a lot. After collecting the materials for making explosives, Chang Feng set out to prepare for the experiment. For the next 2 days and nights, Chang Feng locked himself in a room and continued to make instruments and refine various materials for modern explosive, too busy to stop even a second. At the same time, Yinan was asked to lead the Tiangong First Army to guard outside the house to prevent anyone from breaking in. It wasn't until the third day that Chang Feng walked out of the house with a smile on his face. Yinan hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. I have finally met His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. When Chang Feng saw it was Yinan, he said, Yinan, send a message to Shang Shu immediately and ask him to come to my place. Yes. Yinan then walked up to a soldier nearby, said something in his ear and asked him to invite Shang Shu. Not long after, Shang Shu arrived. As soon as Shang Shu saw Chang Feng, he respectfully saluted Chang Feng and said, I have finally met His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Chang Feng waved his hand gently and said, no need to be polite. Let me ask you, the people of the Wuhan Empire, after they surrendered and were incorporated into the Tiangong Third Army, did anything unusual happen? Reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, I have been observing them for the past few days and there is nothing abnormal about them. Well, the number of troops in the Tiangong 3 legions can be eponded to 100,000. You must have completed completed it right? Yes. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, you asked General Chen Dingyuan to build the 4th Tiangong Legion with 100,000 people. At the same time, because the general commanded our army with 100,000 people, now there are 300,000 in Chaotic Soul City army. Cheng Feng nodded. As for Chen Dingyuan, let him guard the Lion and Tiger Pass. Let Chen Dingyuan take charge of the 4th Legion. At the same time, send an order to Elder Gao to return to Chaoshan City and take charge of Chaoshan City. As for the Elder Gao's injury after I leave Yin, and remember to give this to Elder Gao. With that said, Cheng Feng handed Yin a soul guide ring which had a seal set by Cheng Feng. Only the powerful titled Douluo could break through that seal, and inside the soul guide ring there was a fairy grass with very strong medicinal effect. Yin took it solemnly and said yes. Subsequently, Cheng Feng ordered Sheng Shu to gather 100,000 troops and set off towards Hongguan, the battlefield mountain to the west. This time Cheng Feng is confident in defeating the Spirit Empire. In the past few days, with his unremitting persistence, he had researched all the extremely powerful explosives and sealed them in a wine jar by Cheng Feng. Now in his soul guide ring there are a total of 40 wine jars. This is what he has been doing day and night these days. Result: he believed that in the face of this explosive the Wuhan Empire would definitely suffer heavy losses, and if Bibi Dong was not careful she might even be seriously injured. Cheng Feng was deeply looking forward to this result. It's a mighty journey day and night. On the way, Luo Meyer wrote to him and told him that the situation at Shanhong Pass was not good and it might fall at any time. Cheng Feng's heart suddenly sank after reading this news. Then everyone in the Tiangong 3 legions felt bitter because Cheng Feng had issued a death order and the speed had to be accelerated. Under such circumstances, after an overloaded day and night of traveling, we finally arrived at Shanhong Pass and joined Luo Meyer's army before the war began in the Wuhan Empire. The composition of the soldiers of the Tiangong 3 legions is mainly composed of the original 10,000 Gisha Legion plus 90,000 surrendered soldiers of the Wuhan Empire. After Luo Meyer learned that Cheng Feng had arrived at Shanhong Pass, she opened the gate and allowed Cheng Feng to lead his army into the city. After entering the city, Cheng Feng ordered Sheng Shu on the spot to take the 100,000 men and horses to have a good rest. Then Cheng Feng, led by Luo Meyer, went non-stop to Luo Meyer's house to visit Dai Yuntian, and the two, with the help of Cheng Feng, Dai Yuntian and Dai Hongyi recovered quickly from their injuries overnight. Afterwards, Cheng Feng summoned Sheng Shu, Dai Yuntian, Dai Hongyi and Luo Meyer in the marshal's mansion to discuss matters and prepare a counter-attack against the Spirit Empire. After everyone arrived, Cheng Feng said directly, before I received news that our army suffered heavy losses and it was caused by the sneak attack led by Emperor Bibi Dong of the Wuhan Empire. I am not satisfied with this result. I blame you because Bibi Dong is very powerful and it is understandable that you are defeated. But now that I am here, I will deal with Bibi Dong. As for the rest of the Spirit Empire, you are confident in facing him. After Luo Meyer and others heard Cheng Feng's words, the sadness on their faces disappeared. Yes, Luo Meyer and others agreed, their faces full of excitement. Cheng Feng's face was calm and he felt relieved when he saw the presence of several people. Very good. This time I have decided to prepare to launch an attack on the Wuhan Empire tonight. Of course I will sneak into the opponent's army first to carry out some destruction. After you hear a loud noise, don't rush in. Go to the enemy's range and wait until those loud noises disappear before you can rush into the enemy and fight. Do you understand? This time Cheng Feng is preparing to use explosives against these spirit empires. Explosion is art. When Luo Meyer and others heard this, they all felt confused, but they still nodded and did not ask the reason. In response, Cheng Feng ordered, you all go down and get ready now. Prepare for tonight's battle. This time our heavenly court will definitely defeat the Spirit Empire. Yes. After Luo Meyer and others replied, they quickly left. Bibi Dong, this time let me teach you a lesson. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 319. Bibi Dong come out to die. Night shrouded the entire Douluo continent. Inside the main tent of the Wuhan Empire's army, Bibi Dong and Hu Lina were sitting opposite each other. Outside the Chinese army's tent, the people guarding it on the left and right were the chrysanthemum ghost double Douluo. Teacher, did something happen on the southern battlefield? Hu Lina looked at Bibi Dong, who was frowning, and asked her doubt. Just now she saw her teacher flipping through a letter. The special mark on the letter indicated that it came from the southern battlefield. Bibi Dong did not answer Hu Lina's question immediately. She was silent for a while and then sighed softly. News came from the southern battlefield, a tragic defeat, and she was the only one who survived by chance. Hu Lina was quite surprised when she heard Bibi Dong's word. Hu Lina knew her very well. She had long discovered that her teacher would use her instead when referring to that woman. At the same time, she also saw that her teacher was full of complicated great feelings for that woman. Hulina didn't understand the reason, but she understood that that woman should occupy an extremely important position in her teacher's heart. However, if the teacher didn't tell her, she couldn't learn more. Simply suppress this curiosity. The atmosphere suddenly seemed a bit silent. A long time. Bibi Dongfang said, Nana, what do you think the teacher should do? When Hulina heard her teacher asking this question, she thought it was the teacher's careful examination of her, so she frowned and thought deeply for a while. It didn't take long. With a confident smile on her face, Hulina said, Teacher, since the battlefield in the south has been defeated and has become a fact, then stop thinking about it. At the moment, Nana feels that the first thing is to break through Shenhong Pass. It is in the interest of our spirit empire to drive the enemy troops in front of us to their lair while we occupy as much territory as possible. At the same time, it can also make up for some of the losses caused by the southern battlefield. Hearing Hulina say this, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. It seems that Nana has really grown up, Bibi Dong thought to herself. So Bibi Dong said, Nana, it seems that you have grown up a lot in the past few years, which makes me as a teacher especially happy. However, the losses on the southern battlefield will have a profound impact on the entire spirit empire, say also not necessarily a good thing. When Hulina heard this, she couldn't help being shocked. She looked at her teacher in shock. Nana, although the teacher is the emperor of a country in the Wuhan Empire, those old guys always find ways to seize more rights from the teacher. They also always want to put a heavy yoke on the teacher and restrain the teacher, but they didn't expect that her failure would make those who supported her shut up. Even if I wanted to do something later, they would have no more confidence to oppose me. It can ensure that our Wuhan Empire's future actions to unify Douluo continent will be smoother. As soon as she finished speaking, Hulina understood what Bibi Dong meant. Over the years, she has also understood that there are many people in the upper echelons of the Wuhan Empire who cannot deal with the teacher. These people all support that woman, not themselves. Now the leadership opportunity that woman fought for at that time has now completely failed, which has greatly damaged the confidence of those who supported that woman, and this is also an opportunity for his teacher to win over those people. Thinking of this, Hulina smiled and said, Teacher, you are so awesome. Teacher, you are so thoughtful and considerate. Bibi Dong smiled softly. Nana, you know how to tease the teacher. By the way, Nana, have you heard anything about the enemy forces on the southern battlefield? Hulina put away her smile at this time and said solemnly to Bibi Dong, Teacher, none of the 10 people sent out before have returned the news until now. Nana always feels that they may have encountered something unexpected. Really? If that's the case, Nana, your guess may be true. Unexpectedly, the enemy army is so vigilant, it should not be underestimated. When Hulina heard Bibi Dong's words, her face suddenly became more solemn. Bibi Dong also happened to discover this scene and became suspicious. But before Bibi Dong could speak, Hulina took the lead and said, Teacher, there is something I want to report to you. Looking at you, Nana, this must be a difficult thing for you, right? Just say it. Hulina said, Teacher, our spies scattered all over the Douluo Empire and the Tiandu Empire. Recently there is a common news reported by them. This matter aroused Nana's curiosity, and Nana also sent I asked some people to investigate and found that this matter was not simple and wanted to talk to the teacher. What makes you so nervous, Nana? Bibi Dong's face was calm and composed and her eyes looking at Hulina were gentle. Teacher, the thing is like this. Our people discovered that an organization suddenly appeared in various cities in the Douluo Empire and the Tiandu Empire, and that organization actually went deep into the villages under each city. With the help of a strange idea, our people got involved and discovered that this organization promoted the idea of equality for everyone, and it also spoke for the interests of civilians. The even more terrifying thing is that several of our people were brainwashed by the other party's thoughts and then betrayed our people lurking inside, causing our people to suffer heavy losses. By the way, that organization all has a common name, Tiangong. Nana thought, isn't Tiangong our enemy? It makes Nana feel terrible that the enemy is doing this. When Hulina said this, Bibi Dong's expression changed instantly, but Bibi Dong still had a calm look on her face. She looked at Hulina and said, Nana, are you worried about anything? Hulina nodded and then she said, Teacher, Nana thinks so. Look, if we take down the city, the people living under the city will not support us at all and will even cooperate with the enemy at any time. If we attack us, does it make sense for us to spend so much money just to capture the city? There are those cities, but there are no people in the cities to support our Wuhan Empire. I am afraid that our Wuhan Empire will not be able to develop under such circumstances. If you grow stronger, you may be unable to move forward. When Bibi Dong heard Hulina's words, her heart sank suddenly. At this time she deeply realized that the enemy was really much more cunning and troublesome than any other force. This situation must be contained. Now she is a little worried. There shouldn't be such an organization infiltrating into her spirit empire, right? But out of caution, Bibi Dong still felt that it was necessary to have the people below investigate each village. If they found one, they would be arrested and executed immediately to prevent them from deceiving people and shaking the foundation of the Wuhan Empire's rule. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong quickly wrote a letter, stamped it, and ordered Zhu Douluo to send the letter to Wuhan City, hand it over to the senior officials of Wuhan City and ask them to cooperate. After doing this, Bibi Dong turned her attention to Hu Lina again, feeling a little more relieved. With Nana here in the future, the Spirit Empire will not have to worry about fall. Perhaps the Spirit Empire can go further. However, before that, Douluo continent still needs to be unified. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky above the Wuhan Empire camp. Bibi Dong, come out and lead me to death. Hearing such arrogant words, Bibi Dong's eyes immediately turned cold and her face was as cold as winter, looking extremely cold. Net moment, Bibi Dong walked straight out of the Chinese army tent. She wanted to see which arrogant person dared to underestimating her like this. Will definitely spare the life of that arrogant person. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 320. Those who come are not good. The arrogant person Bibi Dong thought was none other than Cheng Feng, who came alone. This time Tianting's battle plan is to implement the plan proposed by Cheng Feng. That is, Cheng Feng himself will take the lead and then the army will attack. Cheng Feng himself dared to take the lead, so he naturally had corresponding means. This method is the explosive. Cheng Feng firmly believed that with the help of explosives the Spirit Empire would suffer heavy losses, so he came. At this time Cheng Feng was wearing a mask, staying above the Spirit Empire military camp, looking down at the Spirit Empire army below. Looking at the Wuhan Empire army below, the smile in Cheng Feng's eyes did not diminish, because he discovered that the Spirit Empire army below, at a rough glance, estimated to be 200,000 strong, and there were also many spirit masters, the best of the best. If he cripples this army this time, then the Wuhan Empire's progress in unifying the Douluo continent will inevitably be hindered. At that time Heavenly Court can safely deal with the Tiandu Empire coalition forces. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng felt a little happy and relieved in his heart. Bibi Dong just walked out of the main tent, then raised her head and glanced at Cheng Feng coldly. Who are you? How dare you break into my Spirit Empire camp? When Cheng Feng heard the familiar voice, he looked along the sound. When he saw Bibi Dong, his eyes turned cold. I'm here to kill you. When Bibi Dong heard Cheng Feng's words, she couldn't help but sneered. Just you? Bibi Dong looked at Cheng Feng with a hint of ridicule. Cheng Feng's expression did not change and he was not touched by this. Bibi Dong looked at the troops all around, frowned and said coldly, everyone retreat 1,000 meters immediately. The Spirit Empire generals all around did not hesitate at all and quickly retreated behind them. It was like a flood receding, at least in Cheng Feng's eyes at this moment. That was the scene. The sound of armors all around lasted for a short time and then silence returned again. The venue suddenly became quite empty. On Bibi Dong's side, standing net to her, were Hu Lina, Ghost Douluo, Qianjun Douluo and Demon Conquering Douluo. Bibi Dong said calmly, Ghost, go and find out the other person's background. The ghost heard the word and replied yes. Then the ghost figure flashed and immediately came to a place less than 20 meters away from Cheng Feng. Immediately afterwards I saw the soul ring on the ghost suddenly light up. The configuration of the soul ring was yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Net moment, the 9th soul ring suddenly lit up. The ghost shouted in his mouth, sprites from hell. In an instant countless huge black shadow hands stretched out from the ground and quickly attacked Cheng Feng. Within an instant those shadowy hands were about to touch Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng was shocked and did not dare to underestimate this soul skill. He immediately continued to fly high into the sky, trying to escape from the hands of countless huge black shadows. However, to Cheng Feng's disappointment, the huge black shadow hands stretched hundreds of meters higher. In the net moment, unexpectedly 2 black shadow hands wrapped around Cheng Feng's leg. Cheng Feng was immediately shocked. The 2 shadow hands tried to pull Cheng Feng down, but Cheng Feng quickly took out the cold light sword from the ring soul guide and then swung it towards the 2 shadow hands. In an instant the hand of the shadow was broken and Cheng Feng's legs were free again. Seeing thousands more shadowy hands attacking towards his legs, Cheng Feng did not hesitate at all. He quickly moved sideways to avoid those shadowy hands. At the same time he retreated violently and pulled away the distance from those shadowy hands. Regarding Ghost, Cheng Feng's understanding of him was relatively limited. He only knew that ordinary physical attacks would be difficult to have an effect on him, but that doesn't mean that I don't have the means to deal with him. Just at this moment those shadowy hands entangled again and there was a cold light in Cheng Feng's eyes. Thunder! Cheng Feng shouted loudly, his eyes like lightning. Immediately afterwards, in the net moment, everyone present was shocked when they saw this. Their eyes filled with fear. At this moment, in their eyes centered on Cheng Feng's position within a radius of 10 meters around him, suddenly there were many crackling and extremely powerful thunders. Blue arcs of lightning intertwined around them and the sky was filled with thunder, reflecting each other. A small gap almost opened in the void. In just a split second the scene turned into a blue thunder dragon hundreds of meters long, which was daunting, and Chang Feng was shrouded in this amazingly powerful thunder like the master who controlled this thunder. The entire thunder world roared, and its power could alarm Douluo forever. The dragon roared, shaking the world. That thunder dragon soared directly into the sky 10,000 meters high. Its momentum was extremely terrifying. Lei Longfei's eyes are as bright as a torch, and it is terrifying. Immediately afterwards everyone saw the thunder dragon swooping down quickly and rushing towards the countless huge black shadow hands. In an instant countless huge black shadow hands melted into the night, but the thunder dragon did not disappear because of this, but looked even more jihadi is a bit stronger. This scene caused a flash of surprise in Bibi Dong's eyes, but the net moment the pupils in Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly shrank. Without any hesitation Bibi Dong quickly grabbed Hu Lina's shoulders and said quickly to Qinjun and Jiangmo, retreat. Later when Bibi Dong appeared again, she landed on the crown of a tree and looked at Chang Feng's figure in silence. Qinjun and demon conquering Douluo followed closely behind Bibi Dong, but in the end they were still a step too late. Before Qinjun and demon conquering Douluo could completely evacuate the area, the thunder dragon landed. Boom! The loud noise shook the heaven and earth, and the earth seemed to be wailing. Qinjun and demon conquering Douluo were affected by this strong shock wave. Then both of them vomited a mouthful of blood and looked a little depressed. At this moment Qinjun and Jiangmo looked at Chang Feng with a bit more fear and timidity. When the troops thousands of meters away saw this scene, their eyes widened and they all felt that what they saw in front of them was really horrifying, because in their sight the place where their Emperor Bibi Dong of the Spirit Empire had just stood had now turned into a large pit 100 meters wide. Moreover, some people with better sight saw the large pit and found that the big pit was a bit deep, and it made people take a breath of cold air. Suddenly everyone present fell silent. Bibi Dong took in the presence of everyone, but she didn't say anything more but looked deeply at Chang Feng. Judging from the aura emanating from the other person's body just now, Bibi Dong realized that the person in front of her was worthy of her taking seriously. I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in the Douluo continent. According to my observation, you are not very old, but your strength has already reached the ranks of peerless Douluo. It's true that a hero emerges from a young boy. As soon as Bibi Dong's word came out, everyone present was dumbfounded. What? This extremely dangerous enemy turned out to be a peerless Douluo. More importantly, this person may not be very old. This kind of truth seemed to shatter some of the pride in the hearts of many young heroes present. It turns out that they were sitting in a well looking at the sky. They had no idea how wide the world was. The fact that such people exist in the world simply refreshes their understanding. Hu Lina couldn't believe it. If the teacher hadn't said it, she would definitely not have been able to accept it. As a famous genius of the younger generation, she has always been very proud, but now in front of that person this pride has no pride at all. Instead, it seems how stupid and ridiculous her pride is. For a moment Hu Lina felt a little uncomfortable. When Chang Feng heard Bibi Dong's words, his body froze. He didn't expect that Bibi Dong's eyesight was so high. Maybe he had become a god. Thinking of this, Chang Feng's eyes became more solemn. God, the other party may be a god. This Bibi Dong really gave herself a huge surprise. Just in time you can see how powerful god power is. As for your own safety, even if you are defeated you can retreat safely by relying on many means. Just when Chang Feng was expecting Bibi Dong to take action, suddenly Chang Feng's back felt cold. Without any hesitation he moved his body sideways. The speed is extremely fast as lightning. When Chang Feng turned his head and looked around, he found a sharp sword flying towards where he was just now. Net moment the person immediately appeared on the sword. Looking at this person, Chang Feng's face looked a little ugly. This person is filled with an aura that he is very familiar with, Poseidon. Chang Feng will never forget the aura of Poseidon, but unlike Poseidon, this person is not as strong as Poseidon. However, although the opponent does not have the strength of Poseidon, if you look closely you will see that he is on the same level as him in terms of realm. Obviously the other party is not kind. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL Chapter 321 from Poseidon Island. Chang Feng looked at this person with a cold face and said in a cold voice, "Why did you sneak attack on me?" When Bibi Dong saw the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little funny. She never expected that a stranger that she didn't expect would suddenly appear. Moreover, this stranger seemed to have a grudge against the masked enemy. Seeing this, Bibi Dong was naturally happy to see this scene, so she just watched quietly without making any unnecessary movement. No one expected that the person who sneaked up on Chang Feng would just reply lightly, "There's something aura about you that I don't like." Looking at the other person, he was dressed in yellow cedar with a thin figure and looked like a middle-aged man. And seeing that there was no change in this person's eyes when he spoke, Chang Feng knew that the other person might simply not like the aura on his body. Nesgrass. Chang Feng, who discovered this, felt that this was too unlucky. He thought he had posed something and aroused Poseidon's vigilance. For some reason Chang Feng always felt that the person in front of him was the god of Poseidon. In other words, the Poseidon is attached to this person. This strong feeling made Chang Feng very sure. So Chang Feng regained his calm presence, looked at this person and said, I don't know what kind of aura I have. Please, are you willing to sneak up on me? In Xia Heis Hung, the Soul Beast clan once killed my relatives, so I don't have any good impression of the Soul Beast clan. On the contrary, I particularly dislike them. As a human, you actually have the aura of the Soul Beast clan in your body. To me, he said, there is no difference between you and the Soul Beast clan, just kill him. Chang Feng was shocked when he heard what the other party said. First of all, what he can be sure of is that the other party is really the Poseidon. Although the other party lied that his name was Hai Sheng, but combined with the aura of Poseidon on his body, it was 100% that he was Poseidon. Thinking about the opponent's strength, I am afraid that the spiritual power of Poseidon is attached to this person. Secondly, because he was contaminated with the aura of the Soul Beast clan, he attracted the displeasure of Poseidon. This can be said to be an unforeseen disaster. But no matter what, this person has already raised the intention to kill himself. Then no matter what, we must get rid of this person. If the Poseidon's spiritual power attached to this person is destroyed, he will probably be able to gain some time to continue to become stronger. Only by destroying that spiritual power can you ensure your safety. Thinking of this, Chang Feng looked at Poseidon without any emotion. So Chang Feng looked at Poseidon and said, your reason for killing is very lame, but when you wanted to kill me, did you ever think that you would be killed by me? Poseidon looked at Chang Feng indifferently. There is no need to consider that when dealing with you. Seeing Poseidon's confident look, Chang Feng couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at Poseidon coldly and said, really? I want to see if you are that powerful. It seems that people in this world who sit in a well and look at the sky are really bad. Chang Feng ignored Poseidon's taunt. In his opinion, it was time for Poseidon to slap him in the face. After calming down a little, Chang Feng looked in the direction of Poseidon and shouted, dominate the world. In an instant, with Chang Feng as the center, a radius of 100 meters was shrouded in the realm opened by Chang Feng. Anyone who is in this kind of realm will unconsciously feel a sense of surrender in their heart. Poseidon frowned, and when he saw him, he gently raised his right hand and then pointed towards the void. A golden light instantly repelled the domain that originally enveloped him, creating a vacuum area. All of a sudden, the domain that dominates the world lost its effect on Poseidon. Such a scene made Chang Feng's eyes freeze, but Chang Feng quickly returned to his normal presence and looked at Poseidon's position thoughtfully. It seems that even if Poseidon is attached to a person, it is not that easy to deal with. But even so, Chang Feng couldn't be made to accept his fate. The net moment, Chang Feng suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up. Thunder. In an instant, a thunder dragon hundreds of meters long and completely composed of thunder let out a dragon roar and flew towards the sea god. The momentum was extremely amazing. When Poseidon saw this scene, a bit of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he stood there and made no other move. In this way, the thunder dragon will finally fall on Poseidon. However, what everyone present did not expect was that just when the majestic thunder dragon fell, Poseidon moved. I saw that Poseidon raised his right hand, clicked a few times in the void quickly, and said lightly, immeasurable shield of the sea. In an instant, in front of Poseidon, a huge shield of 100 feet was formed, completely composed of blue water. On the shield there was also a pattern of Poseidon's trident engraved on it, and the shield was shining brightly at this time, creating a solid and thick wall of air. Boom! The thunder dragon finally landed on the wall of air. A soft sound suddenly came from all around, but Poseidon's originally calm face suddenly changed. After a while, the cracks on the air wall increased even more, until finally there was a loud bang sound and the air wall shattered into countless pieces, flying everywhere. At this time, Poseidon dodged and left the place immediately. Just after he left, hundreds of blue thunder splashed and landed on the spot where Poseidon was standing, blasting several huge holes into the ground. This scene made Poseidon's eyes twitch. Poseidon never expected that the person in front of him was really unexpectedly strong. At this time, Poseidon began to look directly at Chang Feng. I didn't expect that. Your strength really surprised me. It's rare to see someone like you in Douluo continent in a lifetime. It's a pity that you will eventually fall in my hands. Hearing Poseidon's words, Chang Feng stared at him coldly without saying a word and remaining silent. The atmosphere seemed a little tense at this time. Bibi Dong and others who were watching the battle had their mouths wide open. What Bibi Dong didn't expect was that this person who suddenly appeared, his strength actually posed a certain threat to herself, which made her a little afraid. What surprised Bibi Dong even more was that the man wearing the mask was also extremely powerful. Seeing the two of them confronting each other in the field, Bibi Dong did not step in rashly but continued to watch. In her opinion, no matter which side wins, in the end it will be beneficial to her spirit empire. so she chose to sit back and watch. Chang Feng hailed softly and glanced at Bibi Dong and his group from the corner of his eye, thinking about how to break the situation. The Poseidon in front of him must be destroyed. This is the key point. As for Bibi Dong and his party, after they deal with Poseidon, he will use explosives to deal with them. Thinking of this, Chang Feng took a step forward and was in front of Poseidon in an instant. Then he held the cold light sword tightly in his right hand and swung it toward Poseidon. However, when Poseidon saw Chang Feng holding the sword, he had already predicted the trajectory of Chang Feng's attack and moved sideways to avoid it. Chang Feng continued to pursue him from the ground to the sky and then from the sky to the ground. Chang Feng and Poseidon attacked and hit hundreds of times. Because the speed is too fast, their trajectory cannot be captured by the naked eye. Among the many people present, only Bibi Dong was prepared to capture the battle trajectory between Chang Feng and the two. Before you know it, the time for a cup of tea has passed. Net moment, Chang Feng's figure landed on the crown of a tree while Poseidon's figure landed on the crown of another tree less than 100 meters away from him. The two faced each other from a distance, each looking at the other with murderous intent. Seeing that this Poseidon was so difficult to deal with and that there was Bibi Dong watching eagerly from the side, Chang Feng knew that he could not continue to delay like this. You know, the army of heaven is ambushing outside the city at this moment. They are all waiting for a signal to rush in. Originally Chang Feng used explosives to deal with Bibi Dong and others, but now Chang Feng is considering using them to deal with Poseidon. If it weren't for the fact that many of his talents were afraid of having his identity exposed, he would have killed this Poseidon long ago. Without any hesitation, Chang Feng looked at Poseidon and said calmly, "Net, I will give you a feast." When Poseidon heard this, he was extremely confused, but he didn't say anything and remained silent. Suddenly Chang Feng took out all the explosives from the ring soul guide, a total of 40 jars. Under the careful control of Chang Feng's soul power, he lifted them one after another and floated in the air. Everyone present felt baffled when they saw Chang Feng's movements and didn't understand what Chang Feng's movements meant. After all, with 40 wine jars, what can you be afraid of? Among them, including the two masters Poseidon and Bibi Dong, they also did not take this to heart and just watched this scene curiously. But the net moment they saw Chang Feng controlling the 40 wine jars, 10 of which were flying in the direction of Bibi Dong while the other 30 were flying in the direction of Poseidon. At this time neither Bibi Dong nor Poseidon made any move, standing still. Chang Feng on the other hand smiled very wantonly, then his face brightened and he shouted softly, "Blast!" In an instant these 40 jars of explosives plotted under Chang Feng's control. At the moment of the explosion, Chang Feng directly used the moon step 9 dodge, causing him to retreat 10,000 meters away. Poseidon and others were stunned when they saw Chang Feng's actions. In this case, those explosives suddenly plotted. After the 10 jars of explosives near Bibi were detonated, a huge mushroom cloud rose directly in the sky, which was particularly conspicuous in the entire night sky. At the same time, it also emitted a red flame, and the entire night sky was covered with this red flame. Dyed by the fierce flames, it seemed as if the night sky was all red. After Bibi Dong and others felt the huge power of the 10 jars of explosives, their expressions changed drastically and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. But even though they reacted quickly, it was still too late. In the end, they were overturned by the rolling heat wave and their bodies were hit by the huge explosion shock wave. They vomited blood and fell back 100 meters. And Poseidon received special care from Chang Feng. After the 30 jars of explosives were detonated, what Poseidon never expected was that this kind of explosion would burst the void into a space crack. The crack was a deep and endless black hole. It directly swallowed Poseidon whole. The Poseidon mark attached to this person originally wanted to escape, but due to the pull of the black hole there was no way to escape and he was eventually buried in the huge black hole. Similarly, a huge mushroom cloud was also produced. This mushroom cloud was 10,000 feet high and almost illuminated the entire Douluo continent. It was extremely terrifying. Almost many people felt fear in their hearts when they saw the huge mushroom cloud. Even though they are far apart, they can still feel the aura that destroys the world. How terrifying it is! Chang Feng was secretly glad at this moment that he didn't just sit there and watch it. Fortunately, he left the place as soon as possible. Otherwise, with the power of the explosives, it would be possible for him to get in. In addition, from this huge explosion, Chang Feng suddenly got a huge inspiration, that is, this kind of explosive can also be used to deal with gods in the divine world. After all, the middle-aged man with the mark of Poseidon on his body was buried directly into the black hole before he could even react. If it were Poseidon himself, it would probably be quite embarrassing to encounter this situation. Thinking of this, Chang Feng suddenly had many thoughts in his mind. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 322, Killing and Retreating. The aftermath of this devastating explosion lasted for a long time before it stopped. The moment moment it stopped, the heavenly army waiting outside the city rushed in. Chang Feng was awakened by the sounds of killing from all directions and glanced at Bibi Dong and others. After seeing that Bibi Dong and others were seriously injured, Chang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Down moment, Chang Feng took a step forward and in an instant he was beside Bibi Dong and others. The expressions of Bibi Dong and others changed. The scene where Chang Feng threw explosives just now left a huge shadow on their psychology. That kind of explosion made them extremely afraid of Chang Feng. Seeing the other party approaching, their condition is not very good at the moment. If the other party takes out those things again, how many of them will survive? Chang Feng looked at Bibi Dong and others with a cold look in his eyes. But just when Chang Feng made a move, Bibi Dong immediately said, "Wait a minute, this time our Spirit Empire admits defeat. Our Spirit Empire can compensate you for some war losses just in exchange for letting us leave. I don't know. Do you agree?" When Chang Feng heard Bibi Dong's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Bibi Dong and sensing Bibi Dong's injuries, Chang Feng was suddenly a little unsure. Bibi Dong's injuries might not be as serious as he thought. You know, the Bibi Dong in front of him is probably a god. This, if the other party is forced into a hurry, the people under his command may suffer heavy losses. God cannot be underestimated. Chang Feng looked at Bibi Dong calmly and said, "In addition to compensating for war losses, you must also agree to 3 conditions. First, the Spirit Empire must evacuate from the borders of the original Douluo Empire. Second, the Spirit Empire's weapons must keep them all. Thirdly, the Wuhan Empire must declare to the outside world that Tiangong is the legal successor to the original Xingluo Empire and recognize Tiangong as a force." Bibi Dong frowned, but she just thought about it for a while, then nodded and said, "I agree to all 3 of your conditions. I hope you can abide by the agreement. Otherwise our Spirit Empire will definitely, the Heavenly Palace will perish together." At this time, in Bibi Dong's view, failure is not a big deal. As long as the person is still here, everything will still have a chance. Net time come again, the outcome is unknown. As for the 3 conditions raised by Chang Feng, she didn't think they were unacceptable. So Net Bibi Dong and his party and Chang Feng and his party negotiated under Shanhong Pass. After a day and night of negotiations, the Wuhan Empire finally paid 100 million gold soul coins for the losses in the Tiangong War, and the payment was completed within half a year. After the negotiations were completed and the agreement was signed, the Wuhan Empire's troops led by Bibi Dong withdrew from the territory of the original Douluo Empire and displayed themselves on the border of the Wuhan Empire. After the Wuhan Empire evacuated to its home country, Chang Feng issued several orders in succession to strengthen the Longmen Pass city wall on the western border and raise it to a height of 20 feet. At the same time, he sent Shang Shu Dai Yuntian Dai Hong Yi and 100,000 troops go to Longmen Pass to guard and occupy the Wuhan Empire. At this point, the battle between the Wuhan Empire and Tiangong has come to an end. Chang Feng stayed at Shanhaguan for a few more days and issued orders to recuperate, which were conveyed to Lu Nengyan and others in turn. Only the battlefield in the north is still shrouded in the clouds of war. After handling all the matters on the western battlefield, Chang Feng told Luo Meyer some things and then headed towards the northern battlefield alone. This time he is ready to end the war on the northern battlefield. When Chang Feng was on his way to the battlefield in the north, at this moment there was already a commotion in the main tent of the Wuhan Empire's army in the northern battlefield. Golden Crocodile Douluo sat high up looking at the people on both sides, his brows furrowed. "Everyone, now our Spirit Empire's battlefield in the south has been defeated. Even the battlefield in the west has been defeated. And the Emperor of our Spirit Empire has signed a compensation treaty with Tiangong. This is simply a shame for our Spirit Empire. Everyone, do you have any opinions on this matter?" Golden Crocodile Douluo's words instantly silenced the noisy crowd present. This matter involves the Emperor of the Wuhan Empire, and almost half of the people here are members of the Emperor Bibi Dong of the Wuhan Empire. In their opinion, if they talk about the Emperor, they may be retaliated by the Emperor, so these people have made up their mind not to say a word. The other half are almost from the worship hall lineage, but it's hard for them to say anything on this matter. First of all, the Emperor of the Wuhan Empire is Bibi Dong. There are many more people who follow her than those who follow the enshrinement hall. In terms of power, the Emperor is superior after all. Secondly, the southern battlefield was originally a game where they began to fight for power. As a result, the result of this war also came out a disastrous defeat, which also caused them to lose completely in this game of power. The impact of losing this game is far-reaching because many of the people who were brought to the consecration hall before were originally weak-minded. This time the failure on the southern battlefield once again made their minds shaken. There were many other thoughts. Of course, the most important thing is the failure of Emperor Bibi Dong on the western battlefield. To say that it is a failure, it is not actually a failure. After all, the people are still there. As long as the people are still there, it is not considered a real failure. After After comparing the results on the western battlefield with those on the southern battlefield, they found that the results achieved on the western battlefield were extremely brilliant. Therefore this also caused the balance in the hearts of many people who belonged to the enshrinement hall to tilt toward Emperor Bibidong of the Spirit Empire. But there was no fool among the people present. They also knew that Golden Crocodile Douluo was not easy to mess with and had no intention of speaking, so they all remained silent. When Golden Crocodile Douluo saw this, his face looked a little ugly. His eyes are cold. He glanced coldly at everyone present and said again, "Is everyone mute?" Seeing that there was still no response from everyone, Golden Crocodile Douluo was inevitably extremely disappointed. He snorted coldly, "Since everyone remains silent, I will take it as your acquiescence. Starting tomorrow our Spirit Empire will collect some interest from Tiangong. Everyone go down and prepare." However, before everyone could leave, a young knight in silver armor suddenly broke in from outside. He was seen kneeling on one knee towards Golden Crocodile Douluo, replying to the second enshrinement, "This is the letter from the great enshrinement of Wuhan City. It's designated for you to see the second worshipper." Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes showed surprise. After receiving the letter and reading it, Golden Crocodile Douluo's face was filled with uncertainty. After a long time, Golden Crocodile Douluo said helplessly, "The attack on Tiangong that I just mentioned was cancelled, and I turned to attack the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces. This time we, the Spirit Empire and Tiangong, join forces to carve up the Tiandu Empire." Everyone present was shocked when they heard the news. They also didn't expect that the Wuhan Empire and Tiangong would cooperate to carve up the Tiandu Empire. The other side, when Cheng Feng arrived in Mani City, he received a letter from Bibidong. The content of the letter is that the Wuhan Empire invites Tiangong to carve up the Tiandu Empire together. First they will work together to conquer Mani City, and then both sides will attack the territory of the Tiandu Empire, one facing east and the other facing west, without interfering with each other. As much territory as they can conquer will be determined by the letter. They all belong to their own side. After seeing the letter, Cheng Feng signed the letter without any hesitation and sent someone to deliver the letter to Wuhan City. After one day, Tiangong and Wuhan Empire reached an agreement on carving up the Tiandu Empire. That night the Wuhan Empire in Mani City sent someone to contact Tiangong to discuss jointly attacking the Tiandu Empire. After agreeing to jointly attack Mani City at noon tomorrow, the two sides ended their conversation. Everything wait and see for tomorrow. Cheng Feng firmly believes that this time he will be able to break through Mani City. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 323 Poseidon's Surprise. Poseidon Temple, Poseidon Island. Poseidon, who was taking a nap, suddenly woke up. He opened his vast eyes, which were full of disbelief. Just now he sensed that the Poseidon mark previously attached to a chess piece had disappeared. At first he was worried that the chess pieces were not strong enough, so he raised the strength of the chess pieces to the peerless Douluo realm. With this kind of cultivation, one can basically walk sideways on Douluo continent. But now the chess piece has disappeared, but his spiritual imprint has not escaped. In the end, what happened? In this regard, Poseidon was eager to understand, so with a thought he directly sent a message to Bosai asking her to come over. Not long time, Bosai appeared and her whole body was covered in a bright red robe. Her long sea blue hair was spread behind her, and after it spread out it almost reached the ground. He looks about 18 meters tall, looks to be in his early 30s, and has a very beautiful appearance. Of course Bosai's beauty comes more from her temperament, which is nobility, elegance and gentleness, making people's hearts sway. In Bosai's right hand he holds a 3-meter long scepter. The scepter is golden, just like the gold that appeared in the sky just now. It is engraved with magic patterns, and the head of the staff is like there is a diamond-shaped protrusion like a spear, and 5 inches below the tip of the spear is a diamond-shaped golden gemstone. However, Poseidon did not have any charming thought. He glanced at Bosai presumptuously and said, "What things have happened on the mainland recently?" After Bosai bowed respectfully to Poseidon, he said, "Dear Lord Poseidon, the mainland has been quite lively recently. The news from us people on Poseidon Island can be summed up in 4 words: wars continue. First, Tiangong, a rising power in the mainland, fought against the Xingluo Empire. Tiangong destroyed the Xingluo Empire, and then Tiangong took advantage of the situation to fight against the Wuhan Empire. Tiangong won, but Wuhan Empire was defeated. The allied forces of the Empire Tiangong and Tiandu Empire are gathering in Mani City. Looking at the situation, a war will definitely begin." Poseidon frowned after listening to Bosai's word. Did anything special happen during this period? Bosai's eyes paused, and then she recalled a piece of news. So Bosai continued, "There is one special thing. According to the news from the mainland, when Tiangong and the Wuhan Empire were fighting in the Shanhaguan area, there was an earth-shattering sound and there was a rise in the sky. 2 huge mushroom clouds appeared. Our people went to check back afterward and found that there were 2 bottomless pits roughly estimated to be several thousand feet or even 10,000 feet deep. Upon hearing this, Poseidon's eyes shot out 2 golden lights, his eyes flashing with surprise and shock. Do you know who caused that movement? According to the news sent back, it should be Tiangong's side. Who caused it? Bosai was silent for a while and then she said, our people haven't found this yet. When Poseidon, the god of the sea, heard this, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Be sure to investigate this matter. As soon as you have any news, inform me as soon as possible. You can go down first. Yes. Bosai left Poseidon temple respectfully. After Bosai left, Poseidon temple fell into silence again. Gaipalas, it seems that the death of that chess piece may have something to do with you. Thinking of this, Poseidon wondered whether he should go to see this heavenly palace, but suddenly he thought that the great enemy of the heaven was still hiding in the dark. What if I were to be attacked by the enemy as soon as I went out? I'm afraid I wouldn't have much to gain. At the beginning, the guy who agreed to Shura was forced to do so, but fortunately he was staying on Poseidon Island, which was his main battlefield. Even if the enemy appeared, he was confident that he could fight with that guy a few times. It's just that he doesn't want to meet that enemy alone now. That enemy gave Shura and the others a headache, but it also gave Poseidon, who had a lower level of cultivation than Shura and the others, an even greater headache. It's better to stay here on Poseidon Island. The main reason is that he likes it here very much. He can just leave it to the believers under him to handle anything. He just needs to wait here for the arrival of the enemy. Thinking of this, Poseidon closed his eyes again and took a nap. Suddenly Poseidon opened his eyes. His eyes were far-reaching, as if penetrating space, and surprise flashed in his eyes. The breath of Rakshasa god. Could it be said that the successor of Rakshasa god has become a god? Thinking of this, Poseidon looked dimly. He also hoped that he would have a successor, but the reality disappointed him. In all these years I haven't met anyone I'm satisfied with, but there was one person he thought was pretty good and he was more optimistic about that person, but in the end that guy Shura beat him to it. When he thought of this, Poseidon suddenly felt that Shura was a bit hateful. Suddenly Poseidon thought to himself, there seems to be no rule that a person can only accept the inheritance of one god, right? Perhaps find an opportunity for that young man to try to accept my Poseidon inheritance. Wait until the matter becomes a foregone conclusion, then make that guy Shura angry to death. However, since I have difficulty moving, let's leave this matter to Bosai for now. It didn't take long. Bosai re-entered Poseidon Island. Bosai didn't know why Lord Poseidon called her into Poseidon Temple again, so when she entered she directly said, Lord Poseidon, I wonder if you have summoned me this time. Do you have any orders? Poseidon, the god of the sea, glanced at Bosai and said, that's right. This time I want you to go to the mainland in person to find a young man named Tang San. After you find that young man, tell him I, Poseidon, intends to choose him as my Poseidon's successor. In addition, if you tell him that if he inherits 2 gods at the same time, his power in the divine world will be different in the future and his strength will be extremely powerful. If he agrees, he will. He was brought here to accept the assessment of Poseidon's inheritance. When Bosai heard the name Tang San from Poseidon's mouth, her eyes showed a bit of shock. At the same time she also felt a little more envious of the boy named Tang San. Bosai replied on the spot, yes Lord Poseidon. Bosai will definitely bring Tang San. Seeing the determination in Bosai's eyes, Poseidon, the god of the sea, nodded. Very good. Bosai, you can start heading to the mainland to find Tang San now. Yeah. Seeing Bosai about to leave, Poseidon, the god of the sea, suddenly thought of something and stopped Bosai again, saying, wait a minute. In addition to bringing Tang San here, Bosai, do you want to secretly test how deep the water in that Tiangong is? Especially the masters of Tiangong, you have to test it one by one. Although Bosai was very puzzled by Poseidon's request, as Poseidon's most loyal and steadfast believer, Bosai agreed on the spot without any hesitation. Afterward, Bosai took a few people from Poseidon Island and quietly headed to Douluo continent. When Poseidon, the god of the sea, was about to stand up, suddenly his eyes changed a little. This breath, it's the god of angels. Moreover, he is also the most perfect god of angels. It seems that this Douluo continent is getting more and more interesting. The inheritor of the god of angels, judging from this aura, his talent is extremely outstanding. However, as long as Tang San accepts his Poseidon inheritance, he will be no worse than the inheritor of the god of angels. In this regard, Poseidon felt a little more hopeful. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 324, The Selfishness of the Spirit Empire. The NET morning, it was just dawn. There was a little more restlessness in the air. Not long time, Li Yunfen, Duga Bo Dai Wei Hu Wending and others all came to the big tent where Cheng Feng rested. Looking at these people, Cheng Feng smiled and said, why are you all here? Li Yunfen glanced at Cheng Feng and said, this is not someone. He came yesterday and didn't even see me. An old man. It's really disappointing. For several months, old man Yunfen, I have been here to support someone. I am so tired that my back hurts every day. This person is so heartless. Hearing Li Yunfen's words, Chang Feng smiled bitterly and said, teacher, it's not like you don't know. I just arrived last night. I came directly from Shanhaguan on the way. I didn't even sleep a wink on the way. I didn't even sleep when I got here yesterday. Before I had time to rest, I had to discuss the matter of the Wuhan Empire and our heavenly court joining forces to deal with the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces. After the discussion, I was so sleepy that I forgot to visit the teacher. When Li Yunfen heard this, he said, I sensed your strength. You have reached such a level and you still feel sleepy. It seems that you haven't had a good sleep recently, right? This young man's body should be paid more attention to. Don't, it's been hollowed out. When the time comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to do that. This kind of thing back then, forget it, don't mention it anymore. The more Chang Feng listened, the darker his face became. Li Yunfen also saw Chang Feng's face and stopped talking on this topic. Suddenly Li Yunfen's eyes became very serious. He looked at Chang Feng and said, tell me honestly, what kind of state were the opponents you met at Shanhaguan before? I can see it from here. What happened over there? This kind of fierce battle is really shocking. Also tell me honestly, what state are you in now and what methods were used at that time? As Li Yunfen finished speaking, Chang Feng felt 3 more eyes on him, and these 3 eyes happened to come from Douluo, Daiwei and Hu Wending. Chang Feng could tell that they were all very concerned about this matter. Then Chang Feng smiled faintly. That person's realm is a level 99 peerless Douluo Pert. As soon as these words came out, Li Yunfen was taken aback while Douluo and the other 3 took a deep breath. After that, I had a fierce battle with that person. Of course I didn't use my full strength because Bibi Dong was also present at the time and I didn't want to pose my identity in front of her. But Li Yunfen heard something different. He looked at Chang Feng in surprise. Is your strength also reaching level 99? And Li Yunfen's words also shocked Douluo and the other 2 people once again. Chang Feng saw 4 eyes focused on him and nodded gently. Seeing this, Douluo and the others seemed to be in a turmoil and they were also somewhat in a trance. As for Li Yunfen, his face was expressionless. But Li Yunfen thought in his heart, damn, I have practiced so hard for hundreds of years to reach the current state. For this reason I have rejected many beautiful women who fell in love with me, but my apprentice has reached the state at such a young age. This state, after such a comparison, I suddenly felt that the realm of this peerless Douluo was not good enough. Also he suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had agreed to one of the beautiful women who had revealed his feelings to him, would he have had children and grandchildren by now? Nesgrass, how many things have I missed in all these years? The more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. At the beginning what I was thinking was that I wanted to be number 1 in the world. At that time I thought that all beautiful women would become pink skeletons, and I even thought that women would only affect my cultivation progress. However, at this moment Li Yunfen felt that maybe the idea he had was wrong, and it was extremely wrong. Quietly, when Li Yunfen thought about the comparison with his apprentice, he suddenly felt sour in his heart. In fact, Li Yunfen shut himself up on the spot and fell into deep contemplation. Seeing Li Yunfen's appearance, Chang Feng touched his chin with his hand, wondering if he had dealt a blow to his teacher. Also, the teacher looks like this. You can't think about it, right? Teacher, are you okay? Li Yunfen did not respond. Seeing this, Chang Feng called out again, teacher, I have become so powerful. Aren't you happy for your apprentice? Li Yunfen glared at Chang Feng for a moment. I am a famous figure for a long time. How could I be what you think? It has been so long and I still don't understand the teacher. It seems that if we have time, we can let's improve the master-disciple relationship so that we can get to know each other better. Hearing Li Yunfei's words, the corners of Chang Feng's mouth twitched. This is really a direct expression of one's feelings without asking for trouble. As the saying goes, comparison makes people unhappy and jealousy makes people completely different. Of course, Chang Feng also knew that Li Yunfen was not jealous of him. At most he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was outdone by his apprentice. Thinking of this, Chang Feng looked at Li Yunfen and said, teacher, a god once told me a truth. When 3 people walk together, there must be my teacher. Therefore the disciple does not have to be inferior to the teacher, and the teacher does not have to be better than the disciple. There is a priority in learning the Tao. There is a specialization in the art, that's all. When Li Yunfen heard this, he understood what Chang Feng meant and he felt better. Yes, no matter how powerful the apprentice is, he is still not his apprentice. With his status as a teacher, he can still do whatever he wants. Then Li Yunfen smiled and said, boy, this god you are talking about is not just your nonsense to comfort me, is it? Li Yunfen's look like you know how to lie to me, but he has already seen through it reflected in Chang Feng's eyes. Chang Feng secretly thought in his heart, sin, this is not what I said. Seeing Chang Feng's silence, Li Yunfen had basically made up his mind. Moreover, as for the movement in the direction of Shanhong Pass that he had seen here before, he had already determined that it was Chang Feng's own ability and did not associate it with anything else. And Douluo Douluo and the other three also had the same idea as Li Yunfan. Just then, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, we in heaven have made an appointment to join forces with the Spirit Empire to attack Mani City. The agreed time is about to come, but I don't know. Du Guo's words made everyone regain their minds. Chang Feng didn't wait for Du Guo to continue, so he interrupted him and said, starting now our heavenly army will be dispatched. This time we must defeat the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces. Let's go, let's set off now. Afterwards Chang Feng directly ordered the army to dispatch targeting Mani City. A total of 800,000 troops were deployed at the border of Mani City. Heavenly Court deployed a total of 800,000 troops. It looked vast and endless. At this moment they have only one goal, that is to unite with the Wuhan Empire and capture Mani City. The clanging sound of armor can be heard constantly lingering around for a long time. The air began to become tense when Chang Feng led the heavenly army to appear 5 miles below Mani City. Whether it was the Tiandu Empire coalition forces in Mani City or the Wuhan Empire who were also 4 miles below Mani City, they looked at Chang Feng. Every direction they are in is full of fear. At this time the Wuhan Empire had a total of 300,000 troops, but the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces numbered 700,000. At this time Chang Feng, still wearing a mask, appeared in front of everyone. Soon the Wuhan Empire sent someone over and told Chang Feng that Mani City should be attacked first by the Wuhan Empire. If it failed, Tiangong would attack later. Chang Feng made a decision on the spot and agreed directly. Although it is known that the Wuhan Empire has its own selfish motives, according to the agreement signed by the two parties, whoever attacks Mani City first will have possession of it after conquering Mani City. Will it be along the western route of Mani City or along the route to the west of Mani City? They have the priority to attack the Tiandu Empire along the eastern route of Mani City. Chang Feng also understood from the map that the cities along the eastern route of Mani City were relatively prosperous, while the cities along the western route of Mani City were relatively poor. However, even so, Chang Feng didn't care about the Wuhan Empire's selfish motive. In Chang Feng's view, even if the Wuhan Empire succeeds in capturing Mani City, it will suffer heavy losses. This result is in the best interest of heaven and is also the result that heaven wants to see. Therefore Chang Feng became a bystander and watched the Wuhan Empire launch a siege against Mani City. A horn suddenly sounded floating between heaven and earth. The war has begun. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 325 Golden Crocodile Douluo vs Sword Douluo. The air is filled with tension. Everyone in the Wuhan Empire rushed towards the city in front of them, either holding a sword, a spear or a knife. Their eyes are full of strong fighting spirit. Of course the ones at the forefront were groups of people carrying ladders on their backs. They looked like tigers descending the mountain, full of momentum. However, the Tiandu Empire coalition forces in Mani City are not vegetarians. Just when the Wuhan Empire launched an attack on the city, the archers on the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, who had been preparing for a long time, could not restrain their excitement and began to draw their bows and arrows. Whoosh! Arrows were like a shower of stars and blood was like flying flowers printed all over the city wall. The ones who fell were all soldiers from the Spirit Empire, but after every soldier fell there would always be another soldier behind them who rushed up in time. They all let out roars, their eyes bloodshot, looking at the soldiers of the Tiandu Empire coalition full of hatred. Although the soldiers of the Wuhan Empire fought bravely, the height of Mani City was 5 feet high, so it would be very difficult to break through this city. Moreover, as soon as the soldiers from the Wuhan Empire arrived at the city wall, they were shot through by thousands of arrows. Under the city wall, corpses that were still a little warm had already piled up, looking particularly terrifying. Golden Crocodile Douluo was sitting in the central army. When he saw the fighting situation on the Spirit Empire's side, he naturally felt aggrieved and angry. Without the slightest hesitation, he glanced at Demon Bear Douluo beside him and said directly, Elder Han, our Spirit Empire is currently at a disadvantage in combat. I hope you can help our brave soldiers of the Spirit Empire board the battle. A hole was opened in the city wall. I think if you take action, Tiandu and the others are no match for you. Moreover, they can also help our Spirit Empire break through the gate of Mani City. Demon Bear Douluo did not hesitate at all, nodded directly and replied yes. Demon Bear Douluo's body flashed and he immediately summoned the martial spirit, and then the martial soul possessed him. In an instant, Demon Bear Douluo's body turned into a big black bear over 4 feet tall. His body was extremely huge, and what was even more eye-catching was that those front paws were emitting a shocking cold light all the time. After a while, Demon Bear Douluo's body came directly in front of everyone in the Spirit Empire and he took the lead in charging forward. After the Tiandu Empire discovered Demon Bear Douluo, many archers on the city wall received orders from the guard and aimed their bows and arrows at Demon Bear Douluo's body. In one moment, thousands of arrows were fired. However, when those bows and arrows shot toward Demon Bear Douluo, there were constant jingling sounds all around, and even a few sparks were produced from time to time. Seeing this scene, the defenders of the Tiandu Empire widened their eyes and felt incredible. However, before the Tiandu Empire coalition forces could react, Demon Bear Douluo's body had already arrived under the city wall. He raised his head and looked coldly at the defenders on the city wall of Mani City, and then immediately raised his claws. He slapped hard towards the city wall. The loud boom boom sound spread all around, attracting the attention of the powerful people nearby. On the side of the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, the Eperts quickly rushed to the city wall. When they saw the appearance of the city wall in front of them, they all took a breath of cold air. The scene that caught the eyes of everyone on the Tiandu Empire's coalition side was that the city walls of Mani City were covered with countless cracks, and it seemed that they could no longer withstand another blow. If there is another attack, the city wall of Mani City will definitely collapse. Many people at this time have thought of this, but because of this their faces became extremely ugly. Emperor Shuya looked at this scene with a cold face and looked at Kai Baoning Fengzi, who was in the direction of the Li Yulai sect, said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Ning, can you please trouble your sect sword elder to stop that bear right now? If that bear comes again, I'm afraid the city wall will collapse." Ning Fengzi didn't hesitate at all, looked at Sword Douluo and said, "Uncle Jian, please take action and stop the bear transformed by Demon Bear Douluo." Sword Douluo nodded. The net moment, Sword Douluo flew with his sword and came directly to Demon Bear Douluo. Seeing that Demon Bear Douluo was about to land his claws on the wall of Mani City, Sword Douluo snorted coldly and shouted, "10,000 swords return to the sect." In an instant, countless swords appeared behind Sword Douluo, and then these swords quickly flew toward Demon Bear Douluo. In the middle of flying, these countless swords suddenly turned into a super giant sword, and then fiercely the ground fell toward Demon Bear Douluo. Bang bang! Demon Bear Douluo's body flew away upside down. His martial spirit possession state was directly released, and at the same time a mouthful of blood rushed out of his mouth. After flying upside down for 20 meters in a row, Demon Bear Douluo was able to stop himself. Enduring the severe pain in his body, Demon Bear Douluo looked at the old man flying with his sword in the sky opposite, his eyes full of fear and unwillingness. Sword Douluo really deserves his reputation, but Demon Bear Douluo still had undiminished fighting spirit, but he also understood that if he continued to fight he might vomit even more blood. At this moment, Demon Bear Douluo heard a sentence come back. "The sound is perfect. This voice is from the second enshrinement." Without thinking much, Demon Bear Douluo endured the pain and retreated towards Golden Crocodile Douluo's position. The net moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo appeared in front of Sword Douluo, his face very calm, but such a calm face made Sword Douluo extremely fearful, and his face was full of solemnity. "Chen Xin, when I see you I think of your father. You are truly a father and son. They are both so talented." Listening to Golden Crocodile Douluo's words, Sword Douluo said calmly, "Although my father was defeated, sooner or later I will definitely defeat him on my father's behalf." Hearing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled and said, "Your father Chen Jianjun is a titled Douluo who has reached the 97th level. With your talent you may reach the heights of your father in the future, but I'm afraid it will only be that's it. If you want to reach the level of a great sacrifice, it's still impossible to do it with your talent." Sword Douluo said with a cold face, "It's too early to say this. I may not be able to reach the realm of Yandaoliu in my lifetime, but in terms of combat power I will definitely reach it." Golden Crocodile Douluo was non-committal to Sword Douluo's word. "Haha, if you reach my level you will understand how ridiculous your words are. Moreover, if you are in my hands now, do you think there will be a chance to replace your father in the future and find it from the hands of the great worshipper? Go back. Speaking of so many things, you can only know everything after fighting." Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Sword Douluo coldly and stopped talking. The net moment, a huge and powerful Golden Crocodile King appeared behind Golden Crocodile Douluo. Its color and patterns were all golden and it looked radiant and extraordinary. Then 9 conspicuous soul rings slowly floated behind Golden Crocodile Douluo, and the configuration of the soul rings was yellow yellow, purple purple, black 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 and red. Especially the 9th red soul ring behind Golden Crocodile Douluo, which almost made the people on both sides breathless. The oppressive feeling brought by the red soul ring is very strong. Even if you just look at it from a distance you will feel a palpitation or even a heartbeat. Sword Douluo on the other hand looked at him with cold eyes and an expressionless face. However, some people present also noticed something different about Sword Douluo at this time. When they looked at Sword Douluo at this moment, although the other party just stood there quietly and did not speak, but he just stood there. Although he was motionless, he still gave people a feeling that he was the only one in the world. Sword Douluo Chenin's voice is like a sharp blade cutting everyone's heart. Man and sword unite. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge space was released in the sky above Sword Douluo's head and and countless sword blade fell down attacking the location of golden crocodile Douluo one after another. At the same time he himself turned into a giant sword standing between countless sword blade. In the center cold light radiate thousands of miles away. Golden crocodile Douluo looked at the scene in front of him and knew that the other party had used the 9th soul skill, so he did not dare to be careless. The net moment the 8th soul ring behind golden crocodile Douluo suddenly lit up. Golden crocodile flame shield. In an instant in the void in front of golden crocodile Douluo a huge golden crocodile shape suddenly appeared. At the same time this golden crocodile issued terrifying blazing fire. In almost an instant an extremely strong golden crocodile was formed. Flame shield and sword Douluo's sword blades all fell on golden crocodile Douluo's flaming shield, including sword Douluo, who turned into a giant sword and attacked the flaming shield fiercely. In the end the blazing shield was shattered by countless sword blade. However sword Douluo's attack only ended there. Golden crocodile Douluo's body just swayed a little unsteady and his face became a little flushed. In addition golden crocodile Douluo was not injured at all. Seeing this scene sword Douluo's eyes were filled with disappointment. In the end he lost. But what golden crocodile Douluo is thinking about right now is himself. He is getting older after all. However he has not yet used his full strength, but he can defeat Chen Xin a junior and even seriously injure his opponent Fang. It can be done and I can't help but feel rela-ed. At this time both the Tiandu Empire and the Wuhan Empire were looking in the direction of sword Douluo and golden crocodile Douluo. They know that the final victory in this war still depends on strong men like them. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 326 The Unpected Person Tang Chen. I lost. Even though sword Douluo was unwilling to give in, he still opened his mouth and admitted it openly. But this result made the Tiandu Empire coalition side particularly frustrated. In stark contrast the Spirit Empire's morale is high. Golden crocodile Douluo smiled faintly. There is a gap between you and me in realms, so there is no shame in losing to me. Sword Douluo wanted to say something but seemed to think of something, so he remained silent with a stern face. Net, are you going to continue to interfere? When sword Douluo heard this his body froze and he looked at Ning Fengzi, who was in the direction of the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces. Seeing Ning Fengzi shake his head sword Douluo replied, Net, I won't interfere. After finishing speaking sword Douluo turned into a sword light without any nonsense and landed Net to Ning Fengzi, one of the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, and remained silent. Emperor Sui's Zion was quite ugly at this time. He had also noticed just now that there was still a huge gap between this sword Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo from the Spirit Empire. If the fight continues, I'm afraid this result is also conceivable. Besides, this sword Douluo is not his but a member of the Seven Treasures Glay sect, and he will not fight to the death for the sake of the Tiandu Empire. Thinking of this, Emperor Sui felt quite unwilling but also felt a little helpless. He looked around and said, everyone, Mani City is in danger right now. Do you have any good countermeasures? Especially the opponent's golden crocodile Douluo. He is so powerful. Who can stop him? After the word fell, Emperor Sui first turned his attention to Ning Fengzi, the master of Kaibao Glay sect. Emperor Sui still admired and appreciated Ning Fengzi's mind. It can be said that in Emperor Shui's heart, although Ning Fengzi's cultivation level did not reach that of Contra, his intelligence was extremely high. If we say that among the people present who is most likely to think of some good countermeasures to get out of the current predicament, it is only Ning Fengzi. Seeing Emperor Shui's eyes falling on her, Ning Fengzi's eyes wandered and she just thought for a while before speaking. Your Majesty, I'm afraid we won't be able to defend Mani City for long. I hope your Majesty will make plans early. In addition, your Majesty should consider preparing for separate wars with the Wuhan Empire and Tiangong after retreating from Mani City. In other words, if Mani City is captured, there will be two battlefields in the Tiandu Empire and the enemy is Wuhan. The Seoul Empire is in Tiangong, and although His Majesty currently has an army of 700,000, if he faces the alliance between Wuhan Empire and Tiangong, he may be a little stretched. Sect leader Ning, is it possible to say that there is no hope that Mani City can be defended? Your Majesty, in Ning's opinion, there is no hope of holding on. When Emperor Sui heard this, he sighed lightly in his heart. But at this moment Tang San said, Your Majesty, maybe there is still a chance to defend Mani City. Upon hearing that Tang San, the head of the Tang sect, had spoken, Emperor Sui's eyes suddenly lit up. Maybe he really had a chance to hold on. Then Emperor Shui said excitedly, Master Tang, can you tell everyone present in detail? Tang San looked calm and said, Your Majesty, don't forget our Tang clan is a member of the Tiandu Empire's coalition. Whether it's dealing with the Spirit Empire or Tiangong, Tang San will help you. Maybe, Your Majesty, I don't know, but in my Tang sect there is a group of elite. Their strength is in the realm of great soul masters and soul masters, but but they are all good at using many hidden weapons and poisons. In my opinion, my Tang sect makes them. I have to hold on for a while and then send people to continue to strengthen the city wall. There is still hope for me to defend Mani City. However, the first thing we face is the master of the Spirit Empire, Golden Crocodile Douluo. After hearing Tang San's words, everyone present was thoughtful. Tang San's words sounded quite reasonable, but the most difficult part right now is how to face the master of the Spirit Empire, Golden Crocodile Douluo. I'm afraid no one here can do it. For a moment everyone present felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly a sergeant rushed over, knelt down and said, "Reporting to your majesty, there is a man outside who claims to be the great-grandfather of the Tang sect master and wants to come in. I don't know whether what this man said is true, so I came here to tell you." Tang San was paused upon hearing this. He looked at the sergeant and said, "Did he say what his name was?" Seeing that it was the Tang sect master who was asking the question in person, the sergeant also saw the ceremony and said, "He said his name is Tang Chen and he is here to help you, the Tang sect master." Tang San's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned his head to look at Emperor Shuye and smiled. "Your majesty, maybe the hope of being able to stop the Spirit Empire this time falls on my grandfather." Emperor Shuye was a little hesitant when he heard this and couldn't help but ask, "Master Tang sect, I wonder what your grandfather's strength is?" Then before Tang San could reply, Sword Douluo said in shock, "Tang Chen? Isn't this the last person who was on par with Qian Douluo, the great priest of Wuhan Palace?" Ren Haoshan Douluo? What? Emperor Sui looked at Sword Douluo in surprise. Others also looked at Sword Douluo and Tang San felt a little surprised. "Elder Sword knows about my great-grandfather?" Sword Douluo said faintly. Tang Chen in Douluo continent was once almost a household name. Like Qian Douluo, the great priest of Wuhan Palace, he was also a peerless Douluo expert at level 99. In this Douluo continent there is almost no one stronger than him. His a level 99 peerless Douluo expert. Everyone looked in Tang San's direction, not only in shock but also in awe. Tang San appropriately said, "Since my great-grandfather is here, let's go see my great-grandfather now." But as soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, surprising everyone. This man looked tall with black hair and black eyes, handsome appearance, deep eyes and an old and thick voice, very much like a majestic old man. Tang Chen. Sword Douluo determined the opponent's identity at a glance. Tang San on the other hand had a smile on his face, saluted Tang Chen and said, "Unfilial great-grandson Tang San, I have met my great-grandfather." Seeing Tang San, Tang Chen smiled and said, "That's right. Unlike those guys from the Haoshan sect, you know how to respect the elderly and know etiquette. The key is that you have reached such a level of strength at such a young age. As a great-grandfather, I am really happy." Tang San said humbly, "All this is thanks to my great-grandfather's care for me. Otherwise I would not have reached the level I am today." Regarding Tang San's words, Tang Chen naturally understood that what Tang San said was about some help to him when he was in the Killing City. However, if Tang San hadn't summoned the Clear Sky Hammer spirit and awakened him, otherwise he would have continued to be confused without himself. Every time he thought of this, Tang Chen always felt palpitations in his heart. When he thought back to so many wasted years, he always felt a little helpless in his heart. "All of this is your own effort." After Tang Chen finished saying this, he glanced at the audience, looking at the frown on your brows. "Have you encountered any difficulties?" Emperor Sui hesitated a little at this time and looked at Tang San. When Tang San saw Emperor Shui's eyes, he understood what he meant. So Tang San looked at Tang Chen and said, "Great-grandfather, there is a master in the Wuhan Empire. He is Golden Crocodile Douluo, but we don't have anyone who can compete with him. Now this city may not be able to defend it. The Tiandu Empire must be in ruins and I can't bear it. I wonder if my great-grandfather can help and stop that Golden Crocodile Douluo." "That's it, Golden Crocodile Douluo, I know, just leave him to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Tang Chen's figure flash, and the net moment he came to the city wall, stood directly on the city wall, looked down at the Wuhan Empire and said, "Who is Golden Crocodile Douluo? I, Tang Chen, want to learn from you ability." Seeing Tang Chen's appearance, Tang San looked at Emperor Sui and said meaningfully, "Your Majesty, perhaps the fighting situation has changed. When the time comes, perhaps attack is the best defense." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Emperor Sui's eyes shone a little brightly. The eyes of other people present flickered. Then everyone present looked in the direction of Tang Chen. At the Heavenly Palace, Cheng Feng was shocked when he heard Tang Chen's word. "Tang Chen? This is really unexpected. How did he come here?" Looking at the figure on the city wall not far away, Cheng Feng's eyes were a little colder. What if Tang Chen and Tang San were served in one pot here? That would be nice. When Cheng Feng thought this in his heart, he looked at the figure coldly. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 327 Li Yunfen takes action. When Golden Crocodile Douluo heard the words Tang Chen, his e-press Zion couldn't help but change. According to what he knew, Tang Chen was comparable to the great worshipper Qian Douluo in terms of strength, but in terms of strength he cannot compare to Tang Chen. In this way, facing Tang Chen, Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't have much chance of winning, but with so many people here watching, it would be very inappropriate for him to act like a coward. After defeating Sword Douluo just now, he should have taken advantage of the situation to capture this city in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Golden Crocodile Douluo flashed and faced Tang Chen. Tang Chen glanced at Golden Crocodile Douluo, chuckled and said, "If you can't do it, let that guy Qian Douluo do it." When Golden Crocodile Douluo heard this, his expression turned ugly. Although his strength was not as good as Tang Chen himself, he was pointed at the nose and said no before he was beaten. Even the most cultivated Golden Crocodile Douluo had already greeted Tang Chen's parents in his heart. Even though he knew that the other party was very powerful, Golden Crocodile Douluo said calmly, "You are still like this after all these years? People from the Haoshan sect are really not likable." Tang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. "You are just a clown in front of me. How can you judge my Haoshan sect? It looks like you are going to fight to the end. In this case, don't blame me for being cruel." Tang Chen directly summoned the clear sky hammer and then took a step forward. Tang Chen's movements caught Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes, making Golden Crocodile Douluo's heart tighten. However, in the eyes of Golden Crocodile Douluo there is no I couldn't catch Tang Chen's figure. This scene made Golden Crocodile Douluo wonder again, what is going on with Tang Chen? Why can't I even catch him at level 99 with my naked eyes? But why could he capture the movements of Qian Douluo, who was also level 99? Suddenly a bad premonition arose in Golden Crocodile Douluo's heart. The net moment, the hair on Golden Crocodile Douluo's back stood up. Without any hesitation, he quickly summoned the martial spirit and possessed it directly. But as soon as he completed possessing the spirit, a heavy hammer hit him from behind. This hammer broke Golden Crocodile Douluo's backbone, making Golden Crocodile Douluo look even more rickety. At the same time, Golden Crocodile Douluo quickly retreated to a place more than 10 meters away, looking at Tang Chen in horror. What Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't expect was that Tang Chen's speed was so fast that as soon as the fight started, he came directly behind him, making Golden Crocodile Douluo unable to react at all. The blood in Golden Crocodile Douluo's chest surged and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Tang Chen looked very relaxed and happy. The more discerning people present could understand at a glance who had the upper hand, Tang Chen or Golden Crocodile Douluo. Cheng Feng naturally saw the situation in front of him clearly and couldn't help but frown. If this continues, let alone defeating Tang Chen, it is still a question whether Golden Crocodile Douluo can survive in his hands. But another thing that deserves Cheng Feng's attention is that although this Tang Chen's soul power level is a peerless Douluo of level 99, it is somewhat different from level 99. This difference became clear to Cheng Feng after he thought quickly. Demigod? Absolutely so. Unexpectedly there was such a discovery. Tang Chen is now in the realm of demigods, so can he still keep him? Cheng Feng didn't know about this, but the only thing he understands is that even if the opponent is a demigod relying on his own background, he may not be unable to defeat him. However, he took into account more factors and it was not yet an opportunity to oppose himself. At this moment a sudden change occurred in the field. Tang Chen quickly disappeared from the scene, and when he appeared again he was behind Golden Crocodile Douluo. This scene caused the pupils of everyone present to shrink suddenly. Golden Crocodile Douluo is in danger. If nothing unexpected happens, Golden Crocodile Douluo will probably be here. Seeing this scene, Cheng Feng's face darkened on the spot. If Golden Crocodile Douluo dies here as a party to the alliance, if he does not carry out rescue, then the Spirit Empire will tear up the agreement. Regarding the Spirit Empire, at this time Cheng Feng was more afraid of Bibi Dong, who had become a god. I thought about it again and again and couldn't wait any longer. You must save Golden Crocodile Douluo, otherwise when the time comes the offensive and defensive momentum will change easily and you will still be the unlucky one. Without the slightest hesitation, Cheng Feng looked at Li Yunfen and said, "Teacher, that Golden Crocodile Douluo from the Wuhan Empire, please take action to save him. This person is still alive for the time being before Mani City is captured. You can't die. As for me, it's not convenient for me to take action at the moment." Li Yunfen nodded slightly when he heard Cheng Feng's request. Then in Cheng Feng's eyes he saw a blue light flying quickly in the direction of Tang Chen. The net moment, what caught Cheng Feng's eyes was this scene. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked frightened, but at this moment he was being held by Li Yunfen with one hand and suspended in the air. Tang Chen's expression changed drastically. From the time when Li Yunfen took action to now, in just a short moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo's original fatal situation has been resolved so easily, which is really surprising. In addition, Tang Chen was a little more wary of Li Yunfen, but his eyes also showed a fierce fighting spirit. When Golden Crocodile Douluo came back to his senses, senses he found that he was being carried by someone. He couldn't help but blush, and then his face turned livid. After all these years, it is really too embarrassing to be carried in such a shameful position in front of everyone. But he also realized that the person in front of him who came to rescue him might not be so easy to deal with. For some reason, Golden Crocodile Douluo felt a strong crisis from Li Yunfen, as if he would be easily killed by the other party as long as he was willing. This feeling was really too strong, and Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but feel a sense of fear towards Li Yunfen in his heart. This is the first time in many years that he has felt like this. It is really unbelievable. Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't accept this at all, but after Li Yunfen's performance he was relieved. Are you Tang Chen from the Haoshan sect? I remember back then your grandfather mentioned you many times in front of me, saying that your Haoshan sect had a good seedling. Unexpectedly, after so many years, things have changed. Back then that baby is already old. Time is not forgiving. Tang Chen stared at Li Yunfen, his face full of solemnity. This person is actually from my grandfather's generation. It's really unbelievable. Tang Chen said calmly. Senior, do you want to tell me that you have lived for more than 300 years? Tang Chen's words shocked everyone present. More than 300 years old. This is such a long life. Li Yunfen said calmly. It's a long story. I am almost 400 years old this year, and I have lived a long time. Everyone present took a breath after hearing this. This kind of thing also makes everyone feel incredible. 400 years old. How did you do that? Many people are filled with this question in their hearts, but they have no way to get the answers, so they can only look at Li Yunfen. Tang Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. The man in front of him looked like he was no ordinary person, and the aura on his body looked particularly vast. This discovery immediately made Tang Chen's eyes narrow. What I didn't expect is that you are so powerful. In terms of soul power level, you must be a peerless Douluo at level 99. When Tang Chen said this, when he looked at Li Yunfen, his eyes were filled with soaring fighting spirit. Li Yunfen smiled faintly. You have the same demeanor as I did back then. Tang Chen did not comment on Li Yunfen's words. On the contrary, he frowned. In that case, let's meet the real chapter under our respective hands. Li Yunfen looked at Tang Chen indifferently and shouted softly, dominate the world. In an instant, everyone present felt that they were being targeted. Immediately afterwards, they were shocked to discover that this turned out to be a field. Suddenly everyone was no longer calm. Then everyone present was shocked to find that they were actually surrendering to the old man in white. A person with a strong will quickly withdraw from such a state. When they came back to their senses, each of them had lingering fears. From time to time they looked at Li Yunfen with the corner of their eyes showing a kind of fear in their heart. Tang Chen didn't expect that the old man in front of him would actually open the field when he came up, which really caught him off guard. But so what? He is Tang Chen. Thinking of this, Tang Chen tightly grasped the huge pitch-black Haoshan hammer in his hand. His eyes burst out with unparalleled fighting spirit, and then he took a step forward, then turned into a black shadow and quickly moved towards attack in the direction of Li Yunfen. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 328. Tang San reveals Cheng Feng's identity. Li Yunfen smiled and quietly watched Tang Chen attack towards him. Regarding Tang Chen's attack, Li Yunfen did not show any timidity. On the contrary, he seemed more like he didn't care about it. This scene fell into Tang Chen's eyes, making Tang Chen look slightly annoyed. In Tang Chen's opinion, Li Yunfen's behavior was contempt for him. As a result, Tang Chen's speed became even faster. Everyone present held their breath and stared at the place where Li Yunfen and Tang Chen fought without blinking. At this time they all realized that the current competition between Li Yunfen and Tang Chen was related to whether Mani City could eventually be breached. Just when Tang Chen was less than 15 meters away from Li Yunfen's figure moved and Li Yunfen suddenly flew into the air. In this moment of effort, Tang Chen's movements were in vain. Tang Chen raised his head and looked at Li Yunfen coldly, but he felt Li Yunfen's difficulty in his heart. Net moment, Tang Chen gently tapped in the void and his figure was like a wisp of breeze floating in the direction of Li Yunfen as fast as a flying star. When Li Yunfen saw Tang Chen's movements, his eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water. The light cloud and light wind were a true portrayal of his prescience at this time. This scene caught Tang Chen's gaze and a surge of anger suddenly surged up. Kill! Tang Chen shouted loudly, holding a huge black Haoshan hammer in his right hand, and smashed it in the direction of Li Yunfen, his eyes flashing with endless anger. The momentum was so fierce that it shocked everyone, especially the yellow light gushing out from Tang Chen's body, blooming with dazzling brilliance, attracting attention. Can Li Yunfen still be able to stop Tang Chen like this? On the side of the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, Emperor Sui said, I didn't expect Senior Tang to be so powerful. That Senior shouldn't be able to stop him this time, right? However, when Emperor Shuya finished speaking, no one responded and there was silence. Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Kaibao Glaze sect, frowned. He did not remain objective like Emperor Shuya, but instead a hint of worry arose in his heart. At this moment Ning Fengzi felt that judging from the current situation there was a gap between Tang Chen and that senior, although he did not know how big the gap was. Looking at Tang San, his brows were knitted together, looking like the Chinese character Sichuan. From the looks of it, the senior that great-grandfather faced was not inferior to him in terms of strength. When he thought of this, Tang San was shocked. I thought that because of my great-grandfather's strength there would be no one on the Douluo continent who could compete with him, but I didn't expect that there was such a person in front of me, making it impossible for my great-grandfather to gain the upper hand in the fight. What should we do? Seeing that the person my great-grandfather was facing appeared from the direction of Tiangong, that is to say this person was most likely from Tiangong. Thinking of the heavenly palace, Tang San's eyes were filled with a hint of haze. In order to confirm whether this heavenly palace was the heavenly palace commanded by Cheng Feng, many people were sent out before and after, but none of those sent out came back. None of the people sent out came back, which made Tang San suspicious. Tang San had enough reason to believe that this heavenly palace was the heavenly palace. As for the lord of Tian Palace, under Tang San's purple devil eyes he could clearly see that he was wearing a mask. Seeing that mask, Tang San suddenly thought of many related memories about Cheng Feng. The Lord of Heaven appeared. If I remember correctly, the Lord of Heaven often likes to wear a mask. After considering various factors, Tang San looked in the direction of Cheng Feng with surprise, anger and confusion. No wonder the people in the God realm couldn't find Cheng Feng. They didn't expect that the other party was actually the Lord of Tiangong, an emerging force in the Douluo continent, and he was still hanging around under the eyes of the people in the God realm. As an enemy, Tang San had to admire Cheng Feng's courage. But the enemy is always the enemy, and enemies are meant to be destroyed. Thinking of this, Tang San looked in the direction of Cheng Feng. His eyes were indifferent. At this moment there was a shocking loud noise in the sky. Boom! Tang San raised his head and inadvertently saw his great-grandfather Tang Chen's clear sky hammer being blocked in front of him by the senior from Tiangong's right hand that emitted blue lightning arc light. This scene fell in the eyes of everyone present, causing many people to suddenly stare with big eyes and open their mouth into an O shape. That is the legendary clear sky hammer. To be blocked by that stalwart senior with just one right hand is really amazing. How strong is that senior? In an instant many people felt like a turbulent wave had arisen deep in their hearts, and they could not calm down for a long time. When Tang San saw this scene, his eyes immediately turned cold and his presence was a bit ugly. Even though his great-grandfather was as strong as he was, he could not gain any benefit in the hands of that senior. This cruel reality actually made Tang San feel dazed for a moment. When will I be able to reach the strength of that senior? When I think about the fact that the key to my Azura God test lies in the great enemy of the God realm, and the Lord of Heaven Cheng Feng is the son of that great enemy, if I inform the Azura God in the killing city about this, then I can directly proceed with it when the time comes. The 9th test of Shura God. In addition, if I reveal the true identity of the Lord of Tiangong on the spot, will the Spirit Empire turn around and deal with the people of Tiangong? Tang San thought for a while and then began to firm up his idea, that is, the identity of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace must be announced to the public. The advantage of doing this is that on the one hand it can relieve the dilemma of the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, so that the Wuhan Empire will throw in the towel and spend more energy on guarding against Tiangong. On the other hand, it can also get timely access to Tiangong after revealing the identity of the Lord of Tiangong. After confirming the other party's feedback, you can inform the Shura God of the killing city about this, so that you can directly take the 9 Shura EAMS. At this moment Tang San was excited by the prospect of this idea. Seeing that his great-grandfather Tang Chen and the strong man from Tiangong are still fighting, although anyone with a discerning eye can see that the strong man from Tiangong seems to be particularly able to deal with the attack of his great-grandfather Tang Chen. Tang San didn't hesitate at all, stood on tiptoes, tapped the ground lightly, and then his body flew into the air, flying in the direction of Tang Chen. Tang San's actions made everyone on the Tiandu Empire's coalition feel stunned. They didn't understand that Tang San was close to that dangerous fighting place at this moment. Didn't they think that he would be affected by this? In this regard they naturally felt extremely confused in their heart. Tang Chen, who was fighting with Li Yunfen, suddenly saw Tang San approaching. His heart froze. He directly distanced himself from Li Yunfen, landed NET to Tang San and said to Tang San angrily, "You kid didn't see me. Are you fighting with that old guy? You are so brave that you dare to come close to our battle. Do you want to live? If something happens to you, how will I explain to the ancestors of Haoshan sect?" When Tang San listened to Tang Chen's words, he felt a warm current flowing in his heart. He knew what he was thinking. His great-grandfather's words were full of concern for him, but when he thought of his purpose, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Great-grandfather, you also know what kind of person I am and the reason why I am close here. I want to accomplish accomplish something, and as long as it is accomplished the dilemma of our Heaven Do Empire coalition will no longer exist. Tang Chen's gaze shifted several times, and when he saw Tang San's calm presence he realized that his worries might be unnecessary. That's right, he should know what kind of person Tang San is. The net moment. Tang Chen smiled faintly. You kid, just do whatever you want. With me by your side I will never let you get hurt at all. Tang San nodded, then his gaze crossed the Spirit Empire and fell directly on the masked Cheng Feng. Seeing Tang San's malicious gaze, Cheng Feng felt something was wrong and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace, or in other words the Lord of the Heavenly Court. Cheng Feng, you didn't expect that here we meet again. Although you were wearing a mask, Tang San still recognized you at a glance. Cheng Feng, how dare you, don't you dare to take off your mask and let everyone take a look. Although the Wuhan Empire is my enemy at this time, I Tang San have always believed that there are no absolute enemies in this world, and you Cheng Feng hide it from the Wuhan Empire. Considering my original identity as the Lord of Heaven, I don't know what kind of thoughts I have. As soon as Tang San's words came out, both the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces and the Wuhan Empire's side seemed to implode. How can this be? This kind of doubt quietly arises in the hearts of everyone on both sides. Everyone turned their attention to Cheng Feng. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL Chapter 329 Cheng Feng battles Tang Chen, Tang San and Sword Douluo. At this time the scorching sun hung high in the sky and there was a suffocating heat in the air. It's annoying. However, in addition to this boredom, everyone suddenly felt a cold feeling in their hearts which suddenly added to the panic. Cheng Feng's gaze was like a sword and the cold light of the sword was like a knife thrust into everyone's heart, and everyone present suddenly felt their breathing stagnant. Cheng Feng's silence seemed to be the answer. Whether it was people from the Spirit Empire or the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, the eyes looking at Cheng Feng were full of surprise, confusion and panic. The reputation of the Lord of Heaven has been widely spread in Douluo continent many years ago. Now when the real person appears in front of them and is an enemy, their moods are inevitably ups and downs, and more often than not they are still helplessly complicated. Tang San, you just wanted the Spirit Empire to be wary of me, so you identified me. A few days ago you sent people from your Tang sect to my heavenly palace one after another just to confirm my identity. I guess you have been doubting my identity for a long time. Then have you ever thought that if my identity is posed directly like this you don't want to live? The words were like a cold wind blowing by. Even Tang San, who had an extremely strong mind, felt a chill as cold as ice at this moment. This made Tang San look at Cheng Feng with surprise and uncertainty. Why is Cheng Feng so strong? Judging from the situation just now, Tang San naturally saw something, that is Cheng Feng's aura was extremely strong and rare, and this caught Tang San off guard. I originally thought that Cheng Feng could handle it even if he was strong. However, now this reality slapped him hard. Tang San couldn't accept this at all. His chest seemed to be pressed by a huge boulder, as if he was breathing heavily, but he was probably breathing unevenly. A long time, Tang San's face returned to its original state, maintaining a calm presence, and spoke word by word. Cheng Feng, I know you are very powerful at this time, but over the years my ability has been increasing day by day. Even if there is some gap with you, in my opinion everything can be smoothed out with the help of eternal force, so I Tang San am not afraid of you, but what you just threatened me sounds like a stupid thing to me. Haha, Tang San, who is stupid you will know soon. Cheng Feng dodged and came to Li Yunfan's side. After nodding to Li Yunfan, Cheng Feng stepped forward looking as if he was walking on flat ground. When Tang San saw Cheng Feng's movements, his eyelids twitched and he felt panicked for no reason. When Tang San saw his great-grandfather Tang Chen standing in front of him looking at Tang Chen's tall back, Tang San felt a sense of security in his heart. No matter how strong Cheng Feng is with his great-grandfather here, his own safety will not be a problem. Thinking of Tang San here, when he looked at Cheng Feng he felt very calm. When Cheng Feng's figure reached less than 15 meters away from Tang Chen, Cheng Feng's figure suddenly stopped. Today I Cheng Feng am here to rectify my name. From now on the Heavenly Palace will be called Heavenly Palace to the outside world, and I am Cheng Feng, the Lord of Heavenly Palace. When he said this, Cheng Feng took off his mask and threw it away, letting his appearance appear in front of the Tiandu Empire coalition forces and the Wuhan Empire. The people in the Heavenly Court led by Douluo shouted loudly, everyone in the Heavenly Court is of one mind. I am willing to follow the Emperor of Heaven and sweep across all directions. The name of the Heavenly Court will be passed down to us forever for thousands of generations until death. Kill, kill, kill. The Heavenly Army waved their weapons and pointed directly at the sky. Their morale was so high that it shook the universe and the earth. Cheng Feng saw this scene in surprise. He sighed inwardly at what Douluo had done. It was really awesome. Under this situation I saw that the Wuhan Empire was extremely vigilant and wary of their their own heaven. My eyes moved from the Wuhan Empire, arriving at the site of the Tiandu Empire coalition forces. Seeing the hostility in their eyes, a kind of pride suddenly fell into Chang Feng's heart. Chang Feng just thought about it for a while and then stared at the person in the heaven behind him. What he saw was a determined face, and Chang Feng had a plan in his mind. He wants to wipe out all the enemies of heaven, the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces and the Wuhan Empire. This has to be said to be crazy, but right now he is not allowed to have any other choice. Only by keeping all the people who know his identity here can we prevent them from being known by the gods in the god realm. If in the end the news about his identity is leaked, then he will keep all these people here as much as possible and then pursue his own path to becoming a god. As for the agreement signed with the Spirit Empire, it was invalidated after Tang San revealed his identity. In this world for the forces there are no permanent friends, only eternal interests. So Chang Feng gathered everyone's gaze here and began to say, everyone in the heaven, are you willing to join me in killing all my enemies? Willing, willing, willing. From all directions what was heard was the high fighting spirit of the heavenly army, and their momentum shocked the sky. People of heaven, are you willing to join me in bringing peace to the world and bring peace to the world? Willing, willing, willing. Everyone in heaven, take the weapons in your hands and aim them at the allied forces of Wuhan Empire and Tiandu Empire. Go ahead and kill these enemies of our heaven. In the future the world of our heaven will belong to you too, the world, and I will fight with you and kill all the enemies. Kill, 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 kill. Chang Feng turned around and glanced coldly at the Tiandu Empire coalition forces and Wuhan Empire, then slowly but firmly raised his right hand and quickly waved it downward. Net moment. The central army of the heavenly army consisted of 500,000 troops, while the two wings had 150,000 troops on each side. A total of 800,000 black armored troops surged forward and back like a surging wave, rolling up thousands of miles of smoke and dust. The sonorous sound spread into one continuous sound reaching beyond the sky, and the whole world seemed to tremble with the sound. A loud and heroic horn sounded immediately, and everyone held their own weapons tightly in their hands, shining brightly under the scorching sun as if they could not wait to drink up the enemy's blood. The flag fluttered in the sudden gust of wind. On the flag were two powerful characters, heaven. All the soldiers in the heavenly army marched forward slowly with neat steps. Their Zions were stern and their eyes were filled with endless fighting intent. Their eyes seemed to reveal one meaning: kill. In the eyes of the Heaven Do Empire coalition forces and the Wuhan Empire, the heavenly army seemed to be sweeping over the plains like a black sea wave. Immediately under the command of Golden Crocodile Douluo, the Wuhan Empire's 180,000 strong Chinese army turned around and faced the heavenly army. However, the armies on both wings still maintained their original direction and formation to prevent the Heaven Do Empire's coalition forces. It can be said that the Wuhan Empire is in a disadvantageous situation at this time. At this moment Li Yunfan's body moved. He flashed and immediately came to the sky above Wuhan Empire. He looked at Golden Crocodile Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo with murderous intent in his eyes. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo suddenly stiffened and a hint of bitterness escaped from the corners of their mouth. The battle between Li Yunfan and Tang Chen just now was witnessed by them one by one. Faced with Li Yunfan's strength among the Wuhan Empire's troops at this moment, only he and Demon Bear Douluo had higher combat prowess. As for the others, let's not mention them. However, things have reached this point. Even if they know that the opponent is powerful, they still have to bite the bullet and go forward because their actions represent the Spirit Empire at all times. At the same time, Douluo followed Hu Wending and Dai Wei to attack the Wuhan Empire. In Chang Feng's view, relying on Douluo's poison skills was very efficient in wiping out the enemy's combat power. When everyone in the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces saw the current situation, they all felt ridiculous. At the same time, they all worked hard to prepare for a battle with the heavenly army. When Chang Feng saw Hu Wending and Douluo in the heavenly army, he stopped paying attention and instead focused on Tang Chen, Tang San and Sword Douluo. Chang Feng stared at them for a while, then said, Tang Chen, Tang San and Sword Douluo, this time I want to ask you for advice. Do you dare? When saying this, Chang Feng had a relaxed and carefree presence, and his nonchalant attitude angered Tang Chen, Sword Douluo and Tang San, who all looked at Chang Feng angrily. Chang Feng narrowed his eyes when he saw that both Tang Chen and Tang San showed murderous intent towards him and made some moves while Sword Douluo remained motionless. Sword Douluo must join Tang Chen and Tang San in the battle with him and cannot let him attack his heavenly army. Chang Feng was well aware of Sword Douluo's attack power. If he listened to Ning Fengzi and attacked his army to break the situation, he would be the one who suffered heavy losses. Thinking of this, Chang Feng said calmly, Sword Douluo, aren't you willing to come up? The ugly words are ahead. If you are not willing, I will kill Ning Fengzi net to you later. Don't doubt my strength, otherwise you will regret it. When he said this, Chang Feng revealed part part of his aura. It was precisely because of this part that Sword Douluo was frightened and at the same time knew that Cheng Feng was definitely capable of doing it. Without any hesitation, Sword Douluo glanced at Ning Fengzi, gritted his teeth and flew with his sword to the left of Tang Chen and Tang San. The three of them stared at Cheng Feng closely from both directions, their eyes filled with condensed into substantial murderous intent. After looking at each other for a while, Cheng Feng showed a smile. Ice realm open. In an instant, countless diagonal snowflakes suddenly appeared in the sky, flying across the entire battlefield. The surprising scene was that none of these snowflakes seemed to have fallen in the Heavenly Army camp. Instead, they all fell in the direction of the allied forces of the Spirit Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. When the snowflakes fell silently, a chill filled the surroundings, but this chill was only aimed at the people of the allied forces of the Spirit Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Of course, the most important thing is that this ice domain is mainly aimed at Tang Chen, Sword Douluo and Tang San. The moment they were enveloped by the ice domain, Tang Chen, Tang San and Sword Douluo stiffened, and then their prescience changed drastically, because they felt that their strength was directly weakened by 30% at this time. Tang Chen and the others looked at Cheng Feng and finally their eyes showed some solemnity. In terms of the other party's control of soul power, they really felt a huge pressure. Tang Chen glanced at Tang San, then at Sword Douluo and said, "I'll be responsible for the main attack later. They are assisting fleibly on the side. The strength of the other party cannot be underestimated, especially you, mistress. You must not be careless. I will go first." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Tang Chen holding the clear sky hammer in his right hand, flying towards Cheng Feng. Explosions began to ring in the air. At this moment, Tang Chen accelerated his speed to the extreme, but the naked eye can only see a blurry after image. However, under Cheng Feng's fiery eyes, Tang Chen's movements were completely invisible. Tang San saw Cheng Feng's shining golden eyes and couldn't help but frown. Suddenly he remembered something and quickly reminded Tang Chen, "Great-grandfather, be careful of his eyes. His eyes are blazing and golden. They can destroy all illusions. Moreover, his eyes also have the effect of perspective and far-sightedness." As soon as these words came out, Sword Douluo on the side was shocked. Sword Douluo thought to himself, "This Cheng Feng actually has such a method. How much background does he have?" At this moment, Sword Douluo began to recall the methods Cheng Feng had shown, and for a moment Sword Douluo secretly became very energetic. Sword Douluo, while admiring Cheng Feng's astonishing growth rate, could not help but feel a little bit unwilling in his heart. When Tang Chen heard Tang San's reminder, his prescience changed several times and then he quickly retreated, giving up his previous plan of attacking with speed, and stopped abruptly. Looking at Cheng Feng's eyes, Tang Chen looked a little ugly, but not long after Tang Chen whispered, "Killing God Realm open." Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 330. Cheng Feng cuts off Tang San's leg. When Tang Chen used the Killing God domain, Cheng Feng clearly felt that his ice domain's restriction on Tang Chen's strength had weakened. Currently it only weakened Tang Chen's strength by only 10%. As for the Killing God domain, Cheng Feng can also use it. Cheng Feng knew that the God of Killing domain could also grow through killing. The more killings, the stronger the God of Killing domain would be. Tang Chen's performance just now made Cheng Feng realize that Tang Chen's basic God of Death field had actually been increased to the upper limit of 20%. While Cheng Feng was frightened, he did not dare to underestimate Tang Chen too much. At this moment, Tang Chen glanced at Tang San and said, "Xiao San, you also activate the God of Death domain." Activating the God of Death domain can offset the weakening of our strength by the ice domain. After I activate the God of Death domain, my own strength has increased to 120%, thus offsetting the 20% of the other party's weakening of my strength. As for you, Xiaosan, I estimate that I should be able to offset 10%. This is because you haven't killed enough. When you kill more in the future, you can achieve it. To my intent. After hearing this, Tang San's eyes shifted a few times and he also opened the Killing God realm. When Sword Douluo on the side saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched. Tang Chen and Tang San had both mastered the realm of the God of Death, which made him feel envious. When Cheng Feng saw this scene before him, his prescience didn't change much, but he looked at Tang San. According to Cheng Feng's perception, Tang San's strength has not reached the realm of a titled Douluo but is extremely close to it. Even if the opponent has not reached the realm of titled Douluo, Cheng Feng knows that the opponent's combat power should allow him to defeat ordinary titled Douluo. However, if the other party wants to defeat him, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky, even if he has many means at his disposal, because in the face of strength all means can be shattered. As for Tang Chen, Cheng Feng also knew that he would never be able to suppress and kill him for a while. After all, he and he were both level 99 peerless Douluo. As for Sword Douluo, although he could defeat or even kill him, he could do it but with Tang Chen on the side to restrain him. Although he could eventually achieve this goal, he wanted to to accomplish it quickly and in a short time. There are also some difficulties. Thinking about it this way, only Tang San could quickly deal with him. Regarding Tang San, Cheng Feng didn't want to spare him. As long as he can be eliminated, neither Tang Chen nor Sword Douluo is as important as Tang San. When thinking of this, Cheng Feng began to prepare to implement his idea. At this moment, Cheng Feng took out the cold light sword from the ring's soul guide. At the same time, in an instant, Cheng Feng summoned his martial spirit and a dark and thick death sickle appeared in front of Tang Chen and the others. Cheng Feng held the cold light sword in his left hand and the death sickle in his right hand. He looked at Tang Chen and the others with high fighting spirit. From the corner of his eye, Cheng Feng saw that the heavenly army below was already at war with the Spirit Empire and was at an absolute advantage. Cheng Feng was naturally very happy. The net moment 9 soul rings quickly floated behind Cheng Feng. Black, black, red, 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 red. Such a configuration of soul rings was thanks to the use of the God-given soul rings. Otherwise it would have been difficult to achieve such an effect. There is basically no choice but to become a god. The 7 dazzling red soul rings reflected the sky like the scorching sun. At this time everyone could see a hint of fear in Cheng Feng's figure. The morale of the people in heaven is even higher. In contrast, the morale of the Spirit Empire has weakened. In Douluo continent, everyone who has a basic understanding of the Soul Master world knows what the red soul ring means. 100,000 years soul ring. There are actually 7. Is this really a human being? Although Cheng Feng has 9 soul rings like other titled Douluo, Cheng Feng's 9 soul rings are like a big mountain pressing down on the Spirit Emperor. In the hearts of the coalition forces of China and the Tiandu Empire, they felt a huge pressure, especially the huge momentum coming from the 7 red soul rings. It directly affected the 3 people of Wuhan Empire, Tiandu Empire, Allied forces and Tang Chen. Since the 3 of them were close to each other, the pressure they faced was much greater. As for the affected Spirit Empire soldiers whose morale was already low, their combat power was greatly reduced at this time. This made every soldier in the heavenly army rejoice. They quickly seized the opportunity in front of them and waved the sharp weapons in their hands. The weapon pierced the heart of the Spirit Empire soldier who was fighting him. Red blood spilled all over the floor. This scene taking place at every fighting place at this moment makes people feel numb. When Tang Chen saw the 7 red soul rings behind Cheng Feng, his face immediately darkened. Then he retreated in front of Tang San, relying on his own strength to help Tang San block the majestic momentum from Cheng Feng. Even as strong as Tang Chen, he still felt that he was in the shocking momentum shown by Cheng Feng, as if he was as small as a small boat facing the threat of being annihilated at any time. At this moment, Sword Douluo was sweating continuously on his forehead and his face felt unnatural. Even his body trembled a few times. Although it was not obvious, Cheng Feng still noticed it. Cheng Feng never expected that after revealing his soul ring and showing his momentum he would receive such an unexpected effect, which really made him feel happy. It seems that Tang Chen can still defeat him in a short time. Suddenly, after this thought emerged in his heart, Cheng Feng's eyes became brighter. Cheng Feng didn't hesitate at all and quickly rushed towards Tang Chen. At the same time, the 9th red soul ring behind him suddenly lit up like a huge sun shining on Tang Chen and the 3 of them, immediately making them the pressure on the 3 of them doubled. Tang Chen saw that Cheng Feng was coming towards him and the speed was too fast. He quickly held the clear sky hammer in his hand tightly and reminded Tang San at the same time, Xiao San, be careful to protect yourself later. Be good to yourself. After finishing speaking, Tang Chen immediately held the clear sky hammer in his hand and shouted Chaos Cloak Hammer Technique. In an instant a phantom passed by and rushed in the direction of Cheng Feng. Tang San on the side saw Tang Chen using the Chaos Cloak Hammer Technique and he immediately felt a panic in his heart. It stands to reason that this cloak hammering method requires a long process of accumulating energy, but when my great-grandfather used it there was no such defect. Could it be that my great-grandfather, a genius, improved this cloak hammering technique? If this is the case, then if I learn the improved random cloak hammering technique from my great-grandfather, wouldn't it mean that I will take my strength to the NET level? Thinking of this, Tang San felt a little moved in his heart and he was secretly looking forward to it. In an instant he was only 2 steps away from Tang Chen, and when Tang Chen's clear sky hammer was about to hit him, when Cheng Feng looked at Tang Chen, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and he suddenly shouted loudly, 9th soul skill, Death's black hole devouring. Then Cheng Feng's whole body surged with a strong wave of soul power. A deep and bottomless black hole instantly appeared around Cheng Feng. The black hole was breathtaking. It was unknown what was inside. What just appeared was, at that moment, no matter who it was, they felt the breath of death in their heart. On the battlefield everyone raised their heads one after another and looked at the deep black hole above their head. While they all felt palpitations, fear also appeared in their heart. It's just that for the heavenly army, after the fear appeared for a moment, it turned into excitement. As a result, the heavenly army excitedly slashed at the surrounding enemies. When Tang Chen saw the deep black hole behind Cheng Feng, his eyelids jumped wildly and his heartbeat suddenly seemed to stop. A great fear shrouded Tang Chen's heart, casting a layer of death deep inside Tang Chen's heart shadow. But seeing Cheng Feng so close, Tang Chen gritted his teeth, firmed his gaze, suppressed his boundless fear and struck hard at Cheng Feng. However, Cheng Feng seemed to have effected it. When he saw that Tang Chen was about to hit him, he whispered softly, 9 moon steps. A bolt of lightning quickly passed over Tang Chen's head. When Tang Chen saw Cheng Feng disappear in front of him and another breeze came from above his head, his expression changed drastically. Oops, the other party's purpose is to go after the mistress. When Tang Chen was about to turn his head to stop Cheng Feng's figure, suddenly an earth-shattering gravitational pull quickly came from the deep black hole in front of him, making Tang Chen unable to deal with it for a while. Under the pull of that gravitational force, Tang Chen felt his body being pulled wildly into the black hole. For some reason, Tang Chen's heart was beating wildly when he looked at the black hole. It seems that there is a terrifying instance in the black hole that he cannot resist at all and he will die. Tang Chen, who was not willing to be swallowed up by the black hole in front of him at this moment, radiance surged all over his body, showing his strength to the extreme, trying to break away from the gravity. After Tang Chen showed all his strength, he clearly felt that the gravity pulling him seemed to be slowing down. At this time he felt even more as if he was in a quagmire. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to move one step behind him. As long as he took 3 more steps he could get rid of this damn gravity. And at this moment a scream came from the sky and the earth. Ah, this voice belongs to Tang San. Hearing this familiar voice, Tang Chen struggled and turned his head to look and saw that his great-grandson Tang San's legs had been chopped off by the sword that Cheng Feng was holding tightly, the 2 severed legs falling straight to the ground. Seeing Tang San's legs bleeding continuously, Tang Chen felt an ease. Cheng Feng looked at the blood stains on the cold light sword in his hand, his face expressionless. Turning to look at Tang San, who had now stabilized his body in mid-air with the help of the blue-silver grass, Cheng Feng was not satisfied when he saw that his face was pale and there was cold sweat on his forehead. Just now I thought I could chop off Tang San's neck, but unexpectedly Tang San reacted and flew high into the sky in the blink of an eye. But after all, Tang San was still a step too late. The price was that Tang San's legs were cut off. Cheng Feng didn't want to let Tang San go, and then he flashed and flew towards Tang San as fast as lightning. When Tang Chen saw this scene, he immediately shouted angrily, "Big Sumeru hammer!" Cheng Feng's figure was already close to Tang San, but Tang San didn't react for a moment. When he did, he realized that Cheng Feng had already arrived in front of him, and Tang San couldn't help but feel frightened. The shadow of death hung over Tang San's heart. At this time Tang San's eyes were filled with helplessness, despair and unwillingness. "No, I can never die like this." Tang San watched Cheng Feng restlessly swing the cold sword in his hand towards his neck quickly, and Tang San felt a sense of horror all over his body. At this moment Tang San seemed to have foreseen his own death. "No!" Tang San roared unwillingly, and at this time Tang Chen finally broke free from the strange black hole, and a feeling of weakness suddenly spread throughout his body. Regardless of his own situation, when he looked in Tang San's direction his heart couldn't help but sing. Oops! At this time he simply couldn't reach Tang San in an instant. Tang Chen's heart felt like it was falling into an icy abyss. Cheng Feng saw the fear and despair in Tang San's eyes and was naturally very happy in his heart, but the movements in Cheng Feng's hands showed no intention of stopping, and he quickly swung towards Tang San's neck. The moment Tang San was about to separate the head. "I'm really looking forward to it." Suddenly a change occurred in the field, but Cheng Feng's heart suddenly sang. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 331, Merciless Killing. Just now his spiritual consciousness was attacked. Fortunately the heavenly world pearl deep in his spiritual consciousness protected him in time, otherwise he would be killed directly. Cheng Feng secretly hated the person who took action. If it were not for the heavenly world pearl he would probably be a corpse at this time. Of course what Cheng Feng didn't expect was that the person who took action was really powerful mentally. One thing I have to admit is that in terms of mental strength the other party is far better than me. Thinking of Cheng Feng here, he suddenly felt an earth-shattering wave coming from behind him, and there was a sense of destruction in the momentum. This kind of destruction came entirely for him. At this moment Cheng Feng was caught in a choice. Cheng Feng's eyes flashed quickly and then he made a decision. Continue to kill Tang San. Without any hesitation, when the cold light sword in Cheng Feng's hand was about to land on Tang San's neck, a sudden change occurred. A crystal white left hand caught the cold light sword and the hand issued blue light. Cheng Feng looked along the hand and discovered that there was an additional woman in the field. I saw this woman, her whole body covered in a layer of bright red robes, her long sea blue hair that almost reached the ground hanging down behind behind her and her right hand holding a 3-meter-long golden scepter. Chang Feng was shocked when he saw this person. Looking at the other person's eyes that were deeper than the sea, he suddenly remembered something. Suddenly Chang Feng's face looked a little ugly. Are the people from Poseidon Island also going to interfere in our Douluo continent's affairs? As soon as Chang Feng said what he said, everyone present who heard it was startled. They looked at Bo Sai and read and felt uneasy in their heart. When Bo Sai heard Chang Feng's words, her eyes flashed with surprise. Do you know me? Bo Sai had no impression of Chang Feng. In her memory she did not remember Chang Feng at all. Therefore Chang Feng was full of surprise as he could see where she came from at a glance. Chang Feng was also sizing up Bo Sai secretly. By observing the other person's presence, he seemed to be unaware of his affairs. High Priest of Poseidon Island Bo Sai, I wonder why you stopped me from killing this person. But before Chang Feng could get a reply, Tang Chen's voice sounded at this moment. Is it you? When Bo Sai heard Tang Chen's voice, her body froze. Turning around he saw Tang Chen's figure not far away with a flash of panic and a hint of resentment in his eyes. But when Bo Sai saw Tang Chen's appearance at this time, her face could not help but darken. Are you injured? Who injured you? Seeing Bo Sai suddenly become stern, Chang Feng knew that the relationship between Bo Sai and Tang Chen was quite ambiguous, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Rather than waiting for the other party to join forces, it is better to strike first. Chang Feng quickly withdrew his cold light sword. When Bo Sai froze, Chang Feng thought to himself, Moon Step 9 flashes. The net breath. Chang Feng, they were less than 3 meters away from Tang Chen. Without any hesitation, the 9th soul ring behind Chang Feng suddenly lit up again. This scene made Tang Chen withdraw his mind and made Tang Chen's eyes suddenly shrink. Before Tang Chen could react, Chang Feng quickly shouted, devoured by the black hole of death. In an instant Chang Feng's whole body surged with a strong wave of soul power, and a deep and bottomless black hole quickly appeared around Chang Feng. The black hole was so deep that it was breathtaking, and a breath of death gradually spread around him. Diffuse. On the battlefield everyone raised their heads again and looked at the deep black hole that appeared in the sky above their heads with frightened expressions on their faces. Without any surprise, Tang Chen made the same mistake again and fell into the huge pulling force of the black hole. Tang Chen's expression changed drastically and he felt panicked for no reason. Then Tang Chen quickly looked at Bo Sai. Help me. In Tang Chen's opinion, the only person in the field who had the ability to save him was Bo Sai. Although I met Bo Sai again, Tang Chen was very happy, but meeting Bo Sai in such a situation made Tang Chen feel unnatural. There was a hint of panic in Tang Chen's voice which made Bo Sai feel surprised and frightened at the same time. As far as she knew, Tang Chen's strength was reasonable enough to rank among the top in the entire Douluo continent. How could this situation arise? This gave Bo Sai a huge sense of absurdity. When Bo Sai stared at the black hole, she felt palpitations in her heart. It seemed that the black hole was not what it seemed on the surface. Seeing that Tang Chen was about to be swallowed by the black hole, Bo Sai looked at Chang Feng with eyes full of murderous intent and anger. Without any hesitation, Bo Sai quickly took a step forward. In the net breath, she pulled Tang San with her left hand and quickly came to Tang Chen's side. She first used a bit of mental power to test towards the black hole. However, as soon as this trace of spiritual power came into contact with the black hole, it was instantly crushed to pieces. This scene made Bo Sai take a breath of cold air. Almost at this moment, Bo Sai's expression became a little more solemn. At this time, Chang Feng seized the gap and quickly threw a super raise non in the direction of Bo Sai while retreating violently. When she saw Chang Feng's actions, Bo Sai was shocked and her face was covered with frost. Without any hesitation, Bo Sai secretly sighed in his heart. Now he can only use that method. The net moment. Boom, boom. A loud noise erupted between the heaven and the earth. This sound shook the heaven and the earth. The people below on the ground felt their eardrums hurt from the shock. A mushroom cloud of smoke and dust quickly rose in the sky. Not long time, the figures of Bo Sai and Tang Chen had long since disappeared and their traces seemed to have been lost in the void. Seeing this scene, Chang Feng still felt unwilling. He knew that Bo Sai and the others would not die so easily. Perhaps they used some important trump card to leave, but it's really heartbreaking to be escaped by the other party like this. At the same time, Chang Feng secretly included Bo Sai in his must-kill list. The entire Poseidon Island's diehard loyalists to Poseidon, as well as those in the sea area who were loyal to Poseidon, were secretly noted by Chang Feng. When I reach the realm of gods, Chang Feng will liquidate your Poseidon Island forces one by one. Looking at the void, the murderous aura in Chang Feng's eyes suddenly burst out. The void seemed to be distorted a bit because of this. Immediately afterwards, Chang Feng glanced coldly at the Tiandu Empire coalition forces and the Wuhan Empire. Then Chang Feng's body flew directly into the air and came to the sky above the Wuhan Empire and Tiandu Empire. Looking at the two camps below, the 8th red soul ring behind Chang Feng lit up, and then the sound of Chang Feng's voice began to sound in the world. Voice army of the undead. Chang Feng's voice resounded in the ears of everyone in the allied forces of the Wuhan Empire and Tiandu Empire, and they looked at Chang Feng's figure in horror. Chang Feng exuded the aura of endless killing intent at this time, which shocked everyone who saw it. Who can stop this kind of enemy? This is the common question in the minds of everyone in the two camps of the Wuhan Empire and the Tiandu Empire. However, at this moment they were horrified to see a deep door suddenly open behind Chang Feng. From behind the gate there was a roaring sound that shook the sky and the earth. It's as if something is coming out of the gate. At this moment the hearts of the people from the two camps of the Spirit Empire and the Tiandu Empire seemed to have stopped. They all raised their heads and looked at the door, where something that made them feel palpitating appeared. At the same time, deep down in their hearts they began to feel uneasy. Boom! The door is open. The allied forces of Wuhan Empire and Tiandu Empire stretched their necks and looked into the door. When a figure walked out of the door, everyone looked frightened, because this figure was wearing fiery red armor and there was not a single piece of flesh and blood in his body. It was all composed of bone. What was even more frightening was that his eyes were shining with brilliant red light. Some people carefully observed that the aura of this appearing figure was vaguely the same as that of the Soul Saint. It won't be long. One after another fiery red figures walked out of the door. In a moment they had reached several thousands of them. A dense mass of darkness stood respectfully behind Chang Feng. For a moment the place fell silent. It's eerily quiet. The tense atmosphere in the air has become even more intense. The faces of the heavenly army were filled with excitement and desire for victory. In the direction of the joint forces of the Wuhan Empire and the Tiandu Empire, all the soldiers were tense. Emperor Sui, one of the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, raised his head and looked at the tens of thousands of figures behind Chang Feng. He was silent. His heart felt like falling into an icy abyss and the light in his eyes dimmed a lot. Ning Fengzi looked at the tens of thousands of fiery red figures behind Chang Feng and his heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. No matter how resourceful Ning Fengzi is, judging from the current situation, no amount of wisdom is useless, because the strength of the two sides is very different. For the first time Ning Fengzi experienced what despair was. In front of the tens of thousands of troops behind Chang Feng, even if the combined forces of Wuhan Empire and Tiandu Empire join forces, who can stop them? The answer is that no one can stop it. Chang Feng glanced in the direction of the joint forces of the Wuhan Empire and the Tiandu Empire and said coldly, "Kill all the undead knight." Chang Feng gave an order and tens of thousands of fiery red figures standing behind Chang Feng quickly landed on the ground, some falling towards the direction of the Spirit Empire and some falling towards the direction of the Tiandu Empire coalition forces. At the moment they fell, they rushed towards the surrounding enemy troops and then started fighting crazily. The weapon they used was a crimson sword that they had condensed with fire shining with brilliant. Chang Feng knew that the fire was the ultimate fire, and the sword condensed with this fire was extremely powerful. As far as the eye could see, these people were quickly taken away to harvest an enemy army. Blood rained down, broken limbs and fragments splashed everywhere, and the entire land was dyed a dazzling red. A scene that frightened the soldiers of both the Wuhan Empire and the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces happened. They were shocked to find that these fiery red figures seemed to have no pain, and they seemed to be unable to kill them no matter how hard they tried. Instead they were killed directly by the opponent. Many people lost their lives in this situation. Before long they began to feel panic. How to kill such an enemy? No one knows, but the bounden duty of soldiers supports them to bravely and continuously attack these fiery red figures, even if it seems to be in vain. After all, they spilled their blood on this battlefield. If possible in the NET life, I hope it will be a world without war, and I can live a life of men farming and women weaving with my wife and children. Before dying, many soldiers smiled and painted such happy and beautiful pictures in their minds. However, in this life, even until death, they will never see this scene. As for the heavenly army, Chang Feng pressed his voice into a line and sent an order to Dai Wei and Hu Wending, remaining motionless. In this way the entire heavenly army witnessed a feast of massacre. Many people with strong minds witnessed this scene and gave out overwhelming cheers. They were all shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" This massacre lasted from noon until the stars appeared in the sky at night and then stopped. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as if the earth was wailing and crying. The extremely strong smell of blood in the air makes people want to vomit. The NET day, the east was white. Chang Feng looked in the direction of the Wuhan Empire and the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces. He looked at the combined strength of less than 100,000 soldiers on both sides and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. These are the people who surrendered to his heaven and survived, and a total of 900,000 people died. This killing directly caused Chang Feng's Killing God domain and Killing domain to break through to the NET level. It can be said that whether it is the Killing God domain domain or the killing domain. Cheng Feng has completely mastered all the skills in these two fields. As for the Heaven Dou Empire's coalition forces, Emperor Shuiyet and others as well as all the top leaders of the Wuhan Empire were all captured by the Heavenly Court, severely injured and sealed, and were all imprisoned in the underground prison of Mani City. Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo, who were heading towards the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, received special treatment from Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng did not seal them after seriously injuring them, but directly asked his teacher Li Yunfei to seal their soul power. Both Golden Crocodile Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo from the Wuhan Empire were seriously injured by Cheng Feng, and then Cheng Feng sent Douluo to secretly escort the two of them to a prison 10,000 meters underground in chaotic Soul City. The one who enjoyed the same treatment as Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others was Prince Snow Star. Of course, Cheng Feng was not polite at all to those who were members of the Tang clan of the Tiandu Empire's coalition forces, and they were all beheaded in public. This battle in Mani City made Heavenly Court the biggest winner. The only shortcoming was that Tang San, Tang Chen and Bo Sai escaped. Especially Tang San, he might be asked to face Poseidon directly NET time. When thinking of this, one can imagine the urgency in Cheng Feng's heart. In order to prepare for the arrival of Poseidon, Cheng Feng called Hu Wending and Dai Wei and asked Hu Wending to lead an army of 200,000 along the east side of Mani City to capture the cities of the Tiandu Empire along the way, and Douluo would follow him. At the same time, Cheng Feng also asked Dai Wei to lead an army of 500,000 troops to attack along the west side of Mani City. The people following him were Dai Yuntian and Dai Hongyi. At the same time, Cheng Feng asked his teacher Li Yunfen to follow him. As for asking his teacher to follow him, it was actually because Cheng Feng didn't completely trust Dai Wei. After all, an army of 500,000 is quite a lot. After arranging an attack plan for Hu Wending and Dai Wei, Hu Wending and Dai Wei immediately issued a military order in front of Cheng Feng stating that the Tiandu Empire would be destroyed within 3 months. Of course, in addition to these, Cheng Feng also sent people to Luneng, Luomeyer, Chen Ding Yuan, Sheng Shu and others to keep them aware of the trends in the Spirit Empire, because soon heaven will face a war. If you win this battle, Douluo will be the ruler of heaven. If you lose, heaven will be destroyed. After arranging everything, Cheng Feng began to calm down and realize the opportunity to become a god. He wants to be able to deal with all incoming enemies in the upcoming war. In addition, Cheng Feng started walking around the Douluo continent as an ordinary person carrying a sword on his back. The legend of a swordsman is spread everywhere, and he always has only one sword to fight against the enemy. No matter how strong or weak the enemy is, no matter how many enemies there are, this is true. At this time, the entire Douluo continent was not peaceful. Perhaps it looks calm as water on the surface, but in the darkness there are turbulent waves. A bigger storm is brewing, and it will come soon. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 332 Bibi Dong's cruelty to Yu Xiaogang. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. On this day, Cheng Feng came to Alien Bee City. Cheng Feng didn't know much about Alien Bee City. However, as far as he knew, the Dragon King and the Snake Woman were in the Alien Bee City. Moreover, the Alien Beast Academy is also in Alien Bee City. At this time, although people were coming and going on the streets of Alien Bee City, there was no bustling scene. On the contrary, the whole street was quiet and depressing. At this point, when Cheng Feng discovered an army from the Spirit Empire patrolling the Alien Bee City, he understood why the Alien Bee City was so weird. In this month, it seems that the Spirit Empire has moved really quickly. A month ago, Cheng Feng remembered that this strange Bee City still belonged to a principality, and the military strength of this principality was not weak. But I didn't expect that this principality would be defeated, completely defeated. Especially when he saw the presence of the pedestrians on the street, Cheng Feng understood that these people seemed to be used to the rule of the Spirit Empire. Their faces were calm and there was no emotion like hatred in their eyes. When Cheng Feng appeared in the Alien Bee City, he quickly swarmed into the crowd while paying careful attention to the surrounding scene. Unconsciously, Cheng Feng came to a notice board. There is a notice posted on the notice board. When Cheng Feng saw the content on the notice, he was shocked. The content of the notice was that Ning Rongrong, the daughter of Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and Bone Douluo were captured by people from the Wuhan Empire, and they were captured in Soto City, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect's stronghold was removed in one fell swoop. Of course, at the end of the notice there were some propaganda about the crimes of the Kaibao Glaze sect that killed many civilians for profit, and the Spirit Empire represented justice, and so on. After reading it, Cheng Feng left directly. Cheng Feng was not surprised that Ning Rongrong and Bone Douluo were captured. However, when thinking of Ning Rongrong, Cheng Feng inevitably felt a little regretful. If there is a chance in the future, please save her again. As for now, it's better to calm down in the Spirit Spirit Empire prison. Maybe it will be helpful to Ning Rongrong's growth. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng quickly glanced at the matter and began to have his own thought. As for the process of enlightenment, Cheng Feng didn't have any good method. He just observed everything around him with his eyes and experienced it with his heart. With the accumulation bit by bit, Cheng Feng believes that in the near future he will be able to have an epiphany. The other side, Poseidon Island. Tang San stood in front of the beach looking at the vast sea in front of him with an indifferent prescience and gloomy eyes. After being rescued by Bo Sai that day with his great-grandfather, Tang San only started to recover from his injuries today. When Bo Sai first brought him to Poseidon Island, Tang San felt extremely depressed. After all, his legs were gone and he was almost no different from a disabled person. Fortunately, Bo Sai told him that the injury could be cured. Afterward, Bo Sai took him to a mysterious hall. According to Bo Sai, that hall was called the Poseidon Temple. No surprise, Tang San guessed that the other party might be a god from the divine world, and his god status was the god of the sea. Tang San also saw a stalwart man who called himself Poseidon. Under that man's huge momentum, even if Tang San lost his legs, he still did not bow to him even if he suffered tremendous pain and torture. Afterwards, what Tang San didn't expect was that the stalwart man told him that his leg could be cured, but he had to agree to accept the inheritance of the sea god position. When Tang San saw the opportunity to stand up again, he didn't hesitate at all and directly agreed on the spot. After Poseidon saw that Tang San had agreed, he took great care in treating his leg. After a month of divine power and after taking a special water, Tang San found that his legs had grown back. Today was the first time he walked out of that hall in a month. Poseidon told him that in 3 days the Poseidon 9 tests would begin. When Tang San was thinking about these things, Cheng Feng kept appearing in his mind. Regarding Cheng Feng, Tang San thought that he would definitely retaliate with tooth for tooth and blood for blood in the future. Not only would he cut off Cheng Feng's legs, but he would also torture him twice as much, making Cheng Feng regard even death as a Luyuri hope. As long as you inherit the position of Poseidon and become Poseidon, your father, teacher and others can cure them. I don't know how my father and teacher are doing now. When he thought of this, a hint of softness flashed in Tang San's eyes, but soon the image of Cheng Feng began to appear in Tang San's mind again. Under such circumstances, Tang San knew that only by killing Cheng Feng could his thoughts become clearer and his cultivation go more smoothly. Raising his head, looking at the azure sky, a stern and cruel smile emerged from the corner of Tang San's mouth. Martial Spirit Empire, Martial Spirit City, the secret room of the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong looked at the inhuman-looking Yu Xiao Gang on the wooden pillar and said, "Why, it's been a month and you haven't thought about it yet, okay?" As early as a month ago, Bibi Dong received the army deployed by the Wuhan Empire in Mani City, which had been taken care of by the original Tiangong, which is now Tianting. But at that time Bibi Dong was not very angry. On the contrary, Bibi Dong was very happy because the army led by Golden Crocodile Douluo all supported the side of the enshrinement hall. It's good now that heaven has caught them all in one fell swoop, so I don't have to spend more effort to plot against them. Now it can be said that the entire Wuhan Empire is basically hers. In a real sense, she became the actual master of the Spirit Empire. She has been waiting for this day for a long time. It took until today for her to achieve this. Originally, according to her original plan, it would take nearly more than a year to achieve the current control over the Spirit Empire. But now this time is a full year ahead of schedule. However, during this period the only thing that troubled her was that she had become a god of angels. Moreover, her attitude towards herself is even worse. Maybe it's because that hateful old man left, or maybe she really hates herself. Recently she has blatantly used her strength and skills to secretly gather a group of people who support her. But what she didn't know was that she had already placed many people on her side. No matter what moves she makes, she can always know the other person's movements immediately. When thinking of these things about her, Bibi Dong frowned and felt extremely complicated. A long time she began to retract her gaze and looked at Yu Xiao Gang, who was tied to the wooden pillar again. A month ago, after she learned about the disastrous defeat of Golden Crocodile Douluo, she wanted to find someone who could help her speed up the unification of Douluo continent. Finally, after thinking about it, she set her sights on Yu Xiao Gang. In terms of wisdom, this person still has some, although in terms of strength he is very useless. With the purpose of recycling the waste, Bibi Dong has repeatedly persuaded Yu Xiao Gang in this month to surrender to her and unify the Douluo continent. Make suggestions. However, Yu Xiao Gang was extremely stubborn and kept a cold face without saying a word, but it could be seen from his dull eyes that his heart was dead. After this month of persuasion, Bibi Dong was actually already impatient in her heart. She thought, if this waste can't help her, there is no need to stay in this world so as not to continue to waste food. But after all, it took a month of persuasion. If you want to say that you are not willing to give in, then you are really not willing to give in. As As a last attempt, Bibi Dong prepared to change his method of persuasion. Not long time, Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly became a little brighter. Then Bibi Dong glanced at Yu Xiaogang and began to say, "Do you want to know how your disciple is doing?" Yu Xiaogang, who was tied to the wooden pillar, raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were red and he looked at Bibi Dong ferociously. "What did you do to the mistress?" At this time Yu Xiaogang understood that his disciple Xiao San could not defeat Bibi Dong, who had become a god no matter what, and his hope of verifying the 10 core theories of martial arts rested on his disciple. He still deeply remembered that the crazy woman Bibi Dong told him the news that she became a god on the day she became a god. Then she became inhumane, and then she swung the spiked whip fiercely and beat her crazily. Facing him, it created a huge shadow in his heart, one that could never be erased. So Yu Xiaogang said with difficulty, "What did you do to the mistress?" Bibi Dong smiled lightly. "Sure enough, your disciple is the most important in your heart. However, I doubt that you really care about your disciple Tang San, or do you have other ideas?" Yu Xiaogang didn't respond. He said nothing with a cold face, but his eyes flickered. "Forget it. No matter what you think, it doesn't matter anymore. Also, don't look at me with such an enemy's eyes. Your apprentice Tang San is not in a good situation. You can even use it as a bad one to describe it." Yu Xiaogang's body stiffened suddenly, and then with red eyes he cursed angrily, "Bibi Dong, you crazy woman! If my disciple Tang San has any shortcomings, then I, Yu Xiaogang, will not let you go even after I die of." Bibi Dong immediately put away her smile, her face as cold as frost. The net moment a spiked whip appeared in her hand. Then without any unnecessary nonsense, Bibi Dong turned her head and waved her right hand gently. The whip wiped the air and greeted Yu Xiaogang. Ouch! A painful cry sounded instantly. However, this scream seemed different from usual. Bibi Dong turned her head and looked at Yu Xiaogang. When Bibi Dong saw Yu Xiaogang's miserable state, she no longer knew what to say, and her mood was extremely complicated. What kind of miserable state is Yu Xiaogang in at this moment? It turned out that Bibi Dong had just struck him with the whip in a fit of rage. This accident seemed to have broken his balls. Especially the area covered by the clothes was covered with blood, and Yu Xiaogang shrank even more, his body twitching continuously. More importantly, Yu Xiaogang's prescience at this moment was that life would be worse than death. Bibi Dong thought to himself, he really made a mistake just now, and Yu Xiaogang probably wouldn't believe it if he told her, so she might as well not tell him, lest he would be mad to death if he wasn't careful. A long time, Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong with hatred in his eyes. "Bibi Dong, you are so crazy. In order to take revenge on me, you actually made me, Yu Xiaogang, never be a man again. This branch of my Yu family is here with me. It broken. I, Yu Xiaogang, am really ashamed of my ancestors. Bibi Dong, you are simply a poisonous woman. All the women in the world combined are not as vicious as you. Hashtag UN %. While talking, Yu Xiaogang burst into tears. Seeing Yu Xiaogang like this, Bibi Dong opened her mouth. She wanted to say something but couldn't. "Don't you want to know about your disciple Tang San?" As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang's voice stopped suddenly, as if someone had pinched his neck and was cut off. Yu Xiaogang endured the huge psychological trauma and infinite anger, looked at Bibi Dong and said angrily, "What do you want? Don't look at me like that. There is someone else who hurt your disciple Tang San. Do you remember the Lord of Heaven Cheng Feng? That's him. He is really powerful. In just a few years his strength has reached level 99. Peerless Douluo, even Tang Chen, who has been famous in Douluo continent for a long time, suffered at his hands, and your disciple Tang San even had his legs cut off by him. Your disciple Tang San, if nothing unexpected happens, would have become a useless person." Yu Xiaogang felt as if there was a storm in his heart, and his eyes were extremely shocked. How is this possible? Did that child reach that state so quickly? In this regard, Yu Xiaogang began to doubt life. More importantly, his disciple Tang San actually had his legs cut off by him. So who should practice his 10 core competitive theories of martial art? After all, losing both legs is no different from being a cripple. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was heartbroken. His face seemed to have lost its vitality, and there was no light in his eyes. There is no hope. Bibi Dong watched this scene quietly without interrupting. "Do you want to speak out for your disciple?" Bibi Dong's voice sounded again and reached Yu Xiaogang's ears. As soon as Yu Xiaogang heard this, he understood Bibi Dong's plan. "What do you want me to do? Now that I have become a waste and not even a man, what else can I do? As for venting my anger for my disciples, do you think I can do it? It's okay now, my disciples, both you and I have become useless. This god is really unfair. Why should I, Yu Xiaogang, suffer such fatal blows one after another? Don't forget that you still have a wiser mind. This is my plan. As for you, just feel free to make suggestions for the Spirit Empire. As for dealing with the Lord of Heaven Cheng Feng, leave it to me. Deal with it. Of course, if your strategy doesn't work, just kill Ji Qi to avoid wasting food." Listening to Bibi Dong's murderous words. Yu Xiaogang struggled in his heart for a long time and finally said I agreed. Yu Xiaogang thought he wanted to save his disciples and he was a man who could bend and stretch. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang felt much more comfortable. Haha, it seems Yu Xiaogang you are nothing more than that. How do you think I blindly fell in love with you in the first place? Thinking about it carefully, I feel very disgusting. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she didn't care about Yu Xiaogang's increasingly ugly face. Then Bibi Dong walked out of the secret room. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong's leaving back. His eyes became more and more indifferent, so cold that it made people feel chilling. Bibi Dong, one day I will treat you even better. And Cheng Feng. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 333 0 Ren Shui. Cheng Feng, you are shameless. After staying in the alien B city for 3 days, Cheng Feng was ready to leave for the NET training place. But when Cheng Feng just left the alien B city, Cheng Feng noticed something was wrong around him, so he stopped and carefully sensed his surroundings. A long time, Cheng Feng said calmly, your excellency, you are following me. What's the matter? Although he didn't know where the other party was hiding, Cheng Feng was certain that he was really being followed. Moreover, the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated, because with his current strength it is very surprising that he has not been found out. Cheng Feng didn't wait long before he saw a woman in a golden skirt suddenly appear in the void in front of him, more than 10 meters away from him. When Cheng Feng saw this woman's face, Cheng Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. This person who follows me, actually it's Qian Ren Yui. Looking at the other party like this, could it be that he has become a god? With Cheng Feng thinking about these facts in his mind, Qian Ren Yui looked at Cheng Feng coldly with a cold face. This is the man who injured himself in the previous battle. Once upon a time he and I met in Tiandu, and in the process of getting along with him I had some good impressions of him. However, later in that Soul Master competition the two parted ways. First of all, she herself was set up by that woman, and secondly he and the Wuhan Palace at that time became enemies. Under such circumstances the two of them could no longer get close at all, especially since he disappeared for a long time. During that time she was also worried, but what I didn't expect was that these were just her own feelings. In the previous battle the other party clearly knew her identity but still injured her without any mercy. Although he killed several of his men, the friendship he had with him was so worthless. Perhaps he has already forgotten it in his heart. Thinking of this, Qian Ren Yui's eyes also turned cold. Looking at you like this, do you still remember me? Seeing Qian Ren Yui's appearance and the sarcasm in her words, Cheng Feng fell silent. Because of this question it was a bit difficult for him to answer. After all, both of them represent their respective positions, and many people in heaven have entrusted their lives and fortunes to him, so he cannot be impulsive. Besides, what is the relationship between him and Qian Ren Yui? They have always been just a relationship of mutual use. There is no relationship between men and women at all. Looking at Qian Ren Yui carefully, Cheng Feng felt as if a storm was rising in his heart. I go. Qian Ren Yui has become a god. The reason for this judgment is that he can't see the opponent's strength clearly now, and the other is the sacred and noble aura emanating from Qian Ren Yui at this time, and there is a kind of peace that makes people feel close and yearning for him, meaning when all these are connected it is not difficult to deduce. In addition, the previous Qian Ren Yui was not so strong. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng's eyes were full of compulity. Are you a god? There was a trace of surprise in Qian Ren Yui's eyes. How did you know? Cheng Feng said calmly, the aura on your body has already explained a lot of things. Moreover, I fought with you not long ago. At that time I could clearly sense your strength, but now I can't sense it at all. On the contrary, I think you are unfathomable. Judging from various signs, it is not difficult to deduce that you have become a god. Qian Ren Yui looked at Cheng Feng precisely. Aren't you afraid of me? After hearing this, Cheng Feng couldn't help but smile. Why should I be afraid of you? You Qian Ren Yui are not ugly. Could it be that you want to use your power after becoming a god to kill me? What if I came here to kill you? Qian Ren Yui glanced at Cheng Feng, her eyes revealing endless murderous intent. Cheng Feng put away his smile and his expression immediately became cold. Then you picked the wrong opponent. Even if I don't become a god, if I really try my best, it will definitely make you feel uncomfortable too. Listening to Cheng Feng's cold tone, Qian Ren Yui's eyes became even colder and she felt even more disappointed with Cheng Feng. That's right, not long ago you killed me. It's even more so now. This is normal. This makes me feel how ridiculous the friendship we once were. I'm so stupid to remember this. I don't think I'll think about it that much again from now on. Watching Qian Ren Yui sneer and say these words, Cheng Feng was expressionless, even indifferent. Is there any point in talking about this now? After all, you and I both represent different positions. I used to think you were a trustworthy and grateful person, but I didn't expect you to be so cold-hearted after all. Cheng Feng couldn't help but frowned when he heard this. Where did he start with this? Why did it feel a little wrong? Then Cheng Feng began to object. Don't you blush when you say this? Can you blame me for all this? If you really want to blame me, blame this absurd fate. Forget it, it's useless to talk about this anymore, now it's all over. When she said this, Qian Renyui's eyes were cold, looking at Cheng Feng with unstoppable murderous intent. Cheng Feng was secretly on guard, facing the now stronger Qian Renyui. Although Cheng Feng felt that the situation in front of him was a bit troublesome, it was still a bit troublesome to escape from the hands of the person in front of him. By the way, if it doesn't work, just use the soul bone skill of void divine hiding. Perhaps it will have miraculous effect. Thinking about these carefully in his mind, Cheng Feng's uneasy heart gradually calmed down. At this time what he was thinking was, how powerful is the realm of God? Looking at Qian Renyui in front of him, Cheng Feng asked, did you really come here to kill me? Qian Renyui was silent for a while and then she said yes. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly fell into silence. Not long time. Cheng Feng smiled softly, very good. Then let me see how powerful the God of Angels is. Looking at the smile on Cheng Feng's face, Qian Renyui lost her mind for a moment. From that smile she saw isolation and alienation, which made Qian Renyui feel slightly uncomfortable. Soon Qian Renyui abandoned all the distracting thoughts in her mind and a cold voice sounded, Angel Holy Sword. I saw Qian Renyui's hands making a gesture of holding her heart, and instantly a huge angel shadow appeared behind him, and then the golden soul power surging in his body condensed into a huge angel sword. Qian Renyui held the angel sword tightly in her right hand and then looked at Cheng Feng. The net moment the angel mark on Qian Renyui's forehead lit up and huge golden wings were released from her back, suddenly flying into the air. In mid-air he swung his sword in the direction of Cheng Feng. In an instant a 100-meter long phantom of a sword formed in an instant and fell in the direction of Cheng Feng. The momentum was extremely astonishing. Looking at the phantom of the 100-meter long sword blade, the corners of Cheng Feng's mouth twitched. Without any hesitation at all he immediately dodged and hid. Boom! A sound of earth shattering sounded all around. There is a 100-meter deep pit on the ground. Seeing such a scene, Cheng Feng secretly thought, if he hadn't avoided this, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any scum left. This Qian Renyui really wants to kill him. Now it's time to deal with it with all your energy. Cheng Feng shouted, killing God realm open. In an instant, within a few hundred meters of the field, everything was filled with solid murderous intent. Moreover, if this murderous intent did not have a tenacious will, the killing intent would corrode the mind. And Qian Renyui is at the center, so it must have a certain impact on her. But when Cheng Feng's eyes fell on Qian Renyui, who was motionless at all, his eyes widened. Not hiding? Is it confidence or arrogance? At this moment a voice suddenly sounded across the whole world, disperse. The net moment what Cheng Feng never expected was that the god of death domain that originally enveloped Qian Renyui would be dispelled. How can you fight this shit? When Cheng Feng looked at the other party's relaxed and carefree manner as if he didn't expend much effort, Cheng Feng felt hurt. The difference between becoming a god and not becoming a god is too big. Seeing that his methods had no effect at all, Cheng Feng was not reconciled. Then he shouted in a low voice, ice domain open. As a result, in the net moment his ice realm that originally enveloped Qian Renyui was dispelled. Fire realm open. Killing field open. Life domain open. Domination of the world. Cheng Feng saw that all his field seemed to have no effect on Qian Renyui and he felt numb. Grass. Does this mean that all gods are just ants? At this time Cheng Feng thought about it in his mind for a while and felt that he would still take the 30 SI strategies as the best option. Of course this is not because he is timid, but because he is ready to fight another day. But now that Qian Renyui is staring at him like this, how can he escape? And the other party is already a god. Shouldn't there be any weird things she secretly left behind on him, right? Such as imprints and the like. Regarding marks and the like, Cheng Feng could not confirm it and he was not allowed to confirm it under the current circumstances. After thinking for a long time, Cheng Feng decided to struggle a few more time. Then Cheng Feng whispered 9 elements of killing. Thunder, prison space, blade cutting, thunder, thunder destroying, needle. Many methods were used, but in the end none of them achieved the expected result. Cheng Feng, with the idea that a good man will not suffer the immediate consequences, prepared to run away. So Cheng Feng said, I still have the most powerful trick. If you can take it, I will follow you. When Qian Renyui heard this, she smiled. Then you can use it. I will take care of them one by one. Cheng Feng said again, my move needs to be farther away to exert huge power. If you are too close, it might not be good if it hurts you. Qian Renyui always felt that there was something wrong with what she said, but she didn't think much about it. After all, she had become a god now. Cheng Feng had just used most of the moves he had on her, but they didn't hurt her. So Qian Renyui naturally didn't take it to heart about the ultimate move Cheng Feng talked about, and she wasn't worried at all about hurting herself. But Qian Renyui still chose to stay farther away and quickly took another 40 steps back. In this way she was about 50 steps away from Cheng Feng, which should be enough distant. When Chang Feng saw that Qian Ren Yui was far away from him, he felt happy and shouted quickly, "You have to be careful, my ultimate move is coming." Moon Step 9 Flash. How long will it take if this matter doesn't slip away? With a whoosh, Chang Feng's figure turned into a blue electric light and quickly disappeared from the field. Qian Ren Yui on the other hand stared at this scene blankly. Then her face turned livid and she said angrily, "Chang Feng, you are shameless." Chang Feng naturally heard Qian Ren Yui's loud shout. In Chang Feng's opinion, how could this be said to be shameless? You bully me with the power of becoming a god. This is shameless. Therefore Chang Feng didn't take Qian Ren Yui's words to heart at all. Instead he just immersed himself in the road and headed into the deep forest. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 334 Escape thousands of miles and drive away tigers and swallow wolves. After Qian Ren Yui saw that Chang Feng's figure had disappeared, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Chang Feng, do you think you can escape from me like this? Fortunately I left a mark on you, otherwise I might really lose you." There was almost no hesitation. Qian Ren Yui vibrated the SI wings behind her and turned into a golden light heading in the direction of the mark on Chang Feng's body. Chase. At this time Chang Feng was walking along the deep mountains and old forest. After a long time, when he saw that no one was following him, Chang Feng finally felt relieved. However, at this moment a sound pierced through the air sounded from behind him. This sound shocked Chang Feng. Chang Feng quickly looked back and saw that it was Queen Qian Ren Yui who had arrived. Chang Feng's eyes were extremely surprised. How can this be? How did the other party catch up with me? It stands to reason that I have taken many detours along the way just to get rid of the other party. Now it seems that all the efforts made before are all in vain. Could it be said that this is the power of God? Thinking of this, Chang Feng's heart suddenly became awe-inspiring. So Chang Feng continued to speed up and flew forward crazily as fast as lightning. But to Chang Feng's great disappointment, even though his speed was already very fast, Qian Ren Yui's speed was not slow and she followed him leisurely. As long as she slacked off a little, she could catch up immediately. This made Chang Feng secretly complain. While escaping, Chang Feng was thinking about how to get rid of Qian Ren Yui's entanglement, constantly thinking of various strategies in his mind. However, Qian Ren Yui seemed to have thought of Chang Feng's purpose and kept swinging the angel holy sword, flashing behind Chang Feng. Every attack can always create huge destructive power. Chang Feng's mouth twitched when he saw that every time Qian Ren Yui attacked, he would leave a huge crater of several hundred meters with countless fallen trees. If this continues, these deep mountains and old forests may not be able to withstand such disasters as Qian Ren Yui. Moreover, Chang Feng didn't know if he could get rid of Qian Ren Yui. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. During such a long period of escaping, Chang Feng realized that the reason why Qian Ren Yui could accurately locate her escape direction every time was probably related to something she left behind on her body. However, now that he is on the run, if he wants to get rid of her and even eliminate this thing that she left on him, he may have to continue to fight his wit. Not long after, Chang Feng came to a trail. He looked ahead along the trail and found that the end of the trail led to a small city. Without any hesitation at all, Chang Feng shouted in a low voice, "The god of the void is hidden." In an instant, Chang Feng's figure disappeared immediately. Not long time, Qian Ren Yui followed, but at this time Qian Ren Yui's brows were furrowed and her body was still in mid-air. Why did that mark disappear at this point? Qian Ren Yui couldn't figure this out. Glancing at the end ahead, Qian Ren Yui pondered for a while, then quickly flew towards the small town at the end ahead. Chang Feng, who was using the void god's hidden soul bone skill, felt relieved when he saw Qian Ren Yui running towards the small town. Not long after, Qian Ren Yui's figure returned here again. Chang Feng's heart was tense at the moment because it was less than a minute before the void figure's soul bone skill ended. Seeing Qian Ren Yui's distressed look while feeling secretly happy, Chang Feng couldn't help but start to worry. Fortunately, Qian Ren Yui thought for a while, then chose a direction and left quickly. When she left, her eyes seemed to be filled with a lot of unwillingness. Not long after Qian Ren Yui left, Chang Feng reappeared. Moreover, Chang Feng didn't waste any time and directly chose a direction and flew towards the west. Qian Ren Yui had already arrived at another place and was about to return to Wuhan City. Suddenly she felt that her mark was continuously widening the distance between him and her. Qian Ren Yui frowned in deep thought, hesitating whether to continue to catch up. The net moment, Qian Ren Yui's figure immediately turned into a ray of light and flew towards the direction where she sensed the mark on Chang Feng's body. Qian Ren Yui thought for a while but still couldn't swallow the breath, so she decided to continue to follow. She also thought that if she caught up with Chang Feng, she would lock him up in the secret room of her room and then punish him until he begged for mercy and apologized to her. With this thought in mind, Qian Ren Yui did not hide her aura at all. As a result, in the air and on the ground where Qian Ren Yui passed, many people or spirit beasts beast looked frightened. They had no idea which powerful man actually came to the place where they lived. Of course Qian Ren Yui didn't know this. Even if Qian Ren Yui knew about it, she wouldn't take it too seriously because all she could think about was catching Cheng Feng. By the way, Cheng Feng was flying all the way to the west with no intention of relaying at all, and he was speeding up all the time because Cheng Feng also understood that Qian Ren Yui had left a mark on her, and with her kind of character she might not let it go. Because of this, Cheng Feng's mind has been tense and he can't completely calm down. Perhaps only by truly eliminating the mark on your body can you really feel at ease. Suddenly Cheng Feng kept flying at high speed in the air. When he inadvertently looked down, he was stunned because there is a village below him which seems to be facing a lot of trouble. The key is that this village seems a little familiar. Isn't this the Stone Village? Thinking of Stone Village, Cheng Feng began to recall the past when he was here with his mother Xiao Wu and the others' period of life. Seeing that the villagers in Stone Village below seemed to be targeted by the Holy Spirit cult, Cheng Feng felt embarrassed for a moment. But in a moment Cheng Feng decided to quickly deal with these people from the Holy Spirit cult and then continue to escape. Moreover, Cheng Feng could tell at a glance that these members of the Holy Spirit sect were not very powerful. The net moment Cheng Feng's figure came to the sky above Stone Village. Looking at these people, to be precise, he stared at these people from the Holy Spirit sect. Cheng Feng didn't say a word at all. He directly condensed a super rays non in his hand and then his body flash and dropped the super spiral pill in the middle of the Holy Spirit. At the same time Cheng Feng immediately dodged and came to the villagers of Stone Village and quickly used his soul power to condense a 10-foot long shield to withstand the impact of the rays non. Later, boom boom, screams recurred one after another and a plume of smoke quickly rose from where the Holy Spirit cult was. When he saw the people from the Holy Spirit cult and a few people who had not been taken away, Cheng Feng quickly gave them a few stab wounds. After confirming that they had all been killed, Cheng Feng glanced at the villagers of Stone Village and said, "These people are not good people. You have already made plans to leave here as soon as possible if you can. However, I suggest that you join the forces of heaven and seek refuge. The choice is up to you. I will tell you. So I hope you will take good care of yourself." Cheng Feng also felt helpless when he saw these Stone Village villagers looking at him with fear. Without wasting any time, Cheng Feng immediately left here and flew further west. Not long after Cheng Feng left, Qian Ren Yui followed Cheng Feng's mark and came to Stone Village. She looked directly at the Stone Village villagers coldly and said, "Did you just see a man in a white suit? There was a special mark on his forehead. I'm in a hurry. If you know anything, please tell me quickly. If not..." The eyes of all the villagers in Stone Village flickered and the leader stood up, directly saluted Qian Ren Yui tremblingly and said, "Dear Soul Master, there was indeed a man in white clothing just now. When we came here, it was he who saved the lives of us people, but he didn't know the name of the Soul Master because after the Soul Master saved us, he started to leave again. Master, she is a good man." "Yeah." Qian Ren Yui disagreed with this. After confirming again that Cheng Feng was indeed here, Qian Ren Yui knew that she was not wrong in pursuing him. Afterwards Qian Ren Yui said nothing and immediately flew in the direction of the mark. 3 hours passed. When Cheng Feng realized that he had been on the road for a long time, he found that the soul power in his body was not very much consumed. This gave Cheng Feng a deeper understanding of the 5 crystal nuclei in his body, and more importantly, the soul power in his body was only consumed by the first crystal nucleus. As for the others, it was not consumed at all. No consumption. However, even if the first crystal core consumes soul power, the soul power consumed is actually not much. At this time Cheng Feng looked around and found that there was no trace, so he felt relieved a little. Then Cheng Feng began to move forward. As a result, after traveling for more than 10 miles, Cheng Feng found that the surroundings here were strange because there is an endless sea area all around. After driving for another dozen miles, Cheng Feng suddenly discovered a city ahead. When Cheng Feng came to this city, he was shocked because Cheng Feng suddenly discovered that the clothes of everyone in this city were obviously very different from those in Douluo continent. Of course, these are not the most important things, but when Cheng Feng was walking on the street, he heard descriptions about sea soul beast and the like, and he couldn't help but feel stunned. A sea soul beast? Could this be the territory of Poseidon? When he thought that he had arrived at Poseidon's territory in a daze, Cheng Feng began to think of some strategies in his mind. Soon Cheng Feng made a plan in his mind. Cheng Feng thought that if Qian Ren Yui caught up with her, deliberately angered her, and then took her all the way to Poseidon Island, or encountered the deep-sea demonic whale king on Poseidon Island, it would be enough for her to drink. Of course, if possible, it would be best for Qian Ren Yui and Poseidon to face each other to drive the tiger away and devour the wolf. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng's eyes became a little brighter. As he said, Cheng Feng simply found a tea house and sat quietly waiting for Qian Ren Yui's arrival. Of course, Cheng Feng also bought a detailed map to Poseidon Island from a map vendor. Everything is ready, all that's left is Qian Ren Yui. Chang Feng waited secretly. At the same time, Chang Feng was always ready to run away as soon as Qian Ren Yui appeared. During this period he constantly adjusted some postures to facilitate his escape at any time. Time flies like the wind. Qian Ren Yui's aura has indeed appeared in this city. Chang Feng didn't hesitate at all and immediately flew into the air and then shouted around, Qian Ren Yui is an ugly woman person. After finishing speaking, Chang Feng put oil on his feet and quickly flew toward Poseidon Island in the direction of his life. Because just after he said those words he clearly felt that Qian Ren Yui's aura seemed to be slightly disordered and then became very cold again. Chang Feng was running desperately, but Qian Ren Yui was angered by Chang Feng's words and even he was chasing after him desperately. This time Qian Ren Yui was very angry. He decided that if he caught Chang Feng he would give him an unforgettable memory so that he would always remember the consequences of offending him. Chang Feng found that Qian Ren Yui's speed was much faster than before and he was a little surprised, but this also proves that Qian Ren Yui has fallen into the trap he set. Thinking of this, Chang Feng flew toward Poseidon Island with all his strength. However, Chang Feng underestimated Qian Ren Yui's anger. Just as Chang Feng continued to immerse himself in walking, suddenly he waved his head inadvertently and was shocked to find a huge sword blade of 100 feet behind him falling towards him. Without any hesitation, Chang Feng immediately dodged over. Then the giant 100-foot sword fell on the sea, causing a huge wave and splashing water, and there was a huge noise all around which lasted for a long time. Chang Feng looked at all this with timid eyes, thinking that he must not be caught up by Qian Ren Yui. Chang Feng's idea is very beautiful, but Qian Ren Yui is a god after all. Net moment, Qian Ren Yui waved the golden angel holy sword again and a huge blade of hundreds of feet appeared again in an instant and fell in the direction of Chang Feng, its power even stronger. Chang Feng dodged again. However, the noise caused by the huge sword blade of hundreds of feet falling on the sea was very loud. The moment it fell, there was an overwhelming and unstoppable wave. Part of the splash still fell on Chang Feng directly, making Chang Feng soaked in water. Chang Feng had a dark face and continued to fly toward Poseidon Island. As for Qian Ren Yui, he didn't think too much about it right now. Time is passing quickly. Chang Feng and Qian Ren Yui, one behind the other, one escaped and the other was caught up because the sea soul beasts they were involved in were all killed and injured. Among them there is the demon soul Great White Shark Clan. In the territory of the demonic Great White Shark Clan, Xiaobai, the king of the demonic Great White Shark Clan, is hating Chang Feng and Qian Ren Yui, the two murderers of their tribe. However, whether it was Chang Feng or Qian Ren Yui, Xiaobai also understood through the mouths of the tribesmen that they were not easy to mess with. Xiaobai was originally guarding Poseidon Island, but because of what happened to his tribe he felt a great hatred in his heart. Not long after, at the suggestion of a tribesman, he asked the high priest of Poseidon Island for help and Xiaobai directly agreed. After that, Xiaobai quickly rushed toward Poseidon Island and deliberately took a small path. As for why he didn't take the normal route, it was really because he was worried that he would be affected by that crazy woman. After all, the aura of the mad woman with the golden sword is not inferior to that of the high priest of Poseidon Island. Soon Xiaobai rushed to Poseidon Island and immediately informed the human soul master responsible for stationing on Poseidon Island that he wanted to see the high priest. Not long after, Xiaobai saw the high priest appear. After seeing the high priest appear, Xiaobai felt happy. Xiaobai has seen the high priest. Bosai I looked at Xiaobai in confusion. Xiaobai, do you have something to tell me? Xiaobai immediately replied, yes, high priest. On the sea coming to our Poseidon Island there are two humans who are brutally slaughtering a large number of sea soul beasts who believe in Poseidon. As a result, many of my people were killed and injured. So Xiaobai came to ask the high priest for help and help us, the loyal followers of Poseidon, teach those two humans a lesson. When Bosai I heard this, he immediately frowned. Do you know who those two humans are? Why did they want to kill the sea soul beast? Xiaobai quickly replied, high priest, Xiaobai doesn't know the background of these two humans, but Xiaobai can know that both of them are very strong. One of them may be about the same strength as the high priest. As for them, why the sea soul beasts are killed in large numbers, this novice doesn't know. Bosai I just pondered for a while and then said, Xiaobai, then take me over and take a look at those two people. Those who dare to kill the loyal followers of Lord Poseidon will not be spared lightly. When Xiaobai heard Bosai I's words, he was very happy. She believed that if the high priest took action, those two people would suffer. For this reason, Xiaobai is secretly looking forward to it. Then Bosai I and Xiaobai headed towards the sea area where Chang Feng and Qian Ren Yui were. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 335, The Temptation of God's Position. Chang Feng couldn't tell how miserable he was at this time. He found that it was useless to just memorize the map of Poseidon Island. Island. If you were not familiar with the surrounding areas of Poseidon Island you would really get lost. At this time Chang Feng knew that he was really lost. I haven't seen Poseidon Island for a long time. Now I really tried to be smart but I was mistaken. Originally I was thinking of using a move to drive away the tiger and devour the wolf, but now it's better. It looks like I've been caught in it. While Chang Feng was flying quickly over the sea to distance himself from Qian Ren Yui, his brain was running at high speed thinking of ways to break the situation. Behind him Qian Ren Yui was chasing after Chang Feng with no intention of letting him go. If this continues, wouldn't all the previous efforts be in vain? Or should we say bow your head and admit defeat to Qian Ren Yui? No, it is absolutely not okay to admit defeat to the other party. If the other party kills you in a rage in order to vent his anger, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? After discarding this dangerous idea in his mind, Chang Feng began to worry. Although he was worried in his heart, his running movements did not slow down even a little. Qian Ren Yui looked at Chang Feng's back at this time full of anger. After chasing for so long she still hasn't caught up, which makes Qian Ren Yui, who has become a god, feel crazy. But thinking about it from another angle, the opponent's combat power is far different from ours, it's just that the speed is faster. However, it was the speed at which the other party defeated her that aroused Qian Ren Yui's unwillingness. After all, no matter what, I am a god. After all, how can I be compared to a mortal? However, no matter how Qian Ren Yui used the divine power in her body, she really couldn't compare to Chang Feng in terms of speed. At this time Qian Ren Yui was a little unsure of what was going on with Chang Feng. Logically speaking, after escaping from his own hands for so long, the soul power in his body should be almost exhausted, which is normal. But looking at the other party's appearance, he didn't feel any consumption at all. Whether he was a god or she was a god, Qian Ren Yui felt speechless for a moment and felt an indescribable powerlessness. After continuing to chase for a while, suddenly a figure in red appeared in the middle between Chang Feng and Qian Ren Yui. Qian Ren Yui noticed the other party immediately and stopped. Chang Feng also naturally noticed Bosai and stopped in the same way. He began to calculate Qian Ren Yui and Poseidon in his mind. From now on, judging from the situation, he chose to adapt to circumstances. Are you the murderers of my Poseidon people? When saying this, Bosai looked at Qian Ren Yui coldly, but when Bosai looked at Chang Feng, her body froze. Then a trace of anger flashed in her eyes and she pointed at Chang Feng and yelled, "Are you the bastard?" Qian Ren Yui was shocked by these words, and then her eyes wandered back and forth on Bosai and Chang Feng suspiciously, her eyes looking a little gloomy. Chang Feng was speechless when he heard Bosai's tone. Damn, it beat me up. Simply, if this person hadn't rescued Tang Chen and Tang San back then, he would have known about Tang San and the others in advance, but now there were more variables. Naturally, Chang Feng had a very bad impression of Bosai, therefore Chang Feng would not have a good attitude towards her at all. So Chang Feng curled his lips, pointed at Bosai and cursed, "It turns out you are such a licking dog, and you are also a talent." When Bosai heard this, an angry look appeared on her face. Although she didn't know what licking the dog meant, but the word dog appeared, she understood that Chang Feng didn't have anything nice to say to her and was probably scolding herself. Then Bosai said angrily, "You are a licking dog, so you know you have sharp teeth and a sharp mouth." When Chang Feng heard this, he couldn't help laughing. His eyes were a little cold. "It's really sad that you are a licker and don't know it. I don't know how you survived for so long. Some people think that it's not a licking dog, but she is actually a licking dog." A layer of coldness immediately enveloped Bosai's face. The air around him seemed to be frozen. "You really deserve to die." Chang Feng chuckled. "Just you? You ran away from me in a hurry last time. It seems that you didn't receive enough lessons. This time my hands were a little itchy and I had a lot of anger in my heart. It happened to be. Let's vent it all at once." Bosai calmed down at this critical moment. She did not refute Chang Feng's words because she did escape from Chang Feng last time. Moreover, he was slightly injured as a result. In Bosai's opinion, this man named Chang Feng should be on par with her. Moreover, there was another person watching eagerly from the side. I don't know what the other party's attitude toward Poseidon Island is, but no matter what, after killing so many loyal followers of Poseidon, this breath must not be swallowed so easily. Besides, Poseidon is on Poseidon Island, not far from here. If there is Poseidon's help, then it may not be impossible to deal with these two people. For this reason, Bosai had already made up her mind and was ready to teach these two ignorant people a lesson. "You know this sea area is her territory, Bosai. No matter what kind of enemy you are, there is only one result, and that is to get beaten." Thinking of this, the corners of Bosai's lips curled up into a sneer. Thinking of this, Bosai looked at Chang Feng and Qian Ren Yui and said, "Since you two don't want to leave, then be prepared to bear the wrath of my Poseidon Island." Qian Ren Yui frowned when she heard Bosai's words. She didn't like Bosai's condescending attitude very much, so she said, "Only you? What big talk are you talking about?" Bosai Ai's eyes narrowed, her chest heaving with anger, and she focused on Qian Ren Yui. As for Chang Feng, at this time she simply ignored him. Chang Feng was immediately happy when he saw the tense situation between Bo Sai and Qian Ren Yui. In order to make it easier for Bo Sai and Qian Ren Yui to have se directly, Chang Feng deliberately stayed away, creating a distance of hundreds of steps. Chang Feng's movements naturally fell into the perception of Bo Sai and Qian Ren Yui. Bo Sai wanted to deal with the woman in front of her first and then Chang Feng. After all, this woman's aura also made Bo Sai feel very unhappy. Perhaps this is the mutual repulsion and dislike between the two people with the same temperament. Qian Ren Yui is interested in Chang Feng's movements, very speechless, but Qian Ren Yui also understood that if she wanted to take down Chang Feng, she still had to deal with this arrogant woman first. More importantly, this woman not only made her unhappy but also showed murderous intent towards her just now. Qian Ren Yui will never be merciful to her enemies. Before the two of them made a move, the auras of the two of them were already threatening each other, and the air seemed to solidify all of a sudden. It won't be long. Qian Ren Yui held the angel holy sword in her hand with an expressionless face and said softly, "Angel judgment." I saw an identical huge golden angel shadow appearing behind Qian Ren Yui. This golden shadow raised the angel holy sword high, and a light of judgment released by the sun instantly condensed into a huge golden light pillar falling from the sky, attacked toward Bo Sai. Under the blazing light, Bo Sai's eyes were filled with surprise, but Bo Sai also raised the scepter she was holding and pointed it toward the void in front of Qian Ren Yui. Then a bright blue light emitted from the head of the scepter. The moment she saw the sea above, the sea water quickly turned into swimming dragons that were tens of feet long and quickly flew in front of Bo Sai. Countless swimming dragons were superimposed, and in an instant a huge swimming dragon was formed. Finally, Yu Long was seen spitting out a huge blue ball towards the huge golden beam of light emitted by Qian Ren Yui. The blue ball exudes an astonishing and terrifying aura. Boom, boom. At the moment of the collision, the waves flew like a heavy rain falling from the sky, and the sound was particularly shocking. Moment Chang Feng felt incredible when he saw the collision between the two. This wave of Sai's strength has improved a lot compared to last time. Then, under Chang Feng's careful observation, Chang Feng looked at the water on the sea level and couldn't help but think, could it be that the reason why Sai's strength has changed so much this time is just because of the problem of this sea water? Chang Feng's mind began to recall plot records related to Poseidon Island in his previous life. After a long time, Chang Feng sighed softly. It seemed that his guess was correct. If this is really the case, then if I face this wave of Sai alone later, how can I defeat her? Also pay attention to the Poseidon behind Bo Sai. I don't know if Poseidon is paying attention to this place at this time. If he is paying attention to this place, then his appearance will definitely be caught in his eyes and he will show up sooner or later. Presumably this Poseidon has been paying attention to him secretly. If Poseidon really appears, Qian Ren Yui will fight with Poseidon and he will fight with Bo Sai. No matter what the outcome is, it will be profitable for him. With this thought, Chang Feng immediately calmed down and looked at Bo Sai and Qian Ren Yui, who were confronting each other in deep thought. Bo Sai looked at Qian Ren Yui opposite and her heart was already filled with turmoil. How is this possible? The opponent's strength may have reached that level. You know, the blow I just made had the power of God. As a result, the opponent's blow was blocked. If the other party is not a god, Bo Sai will never believe it. Then Bo Sai glanced at Qian Ren Yui and said, "Are you a god?" When asking, Bo Sai's tone was trembling. She didn't know if she had unintentionally offended a god for Poseidon. If so, then her sin would be huge. Qian Ren Yui's eyes narrowed and she replied coldly, "You only know now that it's already too late." Bo Sai's heart suddenly sank. At this time a voice suddenly appeared in Bo Sai's ears. "Bo Sai, no matter what you think, if the god of angels threatens you, I will promptly stop her. The important thing is to deal with that boy. He is the son of my enemy in the divine world." When Bo Sai heard the voice of Poseidon, she was overjoyed and all her previous worries disappeared. But at the same time she was secretly surprised deep in her heart. She never expected that Chang Feng was actually the son of the enemy of the god realm. Lord Poseidon still told her this secret of the god realm, which made Bo Sai feel the Poseidon's trust in her. However, since Chang Feng is the son of the enemy of the god realm, is that enemy secretly watching all this? When she thought of this, Bo Sai suddenly felt that the problem was a bit difficult. In Bo Sai's view, since he can be called the enemy of the god realm and yet makes Lord Poseidon so fearful, he must be extremely powerful. However, for Lord Poseidon, even if he offended that lord or even was punished by the enemy of the god realm afterward, Bo Sai felt that it was all worth it. Everything is for Lord Poseidon. After reaffirming this belief in her heart, Bo Sai began to regain her calm presence. I saw Bo Sai holding a golden scepter in his hand, pointing fiercely in the void and exuding an astonishing astonishing aura. Then with Bosai as the center an invisible ripple of breath fiercely filled the void. Trembling a few times, Bosai looked at Qian Ren Yui with complicated eyes, but after a while a trace of determination flashed in her eyes and she whispered softly, buried in water for thousands of miles in the sky. Suddenly in the calm sea area, earth-shaking giant dragon waves suddenly rose up and flew into the sky. For a time 12,000s of feet of swimming dragons were distributed in 12 directions, blocking Qian Ren Yui in the middle. At the same time a smooth and huge air wall emerged from the top of the 12,000s of feet of swimming dragon. It seemed to be extremely solid and used an astonishing momentum. Yulong locked Qian Ren Yui's body and the wall of air was falling rapidly as if it was going to directly cover Qian Ren Yui in the center. With Cheng Feng's eyesight, it is natural to see that Bosai's attack at this moment is a bit like the soul skill of trapping people, but it is not just trapping people, especially the wall of air that is falling rapidly. If the ground hits someone, I'm afraid it won't be too pleasant for anyone. Cheng Feng could see this from the astonishing aura issued by the wall of air. Qian Ren Yui looked at Bosai in surprise and was even quite surprised in her heart. No matter Qian Ren Yui tried all kinds of explanations, she just didn't expect that the other party was so strong, so she couldn't help but put away the contempt in her heart. Of course Qian Ren Yui naturally discovered the rapidly falling air wall above her head and also sensed the astonishing power of that air wall. Without any hesitation, Qian Ren Yui floated the angel holy sword in front of her, and at the same time she tapped the void 3 times with her hands in front of her. In an instant golden light points burst into a strong golden light in the air. At this time Qian Ren Yui's SIP set of angelic outfits each emitted a little golden light and blended into it. In just a few moments the SI pointed stars just gathered behind the angel holy sword. At the same time the angel holy sword began to split into SI quickly. The SI long swords were intertwined, and then almost in an instant the rotation turned into a cone-shaped golden energy and Qian Ren Yui's entire body was wrapped in it. Just after doing all this, Bosai's attack fell. Boom, boom, boom. The waves splashed in all directions and a heavy rain seemed to fall from the sky. A long time calmness returned to the sea level again. Seeing Qian Ren Yui's nonchalant look at this moment, Bosai was completely shocked. The blow she just sent out was basically her strongest move and her soul power began to drop to less than 10%. But the way Bosai observed Qian Ren Yui, she couldn't accurately know the other party's specific situation. At this moment Qian Ren Yui couldn't help but feel a little worried because she realized that she still had less than 50% of the divine power in her body. Fortunately the other party seemed to be very exhausted, especially since the other party's chest was rising and falling greatly, which made Qian Ren Yui feel lucky in her heart. At the same time Qian Ren Yui thought that with the remaining divine power in her body she could easily deal with Cheng Feng without much worry. But after all, this is an unfamiliar sea area. The only thing I am worried about is, will the woman opposite have a more powerful accomplice? Bosai's state was also noticed by Cheng Feng. At this time Cheng Feng decided to give it a try. Without any hesitation Cheng Feng flashed and quickly arrived in front of Bosai. Cheng Feng's actions made Bosai completely unprepared and she was a little panicked. Cheng Feng's right hand had already condensed a spiral pill and it fell toward Bosai's neck. This process is like flowing water without any stagnation. Moreover, the speed is too fast. When Qian Ren Yui started to react, her eyes widened. Seeing that Bosai was about to die, Cheng Feng did not feel any relief in his heart because he knew that if Poseidon came out he still wouldn't be able to kill Bosai. Just when the rays non was less than 50 centimeters away from Bosai's neck, suddenly the entire void seemed to freeze for a moment. Then when he looked again, Cheng Feng found that Bosai's figure beside him had long disappeared. Seeing this, Cheng Feng's heart sank. Sure enough, Poseidon still took action. Moreover, Cheng Feng was frightened by the other party's method. If this was not good for you just now, how should you deal with it? Soon Cheng Feng put away the distracting thoughts in his heart, raised his head and looked at the sudden appearance of a huge shadow. Standing net to the phantom was Bosai. Seeing this, Qian Ren Yui's eyes and pupils shrank suddenly. The person coming here is too strong. Moreover, there is a familiar aura on the other party. Not long after, Qian Ren Yui looked at the phantom of Poseidon. Are you a god too? At this time Qian Ren Yui's heart was undoubtedly very complicated. I thought I had become a god and could complete some of my ideas. As a result, the woman who had always been at odds with him also became a god. After chasing Cheng Feng all the way here, he met another god. Judging from the aura of this god, he was probably much stronger than she was in his heyday. But fortunately the opponent is just a shadow of a god and he can deal with it with his own strength. But Cheng Feng's net words made Qian Ren Yui feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Poseidon, you are right here on Poseidon Island, but you appear in front of me like this. It seems seems you still don't take us to heart. When Qian Ren Yui heard Chang Feng's words, she secretly glared at him. However, Chang Feng simply ignored it. At this time Chang Feng stared at Poseidon tightly, unable to take his eyes away. Poseidon Phantom smiled softly. It seems that your father has told you all my news. With your talent it is no worse than your father. However, if you can't break through in your current state for the rest of your life, then sooner or later you will grow old and even die. This cruel reality should be unacceptable to you as a person with such a talent. I'm afraid you don't know that the path to becoming a god in Douluo continent has been controlled by our god realm. It can be said that the decision whether to become a god or not lies in the hands of our god realm. However, if you want to become a god, our god realm cannot give you a chance. However, there is a condition: you must agree to our god realm. Chang Feng knew that Poseidon regarded the great enemy of the god realm as his father. Chang Feng did not refute, so he had no choice but to follow the opponent's guess. But after all the news that Poseidon said that Douluo continent's path to becoming a god was controlled by the god realm made Chang Feng's heart suddenly sink. Could it be said that there is really no way to become a god in Douluo continent? I do not believe. Even if it doesn't happen, I will still find another way to become a god. Chang Feng, who had firmed up his thoughts in his heart, was not affected by Poseidon's words. However, Chang Feng still pretended to be moved and said in a deep voice, I wonder what the condition you mentioned is, Poseidon. Poseidon saw Chang Feng's heartbeat and thought to himself, as e-pected young people have little experience after all, so they are easy to fool. It seems that in the world of gods I, the god of the sea, cannot live without me. After getting the news from this young man, I must make those Shura guys look at me with admiration. A soft smile appeared on Poseidon's face. He looked at Chang Feng and said, young man, as long as you tell me where your father is hiding, then on behalf of our god realm I can give you a chance to become a god. Haha, even if the opportunity to become a god can be given to you, there are levels of becoming a god. When the time comes, I will give this young man the inheritance of the lowest god. In this way I will not break the promise, and if this young man accepts it, he will be restricted by the rules of the divine world. Remember that there seem to be a few priests missing among the third level gods, so just pick one out of those few. Thinking of this, the smile on Poseidon's face became even brighter. Chang Feng, on the other hand, was speechless at Poseidon's word. He made empty talk about white wool. He really thought he was stupid. Chang Feng had already greeted all the ancestors of Poseidon in his heart, but Poseidon kept a warm smile on Chang Feng's face. Who says the situation is stronger than the person? However, the other party has determined that he knows the existence of his so-called father. If he follows the other party's logic and lays a trap for the other party, I don't know if it is possible. I seem to remember that person E is in a certain space under the lake of life in the star forest. If Poseidon is fooled, I don't know if Poseidon will fight with that one. If there really is a fight with Guyuina, it will really be worth seeing. However, by doing this, if the Soul Beast clan of the Star Do Forest knew that he had tricked them, it would probably make Da Ming Xiao Wu and the others feel very embarrassed. It's really difficult. Poseidon saw the constant changes on Chang Feng's face and he was not in a hurry. He seemed to know that Chang Feng was in a dilemma. No matter which choice he made, it was very difficult for Chang Feng. Therefore, Poseidon is quietly waiting for Chang Feng's final decision. Qian Ren Yui, on the other hand, was directly confused by Poseidon and Chang Feng's words. Qian Ren Yui knew that Chang Feng was born in Holy Soul Village, that is, he was an ordinary civilian, but the seriousness of what Poseidon said made Qian Ren Yui feel unconfident, and she wondered whether Chang Feng was just a disguise for his identity in Holy Soul Village. With this thought, Qian Ren Yui began to secretly guess the true origin of Chang Feng and looked at Chang Feng with complicated eyes. If you think about it from Chang Feng's perspective, one is a god and the other is a father. No matter which one you choose, it's hard to choose. Once Chang Feng chooses the divine position, I'm afraid he will be disappointed. Qian Ren Yui couldn't explain what kind of mood she was feeling. She turned her gaze to Chang Feng, remained silent, and secretly began to restore the consumed divine power. Chang Feng thought for a long time and suddenly his eyes lit up. He thought of a way to deceive the god realm. Chang Feng pretended to sigh lightly with a look of helplessness and reluctance on his face. He looked at Poseidon and said, Poseidon, it's not impossible for me to agree to your conditions, but I have to add conditions. Poseidon frowned. Isn't one god enough? Don't be too greedy. Chang Feng said calmly, the highest level of gods in the god realm is the god king, followed by the first level god, second level god, three-pole god, and the unworthy servants of God. As the sons of your enemies in the god realm, do you think I will trust your god realm to give me a good inheritance? If your god realm plays tricks, I will be fooled, and I must not accept this loss. The sincerity of the god Poseidon. Qian Ren Yui. Poseidon felt a headache. He didn't expect that this young man was too cunning, which really troubled him. More importantly, the other party seems to have a good understanding of the divine world. But not long after, Poseidon still kept smiling and said, what conditions do you want to add? At the same time, time Qian Ren Yui looked at Cheng Feng, revealing deep disappointment and unfounded contempt. At this time Qian Ren Yui began to think about why she had Cheng Feng's shadow deep in her heart. Thinking about it carefully, it was all just because she didn't know the other person well enough. Forget it, let everything go with the wind. At this time Qian Ren Yui reached reconciliation with her own heart and gained some understanding of God power improved somewhat. Such an unexpected surprise was something Qian Ren Yui had never expected. Of course it also made people feel a little painful. Cheng Feng's mind was racing at high speed, thinking about how to minimize the benefit he obtained. Of course Cheng Feng also knows that these are nothing more than trying to trick Poseidon, but who knows that the other party comes from the god realm. He will not feel any guilt in his heart no matter how he tries to trick him. After thinking for a while, Cheng Feng decided to start by enhancing the foundation of Heavenly Court. So he said, if you want me to agree to your conditions Poseidon, then I need a few soul bones, metals, artifacts, etc. Otherwise I won't be able to talk. When Poseidon heard Cheng Feng's words, he was silent for a while. Not long time Poseidon looked at Cheng Feng and said, in this case I can give you 3 pieces of soul bones and I can give you 1 piece of metal. Can I change this artifact for you? After all, this kind of thing is hard to come by. Cheng Feng secretly thought about how true the myth of the sea was. After a while Cheng Feng continued, Si soul bones, each one is at least 10,000 years old, and at least 3 pieces of metal. The metal needs to be better. As for the artifact, if not, it's okay to have something comparable to a divine weapon. Poseidon was calculating in his mind, looking at Cheng Feng with a flash of dissatisfaction. This young man is too greedy. Suddenly Poseidon thought that if this young man went to the god realm one day and the status of god was still very low, it would be best to arrange it under his subordinate. He could say hello to god Shura and then he could give this young man some shoes. Going back and forth, there is still a high chance that the things he gave out will come back to him. Thinking of this, Poseidon suddenly smiled. I agree to your terms. Can you tell me where your father is hiding now? Cheng Feng had no expression on his face and looked at Poseidon quietly, then stretched out a hand without saying a word. Poseidon's body froze. This young man is so ignorant. After Poseidon cursed in his heart for a while, he said, wait for me, I'll come as soon as I can. Net moment, the shadow of Poseidon immediately disappeared from the scene, leaving Qian Ren Yui, Bo Sai and Cheng Feng looking at each other in shock. Qian Ren Yui looked at Cheng Feng. At this time she no longer felt much about Cheng Feng. At least in her eyes he was just a stranger now. At this moment Cheng Feng couldn't help feeling relieved when he saw Qian Ren Yui's appearance. As for Bo Sai, she remained silent and did not speak. For a moment the venue fell into silence. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 336, Rejecting Poseidon's Invitation. Qian Ren Yui suddenly spoke up, breaking the brief calm maintained between the three of them. Cheng Feng, I didn't expect your life experience to be so bizarre. But have you really decided to make such a deal with Poseidon? Looking at Qian Ren Yui's calm face, Cheng Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong with her. As for what was wrong, he didn't know. But Cheng Feng glanced at Bo Sai and said, unlike you, I can obtain the divine title and directly inherit it. Although I did obtain the divine inheritance at the beginning, for some reasons I couldn't inherit it directly. I can't inherit the throne of God. Now Poseidon has given me such an opportunity, and he has given me such an opportunity regardless of past grudges. I want to be a man who can't be too ungrateful. Qian Ren Yui opened her mouth wanting to say something, but nothing came out. A long while Qian Ren Yui said, Cheng Feng, you have changed. You are completely different from before. Cheng Feng didn't take it seriously. As for what he just said, it was all nonsense. After all, Bo Sai, the Poseidon's spy, made him have to wear a mask. Cheng Feng didn't believe that the Poseidon wasn't secretly watching all this. After all, it had been a while. With the Poseidon's strength, it was logical that he should have returned, but he didn't appear for a long time. He must have been squatting somewhere in the dark and observing. Yes, when thinking about this, Cheng Feng couldn't help but cursed secretly. This Poseidon is really a dog. Seeing Qian Ren Yui's eyes still on him, Cheng Feng had to continue to respond against his will. Everyone will change after experiencing something. Qian Ren Yui savored Cheng Feng's word and murmured, yes, people change. I should have figured it out a long time ago. Net moment, Qian Ren Yui's face returned to a calm expression, and when she looked at Cheng Feng again, she looked very calm. This scene made Cheng Feng feel a little confused. Why does it feel like Qian Ren Yui's attitude towards him has changed? Who cares about her? Cheng Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Bo Sai on the side looked at the two people's reactions blankly and couldn't help but be a little stunned. The young man named Cheng Feng may not know what he has lost, but Bo Sai understands that he has lost a girl's heart. Moreover, such a transformation was completed in just an instant. As for Cheng Feng, in Bo Sai's opinion, it was obvious that he was a little careless and even said he didn't care about some things. Bo Sai sighed softly in her heart. As a bystander and even an enemy, she felt a little pity for the scene she saw, but also felt very happy for this scene. It seemed that she had become a contradictory body. It can be seen that at this time Bosai how complicated is Ceci's mood. Looking back at his past, Bosai seemed to see his own shadow in this girl, and he saw the shadow of that person in that boy, the same carelessness, the same neglect. Qian Ren Yui glanced at Cheng Feng again and said, from today on you and I have nothing to do with each other. When we meet one day I will definitely kill you. Cheng Feng did not refute Qian Ren Yui's word. In Cheng Feng's view, the two of them were not on good terms, either in terms of their stance or their relationship. In this case, Qian Ren Yui's words only made Cheng secretly remember them in his heart. So Cheng Feng said, although you have become a god, I will also become a god in the future. I don't know who will kill whom. Qian Ren Yui looked at Cheng Feng with a cold look and then said coldly, we'll find out when the time comes. After saying this, Qian Ren Yui prepared to leave without hesitation. After discovering Qian Ren Yui's intention, Cheng Feng told Qian Ren Yui in his mind and then said to Qian Ren Yui, don't worry, I promised you that I will definitely kill Tang San. Qian Ren Yui was stunned while Bosai turned her attention to Qian Ren Yui, her eyes showing vigilance. Bosai knew that Tang San was the inheritor of the Sea God throne, that is the NET Sea God candidate. Now listening to this, does this woman have a grudge against Tang San? So should we keep this woman forever? But thinking that the other party is in the realm of God, Bosai felt helpless. Although she attaches great importance to matters related to Poseidon and cannot tolerate any obstruction to what Poseidon is doing, she cannot compare to him in terms of strength. Perhaps only Lord Poseidon can keep it. Poseidon, who was secretly eavesdropping, frowned upon hearing this. This god of angels wants to kill the inheritor of his divine throne. Should he keep her? But if you do it yourself, those in the God Realm Committee will probably take the opportunity to attack you. After thinking for a while, Poseidon decided to give up dealing with the current god of angels. Cheng Feng felt disappointed when he saw that the Poseidon in the dark didn't seem to make any move towards Qian Ren Yui. Qian Ren Yui felt that there was something in what Cheng Feng said, so she couldn't help but frown and asked, what do you mean by that? When did I say I wanted to kill Tang San? Cheng Feng looked at Qian Ren Yui pretending to be shocked and asked, don't you know that your own father was killed by Tang San's father? Qian Ren Yui was startled but then fell silent. She remembered what her grandfather said to her when she accepted the inheritance of the god of angels. The general meaning is to stop yourself from hating that woman, saying that your father did something bad to her. To be honest, Qian Ren Yui's impression of her dead father was not very good, but in the final analysis he is his father. Qian Ren Yui felt a little conflicted after learning part of the truth from Cheng Feng's mouth. Then Qian Ren Yui said, Tang San, I will personally take his life from now on. At this moment Poseidon's voice suddenly appeared. This time Cheng Feng discovered that Poseidon appeared in his own form, which made Cheng Feng look a little surprised. Poseidon stared at Qian Ren Yui for a while, then said, God of angels, you can leave, you are not welcome here. When Qian Ren Yui heard Poseidon's words, she remained silent with a cold face but finally nodded lightly, and then the golden wings behind her flew into the air, then turned into a golden light and moved away from here, and then no trace can be seen. What hatred is there between you and Tang San? When Poseidon looked at Cheng Feng, he couldn't help but ask. Poseidon just sensed Cheng Feng's emotional fluctuations from the words of Cheng Feng and Qian Ren Yui, that is, Cheng Feng did not want to avenge the god of angels as he said on the surface, but he wanted to kill Tang San from the bottom of his heart. This makes Poseidon feel a little troublesome. Originally his identity as the son of the great enemy of the god realm destined that even if Cheng Feng became a god he would not have much development. It can be said that the road will only get narrower and narrower. But if Tang San, his successor, becomes the god of the sea, then he will go even further in the future. If Cheng Feng becomes a member of the god realm, by then he is destined to be a third-level god or priest or lower. If that were the case, wouldn't Tang San be able to manipulate Cheng Feng at will? While thinking about this, Poseidon deliberately ignored the fact that Cheng Feng wanted to kill Tang San. The conditions we just agreed upon are all in this soul guide ring. You can check it yourself. When Poseidon said this, he flicked a golden soul guide ring and quickly and accurately fell into Cheng Feng's hand. Cheng Feng took advantage of the situation and took it, then checked the space inside the soul guide ring. When Cheng Feng sensed that there were soul bones in the ring space and each soul bone was more than 10,000 years old, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. And seeing 3 pieces of metal the size of several fists emitting golden, white and green light was even more eye-catching. Of course, what Cheng Feng was most happy about was that in his soul guide ring there was an additional weapon that used the aura of God. This weapon looks very similar to a sickle. Poseidon was very well prepared. Net to the weapon there was also a booklet with instructions. Cheng Feng quickly took out the pamphlet and flipped through it. He roughly we understood that this weapon was called the Hook Soul Scythe. It was a sub-artifact that was one level lower than a super artifact. Although it was less powerful than a super artifact, it was still an artifact if it couldn't hold it. This magical weapon is mainly used for killing and has its own defense skills, can be said to be artifacts integrating offense and defense. But this artifact is not without its flaws. Among them, the first flaw is that using this artifact will be extremely terrifying in terms of consuming soul power or divine power. The second flaw is that this artifact has side effects that affect the mind of the holder. However, these two shortcomings and the improvement of strength must be no problem at all. Cheng Feng was very satisfied with the transaction and carefully put away the ring soul guide. Now that we have completed the deal, you can tell me where your father is hiding. Cheng Feng smiled and said, this must be said. My father is actually in a special space. Poseidon's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you know where that special space is? Cheng Feng shook his head slightly. That place is really too scary for my level of cultivation, because that space is completely desolate and I have to face all kinds of things brought about by the existence in that space all the time. It's dangerous. I don't know where this special space is because it's constantly moving. Unless my father takes the initiative to bring me in, finding it will be like going to heaven. Poseidon blinked. Are there any special marks around that space? If you know anything about this, just tell me. Cheng Feng replied, if we talk about special marks around that space, then there really is one. That is a huge statue. The pattern on the clothes on the statue is exactly the same as the one on my forehead. Maybe some people realize that this space is the Heavenly World Pearl. Cheng Feng directly used the Heavenly World Pearl as a template to describe that space in an attempt to get away with it. Any other discoveries? Cheng Feng pretended to frown and think deeply. After a while, Cheng Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. Did you remember something? Poseidon looked at Cheng Feng with a bit of expectation. That's right, I did remember something. I remember that space was not particularly stable. Every once in a while it would be exposed to Douluo continent, and at the same time the kind of disease that my father had would be revealed. A unique aura. Judging from the time calculation, it is estimated that space will be exposed to Douluo continent again within a year. By then, Poseidon, you will know everything. Poseidon secretly remembered Cheng Feng's words in his heart. He could see that Cheng Feng's presence did not look like he was lying, so he believed Cheng Feng's words in his heart and prepared to wait secretly. I wonder if you would like to come to my Poseidon Island as a guest. Facing the sudden invitation from Poseidon, Cheng Feng was startled. This matter seems a bit difficult to handle. If he went, he would definitely meet Tang San again. If he couldn't help but kill him, Cheng Feng couldn't believe that he would stop in time, so if he could, he would not go lest he cause Poseidon's displeasure. Kill him directly. Moreover, Cheng Feng had reason to believe that this Poseidon might have deliberately set a trap for him. Cheng Feng naturally couldn't understand this. However, Cheng Feng kept a faint smile on his face, looked at Poseidon and said, Poseidon's invitation, this kind of opportunity one think is a rare opportunity for anyone. But even if I am here, if you are not sensible, you have to think about things from the perspective of Poseidon. Now Tang San may have become your successor. If I really accept Poseidon's invitation, then it will be difficult for Poseidon and I won't. I don't think Tang San will take action against me. If Tang San really takes action against me, I'm afraid Poseidon will eventually help Tang San deal with me. All in all, I accepted Poseidon's invitation, but I'm still willing to do it. I hope Poseidon will understand. Poseidon's face remained silent and he did not speak. A long time. Poseidon then said, in that case, please leave Poseidon Island. Whatever happened before will not be taken into account. Cheng Feng nodded and said with a smile, then thanked Poseidon for understanding the righteousness. Poseidon didn't answer and looked at Cheng Feng calmly. Cheng Feng gritted his teeth and began to say, Poseidon, since the matter has come to this, I will leave first. Seeing the motionless Poseidon, Cheng Feng had no expression on his face. Then Poseidon said, well then you can leave. Cheng Feng didn't hesitate at all. His figure quickly turned into a blue electric light and flew towards the direction of Chaotic Soul City at high speed. Cheng Feng flew non-stop, just wanting to fly out of the sea quickly. Fortunately, it was calm along the way and there were no blind sea soul beasts attacking him. Perhaps it was because during these days he and Qian Ren Yui had cast a deep shadow on these sea soul beasts that there was no movement on the sea level. Time flies as fast as the wind. At this time, Cheng Feng realized that he had not flown out of the sea yet and couldn't help feeling a little speechless. Fortunately, he still remembered the terrain around Poseidon Island in his mind. In less than a moment, Cheng Feng figured out the general situation around the sea area. Unconsciously, time passed while rushing. While Cheng Feng was on his way, he wondered if he could take the opportunity to realize something. In this way, he could also take the opportunity to return to the realm of God. Of course, the direction of enlightenment is mainly from Tai Chi. By studying Tai Chi, you may understand the mystery of the door to God. It is more than words. After leaving enough distance from Poseidon Island, Cheng Feng chose a smaller city on the spot, take a rest and meditate in a hotel owned by Hyun City. Tai Chi generates 2 yin, 2 levels generate 4 images and 4 images generates Bagua. At the same time, a Tai Chi yin and yang diagram in his mind kept rotating at high speed while Chang Feng's consciousness continued to engage in deep contemplation and observation. Time is passing bit by bit. The other side. After Qian Ren Yui left Poseidon Island, she directly returned to Wuhan City in Wuhan Empire. When they flew back to the high altitude of Wuhan City, Qian Ren Yui came back to Bibidong from the Pope's palace in Wuhan City immediately. Regarding Qian Ren Yui, Bibidong's mood was too complicated and she didn't know how to face her. Simply stay in the Pope's palace behind closed doors and pretend you didn't see everything. When Bibidong thought this in her heart and acted accordingly, Qian Ren Yui's figure broke into the Pope's palace. Faced with Qian Ren Yui's godlike strength and the amazing aura she used all the time, no one outside the Pope's palace dared to step forward to stop her. They simply let her go. After all, it's really hard to beat. After leaving, according to their observations, they also found that their Pope was unusually tolerant of her even though he had a cold face most of the time. They will keep these things well buried in their hearts and will not let others know about them. Qian Ren Yui just entered the Pope's palace and saw Bibidong sitting at the top with a scepter in her hand. She said, "Tang, how is he my father killing enemy?" Bibidong's body froze, her eyes a little stunned, angry, disappointed, painful, sad, regretful. For a moment I had me-ed feelings. Remember I Shang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 337. The Road to Becoming a God. In the end, Bibidong's face regained a calmness as if the person whose presence had changed just now was not her. "Where did you get the news?" What Bibidong is thinking is that Tang Hao is at most a helper. The person who really killed Qian Sunji is right in front of you right now. But Bibidong's calm look at this moment made Qian Ren Yui even more convinced that the news was true. Qian Ren Yui's eyes flashed with murderous intent and her presence was as cold as a knife. "Remember that Tang Hao is from the Haoshan sect, and his son personally established the Tang sect. I don't care what you want to do, but you can't stop me from destroying these two sects. Otherwise don't blame me for not doing so." Polite. Bibidong listened to Qian Ren Yui's word, glanced at her and said lightly, "They will all be the sects I want to destroy. When the time comes, if you are interested in taking action, then I will leave it to you." When Qian Ren Yui heard this, her eyes were stunned. Is this true? I mean what I say." Qian Ren Yui didn't like Bibidong's tone very much and frowned. "Then let's do it." Bibidong saw that Qian Ren Yui was about to turn around and leave, then she said, "I will launch a war to unify the Douluo continent in heaven. Will you intervene?" Qian Ren Yui paused for a moment and replied no. The tone seemed to be very firm, and after speaking he disappeared into the hall. Bibidong had a smile on her lips. "If not, that would be better. But I know you very well." The other side. Hyun City, Hyun Hotel. Chang Feng withdrew from his thought. Could it be said that becoming a god is really not enough? But he clearly felt that his realm was in a very strange state. He felt as if he was bound by a layer of shackles between heaven and earth. This layer of shackles made it illusory for him to go further. It seems that what Poseidon said is right. I am afraid that without the permission of the gods in the Douluo continent, they will not be able to become gods. Since you can't become a god in Douluo continent, can you become a god in another place and then come back? This thought was also a flash of inspiration. However, it is even more difficult to find a place that is not under the jurisdiction of the god realm. Suddenly Chang Feng thought of his heavenly world pearl. By the way, the heavenly world pearl is just a small world, and in terms of territory alone it is larger than the Douluo continent. So can I become a god in the heavenly world pearl? Thinking of this, Chang Feng's eyes lit up. He can't wait to go to the world of Tianting world pearl to experience it. However, without Hua's Highland's help, it would probably be an unattainable fantasy for him to enter the heavenly world pearl and try to hide it from those in the god realm. At this time Chang Feng suddenly remembered the benefits of having Hua's Highland's help. Although Hua's Highland didn't spend much time with him, she helped him a lot every time. Now Hua's Highland is unknown where she is fighting with Kuya Pavilion. I hope she can be safe. Putting aside these complicated thoughts, Chang Feng flashed to the sky above Hyun City and then rushed towards the border of the Tiandu Empire. This time the first thing Chang Feng was going to do was to improve his soul ring configuration one time. At the same time he wanted to see if he could upgrade his soul ring to 1,000,000 years through means like the god-given soul ring. 3 hours later, Chang Feng came to a green mountain on the border of Tiandu Empire. Seeing the green appearance of this green mountain, Chang Feng was in a good mood, so he chose this green mountain as his painting for where to stay. I chose a deep cave halfway up the mountain in the northwest of Qingshan Mountain, and then I checked around and found that this cave seemed to have been dug out a long time ago. Then Chang Feng found some shelters to cover the cave and picked some fruits and returned to the cave. After going around the cave and cleaning it, Chang Feng sat cross-legged on a long gown spread on the ground preparing for the NET upgrade of the soul ring life. There is no time in the mountain. In a blink of an eye 2 months have passed. This day, a man in black clothing walked out of a cave. This man was Cheng Feng. When Cheng Feng raised his head and looked around, he secretly pressed his guilt. It turns out that the original Qingshan at this time has already changed drastically. There are no green mountains now, but there are signs of dryness and decay everywhere for thousands of miles, and the mountain looks as if it is dead, more like the 9 nether hell. It looks a bit eerie without any sign of life. Cheng Feng knew that all of this was due to his increasing the age of his soul ring. Fortunately, he himself did not pay any price, but this green mountain helped him pay the price. The good news is that after 2 months of continuously increasing the age of the soul ring, Cheng Feng found that after his soul ring reached the red soul ring, it was impossible to reach the legendary million-year golden soul ring, but the red soul ring, a hint of gold appeared in the soul ring, and this gave Cheng Feng hope of becoming a god. Currently, Cheng Feng's 9 soul rings have all turned red, and there is a hint of gold under the bright red. These are the results of Cheng Feng's efforts in using the god-given soul ring in the past 2 months. Looking back on his efforts during this period, Cheng Feng felt very happy. If he meets Qian Ren Yue again, even if he loses, he can still make the other party pay a certain price. This is the confidence brought by these 2 efforts. Afterwards, Cheng Feng briefly tidied up the cave and headed towards the nearby border city of the Heaven Do Empire. He wanted to find out where the heavenly army was currently attacking. When Cheng Feng flew to a large city, Luoia City, he landed on the ground. After entering the city, Cheng Feng realized that what he saw in front of him was completely different from what he thought. Walking up and down the street were troops dressed up by the Spirit Empire, but not a single soldier from the heavenly army could be seen. This scene falling into Cheng Feng's eyes naturally made Cheng Feng's heart sink. Could it be that I miss something because of my own cultivation? Cheng Feng, who was eager to find out what happened, wanted to find out what was going on. With a flash of his body, Cheng Feng arrived at a residence of a noble in the city. Under the perception of Cheng Feng's mental power, all the people in the house were invisible. After Cheng Feng instantly determined the owner of the house, he ran towards the study. NET moment, Cheng Feng held a sword to the throat of a middle-aged man in fine clothes and said pressionlessly, what happened in the past few months? Why did the Wuhan Empire's army appear in Luoia City? Tiantings, where is the army? If you want to survive, tell me everything you know, otherwise I will have to kill you. While saying this, Cheng Feng shook the blade of the cold light sword tightly in his hand towards the middle-aged man's neck several times, making the middle-aged man scared to death. The middle-aged man didn't say a few tough words at all and gave in directly under Cheng Feng's coercion. So with fear in his eyes, the middle-aged man said tremblingly, dear soul master, can you put away your sword? I will do it. 1-5. I told you exactly. When Cheng Feng saw the middle-aged man's behavior, he glanced at him coldly, and this look made the middle-aged man dare not say anything anymore. Dear soul master, I mean, this is what happened 2 months ago. His Majesty the Emperor of the Spirit Empire Bibi Dong suddenly declared war on Tianting. The battlefield was in the Tiandu Empire. At that time, all members of the original royal family of the Tiandu Empire were huddled in Tiandu City. Basically, the day when the Tiandu Empire fell was not far away, and this was all due to the terrifying power of the Tianting army. The heavenly army was busy attacking Tiandu City, but they neglected to prepare for the Wuhan Empire. What no one expected was that on the night when the Wuhan Empire declared war on Tianting, the Wuhan Empire's Emperor Bibi, His Majesty Dong, led an army of 300,000 people to suddenly appear at Yufeng Pass and then made a surprise attack on Wuguan. After taking Wuguan, His Majesty the Emperor Bibi Dong of the Wuhan Empire took over several principalities of the Tiandu Empire from Tianting one after another. The heavenly army suffered heavy losses. The most shocking thing is it's unbelievable. Cheng Feng frowned when he heard this, and his eyes became colder and colder. Anger surged in his heart, and the surrounding air seemed to be filled with a chilling chill. The middle-aged man suddenly felt that the pressure was unusually great. He did not expect that the young man in front of him would inadvertently use a breath that made the space around his body almost freeze. Moreover, when he wanted to use his soul power but found that it couldn't be used at all, in an instant the middle-aged man's eyes became more frightened and his body trembled even more. Go on. Listening to this cold voice, the middle-aged man broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, and he did not dare to look in the direction of Cheng Feng. He lowered his head and looked at the floor. Dear soul master, this is even more terrifying. Yes, it is said that a fierce battle once broke out in the Sunset Forest outside Tiandu City. In that battle, according to the Wuhan Empire, the heavenly army directly lost 400,000 troops. Because of that battle, the heavenly army retreated directly to Mani City to garrison. At the same time, all the former royal family of the heavenly empire in Heavenly City surrendered to the Wuhan Empire. At this point, the entire Tiandu Empire fell into the Wuhan Empire. 400,000 troops. This number made Cheng Feng's heart twitch violently. My great man in heaven died like this. With so many people dead at once, could it be said that Bibi Dong did it himself? You must know that your teacher is in charge, so if Bibi Dong doesn't take action, how many people in Douluo continent will be opponent? Thinking of this possibility, Cheng Feng's face became even colder. After a long time, Cheng Feng calmed down. Besides these, is there any other news? The middle-aged man was almost crying and almost collapsed. When he heard Cheng Feng's aggressive words, his mind immediately raced at high speed, fearing that if he didn't say something he would be killed by the moody soul master in front of him. Everything is just for survival. Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man continued, I hope the soul master will know that in recent days the Wuhan Empire has launched a great purge in the Tiandu Empire. According to the news released by the Wuhan Empire, it is said that in the Tiandu Empire it was discovered that many civilians in the village were flirting with Tianting, and then the Wuhan Empire sent out teams of law enforcement soul masters to bloodbath those villages that were not involved, especially in the past 7 days. The entire Tiandu Empire is in a state of panic and there are rivers of blood everywhere. According to a small estimate, this purge of the Spirit Empire has caused a drastic reduction in the population of 1 million people. What? Cheng Feng was stunned when he heard this. So many people died. Millions of people. How much hatred does this Spirit Empire have for his heavenly court? I'm afraid there will no longer be a stronghold of heavenly court in the Tiandu Empire. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng felt annoyance in his heart, and he was even more filled with hatred towards Bibi Dong. So many people from heaven died like this, which made Cheng Feng determined to eradicate Bibi Dong and the Spirit Empire behind her. The top priority is to meet with the teacher and the others, find out the reason and make some preparations for the NET action. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng looked at the middle-aged man and said, don't tell anyone what happened today, otherwise I will let everyone in heaven hunt you down, even to the ends of the earth, because your appearance is remembered by me. In your heart never doubt the authenticity of what I say, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. Besides, I have the strength to do it. The middle-aged man was frightened to death after listening to Cheng Feng's words. He did not expect that a person who suddenly appeared might be a high-ranking member of the heavenly court. This made the middle-aged man feel that he was really unlucky. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man quickly nodded in agreement and at the same time repeatedly promised that he would never tell anyone about the meeting between the two. Cheng Feng glanced at him and said calmly, what are you going to do with the person under your bed? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank suddenly and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. After struggling for just a moment, the middle-aged man immediately dragged the person out from under the bed with quick eyesight and quick hands. The person who was dragged out was a beautiful woman. Her clothes were a little disheveled. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, looked at the beautiful woman, said sorry in his heart, and then quickly struck the woman to death in front of Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng looked at this scene indifferently and then said lightly, I hope you will take care of yourself in the future. After finishing speaking, Cheng Feng flashed and immediately disappeared into the study. When the middle-aged man saw that Cheng Fengren had disappeared, he collapsed on the ground. The cold sweat on his forehead had already made the clothes on his chest a lot wet and his back was soaked with sweat. He looked a little exhausted. Seeing the woman who died tragically and fell to the ground, the middle-aged man felt pain in his heart. He looked at the body and said, Xiaoun, I can't help you. Don't worry, I will take good care of your family. Forgive me. Everything I did was just to survive. The other party is so powerful that I can't muster up the courage to seek revenge from him. Let's just pretend that this never happened. That night the middle-aged man packed up all his belongings, took his whole family, lit the house on fire, and then ran towards the Spirit Empire in the starry night, preparing to spend the rest of his life in the Spirit Empire live. Cheng Feng flew over many cities along the way. Looking at those cities from the air, he could vaguely see traces of the Great Wars. Originally, Cheng Feng wanted to wipe out all the troops of the Wuhan Empire, but he was worried that civilians would be accidentally injured, so he gave up and prepared to avenge the lost field and those who died in heaven openly on the battlefield. When night fell, Cheng Feng rushed to Mani City. However, when he came to Mani City, Cheng Feng found that he did not see his teacher and Douluo. The person stationed in Mani City is Shang Shu. Cheng Feng appeared directly in front of Shang Shu. Shang Shu was handling various matters in the city lord palace when he suddenly noticed someone approaching, so he raised his head. When he found out it was Cheng Feng, he quickly saluted Cheng Feng respectfully and said, I have met His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Cheng Feng nodding slightly, no need to be polite. I don't know that His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is coming. Tell me carefully, how did our heavenly army lose to the Spirit Empire? Although Cheng Feng's tone was calm, Shang Shu could tell that His Majesty the Emperor was angry. For a moment Shang Shu felt a little panic, but he seemed to remember something and quickly calmed down, saying, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, our heavenly court was defeated by the Spirit Empire. In fact, I feel it is quite a pity. But the fact is very cruel. Even if we in heaven want to defeat the Spirit Empire, the strength of the Spirit Empire is a fact that cannot be ignored. Looking at the worry on Shang Shu's face, Chang Feng rubbed his eyebrows and said, tell me, where is the power of the Spirit Empire reflected? Shang Shu was hesitant at first but then became determined. I hope His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven knows that this time our heavenly army lost to the high-level combat power. According to the Great Minister, there are god-level experts on the side of the Spirit Empire, and there are 2 of them. What's even more frightening is that there are also, I don't know how the Wuhan Empire managed to integrate the forces of various sects, the forces that still maintain their independence except for the Holy Spirit sect and the Tang sect were all destroyed and conquered by the Wuhan Empire. Most of the people from the conquered sect were very powerful soul masters. They used various methods in an endless stream, and there were also all kinds of weird conspiracies. As a result, our people suffered heavy casualties. Of course, the most fundamental reason was still because the god-level powerhouse on the side of the Wuhan Empire heard the words angel is coming from the enemy. At that time the great worshipper was seriously injured by the god of angels, and then the emperor of the Wuhan Empire Bibi Dong was also there. That burst of god-level strength reduced our heavenly army to at least 500,000 people. When he said this, Shang Shu's eyes turned red and his voice trembled. Although it has been some time since this incident happened, every time I mention it there is always some pain in my heart. Chang Feng took a few steps forward, put his hand on Shang Shu's shoulder and said firmly, believe me, I will lead you to defeat the Wuhan Empire soon. As for the 2 gods of the Wuhan Empire, I will leave it to you. I'll deal with it. When Shang Shu heard Chang Feng's words, he felt happy and immediately said loudly, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven will follow His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven until the end of the eternal bloody battle. Chang Feng nodded. Teacher, where is he now? Shang Shu hurriedly replied, reporting to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, currently the Grand Priest Elder Douluo and the 2 elders Dai are all recovering from their injuries in Ranhun City. Now only Elder Douluo has recovered from his injuries. As for the Grand Priest and Elder Douluo, the 2 elders Dai, their injuries are too serious. Until now their injuries have not healed, and they are even becoming more serious. As soon as Chang Feng heard this, he felt worried for Li Yunfen. Shang Shu, you have to guard this Mani city well. I want to see the teacher first. Believe me, not long after it will be the time when I will sweep the world and unify Douluo tomorrow. Yes, the general will always keep people in mind. If people are there, the city will be there. Chang Feng smiled faintly, then left Mani city and flew towards the Soul city. But just when Chang Feng was flying halfway, Chang Feng's presence changed because he heard a long-lost voice, and the owner of the voice was Huaz Hailan. Chang Feng was naturally very happy to finally see Huaz Hailan after such a long time. Chang Feng, come here, I have something to tell you. Hearing Huaz Hailan's voice, Chang Feng followed the voice and flew thousands of miles before arriving at a place where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, a quiet valley. When Chang Feng appeared in the valley, he saw him standing in front of a cluster of beautiful flowers with a very calm presence. However, for some reason Chang Feng always felt that Huaz Hailan was a little strange at this time. This feeling is very strong, but I don't know what the reason is. After arriving at Huaz Hailan's side, he looked at Huaz Hailan and found that Huaz Hailan looked even thinner after not seeing her for several years. The most important thing is that Chang Feng discovered that the smiling Huaz Hailan of the past seemed to be gone forever. What is left now is a very serious Huaz Hailan. Chang Feng, who didn't know what happened to Huaz Hailan, stood net to Huaz Hailan and remained silent. Chang Feng, we haven't seen each other for many years. Now that I see you again, to be honest, I am very happy. Chang Feng was a little surprised when he heard Huaz Hailan's words because he heard a sadness in Huaz Hailan's tone. Chang Feng, who was extremely confused, didn't ask any more questions because in Chang Feng's opinion, if Huaz Hailan told him the reason, she would definitely tell him. If she doesn't tell him, then wait until one day she tells him. So Chang Feng replied, I haven't seen you in the past few years and I miss you. Of course, it's the normal thoughts of a friend. Don't overthink it. Huaz Hailan glanced at Chang Feng, then withdrew her gaze and said, I just sensed your strength. I haven't seen you for a few years and it's quite good to reach the point where you are now. However, if you want to defeat the gods in the god realm, I'm afraid it's still difficult. It's far from enough and there's not much time left for you. When Chang Feng heard Huaz Hailan's words, he was in a mess. He frowned and looked at Huaz Hailan. What do you mean by this? You don't have much time left for me. What exactly do you mean? Huaz Hailan did not respond immediately but looked at the sky. At the end he said calmly, what do you think is deep in the starry sky? Chang Feng felt a little puzzled that Huaz Hailan didn't answer his question. As for Huaz Hailan's question, Chang Feng thought about it carefully and said, I don't know what is deep in the starry sky, but I guess that there may be a planet like Douluo continent there, or even on that planet there are also humans or other species. Huaz Hailan's eyes couldn't help but it brighten a little but then dimmed again. Do you know about mirrors? Seeing Huaz Hailan raise this kind of question again, Cheng Feng felt more and more that Huaz Hailan seemed to be looking something wrong, but Cheng Feng remained silent. A long while Cheng Feng asked back, you said mirror, do you want to tell me something? Can you tell me directly? Although I don't know what's wrong with you as a friend, I always feel that there is something wrong with your state at this time. If you have any problems, remember to tell me in time. Maybe I can't solve your problem, but if you tell me, then I will have a chance to help you solve the problem, and facing this opportunity one will not refuse, because you are my friend. When Huaz Hailan heard this, she blinked a few times and her inner lake stirred up ripples one after another. People can look at themselves in the mirror and see their own appearance. Through the mirror they can see their complete appearance, but is the self in the mirror still themselves? After thinking for a while, Cheng Feng looked at Huaz Hailan and said, from a scientific point of view, as a four-dimensional creature living in a three-dimensional world, and the mirror as a two-dimensional existence, what I see is still myself. Or am I still the same person I was 5 seconds ago? From a perceptual point of view, the person I see in the mirror is unique. Huaz Hailan couldn't help but be confused after listening to Cheng Feng's words. Science? What is science? What are the fourth dimension, the third dimension, and the second dimension? Cheng Feng replied calmly, this may be troublesome to explain. You can think of it as my answer to your question just now. Huaz Hailan couldn't help but frown, chewing Cheng Feng's words over and over again. She always felt that there was something important in it, but she really couldn't capture anything, which made her feel a little depressed and defeated. A long time Huaz Hailan sighed leisurely, although I don't know what you just said, I probably understand the meaning of it, or I can only understand the unspeakable meaning. This time it was Cheng Feng's turn to be shocked. He looked at Huaz Hailan blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment, but Huaz Hailan did not focus on Cheng Feng but on the flowers in front of her and asked, suppose when you are looking in the mirror suddenly a new you walks out of the mirror. Moreover, the relationship between the two of you is to live and die together. If one day one of the two of you has to die, do you think it is better for the mirror you to die or for you to die in person? Good. Cheng Feng fell silent at this time. He began to recall many memories from the past in his mind, and after a long time he replied, if possible it would be best for both of them to survive, but if one of the two must die, then I will stop this. Something happened. Huaz Hailan turned her head suddenly, looked at Cheng Feng with a brighter look and smiled. You are indeed the same as him but different. It seems that what he said is right. Since you are the same person but not the same person, sometimes this relationship can really make people confused and even collapse. Cheng Feng was puzzled. You have told me so much, is there anything you want to tell me? Huaz Hailan looked at Cheng Feng and said, you only have 3 years left. If you still can't defeat the gods in the god realm and modify many rules of Douluo continent in 3 years, then Douluo will do. You believe that all humans and soul beasts in the continent, whether it is the god realm or the entire Douluo continent, will die. Cheng Feng couldn't help but was stunned. Aren't you kidding? Huaz Hailan smiled bitterly. If possible, I really hope this is a joke, but unfortunately this is not a joke. Cheng Feng was stunned on the spot. Then Cheng Feng said solemnly, why me? Huaz Hailan said, everything is God's will. God willing? What I mean by God's will is the depths of the starry sky. Cheng Feng was silent. That place is too far away from me, and since you know it in such detail, I'm afraid you've been there, right? Huaz Hailan had a look of reminiscence on her face and said, all this is thanks to that person who took me there. He likes to give nicknames very much just like you. For example, a few years ago he appeared in the heavenly world. Pearl will definitely meet you as the great god of the universe. Cheng Feng was secretly speechless. He suppressed his restless heart and continued to listen. Anyway, you have to remember that you only have 3 years. If you can't do it within 3 years, the consequences will be serious. Do you remember the mirror problem I just talked about? In fact, Douluo continent and deep in the starry sky there is a mirror. What? Cheng Feng immediately exclaimed. How is this possible? Could it be that I am experiencing auditory hallucinations? You heard it right. When I learned about this matter, my impression was almost the same as yours at this time. In the star deep in the sky there is a planet with an environment similar to that of Douluo continent, and that planet and Douluo continent are mirror images of each other. It can be said that that planet is actually it in the mirror of Douluo continent. Our planet is called anti-Douluo continent. However, one day if this mirror image relationship is broken, I am afraid that the anti-Douluo continent will disappear into the depths of the starry sky. But now deep in the starry sky there is a powerful enemy who is destroying this mirror relationship everywhere, and strangely his strength is constantly increasing by destroying this mirror relationship. It seems that he is in the mirror world. Everything became nutrients for him to improve his strength. At the same time, once this mirror relationship is destroyed, Douluo continent will be sensed by him and he will destroy the entire Douluo continent, and sooner or later Douluo continent will disappear into the depths of the starry sky. He is destroying the mirror image relationship. There are only 3 years left before the mirror image is completely destroyed, which means you only have 3 years left to defeat the God Realm. As for why defeating God Realm or even killing them can maintain a strong mirror image relationship, you can think of God Realm as a moth. Only by eliminating it can the mirror image relationship be maintained very solidly. Chang Feng suddenly heard so much what Huaz Highland said, and you can imagine how shocked he was. It took a long time for Chang Feng to fully digest the information Huaz Highland revealed to him. A long while. So you are from the anti-Douluo continent? Huaz Highland gently replied, yes. I was sent here by the strongest person in the anti-Douluo continent, that is him. My mission is to help him in this Douluo continent. Defeat this Douluo continent's God Realm. Chang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. So you first contacted me because I look similar to him. It can also be seen that you have a good relationship with the most powerful person in anti-Douluo continent. Presumably he and I should be mirror images of each other, right? That's right, but the only difference is that you are much weaker than him. Chang Feng asked again, so you should have Tang San over there, right? And Mo Weiner, she also has a counterpart over there, right? Huaz Highland nodded and said yes. However, Tang San over there has been killed by him and he was executed by Ling Qi. As for why this is so, it must be the same situation as yours. As for Mo Wan Er, but it is completely different from here. It can be said that they are two people. Moreover, they are not mirror images of each other. I also secretly investigated Mo Weiner in this world, and I found that this Mo Weiner seems to be from in the long river of time deep in the starry sky, and she is also a holy spirit body fused with many souls in the long river of time. By chance she broke out of the long river of time and then came to this Douluo continent by accident. It should be considered a variable. If possible, I suggest you kill her as soon as you become a god. Chang Feng was shocked when he heard this. Mo Weiner's background was indeed extraordinary. Also that Mo Weiner should have been in Douluo continent for thousands of years. What? Chang Feng was surprised again. It turned out to be an old monster. Nima, this news is so shocking. Now do you have any questions? You said so much. Why does it feel like a separation between life and death? Mo Weiner immediately fell silent. Chang Feng was shocked. You're not leaving, are you? At this time Mo Weiner began to reply, I really want to leave and I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again from now on. Chang Feng calmed down and felt a little sad. While you still have time, you can ask me some questions and I will answer them. I want to know how to become a god in Douluo continent. Poseidon told me before that no one can become a god in Douluo continent unless he accepts the inheritance left by the gods in the god realm. Otherwise no other method will succeed. Even if it succeeds, I am afraid that the gods in the divine world will join forces to destroy it. Huaz Highland smiled when she heard this. Well, I can help you. In Douluo continent, if you want to become a god, you actually need to break the shackles of godhood that are bound to you. Then you can become a god. It's amazing. After all, you have reached level 99 Peerless Douluo. Can you help me? How can you help me? Huaz Highland smiled and said, you'll know this later. Apart from this question, is there anything else you want to ask? Chang Feng thought for a while and then said, could it be that the great enemies mentioned by the gods in the divine world are the people from anti-Douluo continent? That's right. He has been to Douluo continent. Why did he leave again? He can't stay too long, otherwise something will happen. However, the hidden tricks he left behind seem to have helped you, so your efforts are not in vain. Then can I see you again in the future? Theoretically it is possible, unless one day you can rely on your own ability to walk to the depths of the starry sky. If one day you can really walk to the depths of the starry sky, then everything you should know will be in. I knew it then. Since Douluo continent and anti-Douluo continent are mirror images of each other, then if my strength increases to a certain level, I should be able to go to anti-Douluo continent, right? Yes, the theory is correct, but the strength must be very strong, otherwise something will happen. Who is that person in the depths of the starry sky who is destroying the mirror image relationship? Have no idea. Then who in the depths of the starry sky decided that I must be the one to rebel against the god realm in this Douluo continent? I don't know. I just know that this is God's will. Is it God's will? Sooner or later I will go and see who this god is. I hope so. I have nothing more to ask. How do you plan to help me become a god and break the strong shackles of godhood in my body? Huaz Highland suddenly moved her forward toward Chang Feng. In an instant Chang Feng felt that his body could no longer move. Chang Feng opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Huaz Highland full of doubt. However, Huaz Highland didn't say anything more to him. Instead, her whole body erupted with a bright and intense golden light at this time, while Huaz Highland's figure seemed to fade a little as the golden light became brighter and brighter. This scene made Chang Feng realize something. In terms of difficulty, the price is Huaz Highland's life. Chang Feng looked at the smile on Huaz Highland's face, his eyes filled with anger. If it is said that becoming a god requires the help of Huaz Highland, then he would rather find another way than become a god in this way. Seeing Huaz Highland's voice getting weaker and weaker, Chang Feng's eyes were filled with disappointment. disappointment at this moment. After coming to Douluo continent for so many years, this was the first time he shed tears. He should have understood it long ago. Unfortunately, all this seems to be too late. Hua's Hailan looked at Cheng Feng and said, "Don't be sad for me. My mission is to help you become a god. Moreover, all of this is of my own free will. In addition, I hope you can defeat the world of God. I really hope to see you until that day. Also, if one day when your strength reaches a very strong level and you can walk to the depths of the starry sky on your own, you meet a girl in a shabby blue dress in a wild place. I hope you can treat her well. If you can name her Hua's Hailan, in the future you will find that I will still return. Cheng Feng, I look forward to our meeting in the future. Bye now." Net moment. Hua's Hailan's body completely disappeared and a bright golden light appeared in the sky like a sun suddenly rushing towards Cheng Feng. In an instant Cheng Feng was shrouded in this golden light. His eyes were closed, his legs were crossed, and his whole body was constantly being baptized by the golden light from the inside out. The road to becoming a god has been completed. How will the situation in the god realm end? Let's see Cheng Feng become a god. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 338. The Battle of Douluo. Gods begin. There is no time in the mountain. In the blink of an eye a year has passed. In a quiet valley, a place where birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, a man stands beside a thatched house with his hands behind his back looking at the thatched house in a daze. Hua's Hailan, I Cheng Feng will definitely find a way to get you back in the future for sure. After Cheng Feng murmured, he turned around and looked at the valley. Cheng Feng's mood was extremely complicated. In this valley he lost a precious friend. It was also in this valley that he became a god with the help of his friends' lives. Moreover, the moment he became a god, his friends also left some information about the divine world. Currently he is a god-level soul master. God-level soul masters are divided into the following categories. Level 3 gods refer to god-level soul masters whose soul power ranges from level 101 to level 109. A second-level god refers to a god-level soul master whose soul power is between level 110 and 119. A first-level god refers to a god-level soul master with soul power between level 120 and level 129. With the help of Hua's Hailan, Cheng Feng's strength has now reached level 129. This also let Cheng Feng know Hua's Hailan's true strength, perhaps a true God King. The God King is the ultimate soul master whose soul power has reached level 130. Even though the gap between level 129 and level 130 is only one level, if you can't cross this level you will stay at the level 1 god forever, and this is what Cheng Feng has to do. One thing that cannot be tolerated, because Cheng Feng still wants to one day be able to leave Douluo continent, go deep into the starry sky and find a little girl in a wild land that Hua's Hailan mentioned. At the current state, Cheng Feng is thinking more about what the great god of the universe and Hua's Hailan once reminded him. If he wants to defeat the world of gods, he can only comprehend Tai Chi. Yi gives birth to the 4 images and the 4 images give rise to the 8 diagram. That's how it works. But even at this level, Cheng Feng still couldn't get the method to defeat the god realm from these few sentences, and he didn't know what to say for a while. But what makes Cheng Feng happy is that according to the information left by Hua's Hailan, at the level of a first-level god it is possible to shield the gods from the prying eyes of the god. The Douluo continent is far away, and on the other hand, as a first-level god there is a way to tear open the space and stabilize the space so as to hide the prying eyes of the gods in the god realm. However, this method often requires a lot of divine power. Moreover, it takes a lot of time to restore divine power. But this is not a problem for Cheng Feng today, because at the moment when he became a god, Cheng Feng was delighted to find that all 5 of his previous crystal nuclei had been converted into god nuclei. It can be said that as a first-level god, Cheng Feng already has 5 divine cores, while Poseidon only has 1 divine core. Theoretically speaking, even if Cheng Feng could defeat 5 first-level gods like Poseidon alone, there would be no problem. After all, each of these 5 divine cores is equivalent to a power bank of divine power. But Cheng Feng has 5 magical power bank. How could this not make Cheng Feng extremely happy? Even though he spent a lot of divine power to create a space, he still has 5 divine cores, which must be enough. Thinking of this, a trace of memories and longing appeared in Cheng Feng's eyes. Now he could see Xiao Wu and De Ming again. It didn't take long. After Cheng Feng took one last look at the valley, reluctantly he stepped forward directly. For someone with such strength now, the speed of traveling is already extraordinary. With one step, Cheng Feng crossed 1,000 miles. In less than a cup of tea, Cheng Feng's figure appeared above Renhun City. Standing in the void, Cheng Feng was smiling and his eyes were soft. Everyone in heaven, please gather on the ground of Renhun City. There was an indescribable sense of majesty in the plain voice. Many people in heaven were extremely excited when they heard this long-lost voice and could not hide their joy from the bottom of their heart. Many people rushed towards the ground of Renhun city from places 10,000 meters below. Among them there is the shadow of Douluo, but at this time Douluo's condition is obviously not very good. He looked very sick and there are many white hairs on his hair. As for Li Yunfen, he walked out of the Lord's mansion of Chaotic Soul City on crutches, coughing as he walked out, and his health seemed to be quite bad. Not long after, everyone gathered on the ground of Soul City. They all raised their heads and looked at the tall figure who looked like an ordinary person but was standing in the void. Their eyes were shining with blazing admiration. Chang Feng's eyes first glanced at his teacher and Douluo and then slowly glanced at the others present. I once said that I would definitely lead you to conquer all directions and unify Douluo continent. During this period I did not show up to fight side by side with you. This is my dereliction of duty as the Lord of Heaven. But I also want you to know, during this period of time I searched for the path to becoming a god. Only when I become a god can I protect everyone in heaven forever. Therefore I went through all kinds of hardships and worked hard to pursue the path to becoming a god. Finally I succeeded. Now, your Emperor of Heaven, I have become a god. As for what kind of god I am, I thought about it and decided to use the title of Lord of God as the title of my god. After finishing speaking, Chang Feng quietly released a breath of God. This breath made everyone feel a very strong coercion, peace and vastness. It was suffocating and very kind at the same time. Everyone in the heavenly court stared blankly at their heavenly emperor and immediately put down the weapons in their hands. They seemed to be so excited that they could not speak for a moment. The NET moment. Long live His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Long live His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Long live His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. The overwhelming sound seemed to rush to the sky, startling the entire land. After restraining the aura of divine power, Chang Feng gave everyone in the heaven the feeling of being an ordinary soul master. He looked like an ordinary person. Of course they also know that all these are appearances. Chang Feng raised his hand gently and everyone in the heaven stopped shouting and stopped to look at Chang Feng, their eyes full of awe and admiration. I see that many of us in heaven are injured and have not recovered or are missing part of their bodies. As your Emperor of Heaven, I feel a little heartache. Now that I have become a god, I will naturally not let you continue to be burdened like this with pain. The realm of life, Chang Feng whispered, and in an instant, with Chang Feng as the center, a shocking and bright divine power erupted, spreading towards the surroundings of Chaotic Soul City. NET moment. Many crystal milky white particles came from all directions and landed on everyone in Renhun City. These milky white particles are the essence of life force coming from all directions and between heaven and earth. As these milky white particles fell on everyone, many people felt for the first time that their hidden illnesses for many years seemed to be solved. Time passes bit by bit. After a cup of tea, Chang Feng put away the life domain and looked at everyone with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, those who were originally missing an arm or a leg found that their arms and legs had all grown back. This made them very surprised by this method, and at the same time they became more loyal and reverent toward Chang Feng, the Emperor of Heaven. And those who had been injured in previous wars were shocked to find that all the pain that had tortured them seemed to disappear in an instant. Among them, Li Yunfen, Douluo and others are also included. Everyone is even crazier. Douluo took the lead in kneeling down and shouted, "Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven." As Douluo knelt down, everyone around him followed suit. Their eyes were full of respect and they knelt down to Chang Feng. "Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor." Chang Feng waved his hand gently and said, "Everyone please get up. In addition, Elder Douluo, please pass my order to the highest military commanders in the heavens and ask them to leave some people to guard the city. All gather in Chaoshan City, give them a month. This time we want to attack the Wuhan Empire, declare war, strive to capture the Wuhan Empire and unify Douluo. Unify Douluo. Unify Douluo. Unify Douluo." Chang Feng waved to everyone and at the same time he sent a line of voice to all the senior officials in heaven, "You all come to the city lord's mansion, I have something to tell you." Then Chang Feng flashed and appeared in the city lord's mansion. After Douluo and others looked at each other, they asked the officers at all levels to take the soldiers down to have a good rest and then headed towards the city lord's mansion together. It won't be long. Douluo and others came together. However, when they looked at Chang Feng, they all showed a hint of timidity and awe. And this also includes Chang Feng's teacher Li Yunfen. Chang Feng said calmly, "Everyone should still be the same as before. Although I have become a god now, I am still the Lord of Heaven, not a superior god." When Douluo and others looked at Chang Feng, they realized that Chang Feng indeed looked like an ordinary person in front of them, and they all let out a sigh of relief. Li Yunfen even spoke out, "Apprentice, I thought you had become a god and would no longer recognize me, an old man, as your master." Chang Feng smiled faintly. "Teacher, how could this happen? I also planned to let the teacher be my child's teacher." Li Yunfen was shocked. "Child? You said you have a child? Why didn't you see it?" Looking at Li Yunfen's expectant look, Chang Feng said with a smile, "You can see it today. What I want to tell you now, don't tell anyone. If anyone dares to tell it, he will bear the consequences of me." Anger. Everyone was shocked and shook their heads to impress that they would not tell anyone. Seeing everyone like this, Chang Feng slowly felt relieved. "First of all, I want to tell you that the chief elder of the Heavenly Court Enshrinement Hall is still my teacher. As for the second and third enshrinements, they are held by Da Ming and Er Ming. The fourth enshrinement is held by Elderly Yuan. Elder Douluo is responsible for the enshrining and Elder Gao is responsible for the SITH enshrining. As for the chief elder of the Elder Hall, Elder Douluo is responsible for it. The second elder is served by Lu Neng, the third elder is served by Hu Wending, the fourth elder is served by Luo Meyer, and the fifth elder is served. Su Yun Tao serves. The seventh elder is served by Dai Yuntian, the eighth elder is served by Dai Hong Yi, and the ninth elder is served by Dai Wei. The worship hall and the elder hall are important parts of our heaven. I hope that you can work together and I will provide worship in the future. The hall and the elder hall have an opportunity to become God. Whether you can grasp it or not is in your hands." The faces of those present who heard his name were all overjoyed, and they quickly saluted Chang Feng and said, "I would like to thank His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. In addition, there is another important part of my heaven, which is the Heavenly Palace. As for the Heavenly Palace, it is mainly to protect the safety of the Heavenly Emperor. In the future, the new Heavenly Emperor will be entrusted to your protection. The main responsibility is to enable the NET Heavenly Emperor to grow up safely. For Heavenly Palace, I will establish Heavenly Palace, and Heavenly Palace is the residence of the Emperor of Heaven. The chief elder of Heavenly Palace will be served by my brother Luo Jinbei. The second elder of Heavenly Palace will be served by Shang Shu. The third elder of Heavenly Palace will be served by Chen Ding Yuan, and the fourth elder of Heavenly Palace will be Yin and will serve as the five elders of the Heavenly Palace. In addition, the troops commanded by Shang Shu, Chen Ding Yuan, and Yin and will only be subordinate to the Heavenly Palace and will only act under the orders of the Heavenly Palace. In the name of the Emperor of Heaven, the enshrinement hall can only be mobilized by the Emperor of Heaven. If the elders of the enshrinement hall want to mobilize the elders of the Elders Hall, they must ask the Heavenly Emperor and the chief elder of the Elders Hall, the chief elder of the enshrinement hall, and the chief elder of the Heavenly Palace. Only they can agree unanimously to allow it. Shang Shu, Chen Ding Yuan, and Yinan had very excited faces. They knew that the opportunity to become famous would come in the future. For a time, the three of them were very happy. After glancing at everyone present, Chang Feng continued, "In addition, there is an important part of Heavenly Court called Skynet. For Skynet, a Skynet hall will be built with Lu Ruzi as the master, and the deputy master as Luo Jinbei is also responsible for acting under the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. As for other Heavenly Court departments, you can come to me for any questions you may have. Brother Luo Jinbei, by the way, my wife Xiao Wu will be your first empress." "Yes, we will obey. You guys go down first." After hearing Chang Feng's words, everyone left in unison. After Chang Feng watched their leaving figures, he flashed to a school ground 10,000 meters below Renhun City. Then Chang Feng used his divine power to tear and stabilize the space. After consuming the divine power of a divine core, a vast space appeared in front of him. There was almost no hesitation. Chang Feng immediately thought, and the heavenly world pearl flew out from the depths of the sea of spiritual consciousness. Immediately Chang Feng whispered, "The heaven and earth are infinite and the universe is open." In an instant the heavenly world pearl issued a dazzling brilliance. After a while the heavenly world pearl continued to expand. A long time Chang Feng felt happy. Looking at the world of the heavenly world pearl, Chang Feng immediately flashed and came to the sky above Wenlin village. Looking down from the air, Chang Feng's brows furrowed, because Chang Feng was shocked to find that almost all the adults in Wenlin village were not here, which made Chang Feng feel a little worried. Seeing a little girl of about 5 years old in a red dress on the school grounds, Chang Feng immediately came to the little girl's side. "Look at this little girl, she has exquisite facial features, a round face, big eyes, and looks very cute." A smile appeared on Chang Feng's face. He looked at the little girl and said, "Do you know where all the adults in the village have gone?" When the little girl saw an adult suddenly appearing in front of her, she was startled and stepped back. When she looked at Chang Feng, her eyes were full of suspicion and wariness. "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Chang Feng couldn't help but feel dizzy. This child must be too vigilant. Looking at the little girl's guarded look, it seemed like there was no way he could get anything out of her mouth. "I'm asking you, why don't you speak? Are you the bad guy your mother said you are? Seeing as you look so good looking, you must be a good looking bad guy. Grandma told me that if you meet a bad guy you seem to be shouting for help." Watching the little girl talking to herself, Chang Feng couldn't help but smile. But the net moment the little girl's shout made Chang Feng's face darken. "Help! A big gangster came to the village! Help! A bad gangster came to the village!" While shouting, the little girl gave Chang Feng a proud look. Suddenly Chang Feng felt that people from all directions in the village were rushing towards here with the momentum like thousands of troops. This scene made Chang Feng stunned. Whose child is this? He has a strong appeal. Not long time. Many people came to the school grounds one after another, and the young man at the head pulled the little girl behind him. Looking at Chang Feng with guarded eyes, he said, "Who are you? Where do you come from? What are your intentions in our village?" Seeing the coldness in the young man's eyes, Chang Feng was speechless. Could it be that no one recognizes my appearance yet? Chang Feng replied calmly, "My name is Chang Feng. If you ask Luo Jinbei to come out, you will naturally understand." The young man's expression changed when he heard this. "Tell me, who are you? You are calling me by the name of the Great Elder. Are you coming after the Great Elder? Are you trying to assassinate the Great Elder secretly? Woko, why doesn't my name have any effect?" Chang Feng couldn't help but be stunned as he looked at the dark angry children. However, Chang Feng flew directly into the air, exuding a trace of divine power, and his voice became a line. "Luo Jinbei, I Chang Feng am back, and Xiao Wu, where are you?" Chang Feng originally wanted to search for it himself, but he thought that he had already consumed a divine soul core, and the divine power of that divine core had not been replenished in time. If he continued to consume it, if he encountered someone from the god realm, it will be very difficult. Therefore Chang Feng saved whatever he could. Hearing Chang Feng's shouting, suddenly the little girl looked at Chang Feng and said doubtfully, "How do you know my mother's name?" Chang Feng's strength was extraordinary. He naturally heard what the little girl just said, and his heart was shaken. He looked at the little girl and didn't know what to do for a while. But soon Chang Feng landed on the ground, looked at the little girl and said, "You are Feng Wu. I gave you your name. I am your father." The little girl stared at Chang Feng in surprise. "How do you know my name? Also, I want to tell my mother that you bullied me. I want to tell my grandma that you are scolding me. When the time comes, my mother will definitely take good care of me. I'll fry you up." As she spoke, Feng Wu waved her little fist in front of her. Looking at Feng Wu's appearance, Chang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could it be that Xiao Wu and the others have not told these children about me in these years? Is it because they are worried that Feng Wu will be sad? After thinking that this might be the reason, Chang Feng felt relieved. At the same time, the other side of the heavenly world Pearl. At this time, Luo Jinbei, Xiao Wu, Daming and Er Ming were all gathered together. "Sister Xiao, did you hear Brother Feng's voice just now? It seems that Brother Feng is back." Daming looked a little surprised. With his eyesight, he found that Chang Feng seemed to have reached that step. "Really? Daming, wasn't I just hallucinating?" Xiao Wu looked at Daming with red eyes and said. Daming immediately replied, "Sister Xiao, Chang Feng is really back, and I just sensed his aura. I'm afraid he has become a god. Auntie, she may be resurrected soon." "What? Is this true? Brother Feng is back and he has become a god. Then Mom can be resurrected. Is this true?" "Sister Xiao Wu, if you go back and take a look now, you will naturally know." "Okay, I'll go back right now." Daming, Er Ming, do you want to go with me?" Daming looked hesitant and said, "Let's not go. I'm afraid we will scare those humans like this. You and Jin Bao should go back together." "Then okay, Jinbei, let's go back now." Seeing that Luo Jinbei didn't respond, Xiao Wu turned around and found that Luo Jining was a little stunned. After that, Luo Jinbei became excited. "Sister Xiao Wu, I just heard Daming say that Brother Feng has become a god." Xiao Wu was also very shocked. "Yes, Brother Feng has become a god. There has been no news from him for so many years, so he must have suffered a lot." Luo Jinbei calmed down after hearing this. "Brother Feng hasn't appeared for so many years. I'm afraid there was some crisis at that time. Otherwise, with Brother Feng's temperament, he would never have not appeared for so many years." "No matter what, Yao Wu, sister, let's go back to the village as soon as possible. Let go." Xiao Wu excitedly waved her fist, head bouncing towards Wenlin village. Looking at Xiao Wu's back, Luo Jinbei smiled softly and said to himself that Sister Xiao Wu is finally back. I think Brother Feng will be very happy. It won't be long. Everyone who heard Chang Feng's voice and was near or further away from Zhu Wenlin village in the heavenly world rushed to Wenlin village. Chang Feng felt a headache when he saw that the group of children in front of him were still wary. "Feng Wu, I am really your father." Chang Feng looked at Feng Wu and said again, "If you scold me like that again, I'll tell my two very good-looking uncles that you will be the one to look good." After hearing Feng Wu's words, Chang Feng knew that the two uncles Feng Wu was talking about were probably Daming and Er Ming. "Feng Wu, are Daming and Er Ming okay?" When saying this, Chang Feng couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. Because of the critical situation, Daming and Er Ming were randomly placed in one place and nothing happened. "I wonder if Daming and Er Ming will blame themselves." When Feng Wu heard Chang Feng's words, her eyes widened. "You, how did you know about my two uncles?" "I didn't tell anyone else." Chang Feng smiled and said, "Of course it's because I'm really your father. Otherwise how could I know you so well?" Feng Wu didn't speak. She raised her head and looked at Chang Feng from time to time. There seemed to be tears in her eyes, but she just held back and didn't flow out. Seeing Feng Wu like this, Chang Feng felt very uncomfortable. I don't know what Feng Wu thinks of her father. The young man at the head looked a little strange when he saw Feng Wu like this and recalled what Chang Feng had just said. So this is Feng Wu's father coming back. Thinking of this, the young man still couldn't believe it. Chang Feng noticed that the young man at the head was looking at him, so he turned around and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Li Lei." "Li Lei? Is he a new member of Heavenly Court?" "No, I have joined Tianting for almost 5 years. Your soul power has reached level 29. You look very young and your talent is very good. What is your true age?" 11 years old. Li Lei looked at Chang Feng in shock. For some reason he actually said it all by himself and he couldn't stop talking at all. But he clearly remembered that he kept telling himself not to say a word. At this time Li Lei looked at Chang Feng with a hint of panic in his eyes. "This person is really terrible. What are you thinking about?" "I just have nothing to do, so I'll give you a gift." Li Lei didn't know why. Suddenly a voice rang net to Li Lei's ear. "Good attitude. The Lord of Gods will reward you with a first level soul power and a 10,000-year soul ring." When Li Lei heard this voice he felt very familiar. Isn't this voice the same person who said he was Feng Wu's father? Net moment. Before Li Lei could say anything, Li Lei noticed that there seemed to be a milky white light group washing through the meridians around his body. After a while Li Lei discovered that his soul power had reached level 30 from level 29. Regarding this, Li Lei was astonished to Chang Feng. At the same time Li Lei found that his martial spirit, the white tiger, suddenly appeared behind him. Then the third spirit ring on the white tiger, black, unexpectedly appeared. But not long after, Li Lei felt a strong force destroying all the meridians in his body and he couldn't help but groan in pain. "Persevere and your achievements will exceed those of many others." Hearing Chang Feng's voice again, Li Lei gritted his teeth and devoted himself wholeheartedly to absorbing the soul ring. Li Lei's condition was seen by others around him. They didn't understand why Li Lei suddenly became like this. His face was even more painful, which almost shocked them. "Don't get close to him. He's at a critical moment." When he said these words, Chang Feng waved his hand and isolated the others around Li Lei, preventing them from getting closer. When everyone saw this scene, they all glared at Chang Feng. Chang Feng looked at this scene helplessly and did not explain. Feng Wu suddenly said, "Are you helping him break through? It seems that you are not that bad." Feng Wu's word caused an uproar among the others and their Prescience were even more astonished. They didn't expect it to be like this. This was really beyond their expectations. In the blink of an eye an hour passed. Suddenly Li Lei woke up. The moment he opened his eyes he couldn't stop laughing. "Humility makes people progress, pride makes people fall behind," Chang Feng said calmly. As soon as Li Lei heard this, he quickly gathered his thoughts and saluted Chang Feng. "Thank you, senior, for helping me break through to the Soul Lord and for allowing me to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring." Chang Feng glanced at him and continued, "You are not bad. Your soul power is level 33. You have solid confidence and a firm will. If you continue to maintain it in the future, you may be able to become a titled Douluo. If you get an immortal tree, grass may not be able to become a god." Li Lei felt his heart beating wildly. "Thank you, senior, for your affirmation. You have such strength and talent at your age." "Who is your teacher?" Li Lei looked embarrassed and said, "Senior, my teacher is the great elder." "So he is Jin Bao's apprentice. What is your teacher's strength now?" Li Lei did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and replied, "Teacher, he is now a soul saint." "Soul saint? Feng Wu, do you know your mother Xiao Wu's strength?" Feng Wu was a little hesitant. She didn't know whether this man was her father, but watching the conversation between Li Lei and Chang Feng, she knew that even if this man was not her father, he should be a good person. After thinking about it, Feng Wu said, "My mother is amazing. She is now in the Contra realm. This is what my mother told me." Contra? It seems that Xiao Wu has not been lazy these years, but she is still improving slowly. Feng Wu glanced at Chang Feng, dissatisfied. "From what you say, are you more powerful than my mother?" Chang Feng smiled faintly. "Of course. Otherwise how can I protect Feng Wu and your mother in the future?" "Really?" Chang Feng didn't give any explanation, but he summoned his martial soul and then showed his soul rings. However, the aura of these soul rings were all restrained by Chang Feng and no trace of them was leaked. When everyone present saw the configuration of soul rings behind Chang Feng, their mouths opened wide. Feng Wu especially felt incredible. She counted the soul rings and couldn't help but wonder, "How come you have so many soul rings, and why is the color of your soul rings different from ours?" "It's golden." Li Lei stood aside and was shocked beyond words when he saw the configuration of the soul ring behind Chang Feng. Li Lei remembered that his teacher said that 9 soul rings are titled Douluo, but what are 12 soul rings? Moreover, the soul rings are all golden. Why is this? For a moment Li Lei was filled with questions, but what he knew was that the man he said was Feng Wu's father was much better than his teacher. Chang Feng smiled lightly. "You are still young. When you reach a state like mine, you will naturally understand, and I will tell you everything in the future. After all, Feng Wu, you are my daughter." Feng Wu wrinkled her nose, still doubting Chang Feng's identity. However, at this moment a pink shadow ran quickly in the distance, causing Feng Wu to look over. "Mom is here." There was a hint of fear on Feng Wu's face. Chang Feng naturally saw Xiao Wu and smiled on his face. Net moment. moment Chang Feng noticed that there was a soft body in his arms. He glanced at it and found that it was Xiao Wu, who had her head buried in his chest. Chang Feng hugged Xiao Wu gently and said, "Xiao Wu, brother is back to see you." "Well, brother Feng just come back." Xiao Wu hugged Chang Feng's waist tightly and didn't let go. Feng Wu stared at this scene blankly, feeling a little panicked for a moment. Could it be that this man is really his father? Otherwise why would mother hold him? In an instant Feng Wu raised her head and stared at Chang Feng with tears in her eyes. After a cup of tea time, Xiao Wu let go of Chang Feng and then noticed that a group of children behind her were looking at her with their mouths wide open. Xiao Wu's face turned red. She waved her fist, looked at the group of children with a straight face and said, "What are you looking at? Look, why don't you just practice hard?" Feng Wu, come here. For a time Li Lei and others quickly left with their children of the same age. They also understood that the man was not lying. He was really the husband of the terrible aunt Xiao Wu and Feng Wu's father. As for Feng Wu's mother, all the children are afraid of her. When they see her they are like a mouse meeting a cat, wishing they could have 2 more legs on their leg. In the field only Feng Wu was left, messy in the wind. Feng Wu was a little confused at this time. She held her skirt with her small hands and looked up at Chang Feng from time to time. Xiao Wu didn't say much. She just took Feng Wu's hand and came to Chang Feng. "Brother Feng, this is our child Feng Wu. Feng Wu, hurry up, call daddy." Chang Feng looked at Feng Wu with a smile. Feng Wu listened to her mother's words and frowned, but when she thought of her mother's horror she said, "Dad, I was too young and didn't hear clearly." Feng Wu glared at Chang Feng, then saw her mother Xiao Wu staring at her and said again, "Dad." Chang Feng suddenly picked up Feng Wu and put her on his neck. He supported her with his left hand and held Xiao Wu's hand with his right hand. "Xiao Wu, we haven't seen each other for such a long time. Let's have a good chat." "Brother, why don't we talk again tonight? You can chat with everyone first," Xiao Wu said, pointing at the people who had just arrived. "These people are all heavenly lords." Among them Luo Jinbei and his mother Wang Hui stood at the forefront. Chang Feng smiled and greeted everyone. "Everyone, long time no see. Greetings to the Emperor of Heaven." Chang Feng waved his hand casually, walked up to Luo Jinbei and his mother Wang Hui and said, "Mom Jinbei, I'm back." Wang Hui felt a sore nose and said, "Xiao Feng, just be okay. Just be okay." Luo Jinbei said, "Brother Feng, you finally showed up. If you don't show up I'm afraid Aunt Hui and Sister Xiao will soon fall in love." Chang Feng smiled sarcastically, "Now that I'm here it won't happen again." "Brother Feng, welcome back." Looking at Luo Jinbei's resolute face, Chang Feng patted him on the shoulder and said nothing more. Then Chang Feng looked at everyone and said, "Once upon a time I said that I would lead you to conquer the world, make heaven the ruler of Douluo continent and make war never happen again in Douluo continent. Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise. This time I will lead you and accompany me to conquer all directions. Are you still willing to fight side by side with me?" "Willing, willing, willing." Chang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Call everyone here, no matter whether they are children, women or old people. No one will fall down. I will give you a great blessing." After the sound someone quickly acted according to Chang Feng's wishes. It didn't take long. The entire school grounds was filled with darkness. Chang Feng put down Feng Wu, handed her over to Xiao Wu and then flew directly into the air. After taking a glance, Chang Feng found that the number of people probably exceeded 1 million. Chang Feng was naturally very satisfied with this. Chang Feng released his aura and a vast, majestic, peaceful and terrifying aura instantly enveloped everyone. Everyone present looked up at Chang Feng with awe in their eyes. "Everyone, since I established Heavenly Court, I Chang Feng have basically left all the matters in my hands to my brother Jinbei, and I am constantly looking for opportunities to become a god. Now I have become a god. Now it is my turn to give back. When it is given to you, the realm of life open." In an instant a breath of vitality enveloped everyone present. In particular Xiao Wu, Jin Bao, Feng Wu Mom and others received special attention. Everyone bathed in this peaceful atmosphere, eyes closed tightly, enjoying the gift from Chang Feng. The entire school grounds were shrouded in a rich field of life. For a time many soul masters felt that their strength was rising slowly, while many ordinary civilians felt that they had become much younger. Time passes bit by bit. Suddenly Chang Feng noticed that Xiao Wu's soul power had reached level 90. Without any hesitation, Chang Feng immediately gave Xiao Wu a red 9th soul ring. After seeing Xiao Wu successfully absorbing it, Chang Feng continued to wait. In the blink of an eye 3 days have passed. In order to maintain this life realm and help everyone break through, Chang Feng frequently used the God-given soul ring, which caused the second divine core in Chang Feng's body to use up the divine power. Now the divine core that Chang Feng can really use, there are 3 more. Fortunately everyone's results made Chang Feng feel that it was worth it. For example, Xiao Wu, Luo Jinbei and Li Yuan directly reached level 99 Peerless Douluo with the help of Chang Feng, and Chang Feng also deliberately increased the lifespan of their soul rings by a lot, making them the 8th and 9th spirit rings were upgraded to the red color of 100,000 years. As for other people, people they have made great improvements one after another. After waking up, many people saluted Chang Feng and said thank you His Majesty the Emperor. Chang Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. After that Chang Feng received the recommendation of Luo Jinbao and Li Yuan and immediately gave many people jelly grass. Many people who got the jelly grass were very happy. Among them those who obtained the fairy grass include Su Yuntao, Old Jack and others. After everyone got the benefit they dispersed voluntarily, leaving space for Chang Feng and Xiao Wu. Even Feng Wu was taken away by Chang Feng's mother Wang Hui. For a time the atmosphere in the venue became a bit charming. Xiao Wu's face turned red. Chang Feng held Xiao Wu's hand and in a flash he came to an uninhabited place. After tearing out a space at will and stabilizing it, he chose a clean ground and spread a layer of clean clothes on it. Chang Feng looked at Xiao Wu closely. Xiao Wu's face was already red at this time and he lowered his head and said nothing. After one day, Chang Feng and Xiao Wu came to where De Ming and Er Ming were. Without any surprise, Chang Feng also helped De Ming and Er Ming improve their strength and at the same time allowed them to become human for a long time. But what De Ming and Er Ming had become made Chang Feng a little bit dumbfounded. Both of them turned into a 2-meter tall muscular man. However, although De Ming turned into a muscular man, his face was still very handsome while Er Ming's face was very rough. Afterwards Chang Feng brought Xiao Wu, De Ming and Er Ming to Wenlin village. After gathering everyone in Wenlin village together, Chang Feng told everything about what happened in the Soul City outside and at the same time he also told the current situation of the court. After finishing speaking, Luo Jinbao looked at Chang Feng and said, Brother Feng, according to what you said, won't our heavenly court soon become the master of Douluo continent? I want to lead the troops in battle. Zhu Zuking's voice suddenly sounded. Seeing Zhu Zuking and then Xiao Wu, Chang Feng looked embarrassed for a while. Zhu Zuking's strength was also raised to the titled Douluo realm with the help of Chang Feng. However, compared to Luo Jinbao, Xiao Wu and Li Yuan, his foundation was still a little worse, but he had only been raised to level 97. Chang Feng thought for a while and then said, okay Jinbao, from you I will give Zhu Zuking an army of 30,000 people. This army will be called the Tiangong First Army for the time being. Luo Jinbao nodded. Tomorrow I will take you to meet the senior officials of Renhun City. Now you all go down and have a good rest. It was night and Chang Feng continued to fight fiercely with Xiao Wu all night long. Early the net morning, Chang Feng gathered everyone and then Chang Feng led them to the ground 10,000 meters below the Soul City. After putting away the heavenly world pearl, Chang Feng sent another order to Douluo and others. After the two parties met, Chang Feng made a brief introduction which was considered a preliminary understanding knowledge. Then Chang Feng left the matter to Luo Jinbao and Douluo and then took Xiao Wu and Feng Wu to play near Renhun City. Time passes unconsciously. In the blink of an eye more than 20 days have passed. During these days Chang Feng and Xiao Wu both lived happily. Tomorrow is the time for the decisive battle with the Spirit Empire, and the scale of this war will be unprecedentedly large. Chang Feng's 5 divine core soul powers have all recovered. At this moment Chang Feng's condition has been adjusted to its best. Everything depends on the battle tomorrow. This will be a far-reaching divine battle. If you win, heaven will become the sole ruler of Douluo continent. When the morning light fell on Renhun City the net day, Chang Feng ordered Lu Nenghu, Wending, Luo Meyer, Dai Wei and other leaders to lead their troops towards Mani City. This time Douluo will be responsible for staying behind. As for Jin Bao and Xiao Wu, they all followed Chang Feng to Mani City. At a glance there are millions of troops, a dense mass of darkness. No matter who sees it they will be frightened. The Spirit Empire's spies around Mani City learned the news as soon as possible and rushed to report the news to the higher authorities. After Wuhan Empire Bibi Dong learned about the changes in the heavenly army, she did not hesitate and went to the battlefield in person, preparing to personally command the war. Because Bibi Dong felt that this war was different from previous wars. Perhaps this will be the last fierce battle that breaks out in Douluo continent. Both sides are stationed near Mani City facing each other from a distance. Furthermore, the Wuhan Empire continued to issue orders for reinforcements from various places. Chang Feng did not rush to order the attack but waited. He wanted to wait for the Wuhan Empire's army to gather together and catch them all in one fell swoop so as to get rid of them once and for all. Time is passing bit by bit. The atmosphere of war permeated the surroundings. At dusk Chang Feng had a premonition that the Spirit Empire's troops had almost arrived, so he gave the order to attack. With the sound of the horn the Douluo God battle begins. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 339. 5 great God kings died and occupied the God realm. Chang Feng used his eyes to hint at Yao Wu and after letting her rela he flew directly into the air. Arriving in the sky in front of the two armies, Chang Feng cast his eyes towards the main tent of the Spirit Empire and said calmly, Bibi Dong Qian Ren Yui, I know where you are, how dare you come come out and fight me." Although Chang Feng's voice sounded very plain, there was a domineering tone in his tone, and this made the heavenly court even more excited and uncontrollably, and many people even shouted out. Bibi Dong, who was sitting in the military tent, and Qian Ren Yui, who was watching the memorial, put down their affairs and flew in the direction of Chang Feng. Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui stopped in the void, one on the left and the other on the right. They looked at Chang Feng in surprise. "Chang Feng, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you dare to invite us to fight. Have you forgotten the time when I was chasing you a year ago?" Qian Ren Yui looked at Chang Feng with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. A year ago, Qian Ren Yui was able to overpower Chang Feng. Even if Chang Feng became a god by exchanging information about his father from Poseidon for the chance to become a god, he would still not be his opponent. Qian Ren Yui still has this kind of confidence. As for the dispute with Chang Feng, Qian Ren Yui had already put it aside from the moment he chose to trade with Poseidon. Qian Ren Yui's words caused huge waves in the armies of both sides. The heavenly court side naturally did not believe it, while the Spirit Empire side was naturally elated. However, Chang Feng's net words immediately silenced the Spirit Empire. "Qian Ren Yui, what you are talking about is the old Huangli. There is a saying that people should treat each other with admiration for 3 days. To be honest, you fell into my hands once and I almost killed you. Now my strength is no better than before. Even if you and your mother Bibi Dong are combined, they are no match for me." When Qian Ren Yui heard Chang Feng talking about her and Bibi Dong together, she felt dissatisfied and there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. "I haven't seen you for a year. You are good at talking, but I don't know that you are really as strong as you said." "Then I'll have a taste of it." Bibi Dong looked at Chang Feng solemnly and said, "I didn't expect that after we haven't seen each other for more than a year I can no longer see your strength. It really surprises me." After hearing what Qian Ren Yui and Bibi Dong said, Chang Feng smiled and said, "This time, Bibi Dong, I want to avenge the dead soldiers in my heaven, so I will kill you with my own hands." Chang Feng smiled coldly, making Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui feel a little uncomfortable. "You'd better use all your strength, otherwise both you mother and daughter will die in my hands." After hearing Chang Feng's words many times, Qian Ren Yui looked at him with anger on her face without any nonsense at all. Net moment, the dazzling angel costume was quickly put on Qian Ren Yui's body and Qian Ren Yui's eyes became colder. "I feel disgusted by your appearance. This time I will kill you." But Bibi Dong didn't say anything. At this moment, the purple-black airflow around Bibi Dong suddenly swept over, causing Bibi Dong to suddenly change. In the air too, Bibi Dong's prescience suddenly appeared. In an instant, the Rakshasa god, the suit quickly possessed him and a terrifying purple-black divine power instantly spread to the surroundings. Even the light from the red sun hanging high in the sky seemed to dim at this moment. Facing the two gods releasing their divine armor at the same time, Chang Feng smiled lightly. He had no unnecessary nonsense. In just a moment, a large golden airflow suddenly appeared in the surroundings, rotating rapidly around Chang Feng's body. Not long after, these golden airflows condensed into a set of golden divine equipment. For this kind of god, Chang Feng named it the Dominator Armor. In the net moment, the Dominator Armor was directly put on Chang Feng. With the Master God pretending to be behind him, Chang Feng told Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui with practical actions that he had the strength to defeat them. As for the darkness in the sky, was also blown away completely by Chang Feng's golden air current. Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui each used the Rakshasa demon scythe and the angel holy sword to point at Chang Feng. Chang Feng, on the other hand, directly summoned the death scythe. When he held the death scythe in his hand, Chang Feng's aura changed and the soul power aura on his body swept towards the Spirit Empire. In an instant, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted and both the Spirit Empire, Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui, opened their eyes wide. At this time, their eyes filled with disbelief. As for the heavenly court side, they were well protected by Chang Feng, who controlled his own aura and did not leak it to the direction of the heavenly court army. At this time, Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui already understood that there was a huge gap between the two sides. What Chang Feng said before was not false or exaggerated. On the contrary, he was still modest. Now, in terms of realm, through the aura revealed by Chang Feng just now, Bibi Dong knew that Chang Feng surpassed them by a lot. At the same time, to them, Chang Feng's aura seemed to be integrated with the heaven and earth. It was obvious that the person was there, but they did not feel it. Such Chang Feng made Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui know what pressure is. What's even more frightening is that with Chang Feng's unscrupulous release of aura, Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui found that their souls were almost suppressed by something at the same time, causing their own spiritual thoughts to disappear at all. Method and divine power are completely combined. At this moment, both Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui understood that no one of them could defeat Chang Feng. Only by joining together could they have a chance. The two are both mother and daughter, and they are both smart people. After they looked at each other, they understood. Without any hesitation, Bibi Dong took took the lead. I saw that the two figures transformed by Bibi Dong instantly took up two long purple shadows and ran towards Chang Feng. At the same time, the extremely evil aura emanating from Bibi Dong also rushed toward Chang Feng like an overwhelming force pounds in the direction of the wind. The huge and evil aura suddenly became like a huge mouth of the abyss trying to swallow up Chang Feng in the bright color of the sky. At this time, Qian Ren Yui did not stop to watch the show. Although she and Bibi Dong were not compatible when she accepted the inheritance of the God of Angels, her grandfather also left a last wish for her to cooperate with Bibi Dong to unify Douluo mainland, and she would not violate her grandfather's last wish. This is what she promised her grandfather when she accepted the inheritance from the God of Angels. In an instant, Qian Ren Yui's whole body merged with the angel's holy sword tightly in her hand, turning into a huge golden sword and charging towards Chang Feng. The mother and daughter worked together, but they surrounded Chang Feng on three sides. Seeing this, Chang Feng had no expression on his face. In the face of absolute strength, all strategies would be useless. Chang Feng held the death sickle tightly in his hand and glanced at Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui. Chang Feng immediately decided to attack Qian Ren Yui. In Chang Feng's opinion, Qian Ren Yui was weaker than Bibi Dong Lei. I saw Chang Feng's figure flashing quickly, leaving only a phantom in the sky. The net moment, Chang Feng's body appeared net to Qian Ren Yui. Chang Feng made a quick decision and kicked Qian Ren Yui hard in the waist, making it impossible for Qian Ren Yui to unite his body and sword. Qian Ren Yui's body swayed, her face turned pale and a stream of crimson blood spurted out from her mouth. She staggered a few times before standing in the void, looking in the direction of Chang Feng as if she wanted to kill Chang Feng. Qian Ren Yui didn't expect that Chang Feng's speed was so fast that she didn't even react. When she did, she found that she had been attacked by the opponent. At the same time, Qian Ren Yui secretly felt scared. If Chang Feng had just lashed her body with the sickle-shaped martial spirit he was holding tightly in his hand, then she wouldn't have just vomited blood. At this time, Qian Ren Yui suddenly realized that Chang Feng seemed to be holding back on him. However, Qian Ren Yui was not willing to believe this speculation. At this moment, all she could think about was how to get back a win and severely injure Chang Feng. After Chang Feng succeeded in striking Qian Ren Yui, he was not idle. He quickly waved the death sickle toward Bibi Dong at an astonishing speed. The two shadows transformed by Bibi Dong moved towards Chang Feng, one behind the other, and explosions of air erupted in the air. Chang Feng judged Bibi Dong's intention in an instant. He quickly took a step back to avoid falling into the murderous intention secretly arranged by Bibi Dong. At this time, Chang Feng had realized that even if Bibi Dong's strength could not match him, he might suffer a big loss due to repeated calculations, and he might actually fall into a big trap. Chang Feng, who understood this, no longer looked down upon Bibi Dong. On the contrary, he became more vigilant and alert than Bibi Dong. He glanced at Qian Ren Yui and Bibi Dong. Chang Feng was going to continue to operate on Qian Ren Yui, but Chang Feng decided not to hold back on Qian Ren Yui this time. The net moment, Chang Feng once again reached Qian Ren Yui with his unparalleled speed. However, this time Qian Ren Yui was vigilant and alert. Although Chang Feng knew that the other party had discovered him, Chang Feng still did not give up the idea of killing the other party. Seeing the killing intent in Chang Feng's eyes, Qian Ren Yui was shocked. At this moment, the death scythe held tightly in Chang Feng's hand came instantly, and soon it was about to land on Qian Ren Yui's neck. Under the fear of death, Qian Ren Yui panicked and picked up the angel holy sword in her hand to block it. Chang Feng never expected that Qian Ren Yui would block his attack out of desperation. Logically speaking, Qian Ren Yui would not be able to react to Chang Feng's prediction. At the same time, Chang Feng found two shadows coming quickly from behind him. Chang Feng quickly moved sideways and retreated. At the same time, Chang Feng distanced himself from Qian Ren Yui. Bibi Dong came to Qian Ren Yui and glanced at Qian Ren Yui from the corner of her eye. She said nothing, but when she looked at Chang Feng, her eyes became very cold, and at the same time there was a strong murderous intention in her eyes. Qian Ren Yui recalled the look in Chang Feng's eyes when he wanted to kill her just now, and was completely shaken by the idea that Chang Feng would let her go. Moreover, if this woman hadn't arrived in time, she couldn't believe that Chang Feng would have made up for it in time. At this moment, Qian Ren Yui's heart became very cold, her eyes gradually became fierce, and she looked at Chang Feng coldly. Seeing Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui looking at him with hatred, Chang Feng felt a little speechless. It seems that accidentally the mother and daughter worked together even more. But so what? You all have the same divine core, and I have 5 divine cores. Not to mention that I have more means than you. With enough divine power, I can kill the opponent. Moreover, I also have a life field that can be replenished in time. Thinking of this, Chang Feng turned a blind eye to the hateful looks of Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui and instead said calmly, I didn't expect that at this time I helped ease the relationship relationship between your mother and daughter. The ancients are honest. After all, my family relationship is thicker than water. No matter who you are, I'm afraid you can't let the other one die like this." Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui did not respond but remained silent with cold faces. "It seems that I have to be serious. If I can't even deal with you, what capital do I have to deal with those gods?" At the same time, Chang Feng suddenly felt blessed and thought that the realm of life could improve his own strength. So if he absorbed all the divine power of Qian Ren Yui and Bibi Dong, would it be possible for his soul power to break through? What about reaching the realm of God King at level 130? Thinking of this possibility, Chang Feng decided to seriously injure Qian Ren Yui and Bibi Dong and then regard it as a stepping stone to become stronger. In an instant, Chang Feng's body quickly transformed into several phantoms, quickly heading towards Qian Ren Yui and Bibi Dong. Qian Ren Yui and Bibi Dong stared at each other for a moment. They both raised their spirits and held the artifacts in their hands tightly. After the previous battle with Chang Feng, both of them have improved their understanding of fighting. When she noticed a weak airflow in the air, Bibi Dong wielded the Rakshasa demon scythe and Qian Ren Yui held the angel holy sword. They both lashed in the direction of the weak airflow. Chang Feng anticipated the two men's movements one step ahead and quickly backed away. After closing the distance between him and the other party, there was some surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the opponent was able to detect their movements in advance. It seemed that Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui's combat understanding ability was really too high. Thinking of this, Chang Feng couldn't help but stare at the position where Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui were standing in three directions. Three people in formation. It seems that he has underestimated the wisdom of the other party. At this time, Chang Feng just thought for a while and a golden light quickly flashed on his body and took off into the air. At this time, Chang Feng completely released his powerful spiritual thoughts in an instant. The huge pressure brought by Chang Feng's powerful spiritual thoughts made the soldiers of the three armies in the direction of the Spirit Empire unable to breathe. Cold sweat broke out on their forehead and their shoulders were bent. As for Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui, their bodies were trembling and they could barely stabilize themselves in the void. At this moment, Bibi Dong realized something and secretly glanced at Queen Qian Ren Yui. A black shadow condensed by divine power and martial spirit quickly came to Chang Feng's side. The black shadow waved the Rakshasa demon in his hand. The sickle struck at Chang Feng. Chang Feng was naturally aware of Bibi Dong's secret actions. Chang Feng did not hesitate. When he waved the Rakshasa demon scythe in the dark night, he blocked it with the death scythe. Boom! Sparks are flying. Then Chang Feng quickly distanced himself from the black shadow. Then strangely, Chang Feng faintly discovered that there was a hint of crisis accompanying him. I carefully sensed my surroundings and found nothing unusual. However, when he saw the sneer on Bibi Dong's face, Chang Feng's heart skipped a beat. When I was about to continue using my spiritual perception, I suddenly found the void behind me. There was a surge and a huge three-pronged Poseidon halberd flew towards him quickly. It's only 1 meter away from me. When Chang Feng saw the three-pronged Poseidon halberd, his face was very ugly. "Poseidon, you are seeking death by riding on your horse." Hearing Chang Feng's roar, Poseidon, who suddenly appeared on the scene, was shocked. Could it be said that the other party can escape in this way? In Poseidon's gaze, he was horrified to see Chang Feng quickly dodge away. Damn it, this all worked. Chang Ganzi stood steadily in the void from Poseidon's sneak attack, his eyes showing overwhelming murderous intent, and he looked at Poseidon without saying a word. Damn it, it's going to be really hard now. Poseidon's face turned dark when he saw the murderous intent in Chang Feng's eyes and the aura erupting from his body. Why did this Chang Feng's strength rise to such a strong level after not seeing him for a year? You know, as a first level god, his soul power is at level 125, but now he can't sense Chang Feng's strength at all. This is very abnormal. I can only say that Chang Feng deserves to be the child of the enemy of the god realm, right? There was something a little weirder in the field for a while. The sudden arrival of Poseidon left Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui confused, but they knew that the other party was probably also here for Chang Feng. Qian Ren Yui's presence was a little strange. In her impression, Poseidon and Chang Feng had reached a deal, but it didn't look like that now. For a moment, Qian Ren Yui glanced at Poseidon and Chang Feng, her eyes flashing continuously, not knowing what she was thinking. Chang Feng, a year ago you told me about the whereabouts of the great enemy of the god realm, but I believed your lies. You deceived me, and my successor Tang San also did an analysis and combined it with my Poseidon Islands. After your investigation, I finally came to a shocking conclusion, that is, you are the long-standing enemy of our god realm. Although I don't know why, somehow I feel that this conclusion may be true. In addition, I have informed those people in the god realm that soon you will face a crusade from my god realm. Chang Feng's presence changed drastically and he was shocked. Regarding Tang San, Chang Feng felt that he and Tang Hao must be reunited underground if there was a chance. Chang Feng glanced at the direction of the heavenly army in the direction of Chaoshan City, feeling a little worried. With almost no hesitation, Chang Feng hurriedly waved the death sickle in his hand toward Poseidon and shouted in a low voice, 9 cuts of the death god. In an instant the phantom of a death scythe hundreds of feet tall suddenly appeared in the sky and fell towards the Poseidon at a very fast speed. When Poseidon saw this, his expression changed wildly and he quickly retreated behind him. Chang Feng on the other hand dodged and arrived in front of the heavenly army. Then with a thought the heavenly world pearl appeared in front of him. After that Chang Feng shouted loudly, the heaven and earth are infinite, the universe is open. Chang Feng used the divine power of an entire divine core without running out of time, causing the heavenly world pearl to quickly envelope everyone in the heavenly army and then spread rapidly, including chaotic Soul City Xingluo City. In just a moment the entire Tianting territory rose from the ground and was attached to Wenlin village in the world of Tianting World Pearl. When the people who were shrouded looked at Chang Feng, there was a trace of worry on their faces. Chang Feng whispered to them, practice hard and wait for me. Chang Feng looked at Xiao Wu apologetically and said to Xiao Wu, I'm sorry, after I defeat all the enemies I will definitely take you and Feng Wu to travel the entire Douluo continent. Yes, believe me. Also take good care of our Feng Wu and mother. Before everyone in the heaven was shrouded and disappeared, Chang Feng said, for everyone in the heaven from now on, my wife Xiao Wu the Empress will see her as if she were seeing me. Luo Jinbei will be responsible for handling all affairs in the heaven. In addition, everyone wait for me, I will definitely lead you to defeat all enemies. The people in the heaven looked at Chang Feng and shouted, the Emperor of Heaven will win. The net moment Chang Feng shouted, the sky and the earth are endless and we will return to the pill thousands of miles away. In an instant the heavenly world bead quickly shrank, turned into a bead again and flew to the depths of Chang Feng's spiritual sea of consciousness. All of this happened so quickly, whether it was Poseidon, Bibi Dong, Qian Ren Yui or even the entire Spirit Empire army, all had expressions of fear on their faces. What kind of method is this? You can move the city wall and the people along with it. Are you still a human being? At the same time they are also a little envious of the people in heaven. At least the Lord of Heaven still had those soldiers and even civilians in his heart when he encountered a deadly murderous intention. This kind of mind can't help but admire people and also makes people feel sincerely envious of the rule of heaven. Poseidon looked at the naked area behind Chang Feng. His eyes traveled a million miles and found that it was the same and his face twitched. It turns out that Tang San was right. You are the enemy that our god realm has been looking for, and that bead is proof. Although I don't know why you are much weaker than before, but now you have reached the level again with such strength. It's a good thing we discovered you before you became the god king, otherwise it would have been a disaster for our god realm. Regarding Poseidon's words, Chang Feng glanced at him and said nothing more. Shura, why don't you show up yet? He is the enemy of our god realm. Chang Feng's expression changed. He sensed that there were several powerful figures approaching here from outside Juiaoun. A moment in this situation, Chang Feng turned around and ran away. At the same time he shouted in a low voice, 9 moon steps. Suddenly Chang Feng's figure turned into a streak of light and fled into the distance. At this scene both Poseidon, Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui were shocked, but not long after they sensed a powerful figure approaching in the sky above their head. For a moment they seemed to understand what Chang Feng had done. However, after thinking about it, they all became a little wary of Chang Feng's strength. Not long time, 5 figures with extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared in the field. They were called the 5 supreme gods, namely the god of destruction, the goddess of life, the god of evil, the god of kindness and the god of Shura. God Shura glanced at Poseidon and said, Poseidon, where are the people? Poseidon smiled and said, run away. God Shura's face froze. Run away? How did you run away? By the way, you didn't even stop him? The god of evil said directly, Poseidon is too useless. Shura, why not send all the gods from the god realm down? I don't believe it. Every inch of the Douluo continent has been searched and the opponent's figure cannot be found. Poseidon's face turned pale when he heard this and he was very dissatisfied. The god of destruction said, I think the evil idea makes sense. The god of life said, I agree. The god of kindness echoed, I agree too. God Shura looked at everyone and agreed, so he had no choice but to agree. Poseidon, go to the god realm and tell them that it is the opinion of the 5 of us. Let them come to Douluo continent and cooperate with our actions to kill the enemy of the god realm in one fell swoop. Poseidon nodded and left quickly. Then God Shura glanced at Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui. You two, one is the Rakshasa god and the other is the god of angels. You haven't gone to the god realm yet. It just so happens that you are also cooperating with us along with the seniors in the god realm. If this operation is coordinated well, you will be able to gain a firm foothold in the god realm in the future. Do you have any opinions? Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui naturally felt the terrifying strength of the 5 god kings in front of them. It seemed that any one of them could easily take their lives. Without any hesitation, both Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui agreed. The god of evil glanced at the Spirit Empire army below and said, "These people must be yours. Send them out and search every inch of the land. You must find the enemy." When Chang Feng chose to escape, he ran all the way toward Poseidon Island. As for why he chose Poseidon Island, firstly Chang Feng wanted to take over Poseidon's lair. On the other hand, after taking over Poseidon Island, Chang Feng was planning to escape to the land of Sun and Moon continent. This is Chang Feng's plan. Moreover, Chang Feng carefully restrained his divine power to prevent any leakage. At the same time, Chang Feng realized that his own situation was extremely dangerous. In this way, Chang Feng quickly arrived near Poseidon Island. After sensing the location of Poseidon Island through his spiritual consciousness, especially the location of a blue-clad figure on Poseidon Island, Chang Feng showed murderous intent and quickly moved towards the blue-clad figure. "Tang San, this time you absolutely can't escape." When Chang Feng suddenly appeared behind Tang San's hair stood up. He felt something was wrong, so he took out a hidden weapon from his arms. But when he turned his head, Tang San was shocked to find that what caught his eyes was a very familiar person, Chang Feng's grasp. Why did Chang Feng come to Poseidon Island? Didn't Poseidon say he was going to deal with Chang Feng himself? What on earth is it? However, Chang Feng knocked Tang San out quickly without giving him any chance to react. At the same time, Chang Feng directly used the cold light sword and chopped off Tang San's right hand with one strike. Tang San's right hand and the hidden weapon clenched in his right hand fell to the ground. Suddenly Chang Feng noticed someone approaching. Chang Feng just thought for a while, flew into the air, directly summoned the martial spirit, then held the death sickle in his hand and then waved it several times towards the location of Poseidon Island and kept whispering 9 cuts of death. It didn't take long. The intact Poseidon Island that was still standing was now shattered into pieces by Chang Feng, and most of it sank directly into the sea. From now on, Poseidon Island will become history. As for how many people would be lost after sinking Poseidon Island, Chang Feng didn't care at all, because now he can only continue to run away. When he just took action, Chang Feng already knew that his aura was opposed and a very powerful person was approaching from a direction far away from him. Without any hesitation, Chang Feng quickly plunged into the sea with Tang San in his hands. At the same time, he gathered his own divine power to make himself look like an ordinary person. Chang Feng sank 3,000 meters below the sea, then stopped and held his breath. At the same time, in order to avoid Tang San opposing himself, Chang Feng threw Tang San into the mouth of a shark in a shark tribe. After seeing Tang San being swallowed with his own eyes, Chang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and left. From now on, Tang San will turn into feces and be excreted by shark, and there will be no Tang San in the world. After doing all this, Chang Feng was now hiding in a deep water cave, sitting cross-legged and holding his breath motionless. At the same time, when he felt the extremely powerful figure appear, Chang Feng immediately activated his soul bone skills and silently recited in his heart, "The gods are hidden in the void. Stop over the seat, here is a figure left." If Chang Feng is here, he will definitely find that this person is Shura God. Shura glanced at the direction of Poseidon Island and felt a little surprised. Then he sensed the surrounding sea area. His spiritual consciousness scanned the surroundings, not missing every inch. God Shura's consciousness was extremely powerful, causing many sea soul beasts that were swept by God Shura's consciousness to stiffen and stand there in fear, not daring to make any other unnecessary movement. Just like that, after scanning continuously for 2 minutes, God Shura was suddenly surprised. Judging from the remaining aura after the destruction of Poseidon Island, the other party should have escaped not long ago. Why is there no breath left? How strange. After shaking his head in confusion, God Shura decided to change the direction and continue to search for the enemy of the God realm. If he does not get rid of that person, the God realm will never have peace. At the same time, God Shura believes that with the concerted cooperation of all the gods in the God realm, the great enemy of the God realm will be able to be uncovered. God Shura turned around and left. Not long after Shura God left, the 3 minutes that Void Shen Yin could see were up, and Chang Feng reappeared in the deep cave under the sea. Realizing that the owner of the powerful aura on the sea had left, Chang Feng immediately came to the sea, then chose a direction and flew in that direction. Chang Feng had no idea where the Sun-Moon continent was, but Chang Feng firmly believed that if he flew to the end of the sea, he would definitely be able to see something. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Chang Feng flew on the sea for a month. During this month, Chang Feng encountered people from the God realm many times. Fortunately, Chang Feng directly concealed his aura at the first moment and at the same time used soul bone skills such as Void Divine Hidden to help him escape and avoid being discovered. Another half-month later, Chang Feng suddenly discovered that there seemed to be land at the end of the horizon, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. When Chang Feng arrived on land, Chang Feng felt very disappointed. Here it turns out to be an uninhabited island. However, Chang Feng felt a burst of joy immediately afterward. Whether it was the terrain or the environment, this place was suitable for living and practicing. Looking at Cheng Feng, who was surrounded by green trees, he decided to settle down here without any hesitation. As for the Sun and Moon continent, if you can't find it, you can't find it. Soon Cheng Feng quickly built a simple wooden house using the existing conditions. At the same time, Cheng Feng extremely restrained his aura just like an ordinary person. In this way, Cheng Feng began to live on this small island. Every day Cheng Feng sat in front of the house looking at the endless sea in the distance and comprehending the few sentences in Tai Chi. Cheng Feng has always kept in mind that only by understanding those few sentences can he have enough capital to fight against the god. This is what the so-called primordial god of the universe and Hua's Highland reminded him. Cheng Feng firmly believes in this. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Feng has stayed on this island for half a year. During the past months, Cheng Feng noticed that the aura of God often appeared in the sky. Cheng Feng knew that those gods were looking for his whereabouts, but every time Cheng Feng cleverly avoided it. Moreover, it is not that Cheng Feng has gained nothing in the past month. On the contrary, he has gained more in terms of understanding and practice. Cheng Feng believed that as long as he was given some more time, he would be able to understand those few sentences just a little bit closer. Time is spent in a tense atmosphere. During this period of time, people from the Spirit Empire and the God Realm spared no effort to search around the Douluo continent in order to find traces of Cheng Feng. With this level of energy, they would never give up until Cheng Feng was found. Poseidon Island. At this time, Poseidon looked at the destruction of Poseidon Island with an ugly prescience. He just returned to the God Realm to convey the wishes of Shura and the others, but when he came back he found that his old nest had been taken away. This can't help but make Poseidon full of great resentment towards Cheng Feng. Poseidon also knew through God Shura that all this was Cheng Feng's revenge for his previous sneak attack. I, Poseidon, must find you, and I will never stop until I cut you into pieces. Subsequently, Poseidon issued an order causing the sea soul beast who lived in the sea and believed in the Poseidon to scatter around to search for Cheng Feng's traces and convey Cheng Feng's appearance to their minds. For a time the sea was filled with figures of sea soul beasts stretching as far as the eye could see. Cheng Feng didn't know all this, and maybe even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. Cheng Feng found that he could no longer enter that state of enlightenment by staying in the house, so he tried to get out of the house and walked around the woods on the island. After seeing many lush trees, Cheng Feng walked to the seaside unknowingly. Looking at the sea, the endless blue sky, it makes people feel relaxed and happy. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, stars hung high in the sky and night fell on the island. The sound of waves crashing from time to time on the beach, the chirping of birds in the woods on the island, the whistling of the sea breeze, the silence of the bright moon and the silence of the earth all blended together at this moment, converging into a harmonious and beautiful picture that spread to in Cheng Feng's mind. In an instant, Cheng Feng found that his state of mind was very peaceful and peaceful. More importantly, his brain was very clear in this state of mind. Without any hesitation, Cheng Feng took advantage of being in this state and quickly sat cross-legged on the beach, feeling enlightened and forgetting himself. However, Cheng Feng didn't know that danger was approaching him. There was a 1,000-year-old sea soul beast less than 100 meters away from Cheng Feng. Its eyes were fixed on Cheng Feng. After repeated confirmations, it recognized that Cheng Feng was the person it believed in, the Lord Poseidon, who was looking for. The net moment, the fish sea soul beast sank into the sea and began to send signals to the group. It didn't take long for all its tribesmen to approach in this direction. Among them, the leader of its tribe is a 10,000-year-old soul beast. After some confirmation, the 10,000 years soul beast began to report to the superiors. After layers of reports, it finally reached Xiaobai. Xiaobai realized the importance of the matter and immediately began to swim to Poseidon Island, where Poseidon was. After Poseidon confirmed the news about Cheng Feng from Xiaobai, he was overjoyed. He immediately conveyed the news to Shura and the others and told Xiaobai his geographical location, and also told Shura and other 5 god kings. After informing Shura and the other 5 divine kings, Poseidon did not hesitate at all and immediately ran in the direction of Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng was already at a critical juncture and could not tolerate any damage from others, and the huge danger is approaching step by step. Cheng Feng was in a very special state at this time. What he is currently in is a world in his heart. When he raised his head and asked the sky, he was also asking himself, question, what is Tai Chi? Answer, at the beginning of chaos, when the world is a whole, it refers to everything which is Tai Chi. Question, what is Lianji? Answer, Lianji, that is yin and yang, is simply the two opposite sides of things. Question, what does Tai Chi Sheng Liang Yi mean? Answer, Tai Chi creates two aspects, which refers to the process of creation from nothing. It means that everything has two sides from the beginning, such as night and day, good and bad, tall and short, fat and thin, long and short, hot and cold, etc. Everything that can be sighted must have two sides. Question, what does the 4 images mean? Answer, the four symbols refer to Sheyun Layan Xiaoyang Layang and Lianji Sheng Iang. They refer to the four stages that must go through during the alternating operation of yin and yang. That is, from a philosophical perspective, a process from quantitative change to qualitative change. On the other hand, it is also a process of yin and yang transformation. The bright side is reflected in the yin and yang fish. Black is yin, white is yang. The big head of the black fish is Lao Yin, the tail of the white fish is Xiao Yang. The big head of the white fish is Lao Yang and the tail of the black fish is Xiao Yin. The two fishes are tightly intertwined, indicating the interdependence of yin and yang. The two fishes are held head to tail, indicating the transformation of yin and yang. The eyes of the two fishes indicate that there is yang and yin and yang. It is like a person. Even a good person will have the bad side. Even a bad person will also have a good side. There are no absolutely good people or absolutely bad people in the world, so yin and yang always complement each other. Question: what does gossip mean? Answer: Guo refers to Qian Dui Li Zhen Sun Ken Zhen and Kun. The four images give rise to Bagua. In fact, the four stages of the transformation process of yin and yang are subdivided into 8 stages. Cheng Feng asked and answered himself. Thanks to his hobby of reading in his previous life, he recalled it with the help of insights and truly understood its meaning. However, as a science student, Cheng Feng always felt that this was a bit like the binary bit he had learned, and he didn't know if this feeling was right. As Cheng Feng asked and answered questions about the world in his mind, Cheng Feng suddenly found that the bottleneck from the divine level soul master to the final level soul master, that is from level 129 to level 130, had loosened. In just a moment, Cheng Feng was pleasantly surprised. Suddenly he discovered that his soul power had reached level 130 and he had successfully entered the realm of the God King. But it was not over yet. Following Cheng Feng's breakthrough, a thick rain of soul power fell directly from the sky above the island. The heavy rain was majestic and exuded a fragrant smell that permeated the entire island, and this rain of soul power was all sucked up by a vorte of soul power above Cheng Feng's head in a short period of time. Not long time. All this soul power rain followed the soul power whirlpool and rushed into Cheng Feng's body, constantly impacting and washing it. Time passed quickly and Cheng Feng's whole person underwent an unprecedented and huge change from the inside out. Especially Cheng Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that the strength of his soul had reached an indescribable new level. The net moment, all the rain of soul power was completely absorbed by Cheng Feng's body. At this moment the island is full of smoke like a fairyland. Suddenly, in the sky above the island, the wind and clouds suddenly changed and dark cloud quickly gathered. A low sound of thunder sounded immediately. Cheng Feng, who was in a state of joy, looked up in surprise. Is this a catastrophe? Are you kidding me? A bad premonition arose in Cheng Feng's heart. Could this catastrophe be heading towards him? Cheng Feng prayed secretly in his heart, hoping that this catastrophe would not come towards him. However, the more you worry about something, the more likely it will happen. Cheng Feng was immediately horrified. Nesgrass, this calamity is really coming for me. Cheng Feng was immediately shocked. Damn, I'm not a spirit beast. How could I be struck by lightning? Could it be that my promotion to God King caused a catastrophe? Does this mean that this world does not allow me to be promoted to the God King? Thinking of this, Cheng Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Really looking for death? When there is an opportunity in the future, we must erase the so-called consciousness of heaven and earth in this world, and also change the rules of this world, especially the rule that soul masters must hunt soul beasts to be promoted. But when Cheng Feng was thinking this, the sound of thunder in the sky became more and more terrifying. All accumulated in the sky above the entire island, and the aura of heavenly tribulation exuded a sense of oppression that would destroy the world and destroy the world. The sea soul beasts around the island quickly left here as early as the beginning for fear of being affected by Qi Yu. Cheng Feng raised his head and looked at the calamity in the sky above his head, his face looking very ugly. As for the heavenly tribulation, he once only knew that it would affect soul beasts that were more than 100,000 years old in Douluo continent, but he never expected that when he was promoted to God King, this heavenly tribulation would also appear. Looking at the posture of the heavenly tribulation, I am afraid that if I want to survive it, I will have to get injured or something. Facing a natural disaster for the first time, Cheng Feng still felt a little panic deep in his heart, but he suppressed this emotion and instead looked firmly at the thunder clouds in the sky above his head. Since you can't escape, then face it bravely. Suddenly Cheng Feng felt many powerful auras approaching not far from the island. Cheng Feng turned his head and took a look and found that they were all gods exuding divine aura. They are all gods from the divine world. At this moment Cheng Feng knew that all the guys from the god realm were here. They are here to take their lives. After a quick glance, I found that I was surrounded by the gods in the god realm. Gods were densely packed in layers, standing densely in the void. But Cheng Feng knew that what was more important right now was facing the catastrophe in the sky above. After retracting his gaze, Cheng Feng Feng took a deep breath and prepared to face the disaster wholeheartedly. Soon, the catastrophe has finally fallen. Boom! The first lightning bolt, which was as big as a barrel, quickly fell from the sky and hit Chang Feng. Almost instantly all of Chang Feng's hair was singed by electricity, and the thunder and lightning quickly traveled around his body, causing Chang Feng's skin and flesh to be quickly torn apart. Chang Feng gritted his teeth and did not cry out in pain. He endured all the pain. Fortunately, the first thunder and lightning passed by. Immediately afterward, the second thunder and lightning came in an instant. This thunder and lightning was thicker and tripled in size than the first. There was also a golden thunder dragon on it, coming ferociously towards Chang Feng. Seeing this second thunder and lightning, Chang Feng felt how terrifying it was. Unconsciously, Chang Feng knew that this second thunder and lightning would be more difficult to survive than the first one, but it didn't take long. With the thought, Chang Feng's eyebrows flew out of the vast and the universe. Chang Feng thought that instead of relying on his own body to bear the catastrophe, it would be better to use the vast universe cover to bear it. When the vast universe shield appeared, Poseidon's eyes were very ugly. He tried to summon the vast universe shield back, but to his disappointment, the vast universe shield didn't respond at all, which made Poseidon look livid. Poseidon never imagined that the artifact he had used would one day help his enemies overcome difficulties. In an instant, Chang Feng let the vast universe cover him, and the second thunder and lightning finally fell. Boom, boom. There were several continuous noises, and although the vast cosmic shield was constantly trembling and swaying, it finally passed, which made Chang Feng very happy. However, when he saw the third thunder and lightning, the corners of Chang Feng's mouth twitched. I saw that this third thunder and lightning was all golden, and the terrifying and destructive aura revealed on it caused the prescience of all the gods who were watching to change drastically. If it were them, they would probably be wiped out. So will he survive the enemies of the god realm? Everyone was consciously focused on the island where Chang Feng was, and the gods stared at Chang Feng without blinking. Chang Feng secretly greeted the heavenly tribulation roar, his mind racing at high speed, trying to survive this terrifying thunder and lightning. For a moment, Chang Feng stared at Poseidon's side and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. At the same time, Chang Feng secretly thought that he was really at a loss. When he had just survived the thunder and lightning, he should have led them closer to those gods, but now it seems it's not too late. Chang Feng quickly dodged, took a step forward, and instantly arrived near Poseidon. Standing net to Poseidon were many other first-level gods and even more second-level gods and third-level gods, but Chang Feng's sudden approach caused a flash of fear in the eyes of these gods. The power of this third thunder and lightning, they obviously felt its terror from a distance. Now as Chang Feng approached, they desperately found that the thunder and lightning had also followed. What was even more terrifying was that it seemed that because of themselves and others, the terrifying golden thunder and lightning became more and more terrifying, directly making the gods look bad. Everything went dark. Although Poseidon looked calm, he had already cursed in his heart and had been greeting Chang Feng for who knows how many generations. Soon Poseidon said to somewhere in the void, Azura, the enemy is too cunning. This thunder and lightning may be too powerful. With the strength of gods like us, I am afraid that we cannot stop it. This time I will trouble you, Azura. As soon as the word fell, 5 figures came out of the void. They were the supreme gods of the god realm, the god of destruction, the god of life, the god of evil, the god of kindness, and the god of Shura. These 5 god kings focused their attention on Chang Feng, and their faces were not very pretty, but then they quickly shifted their gaze and focused on the third golden terrifying thunder and lightning that was about to fall. Destruction, that third golden thunder and lightning, how come I feel a trace of your original aura from it? What's going on? When Destruction heard Shura's words, his eyes were a little gloomy. Shura, I don't know about this situation, but the golden thunder and lightning does contain the aura of the origin of destruction. If we leave it alone, I'm afraid most of the gods in our god realm will be buried under this divine thunder. In that case, let's stop it together. The god of life said, I don't know why, but I always feel very unhappy. Damn, I have to block this divine thunder for the enemy. I feel really unhappy. The god of evil said with a cold prescience, his arms folded across his chest. Without further ado, let's block this terrible thunder and lightning lest it really fall and cause heavy losses to our god realm. The god of kindness said at the right time, then let's do it together. God Shura said. Net moment, the 5 god kings stretched out their right hands one after another and then used their own method towards the terrifying thunder cloud brewing in the sky. In an instant, 5 giant pillars of bright golden light quickly moved towards the thunder cloud. Chang Feng watched this scene, rolled his eyes, glanced at the stunned gods around him, and couldn't help but think about it. At the same time, Chang Feng remembered that he was already a god king and he had 5 god cores in his body, which meant that he had great confidence even if he faced 5 god kings. But taking advantage of the gap between the 5 god kings to deal with the thunder and lightning, I can kill as many gods as I can now. Just do it, no hesitation. Chang Feng directly summoned his martial special spirit, the Death Scythe. After quickly holding the Death Scythe tightly, Chang Feng flashed and came to Kong Zhong. He glanced at the location of the most gathered god and then shouted loudly, "Death 9 cut!" In an instant the phantom of the death sickle tens of thousands of feet fell in the direction of Poseidon. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the god. Naturally the 5 god kings looked extremely ugly, and the gods in the position of Poseidon felt a hint of danger of death. At the same time they were also horrified to see the tens of thousands of feet long phantom of the death scythe falling towards them quickly, and they all used their own methods to prepare to escape from the scope of the phantom. But after all they were still a step too late. Just one blow. A large area of the gods in Poseidon's position was instantly cleared and continuous screams rang out in the air. A long time. Take a closer look. Except for Poseidon and a few first-level gods, all the gods who discovered Poseidon's location had died at the hands of Chang Feng. This scene made all the gods except the 5 god kings feel uneasy and frightened. Poseidon even showed an unbelievable look. Chang Feng saw that the 5 god kings were still stopping the thunder cloud. Chang Feng secretly laughed and used the same method to quickly fall on the gods in the southwest, north and other directions. Not long time after Chang Feng glanced at the entire audience again, he couldn't help but feel happy. At this time, in addition to the 5 god kings who had just defeated the third thunder and lightning, there were only 10 first-level gods who were less than seriously injured and 3 second-level gods who were lucky enough to run fast. As for the others, they died at the hands of Chang Feng. After the 5 god kings glanced at the audience, their faces suddenly darkened. They worked hard to resist the thunder and lightning originally to protect the god, but in the end they did not expect that Chang Feng would be so heartless and slaughter them all, and his movements were so fast that when they freed their hands they were all, "It's already a step too late. You are really looking for death." God Shura's eyes turned red and he stared at Chang Feng. Several other god kings also glared angrily. If looks could kill, Chang Feng would have been completely injured. Chang Feng didn't pay attention to the attention of these god kings, and he didn't pay attention to the other god. "For a long time, because of your god realm, I have been living in hiding for a period of time. It has also become a lure for me to live with the person I love. I live in fear every day, for fear that something will happen. One day you will find me and kill me. I didn't expect that I would face you so quickly. This time I want to see how powerful the 5 great kings of the gods are." The 5 god kings looked at Chang Feng with gloomy faces. "We will definitely cut you into pieces." Shura gritted his teeth and said bitterly. Chang Feng said calmly, "Then let's each speak according to our own abilities." Net moment, the god king of destruction raised the destruction scepter high and pointed in the direction of Chang Feng. In an instant a terrifying source of destruction thunder began to appear on the destruction scepter, destroying the world and destroying the world. God Shura grasped the Shura sword tightly and a burst of earth-shattering killing burst out from his whole body. The surroundings seemed to be filled with killings. People with weak will definitely become puppets influenced by the killing in an instant. After that, God Shura used the sword to facing Chang Feng. The kind heart of the god of good, the scale of judgment of the god of evil, and the ancient tree of life of the goddess of life all pointed directly at Chang Feng. Chang Feng looked at the 5 divine kings on his opponent's face, precisely, or to be precise, the 5 super artifacts in their hands, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Chang Feng glanced at his death scythe. The death energy on it seemed to be due to the fact that he had just killed the god. The death energy on it was extremely rich and terrifying. In terms of momentum, it was not inferior to the super artifacts of the 5 god kings. Gradually Chang Feng felt more confident. Kill. Chang Feng held the death sickle in his hand and rushed towards the 5 god kings quickly. He was so fast that he seemed to be floating through the air like a phantom. In the process, when Feng made a move, the 5 god kings looked at each other and then all attacked Chang Feng. They were not careless and each used all their special skills. Chang Feng and the 5 god kings clashed for the first time. Boom, boom. The terrifying collision actually tore a lot of the void apart. What's even more frightening is that the waves on the sea are monstrous, like tornadoes rising towards the sky and then suddenly falling to the ground. 9 slashes from the god of death. After Chang Feng realized that the blow did not have the desired effect, he immediately waved towards the 5 god kings. The 5 god kings reacted quickly and dodged. In the end, the huge death scythe phantom transformed by the 9 slashes of death fell on the sea, cutting the sea in half. Many sea soul beasts plotted instantly and the sea was dyed red with bright red blood, and the unlucky the sea soul bee suffered countless casualties. Poseidon, who was watching this scene from a distance, had an extremely ugly face because he found that his strength had actually decreased. Could it be that my people's faith in me has been shaken? Looking up at the huge noise caused by Chang Feng and Shura, Poseidon fell silent for a moment. Chang Feng and the 5 god kings seemed to be equally matched. They came and went and it didn't take long for them to fight each other for thousands of rounds. However, the sea of Douluo continent suffered a lot and countless sea soul beasts died. Chang Feng later discovered that he couldn't let go at all in Douluo continent, and the 5 god kings seemed to be wary. Chang Feng himself was also wary because he was worried that the battle would bring the battlefield to Douluo continent, which would lead to many innocent people suffered. So Chang Feng guided the 5 god kings to limit the battlefield to the endless sea. But neither Chang Feng nor the 5 god kings could use all their strength to fight. Then Chang Feng took the lead and flew towards the sky above Douluo continent. When the 5 god kings saw this, they were all very happy. They thought that Chang Feng was defeated, so they chased after Chang Feng. Poseidon and other gods looked at each other, gritted their teeth and followed. Chang Feng flew quickly until he reached a height of 100,000 meters, but Chang Feng still did not slow down and was still flying. Soon Chang Feng flew out to Douluo star. Looking at the whole picture of Douluo star, Chang Feng thought of the earth in his previous life. It was so similar. After sighing in his heart, Chang Feng found that the 5 god kings were following him. Chang Feng flew towards the distance. After getting away from Douluo star, he stopped and looked at the 5 god kings coldly. Then without any nonsense, Chang Feng attacked the 5 god kings fiercely. For a time, terrifying collisions and explosions erupted in the air, triggering several huge mushroom clouds from time to time. The waves of air are surging into the sky and last for a long time. As time goes by, while fighting the 5 god kings, Chang Feng secretly paid attention to the passage of time. In the starry sky, Chang Feng and the 5 god kings were fighting endlessly, and it was extremely fierce. 2 years later, Chang Feng and the 5 god kings came to a Death Star with no signs of life. This time Chang Feng regarded the Death Star as the graveyard of the 5 god kings. Because Chang Feng has made some gains in the battles with the 5 god kings in the past 2 years and learned an extremely powerful method, it can be said that his strength has been improved to a higher level. Boom! After colliding with the 5 god kings again, Chang Feng quickly distanced himself from the 5 god kings. Chang Feng looked at the 5 god kings with silent eyes. We have been fighting for 2 years and no one can do anything to the other. However, in these 2 years, thanks to your fierce attacks on me, I have realized something. Find a way to kill you. When the 5 god kings heard Chang Feng's words, their pupils shrank suddenly and they all felt unbelievable in their heart. Chang Feng glanced at the planet and murmured, using this starry sky as your graveyard is worthy of your status as a god king. Hearing Chang Feng's words, the 5 god kings felt a little uneasy deep in their heart for some unknown reason. This was a feeling they had not experienced in the past 2 years. Could it be said that Chang Feng really has the ability to kill them? At this moment, Chang Feng's eyes suddenly brightened and his aura surged. At the same time, all the divine power was released by him in an instant and then condensed quickly. He slowly condensed these soul powers into something in the shape of a Tai Chi Yin-Yang sphere. In an instant, this Tai Chi Yin and Yang ball expanded rapidly, hundreds of feet, thousands of feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. Until the end, Chang Feng held up a Tai Chi Yin and Yang ball like a planet in his right hand and shouted loudly, Tai Chi Yin and Yang burial. This Tai Chi Yin and Yang ball was condensed in just a few moments and was suddenly thrown in the direction of the 5 god kings by Chang Feng. After throwing down the Tai Chi Yin and Yang ball, Chang Feng quickly activated the Soul Bone skill Void Divine Hiding to hide himself in the void. The 5 god kings were shocked to find that when the huge planet-like attack fell on them, they were shocked to find that their whole bodies were frozen and their souls seemed to be in a trance for a moment. But because of this moment of trance, all actions were too late. After the huge Tai Chi Yin and Yang ball enveloped the 5 god kings, it plotted quickly. The terrifying explosive photos are shocking. One explosion after another. After the Tai Chi Yin and Yang ball plotted, the huge planet also plotted in an instant. Deep in the starry sky, brilliant and huge fireworks as big as the planet are in full bloom. So beautiful, so dangerous. I don't know how long it took, but it plotted. The aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided. When Chang Feng's figure reappeared in this world, his face was pale. He almost died just now. Because of the previous explosion, it actually caused time and space turbulence in the void divine space. Fortunately, at the last critical moment, he managed to escape with his own speed. What a risk! Just one step away and his whole body would be left in the turbulent flow of time and space and he would never be able to get out. Fortunately, you are lucky. Carefully sensing the surroundings, there was no breath of the 5 god kings at all. Chang Feng saw that Shura God and the others were blown to pieces at the moment of the explosion. Now it seems that there may not be any scum left. Chang Feng directly opened the life field and countless light particles quickly floated from all directions and then rushed towards Chang Feng. A long time passed. Chang Feng let out a breath and the divine power of the divine core in his body was fully replenished. Readjusted the state to the peak. After that, Chang Feng's consciousness carefully sensed all directions and quickly spread towards the surroundings. Gradually, Chang Feng discovered a good place hidden in a direction in the void. There was no hesitation. Chang Feng quickly came to the sensing place and found that it turned out to be an excellent place. After walking around this place for a few times, Cheng Feng discovered that this should be the base camp of the God Realm. Looking at this empty God Realm, Cheng Feng suddenly saw a place and his eyes lit up. Isn't that the super artifact used by the 5 great God Kings? How did they get here? With doubts in his heart, Cheng Feng quickly came to the main hall where the 5 super artifacts were located. When Cheng Feng arrived, he used his spiritual sense to sense them and found that they actually had the original auras of the 5 God Kings. Cheng Feng thought to himself, could the 5 God Kings still want to use this to survive? When he thought of this, Cheng Feng didn't have any psychological burden at all and directly wiped out all the original auras of the 5 super artifacts, completely erasing them. From now on there will be no more 5 God Kings in the God world. Cheng Feng put away the 5 super artifact and then began to think about how to deal with this world of God. After thinking for a while, Cheng Feng decided to move the God realm to the sky above Douluo planet. Cheng Feng spent a lot of effort and relied on his tyrannical divine power to guide the God realm to drift toward Douluo star. Another 2 years passed. Cheng Feng finally moved the God realm to the sky above the Douluo star. Standing on the ground of the God realm and looking down, he could have a panoramic view of the Douluo star. After doing all this, Cheng Feng used the 5 super artifacts to fly the God realm above the Douluo star. Then Cheng Feng's body came to Douluo continent again. At this time, Douluo continent was already devastated. The only empire is the Spirit Empire. Cheng Feng flashed and immediately arrived at the Pope's Palace in Wuhan City, Wuhan Empire. When Cheng Feng arrived at the Pope's Palace, Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui, who were practicing in their respective training rooms, felt a panic in their heart. Cheng Feng's consciousness looked around the Pope's Palace. Suddenly, in a secret room, Cheng Feng felt that he noticed something extraordinary. The one who was tied to a wooden post and looked like a human stick had his hands and legs cut off, and even the manly part was gone. Why did it feel like Yu Xiaogang's aura? Look carefully. Grass. It turned out to be really Yu Xiaogang. Yes, this Yu Xiaogang is so miserable. It's simply too terrible to look at. Although this was a bit bad and maybe not very moral, Cheng Feng still laughed happily. Later, Cheng Feng saw Bibi Dong sitting cross-legged in a secret room. Net to Yu Xiaogang, her presence gradually becoming weird. Could it be that Bibi Dong turned black because of the secret room incident and then took revenge on Yu Xiaogang because of all the things that happened to Yu Xiaogang? Sure enough, once this woman becomes ruthless, she will be extremely terrifying. Suddenly, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, frowned and shouted, "Who is spying?" Cheng Feng couldn't help but sigh. Bibi Dong's vigilance is really strong. It's okay. The net time I deal with Bibi Dong and Qian Ren Yui is when the Heavenly Court will unify Douluo continent. We must speed up. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 340, A New Beginning. Cheng Feng flashed, ignoring the obstacles in space, and appeared in the void of the secret room where Bibi Dong was. This scene made Bibi Dong's presence change drastically. "It's you. You're still alive." Seeing the shock in Bibi Dong's eyes, Cheng Feng smiled lightly. "Of course. Can it be said that the gods in the divine world are all controlled by you?" "That's right, just as you thought." "It's impossible. There are 5 supreme gods in the god realm. How can they lose to you with their strength?" Seeing Bibi Dong still didn't believe it, Cheng Feng lost his patience. "Whether you accept it or not, this is a fact. I will kill you. Do you have any last word?" Bibi Dong calmed down quickly. She suddenly realized that Cheng Feng might not lie to her and that the 5 supreme gods of the god realm might really be dead. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's heart tightened. She glanced at Cheng Feng. Qian Ren Yui's appearance flashed in her mind and her eyes instantly became firm. Cheng Feng released a trace of the Divine King's aura, which made Bibi Dong's face turn pale. This terrifying aura directly makes by all the last doubts in Bibi Dong's heart dissipated completely. Involuntarily, a trace of bitterness overflowed from the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth and infinite despair rose in her heart. A long time, Bibi Dong's presence regained a calmness. "I know that you have murderous intentions towards me because I have massacred nearly 500,000 people in heaven. All of this was done by me and has nothing to do with Shwetter. If possible, I hope that you will be punished and your debts will be repaid. It's on my head. Please let Shwetter go." At this moment, when Cheng Feng was about to recover, Qian Ren Yui's figure suddenly appeared. The moment Qian Ren Yui appeared, Bibi Dong avoided looking at her. "I don't need you to beg for mercy. Cheng Feng, I Qian Ren Yui have slaughtered people from your heaven before. I also know that you don't intend to let me go, so even begging for mercy is useless. In this case, then just have a good fight, and if you lose, I'll leave it to you." Cheng Feng glanced at her lightly, then stretched out his right hand and pointed it gently in Qian Ren Yui's direction. Instantly, a huge golden bright light enveloped Qian Ren Yui and then rushed toward Qian Ren Yui. The net moment, Qian Ren Yui's body collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with anger. After Cheng Feng withdrew his gaze, he looked at Bibi Dong and said, "I can promise you not to kill Qian Ren Yui, but you must die. Only if you die can you plain to me in heaven. In addition, I don't want to kill Qian Ren Yue myself. If possible, I hope you kill yourself. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Ren Yue. Her eyes were smiling and she seemed to feel extremely relieved in her heart. She sighed softly. That's fine, I believe you will keep your word. When Qian Ren Yue saw this scene, she immediately roared, I don't want you a woman to die. I don't want you to beg for mercy from him. But Bibi Dong is extremely determined and decisive in her actions. Shweta, forgive me for calling you that for the first time. It was my fault before. After all, you are not at fault. Qian Unji used to be my teacher, but one day this teacher did something to his own student. I did something worse than a beast, and then you Shweta. I hope Shweta understands that I don't hate you. I just can't face my past every time I see you, but now I deeply understand that I still love Shweta in my heart. I hope you will live well in the future. After finishing speaking, Bibi Dong took a deep look at Cheng Feng, then raised her right palm preparing to hit her forehead. Qian Ren Yue's eyes were red and her tears kept dripping down, splashing on the ground, and it hurt in her heart. Seeing this, Cheng Feng quickly pointed forward and stopped the movement of Bibi Dong's hand. Bibi Dong looked at Cheng Feng in confusion. Cheng Feng said, I thought about it. If you agree to my 3 conditions, I can promise not to kill you, and both you and Qian Ren Yue can live well. Bibi Dong thought for a while and wanted to refuse, but Qian Ren Yue said, Mom, promise. From now on I will definitely take good care of you. Bibi Dong looked a little unbearable and her thoughts immediately began to waver. A long while, Bibi Dong said helplessly, can you tell me what the 3 conditions are? First, in your name declare to the Wuhan Empire that you will join the Heavenly Court. From now on the people in the Wuhan Empire will all be the citizens of the Heavenly Court. The troops of the Wuhan Empire will all be the troops of the Heavenly Court, and it will also be shocking at that time. Bibi Dong thought for a while and then said, I agree to your condition. Second, hand over the soul ring of the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast that you once hunted, and I will compensate you with a soul ring so that you don't have to worry about falling below the realm of a god. No problem. Third, after completing the first and second conditions, you can only stay in the god realm from now on and never go out. Of course, in the god realm you can interact with Qian Ren Yue. In order to avoid your future life, if you are lonely, I allow you to live in the god realm with Hu Lina. Bibi Dong's eyes were a little dazed. After taking a look at Cheng Feng, he said, thank you very much. I also agree to the third condition. Cheng Feng nodded and then he looked at Qian Ren Yue again. Qian Ren Yue lowered her head, not daring to look at Cheng Feng again. Qian Ren Yue, I hope you will stay in the god realm and practice well from now on. Then live a good life with your mother. Of course, from now on your status in the god realm will be that you call yourself the god of angels and the god of Rakshasa, and no interference is allowed. If any of Douluo continent's activities are discovered, I will severely punish you. Oh, I see. If that's the case, Bibi Dong, then you can start based on my 3 conditions now. At the same time, Cheng Feng spread his consciousness towards Douluo continent until he reached the location of Poseidon Island. Cheng Feng's eyes narrowed. Then with a flash of his body, without any nonsense, Cheng Feng landed a palm toward Poseidon Island. Boom, boom. Poseidon, who was recovering from his injuries, was suddenly hit by an attack from the sky. He vomited blood instantly and his face turned pale. This strange movement shocked the other remaining gods in Douluo continent. They all looked at this scene thoughtfully, but the moment they were shocked. They saw Cheng Feng directly carrying Poseidon in front of them. Without a word, he killed Poseidon on the spot. Then Cheng Feng looked at the remaining gods and said, I will give you a choice. Surrender to me and you will live, otherwise you will die. He will end up like a Poseidon. In addition, you don't need to worry about the revenge of the 5 god kings, because from now on there will no longer be 5 god kings in this god world, only the Lord of God, the Emperor of Heaven, that is I, Cheng Feng. When the gods suddenly heard Cheng Feng's news, they didn't believe it at first, but the aura coming from Cheng Feng's body made them have no idea of resistance at all. A long time, the remaining dozen or so gods lowered their heads, then saluted Cheng Feng's subordinates. Pay homage to the Emperor of Heaven. Cheng Feng blinked, then quickly waved his hand, and suddenly more than a dozen golden light groups rushed towards the gods, causing their presence to change drastically. I have arranged some tricks on you. Of course, if you really surrender to me and obey my orders, you will be fine. Otherwise, let me know that you are doing some tricks behind your back. I can use this trick to make you go underground. See the 5 dead god kings. These dozen gods quickly replied in fear, we don't dare. That's the best. After Cheng Feng finished speaking, he asked these dozen gods to return to the god realm and gave them the new address of the god realm. When these dozen gods saw the new address of the god realm, they all gasped. When they looked at Cheng Feng again, their faces were more respectful, their eyes were filled with awe, and they did not dare to have any second thought. Subsequently, Bibi Dong followed Cheng Feng's conditions and personally announced that the Wuhan Empire would be merged into heaven. Heaven was the sole ruler of the Douluo continent, and Cheng Feng also released his aura appropriately. This day is a day of terror for the entire Douluo continent. The Lord of Heaven Cheng Feng is also the Emperor of Heaven. From today on he will be their Emperor of Heaven. Regardless of whether you agree or not, no one dares to confront Cheng Feng's tyrannical strength. Then Cheng Feng resurrected Xiao Wu's mother and brought her to the God realm for resettlement. Then he naturally released everyone in the heavenly world Pearl. After telling Luo Jinbao and Douluo about the matter, Cheng Feng asked them to deal with it. Later Cheng Feng brought Yao Wu Feng Wu and his mother Wang Hui to the God realm. At the same time Cheng Feng gave Xiao Wu a huge surprise. Xiao Wu's mother was resurrected. When Xiao Wu saw her mother in the God realm, her face was filled with huge surprise. Xiao Wu rushed directly into her arms. Cheng Feng held Feng Wu's hand and said with a smile, "Feng Wu, she is your grandmother." Wang Hui looked at this scene with a smile. "Xiao Feng, I didn't expect that you actually resurrected Xiao Wu's mother." Seeing his mother Wang Hui, Cheng Feng noticed a trace of loss in her eyes and Cheng Feng understood something. "Mom, wait for me for a while. When my strength reaches another level I will resurrect my father." Wang Hui couldn't help being surprised. At the same time her heart was full of surprises. She looked at Cheng Feng and said, "Yao Feng, are you telling the truth?" Cheng Feng showed a smile and said, "Mom, of course it's true." Okay, then our family can be together forever." Before Wang Hui came to the God realm, Cheng Feng naturally told her about the God realm, so it was natural that they would be together forever. "Dad, Grandma, when the time comes we all must be together forever." Feng Wu interrupted. "Okay, Grandma and your father both listen to Feng Wu." Xiao Wu held her mother's hand and came to Cheng Feng. She looked at Cheng Feng with red eyes and her heart was filled with emotion. "Brother, thank you for bringing my mother back to life." "Wait, Grandma, Mom just kissed Dad." Xiao Wu couldn't help but blush and glared at Feng Wu. Afterwards Cheng Feng, Wang Hui and Xiao Wu's mother burst out laughing. There was a lot of laughter. 10 years later, Spirit World. At this time in the God realm, Xiao Wu, Li Yunfen, Dugu Bo Da Ming, Er Ming, Lao Jak Su Yun Tao etc. all broke through to level 100 with the help of Cheng Feng and became members of the God realm. As for the position of Emperor of Heaven on Douluo continent, Cheng Feng gave it to his daughter Cheng Feng Guyu. What makes Cheng Feng quite happy is that after 10 years of unremitting hard work, Xiao Wu gave birth to another child, a boy. Cheng Feng named the boy Cheng Wu. In order to fulfill the promise made by Da Ming and Er Ming, Cheng Feng not only allowed the Soul Beast clan to become god but also used his strong strength to forcefully modify the rules of Douluo continent that soul masters could only advance by hunting soul beasts. Humans and the Soul Beast clan have ushered in eternal peace. In addition, Cheng Feng completely refined the heavenly world Pearl, integrated it with the divine realm and expanded the spatial scope of the divine realm, and because of this Cheng Feng's strength skyrocketed. As for how strong he is, Cheng Feng can't describe it in detail, but he can make everything come together and know the past and the future. In addition, Cheng Feng has landed on Douluo continent many times, spreading scientific ideas and stimulating the creativity of people in Douluo continent. 100 years later, Cheng Feng was surprised to find that the first car appeared in Douluo continent. These are the seeds he once sowed to the children doing research in heaven, and they have finally blossomed and bear fruit. With the advent of automobiles, gradually airplanes, submarines, air conditioners, electricity etc. from the previous life appeared one after another. Moreover, soul masters with different martial souls perform their own duties and are engaged in different industries. If they do outstanding work, they can also get the Emperor of Heaven's trust and promotion, and even being able to ascend to the divine realm made many people less obsessed with the strength of martial spirit. After another 300 years have passed, Cheng Feng came to Douluo continent again and felt very satisfied. At this time it is the 420th year of the Heavenly Court calendar, and the Heavenly Court calendar starts from the year of the Heavenly Court day. During this period, the person who served as the Emperor of Heaven in Douluo continent was Cheng Chao, the grandson of Cheng Feng's son Cheng Wu. After meeting Cheng Chao once, I accidentally learned that he had quietly destroyed the remaining Haoshan sect and other forces in Douluo continent, and the leaders were Tang Chen and Mo Weiner. In this regard, Cheng Feng not only praised Cheng Chao but also affirmed Cheng Chao's achievement. At the same time, Cheng Feng helped Cheng Chao quickly increase his strength to that of a god king. Today many of those old friends have already died of old age. Another 300 years passed. Douluo continent has developed to an extremely astonishing level. Cheng Feng is naturally very satisfied with the situation of Douluo continent because he never expected that the technological level of Douluo continent at this moment is almost the same as that of his previous life. At the same time, Cheng Feng's strength reached a new level after continuous hard training. Of course, during this period, with the joint efforts of Cheng Feng and Xiao Wu, another pair of twins were born. The boy was named Cheng Yuan and the girl was named Cheng Yan. On the day Xiao Wu gave birth to Cheng Yuan and Cheng Yan, Cheng Feng changed the God realm to to the heaven realm. On the same day Cheng Feng also resurrected his father Cheng Lai, much to the joy of his mother Wang Hui, and the two lived happily together. After accompanying Xiao Wu to raise the child, another 20 years passed. Unexpectedly during this period mother Wang Hui and father Cheng Lai gave birth to several more children in succession. This day, without any worries, Cheng Feng was ready to lead Xiao Wu into the depths of the starry sky to fulfill the promise he made to Hua's Highland. When Cheng Feng found the anti-Douluo continent, he found that the anti-Douluo continent had been destroyed. Thinking that the battle with the God realm had lasted more than 3 years, Cheng Feng was silent for a while. But in order to fulfill Hua's Highland's promise, Cheng Feng used his own strength to fish out the anti-Douluo continent from the river of time. At this point, anti-Douluo continent and Douluo continent have reformed a new mirror image relationship. Cheng Feng and Xiao Wu stayed in the anti-Douluo continent for a while, and after having fun they continued to go deeper into the starry sky. This time Cheng Feng wanted to find a wild place and meet a SI-year-old little girl there. At the same time he also wanted to see the heaven that Hua's Highland mentioned before. This is a new journey and a new beginning. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Final word. Today is a special day for me. It is the day when the first book I wrote was signed and completed. First of all, I would like to thank the editor for giving me the opportunity to sign a contract so that my work can be e-posted to many people, and it is also a great honor for my friends to see it. Secondly, I would like to thank Susu, a qualified reader, Black Devil Lord, and many other book friends. Since there are too many, I will not list them one by one. Thank you for your strong support for the work. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Finally, I was originally planning to release a new book tonight, but I was suddenly informed of the specific time for the provincial EM. After much deliberation, I had no choice but to postpone it. Although the competition is very competitive and there is only one position available, I still want to give it a try. If I get it, I will have more time to polish and create works in the future. In retrospect, this book has many shortcomings. The heroine chosen at first was Zhu Zuqing. Later I saw a fanfic written by an author who wrote Xiao Wu in such a miserable way that my mind, as soon as I got excited and my sympathy overflowed, I changed the heroine to Xiao Wu and therefore scrapped the 100,000-year manuscript I had written. The heroine was not chosen well, which led to a lot of controversy, and many readers also expressed that they did not like it. I only realized the seriousness of this problem after writing 1/5 of the article. I was also desperate at that time. As for other questions raised by book friends in the book, no one can convince anyone of some of them, and some of them are indeed due to lack of thoughtful consideration due to the rush of time. But no matter what, even though the subscription results after it was put on the shelves were unprecedented and miserable, I still persisted in writing it, because compared to the miserable results, I don't want to be a TJ, let alone be sent a razor blade. This kind of mood is friendly. Friends should be able to understand it. Recalling the experience of writing this book in real life due to the epidemic and the poor management of the company where I worked, I changed 3 jobs in succession and all of them had SI days off and 1 day off. Only 1 day a week was enough time. Polish it. But for the work you are doing now, based on previous experience, you may face the project being dismantled and then you have to go to the recruitment market for a job interview. After thinking about it, I still feel that having a physical fitness job can prevent me from changing jobs frequently in the future, and I can write in my spare time without any worries. If nothing else, at least I have weekends. Alas, the joy of weekends can only be experience when I am in school. It seems that after entering society it no longer is. It has been very difficult from last year to this year, and I think everyone knows it. Only when you are severely beaten by society can you understand how important it is to make yourself comfortable. In a word, I just hope that everyone can continue to persevere and live every day well. I hope that every time my friends go home, someone will light up a light for you to eliminate the fatigue and sorrow in your body and soul. Having said that, this time I will give my best to the EM. Even if the competitors are too busy and fail to land in the end, they are still diving. The best thing is to take the EM a few more times and there will always be a chance to land. The EM is on July 9. After a few days of rest after the EM, it is estimated that the new book should be released on July 17. The new book is Douluo. I really don't want to farm, also known as Douluo. You will become stronger by emanation, also known as left hand spirit scythe, right hand spirit hammer. Please stay tuned, the new book will be well polished. If friends have any good suggestions, please leave them in the comment area and the author will read them one by one. Thank you all again. At the same time, I wish you all good luck in life, especially wealth. Remember iShang Novel Network in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL still being serialized. For more ebooks, please visit AIIA eBooks Traditional Chinese Simplified Chinese. More novels 102,446. Join